Pokemon fans, and welcome to the 2026 Las Vegas Regional Championships. Over 750 VGC Masters have gathered for a weekend of tough competition. All have arrived with their sights set on Victory Road, but only one will earn the title of Las Vegas Regional Champion. I'm Dwee Ha, here to take you through all the action this weekend here in Las Vegas. But first things first, let's take a look at how this weekend's going to play out.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of Regional Champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
There's so much to see and do here at Regionals this season. We've got our usual assortment of side events, vendors, Pokemon competitors, and fans of all ages. The energy here is off the charts, and there's a lot of people ready to play some Pokemon. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we dive into the storylines for this weekend, let's take a look back and see what went down last month in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, the second stop in North America on the road to Worlds. Let's take a look back at how it all shook up. With Regulation H being fairly solved, trainers dug deep to find new tricks to treat themselves to some wins. Hizui, Zoroark, and Oricorio made unexpected appearances, and questions arose if the meta could still be broken. However, it's not enough to beat the top team, you have to defeat the trainer using it too. And top trainers Joshua Lorsey and Alex Aaron proved that in spades as they pushed their way through the bracket and into the finals. For both trainers, this was a new height they've reached, but only one could claim the gold medal in their first regional title. The series was slow and methodical, a battle for positioning and trying to call the other trainer out. Alex made a great job of reading some plays, and even though Lorsey got close, a survival from Ursaluna at the end sealed the deal and put Alex up 1 in the set. Game 2 was more of the same, but this time it was on Lorsey to make the call, with a double up into the Rillaboom as Incineroar switched into the field for a big KO. Now, the final game to determine it all. In such a patient series, it was Alex to break Game 3 open with an early KO and take the lead. With all the momentum on his side, it was too much for Lorsey to come back from. After an intense 3-game set, Alex Aaron became your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
And now, for the first time, Alex Aaron gets to hear that he is a regional champion.
There are still plenty of events and opportunities to compete this season, so what are you waiting for? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can join in on the fun and maybe become our next regional champion.
Congrats again to Alex for locking in that direct invite to Worlds, and of course, shout out to Lorsey as well for such an incredible run. Since Milwaukee, we've had a couple of regionals across the pond in Europe. First up was Lille, France, where reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva earned yet another champion title with a speedy combo of Dragonite, Incineroar, and Ribombee. Very curious to see what meta adjustments he makes for LAIC next weekend. Last year, we saw his historic IC three-peat. Is he going for a 4th? Tune in next weekend to find out. Over in Gdańsk, Poland, 2018's EU IC champion Simone Sanvito achieved a decisive 2-0 victory over Team Masaut. Despite both trainers bringing the same 6 Pokemon, Simone was able to pull ahead in Game 3, earning his second major victory of the Scarlet and Violet era. Looking at the Phase 2 meta from Gdańsk, we've got Incineroar, Golden Go, Rillaboom, and Blood Moon Ursaluna appearing on most of the teams. Will we see more of the same here in Vegas this weekend? Or is being in the desert going to bring out some harsh sunlight? Worlds invites aren't all that's on the line here. We've got some cash prizing and booster packs up for grabs. Not to mention those sweet, sweet championship points that are crucial for meeting the leaderboard threshold for Worlds invites later this season. This event's player roster is absolutely stacked, but here are a few top trainers to keep an eye out for this weekend. 3 formidable Pokemon trainers looking to add Las Vegas Regional Champion to their list of accolades. First up is Billy Brown. Billy's relatively new to the VGC scene, most notably making top cut at the San Antonio Regional last season. After a slew of top cuts here in the 2026 season, he's currently sitting comfortably at number 1 on the NA leaderboards. Billy's now looking to claim his first regional champion title.
Hi, my name is William Brown. I'm a VGC competitor, and I'll be attending Las Vegas this weekend. I am very excited for this tournament. I built a team around familiarity with a couple pieces that I think are a very great meta call. Vegas is a great city, so I'm very excited for the event and looking forward to it.
Up next is Chupa Cross IV, who we just saw win in Pittsburgh at the start of the season. Chupa's definitely been a player to watch for several seasons now, with 2 regional wins and plenty of top cuts to his name. With the World's invite already locked in for the season, how is he planning to approach this tournament? We reached out to Chupa earlier to find out. He said, "I'm feeling really excited to play this weekend. Due to already securing the win and the World's invite in Pittsburgh, I was more comfortable using an all-or-nothing team for this event that has the potential to do really well if things go my way. It also lets me capitalize on my offensive playstyle and is something that I'm hoping the competition isn't ready for yet. Even with the win under my belt, I'm still aiming to leave my mark this weekend as one of the best players of the Scarlet-Violet era before we transition to champions." So there you have it. Sounds like Chupa's feeling confident and ready to have some fun matches this weekend. Last but certainly not least, we have 2-time Portland regional champion Joe Ugarte. With 4 regional finals under his belt, including 2 in the Regulation H format, Joe's got one more chance at a Regulation H win this season before the return of Regulation F in December. No pressure, right? Joe, how are you feeling coming into the Las Vegas Regional Championships?
I think I'm feeling pretty good. I think my expectations for this one are a little bit different. More so from a perspective of I'm coming in, I want to play well, right? Play good Pokemon, but I also want to enjoy myself too. The opportunity to play in a Vegas Regionals is really cool. I was really excited just for the location in general. So for me, it's really just about making the most out of this trip, both Pokemon and out of Pokemon. And I'm really excited to play, right? So it'll be a good time.
As Regulation H closes, this is the last regional championship in the Regulation H format. What are your thoughts on Regulation H?
You know, it's funny because when it was first coming back, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I'm thrilled to have it back, whatever. And then as it kind of came through, it was kind of dragging on me a little. I'm like, okay, it's kind of getting a little boring. But I think it's at a point now where the meta's progressed. We're kind of towards the end of things. LASC is coming soon, where I'm a little bit more excited again because it's you have the big event coming up. Vegas going on this weekend, so I'm pretty excited about it, at least for this tournament. And I think I'll be able to finish it out strong, at least in terms of the energy I'll be able to put into it. I'm feeling pretty good about it now, but and also too, I think the fact that the next announced regulation is Regulation F, which the first go around I didn't really like that much. It makes me appreciate the rest of the H events a little bit more, I think. So.
Since this is the last, North American major championship in the Regulation H format, I got to ask you, is the team that you're bringing, is it going to be the Heat?
I think it's pretty good. It's a team that I had used before, but not at a major, so I hadn't really given it a chance to actually try and shine. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm feeling pretty good about it.
And just like that, we are flying through the first leg of the 2026 season. Can you believe we're just 1 week away from the Latin America International Championships? That'll wrap things up for this calendar year before we head up to Toronto in January. Look at all those Pikachu silhouettes. Trainers still have 7 chances in North America to secure invites to Worlds 2026, and I can't wait to see who we get to add to this roster of championships on Sunday. Let us know your top picks and predictions using the hashtag PlayPokemon, and your post might be featured on stream. There's a lot of action to come, but now it's time for our main broadcast to start, so let's get ready for day 1 of the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Las Vegas Regional Championships. We are here live in the entertainment capital of the world, and you better believe it, this is going to be the most entertaining thing that you'll see all weekend long. The convention center is packed full of people here, 700 masters vying for the title of regional champion. Dwee Ha here in the lounge, joined by Jake Muller, Sierra Dawn, and Joe Brown to get ready for a little bit of a pre-show action for you here at Vegas.
Yep, first time in Las Vegas for regional championship. Everyone's really excited to be here. The energy in the room has been fantastic so far this weekend. I think we're gonna have some great Pokemon for you guys too.
Yeah, I mean, when we're starting off with a brand new lounge, like a full hall, really exciting things being brought out this weekend, as well as great players. You know that we're in for a good treat.
Viva Las Vegas, Dwee. I've been so excited since this regional got announced. It was literally the most exciting, regional I wanted to go to the entire season.
Yeah, this is the first time that the regional championships have been here in Las Vegas. It's been a long time since we've actually had sort of a regional in the southwestern region, right? I believe the last ones were like Phoenix, all the way back in like the early 2010s. And that was a long time ago, so I'm really excited to be back here in this Southwest Regionals. So, of course, this is the last Regulation H major in the North American circuit before we lead into Latin American International Championships next week. How are we all feeling about how Regulation H has played out?
It's been really fun to see kind of the second run of Regulation H. There have been a few different compositions of teams that have kind of made their way to the top of the leaderboards most of the time. Some similarities from last time, some very different teams too. So it's kind of how it goes when you get a repeat of a new regulation.
It's interesting because it's always such a mixed bag, right? There's some teams that have really stood out as really strong and meta-defining, especially to returning to this format. But then there's still players and teams that are trying to break their way through. So you never really know what you're going to get. Are you going to get just this balanced team that has dominated the format? Or are you going to get a Scyther? Are you going to get, Rain? Or is it going to be something crazy? You just don't know at this point.
Yeah, I think what I'm excited for is we would always speculate with LASC right on the horizon, right? Our players that are playing this weekend, are they going to play it safe and save the sauce for the bigger event? And or are they going to reveal it now? And for the most part, through Scarlet and Violet, because of these direct invite, to the World Championships from winning a regional or IC, feels like people don't save things anymore. Feel like they go all out at every event now.
Yeah, personally, I really enjoy these sort of like lower power level formats because there's so many things that can just take over, right? You don't have a lot of power, so then a lot of like Pokemon that have very niche uses can be sort of like used to its full potential. But of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the meta right now here in Phase 1 of the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Let's take a look at the top 12 Pokemon, and well, these are pretty common Pokemon that we all expected to see, right?
Yeah, it is the same top 12 from day one of the Gdansk Regional Championships not too long ago. In fact, it's the same top 6. I want to say Rillaboom and Goldengo swapped, but otherwise that top 6 is the same. And that bottom row is also the same 6 Pokemon in some different order. So it seems like the meta is kind of settling down a little bit. These are the kind of consensus great Pokemon. But even just looking at that bottom row, those numbers are not very big. There's a pretty wide field there.
I'm just looking at the 26-27% Sneasler usage, and I'm like, we really didn't want to be clicking Direclaw Hero of all places. That could have been fun, but I mean, looking over at the Pokemon, again, it's a lot of the standard stuff you're going to see in Regulation 8 because they are just such a strong core. I mean, when you have this Blood Moon Ursaluna that has just been so strong, I feel like it can be a little bit more difficult for a couple things to compete. So this is pretty established, but still, there's still some quirky things out there.
I think what makes Regulation 8 so difficult for a lot of players to team build is these 12 Pokemon, as we mentioned, they keep showing up on every tournament's, Phase 1 top 12. So that's helpful because you know what to expect, which 12 Pokemon you're most likely to run into in most of your 8 rounds on, in the tournament here. But then it's also hard because they're the top 12 Pokemon for a reason. They continue to show up at these points because they continue to outperform the other Pokemon.
Yeah, and honestly, you could actually just take like the top 6. That's a team.
Absolutely.
That could be a team. That could absolutely be a viable team to win this regional championship.
It probably
right now,
has won a regional championship, those 6 Pokemon.
Yeah. Of course, you can also just take any combination of those Pokemon, and then you can build a great team, right? That just with any 6 of those 12, right? Any 6 of those 12, that could be a winning team.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
100%. I think about how far Arch Aladon has, quote unquote, fallen to the second row of the graphic, where it used to be like a 40% usage Pokemon at the beginning of this second go around of Regulation H, and now it's kind of a complementary piece on these Reg H teams, where before it was really its own full archetype.
Yeah, of course, there are two weather setters there. There is the Alola Ninetales as well as the Pelipper. I think all weather is actually very viable in this format, right? I mean, you got Tyranitar, that's not in this top usage charts, but I have talked to some of the players on the field. They have said that they are going to be bringing Tyranitar to the field. And of course, one of the competitors out there, Lendul, when he's competing, you gotta expect the Tyranitar,
There's
right?
at least one Tyranitar in the field for sure.
And I mean, sand has been, for the most part, the most underrepresented weather that we've had here in the current regulation. We started off with rain just being so dominantly strong, but then we've seen some sun teams really be able to break through the clouds with some really, really strong victories when you're looking back at a couple of different variations that are out there with Marco Suns or like the Typhlosion version. So they still can compete. And then of course, Alolan Ninetales is just, it's not even just a snow team at that point. It's just, here's an Alolan Ninetales, it has snow, and that is a dangerous thing to go up against.
Yeah, I love Tyranitar. You guys know that. It does hit all three of the other weather setters super effectively. Not just that. I'm just saying, if you're in for some Tyranitar propaganda, all 12 of these Pokemon get hit super effectively by the standard Tyranitar set of knockoff, Rock Slide, Low Kick, and Terra Flying, Terra Blast. Can literally hit all 12 of them super effectively.
It started already.
It's coming, it's coming. One of the great things about, Las Vegas as a destination is, of course, as well as leading up to the Latin American Championships, is we actually have a contingency of players from all over the world converging to Las Vegas, right? We featured 3 players in the preview video, but there are 3 more players that we want to highlight because of, how they're just here in a North American Regional Championship. Some of them kind of on their way to the Latin American International Championships, but some of them just wanting to visit Las Vegas.
I'm really excited that Shoma Honami is here. He's the 2015 World Champion, the master of the chalk team that gets talked about so often when we think about the 2015 World Championships. He won the Japan National Championships into World Championships that season. Really fantastic player that, of course, is still competing at the highest level. Really fun to see him here at a North American Regional, too.
And what's really interesting about these 3 individuals is they're, first off, exceptionally skilled. We know that. But the stakes going into this regional are very different than everyone else on the floor. Everyone else, as much as you would want to win the regional, don't get me wrong, you're also competing for the championship point. These 3 and any other players from a non-championship point earning zone, the only way they get that Worlds invite is by winning the event. When we see them show up at the internationals, it's a top 4, so the odds are a little better. But when you look at the regional, they have to make that run. But there's also 3 players that are more than capable of that. We got to see Yuma at NAIC get top 8, 1 short of that direct invite, and then win the Japan National Championships. Yosuke Takenagi, we got to see him go top 4 at UIC and get that Worlds invitation there, which was amazing. So there's definitely players like, if one of them wins this weekend, I wouldn't be too surprised.
There are few players in the history of VGC that hold the gravitas that Shoma Honami has. You can argue, with Jake's fantastic chalk video, potentially the most difficult world championship ever won with Shoma, with how difficult that chalk top 8 was in Boston. So by far one of the greatest players of all time. And anytime you see his name, he played great at the World Championships back in Anaheim this summer as well. I mean, he's got to be a favorite any tournament he enters.
Yep, definitely a favorite. Definitely a very strong player. I will still remember being at the 2015 World Championships when Shoma won his world title, and he was just celebrating, jumping up and down. Basically, one of the first pop-offs that we've really seen at the world stage, right? To the point where by the end of the pop-off, his shoes weren't even on anymore.
I remember him falling to the floor, too. It was a very, very exciting celebration.
Yep, very exciting. And as you mentioned, Sierra, you're absolutely correct, right? A win here is so important. I think the Japanese circuit it's very hard to be able to navigate to win yourself a Worlds invite, right? So then being able to come to these events, whether it's a regional championship or an international championship, gaining that automatic invite, trying to be able to, not have to deal with that Japanese circuit is very important. So these players, you're right, have a lot riding on this championship as well as what's going on next weekend.
Yeah, especially too, to be able to secure that invitation sooner in the season rather than later, you kind of, all right, that's a little bit of a weight off your back, right? So I'm definitely rooting for them this weekend, and that's specifically too why I wanted to talk about these three. There's, as you said, there's players from around the world. We've gotten to see some players come up from Australia, we get to see some a lot of players. Like, there's people from all over, and some doing that back-to-back from Las Vegas to LAFC, which is going to be a difficult one, but you know, all for the love of the game.
It's exhausting to be traveling for so long, and also like Las Vegas to Sao Paulo. That's not a short flight.
No. It is not.
It's not a short. You would know, Sierra. You would know.
I will be making that trip. It is not. It is not a short flight.
How many hours is it from here to Sao Paulo for you?
I think it's like 19. Like, and I'm going straight from here to Sao Paulo.
Okay.
So, and I know a lot of other players are doing that as well. So that'll be a fun time.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the casters predict this weekend's going to turn out with some caster predictions. We got Aaron, Yuki, Sierra, and Jake's predictions right there. I'll let you all talk about your own predictions if you want.
I think Alolan Ninetales is a very strong Pokemon right now. We talked about weather a little bit earlier. It is one of those weather setters. It's kind of the least combo-oriented weather setter. You know, sometimes you'll have Tyranitar Excadrill, which you highlighted, Sierra. Of course, Torkoal likes to set up Sun for those Chlorophyll users. We get Rain and Swift Swim or Electroshot or whatever else. But Ninetales just kind of sets the snow. It can be a little bit disruptive, but also has some very powerful attacks like Blizzard, Moonblast. You get some annoying supportive stuff like Encore. Can go for Aurora Veil if you want as well, but that seems to be something players have dropped recently. I just think it has a lot of tools right now for this metagame. Basculegion also something that can sometimes be involved in a weather combo with Pelipper and that Swift Swim. But we see more often now people running that adaptability instead, not relying on the rain for that speed or a power boost, but instead just always having that extra damage on your same type attack bonus attacks. Of course, I gotta represent for Dondozo Tetsugiri. I do think it's actually very well poised right now in this metagame. One of the most annoying Pokemon for it has been Dragonite. Dragonite has been slipping down the usage chart a little bit, and so I think if the Dragonite trends hold, maybe we could see another deep run from my favorite little fish.
Sierra, how about you?
I gotta represent for me and Joe Brown here with my predictions. I got you, the Yoko predictions. I was not really sure what I wanted to pick going into this event because I think the floor is just really wide open with what could be seen. I feel like I've kind of leaned towards the Sun variants in the past, and I do think that Sun is well posed into the weekend. Do not get me wrong, but Joe Brown was talking to me about Sand this morning, and I was converted.
Yes, I've already converted Sierra to the Tyranitar, the Church of Titar.
I can't believe you're going to let Joe influence you like that, Sierra.
I don't know. Sand can be good. Rock Slide's amazing. We've seen Len have some great results with Tyranitar, so I mean, he's been cooking for a long time. You know, that's good. And there is nothing like getting walled by Corviknight in a game. You do not know frustration until there's just this bird sitting across from you that has these boosts and you can't really hit it, and so I think it's a good Pokemon. And then Sneasler, because like, it's Sneasler in Regulation H. Like, can you fault me?
When there's a Dire Claw, there's a way, right?
Exactly.
I get you, Sierra.
Yeah,
I get you. Yeah. Joe, how about you? What are your 4 predictions?
Well, I mean, I think Sierra and I are kind of a hive mind on this Sand team, so I'll try to rep what the Yukitron duo are thinking of here on their teams. And as you mentioned, Sun is so strong. Sun is so offensive. We saw the Hisuian Lilligant, the Hisuian Typhlosion as well, right? I think there's something about offense is coming back where this format, this second go round has felt much more defensive, and it felt very hard to just break through with a lot of really strong Pokemon. But the way I like how Yuki and Aaron have their predictions that Ursaluna and Annihilate feels like kind of a raid boss, especially behind an Aurora Veil, and it's got a couple of beat ups. It's got a couple of hits under its side to do more damage, right? Same with Ursaluna. And then the other secret, like, I think Farigiraf is really poised right now. We had the benefit of seeing a lot of top players streaming their Grand Challenge runs over the weekend, and Farigiraf was putting a lot of work in every matchup.
I like, too, when you're talking about the Sun variants on both the teams, the Typhlosion, I mean, you always see that in Sun because it's a Typhlosion, let's be real. But I like that Aaron has a couple of more just, like, meta pieces and stuff, whereas Yuki, this is just full Sun all of the way, including the Hisuian Lilligant that you don't necessarily really get to see as often. Normally, it's like a Whimsicott or a Jump Bluff.
Yeah, Sun, I think, is actually going to be very strong. I mean, after all, we are in Las Vegas. We are in the desert.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be some pretty harsh sunlight. My predictions are actually Torkoal, Tyranitar, Golden Go, because it's one of the greatest offensive threats currently in Regulation H. And then to round it off, I see what you're saying about the Dragonite trend, but I still believe in Dragonite, Jake.
All right.
I still believe in Dragonite. I still think Dragonite has a chance. I'm a Dragonite believer.
Good for you.
Nobody had
So
to whisper
take
that in
that,
my
Jake.
ear.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I understand. Yeah, Dragonite has been slipping in usage, but I still believe in Dragonite. So I still got that going. In terms of like the Sun teams, right? I think there has been a pretty large rise in usage for Sun. I think, you know, we saw exactly how powerful Sun can be. Torkoal, Lilligant, when the sleep powders hit,
Yes.
you're gonna win. If the sleep powders don't hit, you're climbing an uphill battle.
Yeah.
But there's so much power behind the Sun. You know, it's kind of tough. You know how, Sierra, you said that it was absolutely frustrating to be facing off against a Corviknight? Well, imagine this. Try facing up against any team where Hisuian Typhlosion is just throwing up eruptions while your Pokemon are just sleeping.
Counter argument, though. Have you played Sun? Perfect board position. You have your Jump Left, you have your Torkoal. Torkoal has a Jetpack on it. You just need to hit the Overheat. Jump Left, Sleep Powder. Pokemon on the other side of the field, they're not Grass type and they don't have safety goggles. Miss the Sleep Powder, and then miss the Overheat, so your Torkoal can't get out of the field, and both Pokemon are just stuck there doing nothing. Lose on the spot.
Is that from experience?
It might be from experience. Yeah.
But if it makes you feel better, 53% of teams have an Incineroar on the field to intimidate Torkoal on turn 1, right? Get the eject pack immediately into Hisuian Typhlosion.
But then it's not in my hands. That's the thing, is nothing at the team at that point is in my hands. I click the move, it either hits or it doesn't, and then my opponent either brings the Incineroar or they don't. Like, it's just, and I think that's one of the things with Sun too. It's so strong, but there's a lot more variance than when you're looking at these balanced teams. So like, you can have really high level players playing Sun, but at some point their control is a little out of their fate. You can try and mitigate the risks as best you can, but if it comes down to hitting a Sleep Powder, all you sit there is just like, sit there and hope, right?
Yeah, I mean, or you just use 100% accurate moves.
You can't do that with Sun.
You
can
could,
switch
you'll do
to-
less damage.
Yeah, you'll do less damage with
Flamethrower
Eruption.
instead.
Lava Plume?
I think we should give Jump Left Spore.
You think so?
No.
I think you should never let Jake cook, honestly.
Quick patch notes from Jake here. Just
As a Sun enjoyer, like I would enjoy, like I would like that, but
That would be scary. I
it
don't
would be.
actually like that. Let's strike that from the record.
Sleep Powder is already scary enough. We don't need a Spore.
Also, you can also boost the accuracy of your moves with Gravity. Sierra, you got to start putting Gravity on your team so that way the moves don't miss.
This is the kind of out-of-the-box thinking we need from you, Dewey.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one. I'm playing at LASC, so I will take this into consideration because I'm thinking of playing Sun. So
If your team has Gravity on it, I need credits on that team building.
And part of your prize money.
I will shout you out when I win. So this is all because of Dewey.
When you win the whole thing,
When I
right?
win LAIC.
When you win the whole thing.
You know what? Let's give her Primal Groudon too while we're at it. Just Sierra in LASC can use Primal
just
Groudon.
me, thank you.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, we'll build a team for you. Primal Groudon, Bronzong, Smeargle. we'll give you the classics. How about that?
All right,
Xerneas.
Xerneas,
Maybe
okay,
we'll
yeah.
over the competition.
I mean, I love it. I love
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
just for you. You'll be allowed to run that team. Okay, you'll be allowed to run that
Make sure
team.
Pokemon gets that note so they don't kick me out.
We'll see what we can do.
Perfect.
Any other thoughts on Regulation H as it closes down from anybody here?
I'll go.
Yeah,
I think so. This is one of the few formats where it feels like special attackers are more dominant than physical attackers, which is interesting since Incineroar is so important to get rid of those threats like Annihilate and Dragonite and others. But things like Golden Go, things like Ursaluna, I mean, even the blizzards from Ninetales, right, can do a lot of damage if it's not resisted. I think that's one of the things that I do appreciate about this format, even if it is somewhat difficult sometimes to find the right way to play, is that there are a lot of the special attackers that make Snarl and makes especially Wide Guard as well, Hisuian Typhlosion as well, right? Torkoal. That's what I'm looking forward to today, is see how these special attackers do in the format.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite trends of Regulation Age, especially in the second
Dragonite
go-around-
going down?
Okay, well, yes. Beyond that, though, is the big rise in Blood Moon or Saluna. It was very popular in the first iteration of Regulation Age, but mostly as a purely offensive threat. A lot of like Life Orb, Terra Normal sets. But this time around, we're seeing a lot more Assault Vest, a lot more of the leftovers Terra Electric defensive sets. One thing I liked seeing a lot at the Lille Regional Championships was Eduardo Cunha getting to second place with a Calm Mind Ursaluna. That's not something we had seen too much beforehand. So it's these kind of innovations that people are finding on already popular Pokemon, but just another new way to run them to get a kind of a step ahead is what we like to see kind of in the end stages of a metagame.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm excited for is like the innovation on stuff we already know, right? Because I would love to see just like the completely off the wall Pokemon picks. Do not get me wrong, we'd love to see that run. But at the same time, being able to take a meta Pokemon, realizing where it can be tweaked just a little bit to really be able to shine in the current metagame, I think is just really undervalued at some points and can really catch players off guard. So that is something that I'm excited to see what new flavors people are bringing to their Las Vegas teams.
Yeah, and of course, this is the last sort of Regulation H major in the North American circuit. This might be one of the last events that a lot of players are competing in the Regulation H format too. So this is kind of the point in the format where it's like, no bar, like you don't hold back.
Yeah.
All your techs, you can reveal them now because, well, the next tournament that you're going to might not even be the same format. So I'm excited to see what sort of innovation, just like you said, Sierra. That's it for us from the lounge today, but, you know, hey, this is just the pre-show. We still got the whole tournament to be broadcast, right?
Let's go.
Yeah, of course, follow us on the broadcast channel at pokemon.com/broadcast. It's not just VGC this weekend. We have TCG and GO as well. And of course, follow us on the socials to be able to keep up to date with everything. Of course, that's YouTube and Twitch/Pokemon. But hey, are you all excited? Guess what? It's time to throw to the casters.
Let's go.
Take it away, Aaron and Yuki.
Hello, everybody, and good morning to everyone watching. We're about to kick off an awesome regionals here, and it's especially awesome because I get to do it with Yuki, who is joining us for his first cast of the season. It's actually my first cast of the season as well. But this is Yuki's second event overall. He joined the casting team last year, and so we are super, super lucky to have him. Yuki, how are you doing, man? How are we feeling?
I'm doing great. Thank you. That's really excited to kick off the season for me as Yuki-tron duo here.
Yes,
so
yes,
very, very exciting. And yeah, we're here in Las Vegas, and it's, as Dewey was talking about, this is the last Regulation H tournament in North American circuit just before Latin American International Championships. There's a lot of top players coming in from around the world on their little pit stop before LAIC, so it's a really exciting tournament to me.
Yeah, I think it's kind of wild actually to see so many big name players from Europe and Japan, for example, coming out and flying out, and so I think it should make for a really awesome event. But of course, we have been playing the format and the season for a little bit, and so some players have already accumulated. Oh my goodness, I did not know how many championship points people had gotten. Almost 800? That's nuts.
Yeah.
Of course, these are the top 12 players right now in North America in terms of championship points. We've only had a couple of regionals, but you know the thing is, if you manage to make it to a top 8 at regionals, you get so many points. And so some of these players have been, all these players have been incredibly consistent, going to multiple events. And so combining like top regional finishes with local finishes just adds up for a lot of points. But wow, I had not realized how many points like these players have already accumulated.
It's crazy. I think the cutoff was around like the 1,000-point mark for last season, and most of these players I hear are like, you know, over half, some at 75% of that. So it's pretty crazy to see, and it's really interesting to see like both the really seasoned players who I know got like travel awards at the previous season, like William Brown, Marcus Dion, but we also have some players who are like up and coming. I know Joshua Lorsi had 2 incredible tournament performances already. And yeah, it's really exciting to see all these names, and maybe we'll have some more upsets later on.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, of course, multiple players here have already won a regional championship, so they've actually punched their ticket to the World Championships already in Stefan and Alex. But overall, if you've tuned into this season at all, you've probably seen most of these players play on stream at some point. And so, yeah, really, really phenomenal start for the season for a lot of them or for everyone here. I'm actually not sure how many of them are at this event specifically, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I also remember specifically looking at the Olivia Miletsky versus Len Duel match around Portland when we were casting together at that event, and
man,
we were
it's such a different format.
Are they gonna are they gonna make it to Worlds? We're not really sure. And then they were able to make it, and also Olivia's already here in 11th place. So yeah, it's so interesting to see how the tide can turn between different seasons.
Absolutely. We're gonna jump to Europe real quick, where they've also had a lot of events, and 808 points there in #1. Absolutely phenomenal. Feels like, I don't know the number of regionals we've had in Europe versus North America, but it felt like at one point there was one in Europe every other weekend.
That's
or something.
right.
So we've gotten a lot of action from there. That was the last major that we had leading into this event, and so a lot of the players that you see here, if you watch that stream, you've probably seen as well. But yeah, so many big names here that if you follow VGC at all, you probably recognize, but also, bunch of new names here that I actually personally don't recognize as much, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I remember specifically 11 Michal here was more of a breakout performance, getting that top 4 finish at the Gdansk regionals, beating Federico Caparezzi, who is also, you see, it's 6th place here, so that could be one of the more newer players that you were talking about. I also see Emanuele Briganti. We all talk about the Lele team. Emanuele goes by Lele Online. So yeah, both the new and the more established players here, really cool to see that mix. And of course, Oliver Eskelin has joined us here today, this weekend, on the pit stop maybe to Latin America Internationals. So yeah, we'll maybe see some of European action here too.
Yeah, but for Louis to have over 800 points, that's nuts. At this point, I'm thinking what the bar is going to be for Worlds this year, and it's how close he already is. Like you were saying, 1,000 points was kind of it for North America last season, but I mean, all of these players in phenomenal shape, of course, to qualify for the World Championships, and we still have so much of the season to play as well. And this is before the International Championships,
That's right? We haven't had a single one yet.
Yeah, and you get so many points from all of them, obviously, as well. And so I think it'll be exciting to see how things shake up. But yeah, I'd love to see the mix of both, very seasoned veterans as well as some newer names. And so as we head into this tournament, Yuki, we heard the other casters talking about it a little bit earlier. Where do you think we're going to go? Where do you think the metagame will kind of end up as we wrap it up here?
Yeah, I was noticing that we have a lot of double fake out, both the Rillaboom and Incineroar being on a lot of these teams. Like we talked about the Lele Briganti team.
Yeah.
That has, it really relies on that double fake out, and it's a very consistent core, right? Rillaboom and Incineroar, ever since they've been introduced to the game to have their hidden abilities, they've all been so reliable, and just to really streamline these cores. And it feels to me a little bit like some of the teams are over-reliant on that double fake out to get that nasty plot going, to get that swords dance going.
Totally.
And there's a bit of rumblings between the top players in the last week that I've seen where, they're talking about some teams that could take advantage of that. So, especially since this is one of the last, regionals of Regulation H, I think a lot of the top players are in top gear trying to figure out, how can I counter team these, top teams. So I'm excited to see what kind of counter teams are happening just before Latin America Internationals.
Yeah, I'm glad that you called out LAIC because, of course, that is the next big major, and it's going to be the first internationals of the season. We saw the North American and European player leaderboards, but we also have the LATAM leaderboard, so let's quickly take a look there. Juan Soler, 948 points. It just keeps getting higher and higher. That's incredible.
And his home ground IC has yet to start.
Yes.
So he's definitely off to a good start. Over 200-point differential between first and second.
That is absolutely nuts to see. A lot of names here that we've definitely seen in Casa before as well. Renzo being one of the most notable players from LATAM as well, sitting there in 3rd place, actually having won a regional championship earlier in this format as well. And yeah, to see 900 points is nuts. I think Juan actually flew to a tournament over in Europe, and the most recent regional championship, and did very, very well there as well. And so I think he's actually going to go into LAIC as probably one of the biggest favorites to win the tournament.
That's right. Yeah, and even both in terms of the World Championship spots and overall scene, Latin America can be underrepresented sometimes, and yet here they have the highest amount of CP, right? I think other regions, it's barely 800 as first, so really incredible to see here. Obviously, we see Victor Vieira here, who also won a regional earlier this season as well. So yeah, we have top players across all regions represented, and yeah, it's going to be a big showdown next weekend, and this might be the big warm-up that all these players are needing.
Yeah, LAIC in particular, like, I'm eager to see because it feels like the invaders have often won. It's, you know, like been, you know, North American player, for example, or Marco Silva, who has won multiple LAICs.
And
so, yeah, exactly. But I think LATAM this year in particular, I mean, feels especially strong going into LAIC, and so I'm excited to see them defend home turf. But we can also quickly take a look at travel pricing for this event. Of course, if you are out of region, and this is for, yeah, this is for the different events, basically, and there are different time periods, and essentially if you're high up in the leaderboards, which we just took a look at, you essentially, yeah, get money in order to attend the future ICs, which is really awesome. And I think, Yuki, you've won some of these before, right?
Actually, it's funny, last season, I didn't win any of the travel awards for the individual, like, ICs, but I won the travel award for the World Championships.
Oh,
so
well, that's a pretty good one to get, right?
That's right, I was very lucky, yeah. This one, I think we're competing for the EUIC 2026 travel pricing. So until the last day of LAIC, which is next weekend, players are competing for the travel awarding for the EUIC happening in London next year. So yeah, this you know, this is not just a warm-up process for some of the top players. Like, this is also, you know, am I going to get that travel award to make my travel to EUIC even easier?
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the things to note about this is it's cool because, like, if you get really hot in a span of just a couple of tournaments, you can get enough championship points to just get you that big award, right? And so one of the cool things about this is when players are like, look, I really like this format, I found my team, I'm really good with it, I'm just gonna grind it out for a couple of events. And so, yeah, it's really cool to be able to win money and then just go to these internationals. Like, I think when Pokemon kind of changed from the national to international in the circuit a couple years ago, at this point it's actually been about
it's been
like a decade,
like 8 years or so, yeah.
I think that was one of the coolest changes because basically before 2017, like, people would mainly just go to their, like, own home country's national championship, and that was it. The internationals became integrated into the circuit in 2017, and so to be able to now, like, win prizing and win money just to specifically go to these internationals, I think is really, really awesome. And then the fact that, like, it's kind of condensed into certain time periods as well is also very cool. And so, I mean, this is a regionals, and we also have so many international representation at this event, and I just, like, love how global Pokemon has gotten.
Absolutely. And I remember in the Sun and Moon era, as you were talking about, when we became more international, having these international championships, that was when we had, like, the phenomenon called, like, snowballing, where we didn't, like, separate it out. Like, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you were a bit more active than I was, but I think you could actually accumulate championship points, like, not segmented by the season. So it wasn't like between, you know, LAIC and EUIC, between EUIC to NAIC. It was just overall when you had the highest amount of championship points from the beginning of the season, you could get the travel award for the next IC. So it was really easy to, like, snowball, and you could have a really good start, you know, in the first event. I think back then it was actually EUIC that was the first IC.
That's right, yeah.
So then you would do really well there, get the travel award to OCIC, go to OCIC. You might not even have to do that much better, but you'd still keep snowballing, and it was a lot of the players getting the same travel award. So it was a different format back then, and it's very interesting how we've adjusted the circuit since then.
Yeah, and as someone who started playing when VGC first started, like, there was very little of any of this, right?
Yes.
Like, the biggest extent was, I think it's like if you got to regionals top 4, like, you would get a travel award. It was like $300 or $600 basically, depending on, yeah, it was like $300 if you're above 18, and then if you're underage, then you get another $300 for, like, someone accompanying you to an event. But that was kind of like the extent of it, and that was just like go to nationals, and then it was like the top 4 maybe at nationals would get a travel award to go to worlds. So now it's, like, definitely expanded a lot, and of course, like, the pricing for these events is also just grown so much as well. Like, if you win the regionals this weekend, that's $6,000, right?
Yes.
And so it can actually compound quite quickly, to your point, where it's like, okay, you do really well at an event, you get enough championship points, and then now you're also getting a travel award, and then, like, it just adds up. And so it's really cool to see, right? And to, yeah, be able to be rewarded for doing super well at the game, I think is awesome.
It's really, really cool. And now I think at some point, like, you were probably getting more money winning a regionals now than it was to win worlds back then or something.
Yeah.
So, like,
so, dude, in 2000 and, like, from 2008 to 2010, I think it was like you would win a scholarship. Maybe it was like $3,000, and then I think, like, Ray Rizzo won, like, a trip for 4 people to go to Japan for a week. Very unique prize.
Whoa, that's really cool.
Yeah,
okay.
very, very unique for sure. But now, what, if you win Worlds, it's like $30,000, I think so,
say,
yeah, for
VGC,
and then like $50,000 for TCG. And so, But now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, hey, a trip for 4 to Japan is, if you think about the value, that's probably pretty good.
That's right. That's right. And then we also had like totally different formats too, right? Like we have like single elimination and best of 1 closed team sheets. So you could get paid to go to these tournaments, and then you might just be out round 1, and it's like, well, what am I doing the rest of the weekend?
Yeah,
and now,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see how much the circuit has grown. Like I still remember, I think it was like right after Worlds 2019. Before Sword and Shield came out, I was going to regionals, and I think we were in the 2 digits for Masters in the video game, which is unfathomable right now.
It's wild, especially because we are at the end of the kind of Scarlet and Violet life cycle.
That's
and
right.
so normally it's like in previous generations, it's like, oh, the first year would be absolutely huge, and then it would kind of dwindle down. But the numbers have just very consistently stayed stable. And it's like this regionals, I think, has about 700 people competing in it, which is absolutely incredible. And of course, it's on the VGC side. But it just to see so many people continue to come out and play, even in what we're like in year 3 of Scarlet and Violet.
Right.
And we're like, we've rotated a lot of formats, and now we're repeating formats and like going back to things, and it's so awesome. And so, yeah, it's like truly incredible to see how much the scene has like grown since its inception and how it continues to grow. And this is pre-Champions as well, right? Like once Champions gets introduced, I feel like then we're just going to skyrocket to the next level.
That's right, yeah. I have a lot of friends right now who are like, yeah, like I want to get into like Pokemon, like competing in a video game, but you know, I think like Champions around the corner, and you know, I can just like play that like on my phone. So it's gonna be so easy. Like I think I'm just gonna like really get into it then. So I can see us just really, you know, just like skyrocketing with like how, like, are these venues gonna fit people? Like, I don't know.
We'll have to see. We've been, of course, talking a good bit just about the scene in general, but we are about to get started with our match here, and it's gonna be an awesome one. We've got James versus Adi, which is a big, big battle between 2 fantastic American players.
Yeah, really, really exciting. I think both these players are 1-0. Do you know if either of them are going to Latin American Internationals?
I'm not sure. At this point, I feel like I assume most of the people competing here are like, will consider going to LAIC as well, but I honestly have no idea.
That's right. Yeah, I know that James is running the team that Sandy Simone just won with in Gdansk 2 weeks ago after there was some social media manipulation around Volcarona. And yeah, I don't know if they're going to have that surprise aspect this time, but yeah, Volcarona continues to be a very impressive Pokemon in the scene.
We've actually seen these players before, and we've got some incredible videos about them before they take the stage, so let's get to learn about them a little bit more.
The first Pokemon game I played was Pokemon Sapphire version. My favorite Pokemon is Ice-Q. He's a little awkward, he gets flustered when things go a little poorly, and that's just really relatable, and it's just a fun Pokemon to have following you around when you're playing through the game. The farthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon event was the World Championships in 2023, which were held in Yokohama, Japan. It was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had, getting to go all the way to Japan with so many of the closest friends I've made throughout competing at these tournaments. It was such an amazing experience, and yeah, it was just really special. I really look up to a lot of my friends, namely Alex Underhill and Gavin Michaels. They are a couple players who really mentored me throughout my journey as I've improved as a player, as I've gotten better. You know, they are both multiple-time regional champions, and I hope that one day I can be as good as they are. My favorite Pokeball is the Luxury Ball. Basically, every Pokemon can use it. It increases their happiness. It looks so cool when you send it out. It's a, you know, the black ball with an animation. And yeah, I just love sending out my Pokemon in a Luxury Ball whenever possible. My go-to food at events is usually granola bars. They're really easy to store. They're easy to eat. And you can snack on them, you know, one in between each round. And then afterwards, after you've gotten through the full day, you know, we go out and we like to have a nice hearty dinner at the end of the day. I personally love chocolate ice cream. I think it just has so much flavor to it, and I really like flavors of ice cream that have chocolate but also have another flavor to them. Just gives them a lot of depth. It tastes really good. My favorite city to visit for Pokemon tournaments is probably Vancouver. It's just such a beautiful city. The convention center is right on the waterfront, which is just an awesome location. And every time I've gone to Vancouver, I've had such a blast. I usually do pretty well there, I think. And so, yeah, that's just a really special city to me. And I made so many friends by going to that tournament. I really like chill EDM music right now. It really keeps me focused, especially when I'm practicing for tournaments. That's something that I like to listen to while playing the game. Outside of Pokemon, I really love watching sports. I especially love watching and playing basketball and soccer, and so that's a lot of my free time when I'm not practicing Pokemon.
The Ivy Cudgel Flutter Mane goes down, and James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
I got into Pokemon through the anime when I was a kid. I saw it when I was very, very young. They say that the Pokemon anime was actually played in my hospital room when I was born, but the one I can really remember is just watching it at my cousin's house. And basically have been ever since just watching the anime, playing the game. Pokemon's been a huge part of my life. So I began competitive in 2009. I was just playing very casually. I didn't know anything about competitive. And then after the 2013 World Championship, watching the live stream, I ended up going, oh, I want to start becoming one of the better players. So I ended up studying a lot and been transitioning ever since. I was able to qualify for the 2014 World Championship, and I qualified for every World Championship since. I think what drives me to compete is that I'm just a very competitive person in nature. It's always just been a habit of mine. And one thing that I think a lot of people dream of, especially me, is becoming that world champion. And it's something I've come close to several times, actually. 2019 got top 4, and then 2022 top 4 as well. So always been trying to get that world championship title since day one. One thing that I learned is everyone's journey is very different. You'll see a bunch of new players rise up. You'll see a lot of old heads that are still around, and everyone has a different experience with Pokemon.
James Beck back in top 4 of the Pokemon World Championship.
There are a lot of people that I look up to, not only as player, but as an individual. I'm a huge fan of my friends like Emilio Forbes. His play is absolutely immaculate, and Eduardo Cunha, absolutely incredible friend, but also really great at the game. It's 2022 London. Not only did I get top 4, but also one of my best friends in the community actually won that entire event. So it's always been inspiring and something that I just really treasure.
That was not scripted. We did just have awesome content around these two fantastic players, and they actually are going up against each other so early on in the tournament. And I'm really excited to watch this because it's, you know, James, one of the greatest North American players. He, of course, has gotten top 4 of the World Championships multiple times and actually got another incredible finish at Worlds just this past season, I think finishing in top 16 as well. And I think last season he was like, I'm kind of taking a break, and then came back and then just qualified for Worlds, and then ended up doing super, super well at Worlds as well. But this is such an international event. Like look at the notable matches here. We've got players coming from all around. Nicholas Kahn, of course, one of the strong players from the Oceania region. Yeah, competing here. And he's actually up against Giovanni Costa. Gio is initially from North America, but actually moved to Japan. And so like to see both of them actually come back and compete here is awesome.
Yeah, and we have another international match, Arth Alejandro Vera Almaraz versus Tarn Birdie. One from Latin America, one from Europe.
Yeah.
Like we have an international showdown on this screen here. And one thing I want to talk about actually with James Bake, I love that you brought up, is I remember in 2019 Worlds, that was the format where you could use like Mega Evolution, Primal Evolution, Z moves, like
everything
anything,
was,
right? You could do anything except for use like, you know, Keldeo or something. And back then, I remember James' team was super notable because he did not have Mega Evolution on his team. And he made it so far and made top 4. So yeah, real innovator. And yeah, like you said, he might have taken a little bit of a break and started succeeding again. It's all muscle memory for these top players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Adi is a player that has had a lot of phenomenal results. One of the big ones I remember was when he got top 4 at the Los Angeles Regionals, piloting like a bulky Calyrex Shadow Rider team with Clefairy. And so he's actually running what I would say is one of the most interesting teams I've seen from a top player in this event with a lot of cool picks.
Yeah, I'm really excited to showcase that. And I really like that video that we saw because we talk a lot about Pokemon on this broadcast, and it's also really fun to talk about like what players do like outside of the game. And, you know, are you talking about like his passion for sports and just understanding like, you know, what do these players do like both in and Pokemon and outside of Pokemon is really fun for me.
Absolutely, yeah. Really cool to get to know them a little bit better. They are both really huge members of this community and contribute a lot through content that they make as well. And yeah, you can definitely learn a lot from watching either of them. And I think it's funny because this matchup feels like, okay, James is running the team. It's like coming into this event, James's team is like kind of one of the big teams to beat, right? It just won the last regional championship and it looked very, very good. It was also interesting because it was like a mirror match in that finals. We've had multiple mirror matches in this format already. And so it's like when that happens in a finals, like it's clear that the team is so strong that multiple different players can pilot it. And so you called it out earlier, you know, James running this very, I would say, standard team. But when you use a team like this, I think it often is, one, it's a really good team, but two, people are going to be prepared for it.
Yes.
However, James is probably one of the best players to be able to pick up, you know, one of the best teams in the format. And so it's like, hey, you may have prepped into this, but like, I know I'm really good, so you still have to, like, the burden is on you to prove that you can beat it.
Yeah, I think the best example of what you just said is, to me, is the Arubega Miraidon team.
Yeah.
Like, that team won the World Championships, right? And then, boom, the first regional after Worlds, it wins the regional.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, you can have a huge target on your back. You can do all these crazy things to, you know, try to counter team it. But, you know, if you're strong enough and the team is good enough, then you're just going to keep winning. So, yeah, we'll see if that's the case for James here. And yeah, over on Audie's side, we see a lot of innovation.
That's a lot of starter Pokemon, man. Yeah. We just got a little sneak peek, but did you? Okay, we saw Incineroar, we saw Rillaboom. Well, okay, you know, those we normally expect.
Yeah.
But what was that third guy up there doing?
There's a water type there. Maybe Primarina?
I don't think so, yeah. I actually do not remember the last time I've seen Quackavole in a VGC match.
No, I think there was maybe maybe one of the first regionals of this event. There was a Rain team that had Quackavole, taking advantage of the really strong like Aqua Step move, raising speed, and also getting a KO with getting a boost with Moxie. But it's definitely not a staple in VGC, that's for sure.
And Clefable.
Yes.
I was talking about Clefairy earlier. Audie had used Clefairy in a restricted format, but he has brought Clefable into this event, and Dragapult. Dragapult's been such an interesting Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, where it's like won internationals, right? And it's won regionals and made it to the finals of the World Championships as well. But then it like kind of ebbs and flows, but to see it back here, I don't know, this team is definitely nothing like what I've seen in the Reg Age format right now. And as we start taking a look at the players' teams, some really interesting sets here, right? It's actually the Choice Specs Dragapult with the Infiltrator, as well as what is the kind of more standard Clefable set. That helping hand probably allows it to just really output more damage for its partners. And then Volcarona, both teams actually have a Volcarona. This Pokemon has really picked up in the metagame recently, being able to, of course, set up with that Quiver Dance and with that Grassy Seed as well. It's just really difficult to knock out quickly.
Right, Grassy Seed, a great way to sort of get around the low defensive stat of the Volcarona. And I think both players are actually using this, but with different Terra types.
Yep.
And they're also both using Incineroar and Rillaboom, so the double fake out that we talked about earlier. But the other three Pokemon are just completely different. Like, we have the fast, like, Ghost type, which is, you know, a pretty good trait for a Pokemon. Like, you can't get faked out. And if you're fast, you can do a lot of damage. But we have Choice Scarf Basculegion over on James's end, and over on Audie's end, we have the Dragapult, which we don't see that often. So yeah, I'm excited to really see how that affects the match, especially since they have Follow Me support, which is not present on James's end, as we can see here.
Yep, and once again, James's team is one of the teams to be having won the most recent regional championship coming into this event. You've got a lot of strong damage output, especially from that adaptability. Basculegion, so good at closing out games. And Alola Ninetales has been one of the biggest stars, I think, in the last couple of weeks in Regulation Age. It's just a fast Pokemon. Like, Encore and Disable is a nasty combination, right? And being able to just Blizzard and do a lot of damage is nice. And Blizzard always feels like one of the most, like, absurd moves, because, like, your chances of getting a freeze are actually pretty decent. And it's like, you know, Alola Ninetales has that Focus Sash, so it's likely going to get multiple Blizzards off. It's like, the odds of you getting one freeze if you're clicking Blizzard twice and it's hitting both Pokemon is actually not very bad, right? And freeze often is like a win condition in itself and can just like immediately steal games away. But James, of course, also has that double fake out core. Both players have Volcaronas. I'm really curious to see if they decide to lean into it or not. And then this Yawn Ursaluna, I think something that's really picked up as well to be able to stop, set up, and still dish out a lot of damage with those Blood Moons between turns.
Yeah, I love how you picked up Alolan Ninetales, because it's a Pokemon that's always been intriguing to me. You know, it's not like Life Orb Ursaluna or Choice Specs Goldengo, where it's like really oppressive and you're like, oh, how do you deal with the damage output? But it's just a really consistent, like, solid Pokemon, because it has a very high speed. It has the ability to set weather, so it's like a natural counter to some weather teams just by having it. It has Focus Sash very often, so you can't get over it with one hit. And like you said, the Blizzard, like, it's just an attack, right? Like, you just want like a really strong attack for Pokemon's Focus Sash, and it just happens to be Blizzard, which hits both Pokemon. It has a chance to freeze, so it's just that little bit of variance that can like really flip matches sometimes. And I think Ninetales, it has a lot of things going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I think about this matchup, especially with Audie running some fairly unique Pokemon, like, do you think Dragapult and Quackavole can have a big impact in this matchup, or do you think they are probably not as powerful here?
Yeah, I think the matchup between Basculegion and Dragapult is interesting to me, because technically Basculegion should be trained faster than the Dragapult. But actually, depending on what kind of natures that they chose for their Pokemon, it could be, we actually might not know, the players themselves might not actually know, so that's interesting. I also don't know my damage calculations around, last respects with no Pokemon fainted.
Exactly,
Are you going to KO Dragapult? Like,
it's such a unique, normally when you see last respects, you're only using it at endgames, but Dragapult is also not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so I think that interaction itself is one that's fascinating. The Dragapult here is actually going to be the Dragon Terra, which is also pretty cool because I think historically we've seen a lot of physical, Dragapults run Ghost Terra to really just get a lot of damage off with Terra Blast. But here with Dragon Terra, you do have a way to get, of course, around the super effective hits, but you are staring down a Ninetales, right? And you don't really love locking into Dragon-type attacks against, obviously, a Fairy-type Pokemon. And the Ninetales has Focus Sash as well, so if Dragapult were to come out, I could see it you turning Ninetales early, break that Sash, and then try to come out and clean up games. But it can be a scary Pokemon depending on how it's positioned. However, you are also going up against a Quiver Dance Volcarona with Fairy Terra. And so, the threat of double potential Fairy can make it a little bit tricky for Dragapult, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. But it feels to me like the Ghost types are the key for both these players, Aaron. They have double Fake Out. It's something that they probably really like to rely on. And there's this one really strong, fast Pokemon that can do a lot of damage that can't be faked out. I think the notable difference to me is that Basculegion actually takes a lot of damage from Grassy Light. I think most trainers train their Basculegions to not get KO'd in one shot from the Grassy Glide, but you're still taking a ton of damage, whereas Dragapult actually resists that, which I think is a pretty big deal. So to me, it's about how are these players going to position and trade effectively so that their Ghost type actually does really well in the end game. At least that's how I see it.
I think that's a really good call out. And yeah, having used Basculegion in this format, I love it, but Rillaboom is so annoying for it. So it's I think often as the Basculegion player, your goal was to get to an end game where you've knocked out the Rillaboom, and then Basculegion can just feel a lot more comfortable. And I think Rillaboom's going to be a big Pokemon for both players in this matchup because of how it can handle specific threats, right? And so for Adi, you've got the Rillaboom to deal with Ursaluna. That's all. It's a very, very positive matchup. Often forces the Ursaluna to Terra, right? And James does have a lot of good defensive Terras, but you only get to use one of them. But here we go. It's going to be Incineroar and Volcarona starting off the battle. And we see Dragapult and Clefable. I was hoping to see both of them come out in this game, and we're getting started with them.
It's really interesting to me because both these teams, on paper, are very similar in terms of the playstyles. They want to set up Volcarona. They have a fast Ghost type to clean up end games. But the way they led is completely different, right? Over here, on Adi's side, we have Dragapult throwing a ton of damage with Helping Hand Draco Meteor, whereas over on James's end, we have the setup option of Fake Out and Quiver Dance, but that's actually not very effective if they go for Helping Hand, since that has higher priority than Fake Out. So let's see what James goes for.
Oh, I love this. So Helping Hand Draco is really safe into the Incineroar here, right? There's no way to stop it. And so Draco Meteor is going to miss. This is the downside of that move. 10% chance, and Dragapult eats a knockoff, survives with 3 HP, but what should have been a perfect turn for Adi ends up being disastrous because of that 10% chance.
Absolutely, and there's
now it's I'm not even sure you get the knockout with Helping Hand Draco because you've lost your choice specs as well, and so just a complete nightmare situation when Adi went for what I think was just always a really consistent safe play. Maybe the scariest thing there was Ninetales pivoting in and Volcarona getting a Quiver Dance up, but he was probably very happy to see Volcarona protect there when it had the ability to Quiver Dance, and so it definitely sets him back significantly. That's the downside of Draco Meteor. Such a good move, but it can miss.
Yeah. The one upside here, though, is that Adi has the ability to switch moves now since the choice item is gone. So, if James goes for the read and says, I'm going to bring in a Fairy type, they can actually go for Shadow Ball instead. But we see the Rillaboom come out instead of the Incineroar, maybe not want to take that Draco Meteor again. Also raising the defensive stat of the Volcarona, not too relevant in this current board position, but we see the Helping Hand coming out from the Dragapults. Let's see how much damage this does without the choice specs. Opting for the Shadow Ball into Volcarona. Volcarona known to have a pretty high special defensive stat. Takes
oh my goodness!
Less of Shadow Ball. Wow.
That was not a lot. And Adi, of course, going for the Shadow Ball, trying to predict the potential Fairy Terror from James's end. It's always guaranteed damage, but honestly, I think James is probably pretty happy about that turn. You did risk eating up Helping Hand Draco Meteor, which would have done significantly more, obviously, but I think one of the cool things about Adi's Clef Dragapult lead is that it is very good into Fake Out, but by not getting that Draco Meteor KO now, it's okay, this just puts him in a substantially more difficult position. And I mean, Volcarona with Grassy Turn is going to be able to heal a decent amount throughout the next couple of turns as well. And so I think Volcarona is really, really well positioned right now. And of course, James is still threatening with Fake Out. You could also just go for Grassy Glide immediately into the Dragapult slot. And so I think yeah, James in a very commanding position after that unfortunate miss on turn 1 and Volcarona being able to set up relatively freely.
Yeah, the Volcarona being faster now and having special defense boost means this Dragon Ball just not going to do that much damage. I think Adi might just have to switch for a critical hit, but doesn't have the opportunity with the Grassy Glide. So yeah, one of the biggest damage dealers of the team is now gone, and Volcarona able to set up another Quiver Dance completely uncontested. And this Clefable, yeah, it's going to ignore those boosts, but you know, Clefable can just get ignored now, and the Moonblast is just not going to do enough damage to the Volcarona.
Yeah, and I think this is like one of the downsides of Clefable in the sense that like it can sometimes feel like it's just not doing very much, right? Obviously very good with Follow Me, very good with Helping Hand, but like its best offense right now is Moonblast into either Pokemon, which does only, you know, like 20-ish%.
Right.
So then that means like Adi really has to rely on what I wanted to see. Like he's got all the cool Pokemon here.
Yes.
The Quackables hit the field. My question is, are you able to actually secure a knockout, right? But first of all, Volcarona already is at +2, so it is going to be fairly offensive. You do resist the fire type attacks at least, right? So that's helpful. And it like the Volcarona does have that +1 defense boost, but I'm not sure it's surviving an attack. I think the main thing to debate about here is like, oh, do you think it'll go for a potential Terra, right? But you could always go for Aqua Step onto that slot relatively safely. But we're seeing a Helping Hand potential here to just try to KO Rillaboom. I like it.
All we need is a Grassy Glide and Heat Wave or something to negate this. So we'll see if they go for the Telegraph play.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Reading the Protect on Volcarona a second time. And look like Close Combat does not miss. Grassy Glide gonna take Quack. Oh, not even down to Sash. So we see the Close Combat come out. Is this gonna knock it out? Ooh.
Does get the KO, but how are you beating Volcarona is the question, right? Like, I think for James, he was like, look, this is a pretty safe play. Clef could have gone for a Follow Me there, of course, but like, okay, it gets the Moxie boost, but the problem is like Volcarona is still at +2 speed, and so yeah, like you called out, Grassy Glide Heat Wave there also could have just been absolutely nasty, but I like think James is now in a great spot where yeah, you get the Incineroar for free, and this is the downside of the Clefable, right? Like it's just not able to do very much. Volcarona is like, hey, yeah, you have Unaware, you ignore my boost, but I don't care because I can just target what is next to Clefable.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, it was almost like better to maybe not KO that Rillaboom that turn and just go for the Follow Me, because then you would still kept the Sash intact. The Clefable would have been the one to take damage, so you aren't being threatened by the Heat Wave now, which the Clefable is not able to help the Quackable get through. So yeah, now it's a really tricky position. You could go for the Detect here, but and the one nice thing about Clefable is that it ignores the special defense boost of the Volcarona, but Moonblast is already being resisted anyways, so yeah, it's just not looking so promising. We see the double protect here to get through the fake outs as James switches out and maybe goes for the bait.
Ursaluna coming out here. One thing to call out, by the way, is there is that upper hand, but like it's just not going to be super impactful here, right? And so James probably recognizing that, saying my Volcarona can like solo the game by itself, honestly. And so I don't want to take that damage with Incineroar. Yeah, it's happy to just launch a Heat Wave. Now, if you were to miss the Heat Wave, I feel like that is the path back into this game, right? And so if Heat Wave misses, you're able to knock out the Volcarona. Maybe it's still doable, but yeah, I think this Volcarona has just been like so well set up from turn 1. And even though that Draco Meteor miss was unfortunate to start the game, it's like Volcarona actually feels like the main threat, right? And it's like kind of difficult to knock it out very quickly. And James has also done a nice job of actually saving his Terra as well. Like, I think there was the opportunity to go for it, but he was like, I don't think you're going to go for a Dragon-type attack into me because I have the Fairy Terra and the threat of it. And this is what we were talking about actually before the game even started, right? Like, the threat of Fairy into the Dragapult. And so, yeah, I think the key thing right now is, will Heat Wave miss?
And the 10% chance really could bail them out because Volcarona is the only Pokemon left that has a spread move. So Clefable at full health just needs to dodge this Heat Wave, and yeah, this Clefable might be able to support the rest of the team moving forward. Will miss! So yeah, now the Quackle goes down and gets the burn to boot. Yeah, it's I think maybe Adi will want to start thinking about their game plan going to game 2 for the rest of the game 1.
Yeah, so my question to you, Yuki, we're going to see a Moonblast first, but it's just not doing that much. And it's like, it would be nice if you were to get a special attack drop, and if Grassy Terrain didn't exist, it's like, oh, you would whittle away at it, but the Grassy Terrain is what makes this such a nasty combination where, like, you can cycle between Quiver Dances and Protects and then, like, just heal back up, right? And so it essentially feels like kind of having, like, a hidden leftovers, right?
And now it's being set up again.
Yeah, and it's Rillaboom, which is definitely not the Pokemon you want into Volcarona, so I think we should see Volcarona kind of run away with this game. There is the Fire Terror to at least get around it, but like Incineroar can so easily pivot out and then come back out once again, and intimidating the Rillaboom just makes it so much less effective. It might take a couple of turns for James, I think, to get to a win, but it just feels really difficult because yeah, Rillaboom, it's gonna do, it needs to do too much damage here, and I don't think it has enough turns for it, but the Fire Terror at least keeps you around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think if we can get a little bit lucky on reads, a little bit lucky on critical hits, then there might be a way to turn this around. But yeah, it's just the Pokemon count is a little bit too unfavorable here.
It's going to be a Terra to come out here, of course, onto the Rillaboom. And so Fire Terra plus that Assault Vest does make it handle Volcarona very nicely. But of course, this now means that you are potentially weak to the Earth Power from Ursaluna. Going to be the Helping Hand here. I'm not even sure Helping Hand high horsepower is enough to knock out the Volcarona, but let's see. It's just going to be the Heat Wave to come out. Does connect, and it's doing very reasonable damage here, honestly, after getting those boosts. And so Incineroar now will be able to also potentially pivot out, for example, and get a parting shot off. High horsepower comes out, and it's not even enough to get the knockout.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the last opportunity they had. It still would have been pretty difficult because this Incineroar would have been pivoting out. Ursaluna would be coming back. I believe James still has the ability to Terrastallize, so the Ursaluna wouldn't even be that weak to the Wood Hammer. So yeah, it might. Yeah, I think we still need. What do you think about game 2 adjustments here, Aaron?
Clefable just like felt like it was a liability for most of the game, right? Yeah. Like it was nice for Helping Hand, but the thing is, even if Helping Hand Draco Meteor went off on turn 1, it's like then you're at -2 Dragapult, and then Volcarona gets like you can bring out the Rillaboom, right, and then just go for like Fake Out plus Nasty Plot or Fake Out Quiver Dance, for example. You might not even need to Fake Out because it's like you're already -2 at that point, and so I think the start was unfortunate for Adi, but like the focus should be Volcarona and really hitting it and pressuring it early, and so I actually think like the Quackable as a lead can be an interesting option because at least you maybe like force the Terra out of Volcarona early, and then you also pressure with like a lot of damage, and so you've got Stellar, you've got potential Helping Hand support as well. That's the main Pokemon I'm looking at, but yeah, James, I think just playing this very safely. You switch the Incineroar back in, just keep stacking these Intimidates, make sure that the Rillaboom just can't do a lot of damage, and like I said, it might take a couple turns, but it feels like James should have this game locked up.
Yeah, and now it's at the point where maybe the Volcarona could feint even this turn, and just based on the amount of damage the Terrastallize is already being used. But yeah, I guess James playing very conservatively, not even letting that happen.
Okay, I like it, but yeah, like basically like Adi made what was the absolute best play he could have, and it still was only what, like 35% onto Incineroar, and so like this is what makes it so challenging because Incineroar at this point itself will also do a fair bit of damage, right? And so James is like willing to play safe because he's like, even if you read me every turn, like I think I'm probably still okay, but I don't know. I'm like trying to think, is there any world in which it's like if Adi manages to crit every single attack right now, like maybe there's a world in which he can blow it up. But yeah, the Fake Out here is really safe and just denies the real damage, and Heat Waves continue to connect here and just continues to chip away as well.
Yeah, the burn on Clefable actually might be pretty non-trivial at this point. See the Moonblast, again, ignoring the special defense boost, and it's a critical hit. That's probably the worst timing for the critical hit, but yeah.
It was everything you could have asked for, the crit and the special attack drop.
Right.
But I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I think it would have been maybe a little bit different if the Terrasalization could have like been baited out a little bit earlier. I think the move choice on the Quackable is interesting to me because even though it's a very non-standard Pokemon, I think the standard move set would be to have the Aqua Step, the Close Combat, the Detect, and then have Aqua Jet over the upper hand. And I think that actually makes a big deal because that made the Volcarona say, oh yeah, like, you don't have a priority move that can hit me. And you'll have to use your regular attacks like of Aqua Step to get through me, but James did a good job of preventing that from happening. So maybe if that Aqua Jet existed, then the Volcarona could have been baited into Terrasalizing to Fairy, but because that threat wasn't even there, the Ursaluna can probably close out with the electric Terrasalization.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Adi, he's still playing it out because if you can get these critical hits, like maybe there's a chance, and he did have like 2 very favorable turns, like as good as they could have been for the last 2, and this gives you some more time to think about the next game, but Heat Waves continue to hit, and yeah, James hasn't missed one yet, which is pretty darn good when you click it for that long. Well, there's another crit, but that one not necessary.
Yeah, so I guess the Incineroar hasn't moved yet. Maybe we'll see it go for a parting shot, or it goes for a knockoff. Not enough to pick up the Clefable, and thanks to the grassy terrain that was actually set up by Adi, it looked like it was actually not favorable for him because the Volcarona would keep healing, but now the Clefable is actually able to stay around, and I think we have at least a turn or 2 more of grassy terrain left.
Yeah, and so the Ursaluna now, of course, does get to come out. Terra hasn't been committed, so very safe to just go for that Electric Terra with it, which is... Now it's like, okay, even Helping Hand Wood Hammer, let's say it gets a critical hit onto the Electric Terra Ursaluna. My guess is it doesn't get the knockout, but maybe. But then you still have to deal with the Incineroar as well. Like, Helping Hand High Horsepower earlier, we saw how much that did. Like, Incineroar is going to, like, get knockoff and knockoff, right? The key thing to know here is there's no Flare Blitz on it. It's running Taunt, which is why we saw the knockoff into the Clef. But yeah, I think it's still basically you're just staring down so much offense.
Is there a way if Audi gets 2 critical hits in a row and calls like a Protect from Ursaluna?
Yeah, it's like Helping Hand High Horsepower critical hit into the Incin right now, but the Ursaluna just Terras. And yeah, so I think like for James, like he's like even if you were to crit one of the two, it's fine because like the other Pokemon is still dishing out damage, right? But it's definitely not like a 0% chance. It's just so slim here. And High Horsepower comes out. And that's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. And yeah, with no redirection available here, I think we're going to see, maybe one more turn we'll have because this Ursaluna does not have access to Hyper Voice. So yeah, it'll be Clefable versus the World here.
So what would you do, Yuki? Like, we saw how good Volcarona was for James in this early game.
Yeah.
What's the adjustment to basically scare it from turn 1?
I think what's interesting to me is like is Audi, I think there's a mistake you can make where you say, oh, because I missed a relatively accurate move on first turn, I got very unlucky, and that's why I lost. So I'm just going to go for the same thing again. I'm going to go for Helping Hand, Draco Meteor into Incineroar, assuming it's the same leads from both players in game 2. But I think that's probably incorrect, right? I think what you talked about earlier was like, okay, even if the Draco Meteor did correct connect, it did KO the Incineroar, the Volcarona is already going to get a Quiver Dance set up. And after that, not only does it have a special defense boost, but it also has access to the Fairy Terra. So even if they go for Draco Meteor again, they can completely negate it by just going for that Terra Fairy and then probably get a second Quiver Dance off. So to me, it seems like a mistake to go for the exact same game plan. Like there's just no way that it would work out. So I think it's interesting to me to figure out, okay, is Audi going to notice that or are they just going to go for the same thing again? And like you said, in terms of like how to actually adjust well to this, like how do you stop the Volcarona from going too crazy, right? I think the Quackleval up front makes it a little bit harder for James to do that very comfortably.
Yeah.
It might be faster depending on how the Volcarona is trained. We're pretty confident that the Quackleval is probably trained to be very, very fast because it has a Focus Sash item. So to me, it's about like how can you bait out the terrestrializations early on without letting the Volcarona get too crazy. Because if you get the terrestrialization out on the Volcarona on James' side, the Clefable able to ignore the both offensive and defensive boost from the Volcarona. The Moonblast actually probably kind of add up. I was actually pretty surprised by how much damage it did earlier, even though it was a resisted attack.
Totally, yeah. I think one of the tough things about this matchup for Audi is it's like even if you were to bait out the Terra on Volcarona, there's no like way to really take advantage of it because you don't have like a Steel type attack, for example, to hit for super effective.
Right.
And so yeah, like to me, if I'm Audi, I think if you're gonna bring Clefable, it needs to be out when like Volcarona has Terra, and if it hasn't, then it's just not doing as much. And he has his own Volcarona, right? So he could say, hey, I'm just gonna do what you did, and I'm gonna, match you basically. But what is tricky about Audi's Volcarona is that there is no Heat Wave, and so I think like that makes things a little bit more complicated for it. Like it's single target. And then I think the other tough thing about Volcarona is it's like when you're staring down Incineroar from the opposing end, you're just not doing a ton of damage to it either. But yeah, I don't know. I think it could be an interesting adjustment here.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that both players, their way to hit Incineroar hard with Volcarona is to terrestrialize with the Terra Electric over on Audie's end and the Terra Fairy on James' end. But we see the leads come out, so it's the Fake Out and Volcarona mirror. Which side would you say is favored, Aaron?
I think I like James' situation a little bit more because you get that Intimidate off into Rillaboom. Audi, of course, has a faster Fake Out here, but at the same time, like I think as we actually see the order in which the Grassy Seeds activate as well, so Audi's going first on his Volcarona. Intimidate comes out here as well, and so yeah, I mean, if you've got the faster Volcarona here and you can kind of just outmatch James's Volcarona, like, I think that would be very powerful. I think we might just see, like, Fake Out and both Volcaronas go for Quiver Dance here on turn 1. And then is where, like, where do we go from here afterwards, right? I think, yeah, the main tricky thing is Volcarona needs a lot of boosts in order to be able to pick up, like, one-hit knockouts.
Right.
And so my question is, okay, Audi gets this Quiver Dance off, but then where do you go from there, right? Like, are you going to go for the Electric Terra Blast and just start Terra Blasting like the Incineroar? Because otherwise Incineroar can also just be a nuisance.
Yeah, I think this is where both players need to start thinking about, okay, do I want to start chipping out the Volcarona and focus on that? Or do I want to focus on chipping down the partners and basically say, okay, I'm going to make sure my Volcarona is going to be the one that's going to come out on top at the end? And there's always like the worry about the critical hits. I think this is the battle of the critical hits, Aaron. It's like, if you get one crit off on maybe even the partner, I think that could be game ending for both players. So I think they're on thin ice here.
Yeah, I think super good point. Especially because I think both players at this point, it feels like they are already investing all in on Volcarona, right? And Incineroar right now, it's not going to do a ton of damage because its only offense is the knockoff, but of course it could go for a parting shot. We actually see the back two Pokemon, so Dragapult has been dropped. Clefable is still there as well. The question is, when do you decide to start attacking versus just Quiver Dancing? Because for both players right now, you could just click Quiver Dance again.
Yeah, I think James likes his position a little bit better because he's able to threaten the Heat Wave, and that'll do a lot of damage to Rillaboom. So you either have to switch out, or you have to Trash Slide, which you probably don't want to do. Like, you probably want to say that for Volcarona so you have more options. Ooh, switching to the Quacklevel, so definitely risking losing the Focus Sash here, which could be a pretty big deal. Because as soon as you lose the Focus Sash, then you could go down to that Grassy Glide. So we'll see. Maybe Audi is just saying, yeah, you're going to keep Quiver Dancing. Like, I'm going to keep my Focus Sash, and now I'm going to, threaten a big damage onto your Volcarona.
Let's see. I think, like, you could Quiver Dance, you could Heat Wave pretty easily. Yeah, both are just going to trade here. But then this is why I was like, oh, man, James's Incineroar feels like scarier, right? Because it's like the Rillaboom is threatened offensively, and the Incineroar here is able to parting shot.
Yes,
so
this is a big deal.
Exactly, yeah. It's like this battle of Volcarona versus Volcarona, but now you've dropped the Volcarona special attack to just +1, and, like, Volcarona at some point needs to start doing damage as well, and so I think James is like, hey, my Volcarona was the star of the last game, and now it is at +2.
Yeah.
He's probably pretty happy about this, and yeah, like you said, now you're threatened by Grassy Glide. It's like the same situation where it's like, okay, Grassy Glide plus Heat Wave can, of course, just knock out the Quackable right now, and you could protect, but then if you protect, the Volcarona could get another Quiver Dance off, right? You could go, like, fake out into the Volcarona Terra with your Volcarona Quiver Dance, for example, and so at some point, Audie's got to start doing damage, but I'm not sure like he has the favorable situation after these first couple turns. Like, I would much rather be in James's shoes right now.
Yeah, I thought James, like, it felt like the lead looked pretty similar, but James just has such an advantage because of the ability to have Parting Shot. Like, you're basically putting Audie on one turn behind now, right? Because you have one less special attack boost. So I think that was a really good lead on James' end. Ooh. But I think the difference here is that Rillaboom has to decide between faking out the Quackable and the Volcarona as it switches back actually into Incineroar. So this could be a pretty passive turn. I imagine there's no way that James is risking the Volcarona here. So most likely going for a protect, but no! Wow, that's a huge risk.
Wait, okay, fascinating play by both ends, right?
Yes.
Like, and Heat Wave connects. Oh my goodness, yeah, we don't see a Terror from Volcarona, but the close combat into the Incineroar slot, gets the knockout. So, like, wow, this was just a crazy turn, right? Because like the obvious play or the threat of like Grassy Glide Heat Wave, that would have just knocked out the Quackable, maybe, and that felt like the only real answer to Volcarona. Quackable, there also had the opportunity to attack the Volcarona, but it didn't. But I think because James's Volcarona ends up not getting damaged this turn, it's still pretty good for him. Like, yes, you got the knockout onto the Incineroar, but now Rillaboom can just come back out once again, right? But yeah, very flashy play, and I like Audie recognizing this is not that good of a matchup. I'm gonna have to make some big plays here. We've got the upper hand actually, right? And so yeah, that's super, super interesting as well.
It's a lot of mind games, yeah. Because it is. If you're gonna risk the upper, if you're gonna go for the reading the upper hand, you can't go for fake out, and you also can't go for Grassy Glide. But then if you don't go for those moves and Quackable attacks, I think the Volcarona actually had, based on the damage from the first time, I think Heat Wave doesn't take care of it, so they actually have to invest a single target attack into the Quackable. Oh, but they did the close combat,
defense
so,
drop.
Okay,
yeah,
so maybe it's a little bit more straightforward. I don't know.
Seems like you could always
have enough time to talk about this back here. I don't know how the players are going to be able to digest
Okay, it's going to be the upper hand. Will we see it work? It's like such a variable. And it actually does end up working out. Okay. And because Rillaboom didn't Terra, like, hey, yeah, Fiery Dance comes out now. Audie's offense is going off. He's gotten 2 knockouts.
And we don't get the special attack boost, which would be the one way to get through the parting shot, but yeah, all of a sudden, okay, so now it's a 4v2, I believe, right? Like, this is like completely different from the first game.
Yeah, and if Ursaluna is the last one, well, hey, like the special defense boosts on Audie's end do add up. I felt like James was in a really great spot, but then like not getting the knockout. It's actually going to be Ninetales here. Yeah, I mean, now I really favor Adi's shoes, honestly. Like,
yes.
That close combat play to like knock out the Incineroar was fantastic, and then I think James going for another Quiver Dance that last turn rather than going for a knockout. Like, his Volcarona is still kind of like the final raid boss, right? You do have to knock it out, but I like how Adi's approach is like, I'm just going to keep targeting around you, basically.
Yes.
I think what Adi is also really hoping for is to force the Terra out, because once that Volcarona Terras, then the Clefable Moonblast is so much more impactful from an offensive perspective, and so I think James, maybe recognizing that, took a pretty big risk to not Terra earlier. I'm wondering if the Terra does end up coming out right now, though, and I like the decision to just pivot in the Clef in this current moment.
But you know what we said in the beginning of this broadcast, if there's a blizzard, there's a way.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And also, like, if you're James, you probably don't feel the need to Terra, because you're like, I can just Heat Wave, and I outspeed you, and yeah, that's why he doesn't go for it. And so, it's pretty good damage.
A lot of damage.
Yeah.
So we see the Fire Dance come out here, going to get the Ninetales down to the Focus Sash, so this might be the blizzard that decides it all. If we can get at least one freeze, it's a pretty big deal. We got a special attack boost, okay. Oh! So we see it disabled, so the Fire Dance is disabled, so now they can only go for Terra Blast for the defensive move.
I just, like, I could literally see James's Volcarona 1v4ing this game. Like, it is just so, it's doing a lot of damage right now. You've also blocked the Heat Wave. Like, the disable's really cool, right? Because it's like, or the Fiery Dance, that's like the main means of offense. You can still, of course, go for that Terra Blast to finish off Ninetales, but then essentially means, like, your Volcarona is just not going to do very well into James's Volcarona. So even though James is down in terms of Pokemon count, like, his Volcarona is still set up, and the question is, how will you ever do enough damage to it, right?
Yeah, the disable actually positions the, James Volcarona really well, because now, if you Terrasilize, you actually do less damage, right? And to get the same type of attack bonus. And if you don't Terrasilize, you do neutral damage, but you don't get the same type of attack bonus. And, you know, both sides have a lot of special defense boosts. So, yeah, like you said, they might be able to run away with the game.
Well, this is going to be really interesting. Okay, Terra Blast and Protect being the play let's locked here. So Clefable's protecting, Ninetales thus is not protecting. Heat Wave is going to come out. How much does it do to Volcarona? If it gets the knockout, it's going to be really tough for Adi, I think, here. But it survives with 1 HP!
Wow! Terra Blast comes out taking care of the Ninetales, so now it is a 4v1.
But it is the problem Pokemon from the last game, right? It's like, okay, you've knocked everything else out, but I've got 3 special attack boosts, 3 special defense boosts. I am faster than everything. I mean, if James misses a Heat Wave, right, especially onto the Quackable, like, I think that could be absolutely huge. But yeah, this is still kind of tricky because the Volt can just keep going for, well, it's actually going to be another Quiver Dancer instead of Heat Wave. Okay, but I like that because right now you recognize that the opposing Volcarona does absolutely nothing, right? So it's like, at worst, you just eat up a Moonblast and a Terra Blast, and that's fine.
And I think one like really small detail that becomes a big deal here is that James actually has 1 more Quiver Dance than Adi does.
Yes.
And that means if they keep trading Quiver Dances until, let's say, the the Disable is freed from the Adi side, then the Heat Wave is always going to come first from the Volcarona over on James's side. So I think that one turn to decide not to attack and go for Quiver Dance instead was a huge deal for James.
And yeah, I just like, I keep thinking about the turn where like Volcarona ended up not tearing and then the Quackable had the ability to like target that slot. It's like, this would, I would say this would be a 1 game for Adi if the Volcarona teared. Even without the Terra, and the Heat Waves will come out, okay? Yeah, it's like still doing pretty good damage, right? And so now my other question is, are you boosted enough where you can one-shot the Quackable when it comes back out? I think it probably is yes, but if a special attack drop comes out right now, that could be huge. No drop.
And yeah, there's no grassy terrain right now, so the Quackable can't keep, trying to get some, like, pseudo leftovers recovery. So you have to go out with the Rillaboom first. Yeah, no Translation committed yet, so the Terra Fire looks really, really good on the Rillaboom, being able to resist both the Terra Fairy potential, Terra Blast coming out from the Volcarona and the Heat Wave, but the Volcarona has a lot of stacks on it. I wonder if maybe Volcarona should have kept Quiver Dancing until the Disable was expiring, because I think there's at least 1 more turn of Disable.
Yeah, and I do like this endgame for Adi, because with that Fire Terra specifically, now you have 2 things that can take Heat Wave pretty well, and so the Volcarona will be able to heal back, obviously, a little bit with Grassy Terrain, but it's like Helping Hand plus the high horsepower does add up, right? And it's like, by the nature of that, I think Adi probably should be able to win. It's just like, I don't know, the Volt will be able to like cycle through Protects. It's just, how much will Heat Wave do, right, to a Fire Terra Rillaboom with Assault Vest? My guess is, I don't know, 25, 30% maybe. But then you also get the luxury of your own Grassy Terrain. So I think Audi saving this endgame, committing the Terra to Rillaboom was really, really smart.
I almost wonder if it was like a better reposition to have the Quaffable come in for the Clefable now, because now you can threaten like 2 really strong physical attacks as the Volcarona like continues to heal with the grassy terrain. So it really comes down to like the damage race, right? Like, is the Volcarona with all these boosts going to be able to do enough damage to the Rillaboom before the Rillaboom can KO it with the high horsepower through the grassy terrain recoveries?
Yeah, and then the other thing is at some point James could say, hey, I'm not going to go for Heat Wave, right? Like I could go for the Terra Blast instead.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you commit that Terra, then Moonblast suddenly actually becomes a much bigger liability,
and Grassy
right?
Glide does a lot more to
exactly,
you too, so
yeah.
that'd be a huge gamble. We also see the Your Time come ticking down over on Audie's end, so that's a different win condition he has to keep in mind here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this definitely feels pretty tense right now because I feel like at some point James is like, I'm gonna go for the Fairy Terra, but at what point do you go for that, right?
Yeah.
And it's not gonna be this turn, okay.
So Helping Hand, we're gonna see probably the Volcarona attack first. Oh, the
just
regular
a regular Terra Blast, okay. Oh my god, okay, that's a lot.
Okay.
That's a lot.
The high
Oh,
horsepower.
that's also a lot. This is so tense.
So both players did like just too little damage to get like a 2-hit KO, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
But it still makes you like worried, right? Because it's like, okay, based on damage rolls, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the next one. Like, should I go for the Follow Me to account for the Terra Blast? But if I do that, then I don't get the Helping Hand boost. And if they go for Heat Wave, then it doesn't really matter anyways. So there's a lot of mind games on both ends. I don't think it's a very easy turn for either player here.
Yeah, this is like really tense because like it feels like Audi has a pretty good defense right now, but yeah, like we don't see regular Terra Blast come out very often, but James specifically does not want to go for the Fairy Terra.
Actually, this might be the pivotal turn because I think 2 Heat Waves actually might KO the Rillaboom.
Yeah.
Although we see it retreat, so I think Heat Wave definitely would pick up the Quaffable here. So maybe banking on the fact that it's going to go for a Terra Blast.
Oh, that's
a huge miss. Oh, wow. Actually, maybe you liked that because then you have more turns to recover from Grassy Terrain before Rillaboom comes back in. And if you stall out the Grassy Terrain, then when the Rillaboom comes back in,
you have no more recovery.
Yes, you get more recovery.
Oh,
but
okay.
that's a big special attack drop. Do you think
huge,
Heat Wave
right?
will knock out the Quaffable
I don't
here?
think so. No, it's like the fact that it missed and you got the special attack drop means that I think you can just go for Follow Me now into Aqua Step. Ooh, okay, but considering double protect, yep, stall out a turn.
Does James go for the Quiver Dance here? How crazy would that be? Okay, so we see the double protect come out over on Audie's side. Do you see the Quiver Dance?
Right?
Does he go for the read? Oh, okay.
That's more recovery on the Quackable. And one of the key things here is like Heat Wave is going to miss, right? Like when you're using it for so much. That was like the first miss that we saw, but definitely
Which
a big
quite
one.
surprising. I think
Seriously,
like, probabilistically that was probably very unlikely. So yeah, maybe just gotten pretty lucky so far and missed out the pretty crucial step here.
Yeah, here we go. Follow Me plus the Aqua Step now. Feel safe.
I think you have to go for the Heat Wave here, right? You can't really afford to go for Terra Blast.
Yes. Let's see. Does it? Yep, it is.
Okay.
Is it going to do enough? Oh, it's not. Yep.
Wow. No burn. Okay. Well, that's definitely the game right there. Yeah.
That was really tense. Like,
wow.
I have to say that one turn where it was close combat to knock out the Incineroar as it came in, that was like huge, right? Because it kind of stopped the bleeding from the fake out, and then also getting the Aqua Step off into the Rillaboom in that game. Like Aqua Step, like you said, creates all these mind games, right? And yeah, James ends up just losing both of his fake out users really quickly in like consequent turns.
Right.
And so I really like this. I think Audi recognizes, like, look, I am not going to be able to knock out your Volcarona very easily. Like, even if I force a Terra out, I'm going to need a lot of turns to deal with it.
Yes.
So the game kind of, like, let me just knock everything else around it was, I think, really smart.
Right.
I think James can probably be like, okay, maybe I don't lean into that opportunity and give you, like, these knockouts as easily as he did, right? Because he, like, could have cycled in and cycled out again. But Audi recognizing, look, I have to go for this 1 HP survival as well. Oh, my goodness. Getting that Terra Blast off to finish the Ninetales. Ninetales could have stuck around, of course, for a little bit longer.
Yes.
You still have to face that
was really cool though.
Yeah,
because that was really positioned Volcarona better. I just really wish maybe James had gone for one more Quiver Dance.
One more,
that could be a big difference. 'Cause if that one Quiver Dance had happened, even with that miss, right? Like it survived on 18 HP. Like I think one more Quiver Dance could have done it.
Totally. Yeah, that was super tense. But I like that Audi found a solution around it, right?
Right.
And it was interesting to see like Ninetales as the final Pokemon as well, because I think like we were talking about Basket Legion before this game. Like it does feel like it could be pretty scary in terms of its offense, and with that Choice Scarf, you do outpace things, right?
And now they play brought their Ghost types this time. That's true.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think what both players are thinking is, okay, I want to bring Volcarona and then 3 Pokemon that like cannot be damaged that much by it.
Yeah.
I think Rillaboom's maybe the exception because it has the access to fake out. So over on Audie's end, brought the Clefable because of the unaware ability. You can kind of ignore it. However, I'm not really convinced by Clefable, Aaron. I feel like it didn't, like the redirection of option, I feel like is not as good as having Incineroar, which also resists the heat waves, but also has the ability to do parting shot to slow them down. I think that's probably a little bit more valuable now.
Yeah, totally. And like, I was thinking like Quackavolt lead could be pretty cool, right? Because you do pressure with that upper hand into fake out users and potentially force the Volcarona Terra, in which then Clefable I think would be stronger. It's going to be Incineroar and Volcarona once again, and we're actually just running it back here, but man, I would have loved to see Quackavolt over the Rillaboom here, I think.
So yeah, we have the Grassy Train being set up, so both Volcaronas are going to start healing from the get-go. What is the adjustment? Like, are we just going to trade fake outs and go for
from there again? Yeah.
Dance? Yeah.
I felt like James was in such an advantageous position in the early game, and so of game 2. So I'm thinking like it's maybe the way that you're cycling the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, and maybe you brought a different fourth option. Maybe the Ninetales hits the field a little bit sooner. Right? I think it's just like Audie gave up a lot. Or James gave up a lot in consequent turns, and we're actually seeing a very different play here.
What I was going to say is, what if James goes for the Terra Ghost on the Incineroar?
Ooh.
Like, both players didn't really need their Terras.
Yeah, James didn't Terra that last game, right?
So I was thinking, okay, that would be a crazy move, right? Because like losing that fake out would be like, because then you could party shot immediately, like you lose the tempo very quick. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Audie went for the fake out into the Volcarona, but now, yeah, the Flame Body. Oh, we see the Terastallization, so it is coming out over. So the Terrifier from the Rillaboom. So I guess probably not wanting to get hit by the Heat Wave immediately.
Yeah, and it feels safe on turn 1, and now you can switch Rillaboom back in more easily.
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Did you just call it, Yuki?
Yeah, Audie going for the huge heads-up play, not falling for the bait on the Ghost Terastallization. So. You know, that's like a wasted Terastallization, right? Like now you're going to take Fairy Dances for a lot of damage.
It's not even, I would say just wasted it. It actually puts you in a really tough spot because now you are more vulnerable.
And you can get Flame Bodied. Oh, no. Okay. So yeah, it was a trade of fake outs like we talked about, but...
I like the attempt by James because like you said, like, okay, you didn't Terra the last game, might as well. Right. It just means that now this Incineroar is a little bit more of a liability. Yeah, and like, it means, I'm curious what James has in the back, right? Because it's like, let's say you brought that Ursaluna or that Basculegion. Well, not being able to Terra either of those makes this Rillaboom on Audie's end so much stronger. And so, okay, we'll see. Like, the Ghost Terra, I think, would have been nice if Audie just ran it back with the same play, ends up not going for it. No one's set up yet, so might be time to go for some Quiver Dances because the Audie actually hovering over the Fiery Dance option. Just trying to get some damage off immediately before the Quiver Dance from James as Volcarona goes off.
I think James' side it's a little bit straightforward. You probably want to go for Quiver Dance, you probably want to go for Parting Shot.
Yeah.
What does Audie do?
He's running out of time too.
Oh, okay. Going for the KO. Okay.
I don't think this is gonna knock it out though, right?
I don't think so, yeah. Like, yeah, minus like.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's pseudo Quiver Dance, mini Quiver Dance happening. Okay, so we have Quiver Dance happening on James's end. How much does Woodhammer do? Because getting it just into like a Heat Wave range, or sorry, a Fiery Dance range would be impactful, but okay, down to the red.
10%. Probably Parting Shot, right?
Parting Shot. Oh, into the Rillaboom. Okay. That's interesting. So probably red a Protect on Volcarona, because I don't see why else you would want to do that.
Yeah, I think from James's end, it's like Parting Shot into Incineroar at least is guaranteed, and you always get to give it out. Whereas if you Parting Shot into Volcarona, Volcarona protects, you eat up a Woodhammer, suddenly Incineroar stuck in the field. There it is!
Yeah.
It's Basculegion coming out here, so that, I think, as an adaptation, makes a lot of sense from James. You've also baited out the Fire Terra now.
Yes.
So, this is going to be able to threaten with a lot of damage. But, of course, there is
no Incineroar.
Yeah.
So this is actually a big deal. Wow, it looks so good for Audie turn 1, but just with this Pokemon adaptation, it feels flipped to me. Like, how do you... Like, you're not going to do that much damage to the Basculegion, especially since you don't have Quiver Dance set up, right? Like, this Basculegion is going to be faster. So what are you going to do to, like, get around this, you know, Wave Crash or, like, Flip Turn being threatened? Like, you have to bring in Clefable.
Yep.
Are you going to risk it and, like, not protect again? Like...
Yeah, I like this attempt. I think part of the thing is Basculegion is sometimes like a self-destructive Pokemon in the sense that it does eat up a lot of damage, and now James has committed the Terra to Incineroar. So Grass, like, I think Audie's like, look, my goal is to get you to Grassy Glide KO range, right?
Yeah.
I'm at -2 right now. It doesn't make that much sense to like stay in.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see James' Volcarona get a Quiver Dance off. Let's see what Basculegion went for. Because Rillaboom is still kind of the big threat, and it's gonna be the flip turn here. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, because Unaware able to ignore the stat increases and decreases, but not able to ignore abilities like adaptability, bringing you a lot of extra firepower. We see the Incineroar come back out here, not having any impact with the Intimidate, but yeah, depending on what the Volcarona does, it might not be for longer, but we see the Quiver Dance come up. So, okay, so now we see the Volcarona over on James and looking pretty good, right? Because you threatened the fake out over onto the Volcarona on Audie's side, and you have a pretty free Quiver Dance for James' end, and I think you have to just go for Moonblast and hope that you get special attack drop, or you can go for the KO and then Incineroar.
Yeah, really subtle, by the way, but to like go for Volcarona and stay in with it and just Quiver Dance in front of the Basculegion, really nice play, right?
Yeah.
I think James was like probably hoping to knock out that Rillaboom. If Audie gave up that Rillaboom, I think James would be in a really, really good spot.
Yeah.
But Audie's conserved it, so nicely done. And the Moonblast will finish off the Incineroar. So yeah, this is where I think like the decision to Terra Incineroar just has like punished James a little bit, right? Like he didn't get anything. He banked it all in basically on turn 1 to try to get a huge advantage. Didn't get that advantage.
Yeah.
And it makes things a little bit trickier for him now.
But the other punish on Terrastalizing is also on Audie's end, because not having the ability to Terra Electric, Terra Blast means this Basculegion is going to take very little damage from this Volcarona no matter how many Quiver Dance you set up. Like you can set up +6 Quiver Dance, and I still don't know if a Heat Wave would KO, right? Like has a lot of HP. Like, I think this Basculegion is the star of the show here. So
it is, yeah.
How does Audie get through that?
And it's like, it's the start of the show, and it doesn't even need to be clicking Wave Crash or Last Respects, right?
Just
it's like
flipping turn over and over.
Exactly, because like, the fact that you baited out the Terra means like flip turn Heat Wave feels really free, right? Like there's no real defensive play into it, and so I love the switch into the Basculegion. I think it was super, super smart. Like James was like, I need a little bit more offense. I didn't really get that from any of my other contributing members in the previous game. Basculegion, just such a perfect adaptation here. So yeah, let's see.
Oh, that's a huge protect. What is James gonna go for? Did they read that? Are they gonna go for a water type attack into the Volcarona? We first see the Heat Wave come out.
Oh, okay,
that's
misses,
a big miss.
But flip turn probably still gets that knockout.
Okay, so we see the Fire Dance. So probably, like, most certainly in Grassy Glide range now. Okay, yeah, definitely in Grassy Glide range now with no Intimidate.
Okay.
Oh, the flip turn into the Volcarona. Is he gonna get the Flame Body activation? No.
That actually did a little bit less than I expected, but of course it is the defense Grassy Seed boost that keeps it around, and so, ooh, this is so tense, but the fact that you've gotten that damage on a Basculegion is nice, right? To put it in Grassy Glide KO range.
Yeah, but now you're in this, like, this is what I'm talking about. This Clefable's such a liability. Like, you almost want it to, like, just, like, you know, self-destruct and go boom, and then now you can bring in, like, a Problem or something, right? It's, like, such a liability. Now it's, like, you can keep faking out
Quiver
the
Dance
partner
again.
Quiver Dance. Like, you can't really stop that. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's great that the Basculegion is now in Grassy Glide range, but I don't even know if that matters, especially even with Audie having the Pokemon advantage. Like, you just can't stop this Volcarona.
It feels so tense. Like, I think I favor James's position. Especially because, once again, his Volcarona has been able to, like, get a couple of these boosts. Right, and like you said, the Clefable just being such a liability right now, and, like, it just, isn't really winning these favorable trade-offs. No fake outs. This might just be I mean, it's going to be a ton of damage coming out. And the Clefable just going to Moonblast in return,
So no Grassy Terrain, and we're going to get the Citrus Berry. So most likely this Clefable is going to make it through the turn, but at what cost? Now you have a Quaquaval that could potentially come in.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot more damage
So much
than I
damage.
expected. Rillaboom's a very strong Pokemon. Okay, Moonblast coming out. I don't know, like, you have your Focus Sash still intact. There's no Grassy Glide option, but I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, it's like you're going to trade, essentially. I mean, you could close combat into the Rillaboom slot, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's... but then Basculegion could switch in for that slot.
Yeah, but the Rillaboom's still in the back, right? So it's actually not over by any means. Like, I don't think you can afford to let your Rillaboom go down this turn from close combat.
Yeah.
But you could also Helping Hand Aqua Step the Volcarona, right?
Yep.
So it's not straightforward. I think it's very
it's like
difficult.
do you like the two options I was mainly thinking of was the offensive options. Audie's just going for the defensive option. Does manage to bait out the Basculegion into switching in, but
if a close combat goes in there though, that's not good news.
Yep. I think
to detect.
So yeah, Audie's like, look, I just want to see if you're gonna switch out this turn.
Yeah.
The switch happened. Now where do we go from here is the question.
Yeah. Oh, actually, the speed order is actually very, very important here, right? Because the Volcarona is going to attack first before the Basque Legion. So even if you go for Follow Me, you're going to still lose your Sash, and you're still going to lose your Clefable.
Yeah.
So then the Basque Legion, surely like a pretty powerful Heat Wave plus Last Respects with one Pokemon fainted, that should pick up the Quabble. So actually, that was maybe a game-ending Double Protect there.
Yeah, it just puts Ani in such a difficult position now, right? Like, he had the opportunity. It like was kind of this read where it's like, okay, yeah, do you close combat, do you Aqua Step? But instead, by going for the defensive option, James gets to actually reposition for free. There's no punish there. Could have been that Helping Hand Aqua Step to KO Volcarona, and then you at least get rid of the
really hard to read that, right? And say like, oh, you're going to switch to the Basque Legion here. I'm going to Aqua Step and Boom Blast the Basque Legion.
I'm like thinking about it. It could have been like just a game-winning play though, right? If you knocked out the Volcarona, suddenly Basque Legion's out on the field, and it's just Helping Hand. But is Quackable gonna get an attack off, right?
Oh, is the Heat Wave gonna...
Oh, is it gonna miss?
Which one?
Oh my gosh!
Wow!
Whoa! I think if that hits, the game's just over, right? That's it.
That was the game. So wow, what does the Basque Legion go? It goes for Wave Crash. Okay, so it's gonna stay in here.
Oh.
It's not even a 2-hit KO. Okay.
And now
we're gonna see
the Aqua Step. So sick. Coming out into the Volcarona, enough for a one-hit knockout. And the speed boost now, the flame body activates. It's still fine, right? I think the thing is
I don't know, though, because with the burn, you're basically a little bit less than being at neutral, and I think the Rillaboom's coming back in.
Oh my goodness.
And with the burn, you're in Wave Crash range potentially, too.
Yeah.
So I think both players are going to bring in the Rillaboom. They're going to be able to...
Oh my goodness. This is so difficult. Because it's like, okay, first of all, whose Rillaboom is faster, right?
Right.
Ooh.
Okay, so... Oh, so can James go for... Okay, so I think James wants to go for a fake out into Adi's Rillaboom.
Yep.
What does the Basque Legion do? Because you can KO
there's
either
the upper
Pokemon.
hand. There's the upper hand.
Oh, that's true.
So you can stop the fake out or the Grassy Glide.
Okay.
Yep. But he doesn't go for it. Priority move. But you just get Grassy Glide out if you knock out Basque Legion, but Rillaboom now can, of course, go
and now
for
James'
a knockout.
Rillaboom is favored because it's not terrestrialized.
There's the one hammer. Okay, but now, it's Rillaboom versus Rillaboom 1v1. You have high horsepower, but is that enough? Because you've taken recoil here as well.
Yeah.
2 one hammers probably does it into the opposing Rillaboom.
But James's Rillaboom's faster.
Yep, it is faster.
So can you...
Like, does 2 high horsepower just KO? Like, will you survive one hammer and a glide, right?
Glide over on Adi's end. This is so close. It's all coming down to the damage calculation, folks. Which is stronger?
Okay, here we go. High horsepower, super effective. That's a lot of damage. Will Woodhammer into Grassy Glide get the knockout into this Rillaboom? Oh my goodness, it's so close!
But can James KO with Grassy Glide? That becomes the question now.
Oh, I want to say no. Like, I don't think James is going to get the knockout. Yeah, you go for the glide, you just hope to do enough damage.
Yeah.
This is what it comes down to, folks.
Oh, no.
Grassy Glide comes out, and it gets the knockout. Adi pulls it off. What a game to get us started here, Yuki. That was insane.
I don't know what to say.
It's like we started this game off with the miss, and then we end it with the miss as well. Of course, Adi needed the miss to come out that turn.
Yes.
If it doesn't come out, you get knocked out, you lose both your Pokemon, that's it. But wow!
It was just so back and forth. It's like at every turn in the last 5 turns, I think we were saying, oh, James is gonna win, oh, Adi's gonna win, oh, James is gonna win.
Yeah.
And it's just like, there's all these like small minutiae of like, oh, which Rillaboom is faster, oh, the upper hand exists. It's like, there's so many mind games, and I'm just so impressed by these players being able to think through all of this, because, I mean, we're behind the caster desk, like, you know, we have like water in hand, like, we're not up there, but like, they're processing this information like super fast in real time.
For Adi to have pulled it off, honestly, after game 1, like huge props to him. That was, and of course, like James was in such a good position, and unfortunately, that is the downside of the heat wave. Like, like James had a 90% chance to win the game in this turn that we're seeing right now. But Adi played to his outs, and managed to pull it off. That was just such a crazy. I was curious how game 1 would have played out if the Helping Hand Draco went off, because like we were talking about, I think it actually still wouldn't have been terrible for James, but. For Adi, like, his game plan worked out in game 2, where it's like, I'm just going to knock everything else out and then deal with Volcarona in the end game, and I thought that was actually really smart. He recognized I just don't have that much damage for it, and oh my goodness, that was nuts. That was such a fun set.
Absolutely, yeah. And then what we were just talking about, the continuation, game 3 was kind of the opposite, where it's like, Volcarona, like, in the mid-game got knocked out both ends, right? So it became the non-Volcarona characters coming in to close out the show. and it was just so back and forth. And at the very end, like, it was kind of like Rillaboom that was key for both players. Like, they had the opportunity to give Fake Out, had the opportunity to do like priority moves and Grassy Glide, had the coverage and high horsepower. So it's really so. I just love VGC in this way, because you think, oh, Volcarona's the core, like, main character of this. And that's kind of what it was in the Game 1, Game 2. In Game 3, it was just completely different. So even with the same 6 Pokemon, the same players, across these games, you just play a completely different game.
Yeah, and like, it makes me wonder, oh, if you actually did have the Fairy Terra available on Volcarona, like, that's probably enough to survive the Helping Hand Aqua Step, right? And so that also could have given him, like, a potential answer, even if, but, like, at that point, like, once again, I think the Ghost Terra makes a lot of sense. You called it before it happened.
Yeah.
It was one of those where it's like, if it works out, it looks amazing, but if it doesn't work out,
you might win on the spot.
Yeah, exactly.
And you thought, like, okay, like, I didn't really need my translation Game 1, Game 2, so, like, even if I get it wrong here, I'm probably not going to be punished. And it was, like, pretty well punished, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even with it, like, James, like, got his Volcarona boosted. I think, like, the Basculegion was a huge adaptation.
Huge.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Let's go.
That was awesome. Yeah, we thought about it at the same time.
Oh my goodness, I can't. No, but like, I think I really love the Basculegion coming out, because it just pressured with so much more damage.
Yeah.
And I think James recognized, he was like, oh, whoa, shoot, like, actually, if you manage to conserve your fire, like, the way that Adi played that endgame in Game 2 was really smart, where he's like, okay, I've got Unaware, Clefable, and Fire Terra, Assault Vest, Rillaboom, so even though that Terra blasted a lot, you're not, like, knocking me out immediately, right? James recognized, well, okay, if you're gonna just keep Fire Terraing your Rillaboom, I'm just gonna bring something that can hit it for super effective. So Basculegion, like, it felt like it could really run away with this game, and it was doing so much damage across the board. But in that end, like, James got to a position where it's like, you win 90% of the time, but when you use Volcarona on a team like this, where you're gonna click Heat Wave so many times, I mean, Heat Wave was probably clicked, what, like, over 15 times throughout the course of the 3 games. You're gonna have some misses, but yeah, that was a big miss. But what a game. Adi pulls it off, and let's hear from him. I'm sure his heart is pumping after that one.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I am currently joined with Adi here in the lounge. Adi, first things first, that was an exciting set. How are you feeling right now? Tell me all about it.
That was such a crazy set. Dude, my hands are shaking right now. That's how exhilarating it was. I mean, all the way down to the ending. It was so close. There was so many, like, it was a very, like, hacksy set, right? There was a lot of, like, 90% accuracy moves that misfired both on both ends. And so it was a set where you really had to, you couldn't just lock in on a game plan. You really had to change as you went along, as, you know, you saw what missed, what hit, all that stuff. And so, and James is such a good player, and he's such a great person. So it was a great, you know, it's so fun to play against him and talk to him. Yeah, it was thrilling. It was really thrilling.
Let me ask you a little bit about your team. One thing that you mentioned is that, you know, Clefairy, you only really do well when you have Clefairy on the team. And when I had heard about that, I expected Clefairy on the team. And then I looked at the screen, I was like, wait, that's not Clefairy, that's an evolved Clefairy, that's Clefable. Can you tell me a little bit about Clefable and the rest of your team choice? I mean, especially the Quackavole?
Absolutely, yeah. So the back at the very start of Reg Age, a lot of people were using Clefable, and especially with Volcarona, and that kind of fell off towards the middle of the format, and no one's really experimented with it since then. But nowadays, everyone is setting something up. It's either Swords Dance on King Gambit, or Quiver Dance on Volcarona, or Swords Dance on Sneasler nowadays, right? And so, or Archaludon, everyone's setting something up. And so Unaware is a really good ability right now. And that was the premise of the team, was, well, let me stick a different redirector next to my Volcarona and see how that goes. And it felt really, really good in testing. Dragonites are dropping non-dragon moves, so you can wall those too. So I thought Clefable was a really good call in a way that Clefairy couldn't operate in this metagame. And then the Quackavole, oh, that's hard, such a hard name to say, was basically like everyone's running Basculegion as their water type on Volcarona teams to hit the fire types, which Volcarona struggles against. But a lot of people are running Terra Fire on their King Gambit, which means that then they can Terra Fire and Sucker Punch you and still wall the Volcarona. And so I decided I wanted a different water type that could deal with King Gambit effectively for my Volcarona, which is why the Quackavole is on the team. And then, as you saw, Upper Hand, such a good move, creates really nice pins when you set up your Volcarona. And so that was the other synergy that I really liked.
Yeah, going into this, you know, it was a grueling, it was basically back and forth battle between games 2 and game 3. You know, Volcarona on James' side was sort of something that you had to adjust towards. Can you tell me about your adjustments going into games 2 and 3? Because you had to make such adjustments to be able to kind of be able to take on that Volcarona as James' last Pokemon.
Yeah, so it's funny, I was talking to Michael Kelsch, who, before the regional, and he was like, your Volcarona matchup is so bad. It's really bad. And I was like, it's not great, but like, I think it's playable. And so game 1, as you saw, I went for that Draco Meteor into Incineroar. I said, didn't even bring my Volcarona. I said, well, if I can KO all of Volcarona's friends, then maybe I can get through it. And I missed the Draco, and that set me back, because as you saw, the difference in that game was the Intimidate's coming out over and over again onto my Rillaboom, onto my Quaquaval. And so I wanted to get rid of that Incineroar as soon as possible, and then that didn't work, right, because I missed. And so that game was pretty much over there. And so the game 2 and 3, I said, I learned that based on the speeds that I'd seen in game 1, I knew that my Volcarona was faster than his Volcarona. And so I was a little more confident doing that because I could Quiver Dance before he could. I could get my boosts and get my Speed Up boost before he could attack me, and I could, damage him before he could get Quiver Dances off. And so I figured, okay, maybe my Volcarona mode is a little more effective, and I went with that. And it was a good thing I did because he brought the Ninetales game 2, which would have been really good into my Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
So I think that mix-up worked really well. And then game 3, I thought about it for so long, and I wasn't sure which mode to go with. And I ended up settling on the Volcarona, and it worked out.
Well, the pairings are actually almost up.
Oh boy.
That was such a long battle, and I know that you were telling me that you were like shaking right now. I want to give you some time to go center yourself, get ready for the next round. Before I let you go though, any last shout outs that you want to make out?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Michael for all the help. Shout out to Rajan for all the help. Big shout outs to Gavin Michaels, who's getting married next weekend. So if you see him, say congratulations. And yeah, shout outs to all of Top Nation. Y'all the best. That's it, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me in the lounge, Addy. We're going to go ahead and throw it to Joe Brown right now to do a deeper dive into that last exciting battle. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dwee. Congratulations, Adi. I'm joined by Jake Muller here in the analyst area to have a deeper dive into that matchup. And that's what we're going to be doing all weekend, rotating cast here, where we're going to really focus on some of the key plays from that game, or from that whole best of 3, I should say, between Adi and James. And I say, let's just get into it, James.
Yeah, what a match to start with, too, for our first analyst segment here.
Absolutely.
Just start right off the bat.
I just want to pause, real quick on that. I'll restart it. This helping hand, this is why accuracy is so important, okay? 90% accurate helping hand Draco Meteor. It covers Incineroar, it covers the Rillaboom switch, it covers Ursaluna switch. And 10% of the time, it does nothing, Jake.
It would have been so good, too, because the Volcarona protected. It would have done, James would have gotten nothing done on that turn had that Draco Meteor connected. And, at least your Dragapult survived the knockoff, but at that point, maybe you don't even want it to, because you have it stuck without the specs.
And there's the Grassy Glide to knock out the Dragapult. So it really does nothing that whole game. It misses Draco Meteor, it gets knocked out, you say, have a nice day. And this is where James really starts to get set up. This is where Volcarona is a Pokemon that can essentially 1v4, as the casters talked about all the time. It's not the first Quiver Dance that gets you, Jake. It's the second one. So once you get to +2 on all 3 of those stats, that's when it becomes really unstoppable.
This Clefable, like Aaron and Yuki were saying, it's really tempting to bring because of that unaware ability. Just maybe give you a chance to ignore some of those boosts and maybe throw out some helping hands as well. But it just couldn't get anything done unless it was using that helping hand. Those Moonblasts were doing very little damage, and the unaware just doesn't really help you in the offensive set.
Right, so the Quaquaval gets the helping hand here. It will survive because of its focus sash, but helping hand, close combat into Rillaboom is enough for the knockout, and you think that's great for Adi, right? You're going to start getting the Moxie boost. You're going to, start doing a lot of damage, but when you trade your focus sash, it leaves the Quaquaval so much more vulnerable.
And James is doing the right thing here, too. He's just ignoring the Clefable, right? If Adi wants to do anything except follow me, then James is going to be able to punish that. And if Clefable is going to be the last Pokemon Adi has left, James is going to be able to break through it eventually. And you can just kind of even just ignore it to a certain extent. The Volcarona having Heat Wave instead of Adi's Fiery Dance.
Look how little that does.
Exactly, and that's with unaware. That is with unaware. You're ignoring that special defense boost. And about having Heat Wave gives you even more leeway to just not care about the Clefable, because you can still damage its partner despite that follow me.
So now it's time for Adi to terrestrialize its Rillaboom, which we saw him do in all of his games. It's really one of Adi. You said he had a tough matchup. Brady was talking with Kelch about it. One of your best ways to help in this matchup is the Terra Fire from Rillaboom to take resisted Heat Wave damage, and it helps a lot, but not enough in this game 1.
Well, yeah, especially with the Grassy Seed defense boost on that Volcarona. This non-stab, high horsepower, even with the helping hand, just doing about 1/3 of Volcarona's HP, if that. Stack on these Intimidates and Parting Shots. You know, especially when Adi's down to just his final 2 Pokemon here, those are going to keep stacking up. You finally are able to get rid of the Volcarona, but then you have the second raid boss come out in the form of this Blood Moon or Saluna, and it still gets to use its terrestrialization. Like, what do you even do here?
It's so key. We'll talk throughout the whole set here about how James was so useful or so smart with his terrestrialization use, and essentially never really terrestrializing the Volcarona in so many turns where it felt like he was going to need to. Aaron talked about Adi really needed a critical hit. Helping Hand high horsepower in that situation, does not get it. Rillaboom gets knocked off there, and then even though James doesn't have Hyperforce, because this Earth Power is going to be more than enough, that's going to be game 1 for James.
And even with the critical hit, the Earth Power still probably cleans you up too. It was just too little too late at this point for Adi. I think that Draco Meteor miss really set the tone for that game, because if the Incineroar was gone, you get James down to 3 Pokemon immediately. That Rillaboom of yours is much scarier when it can't be intimidated and parting shotted, especially with that Terra Fire to take on the Volcarona. So unfortunately for Adi, that miss kind of put him 3 steps behind right at the start. And he made a good attempt to get back to it, but it just wasn't enough.
And, Adi might have the Dragapult shirt on, but, friendship with Dragapult might be ended because he doesn't even bring it in game 2 or 3. Decides it's just too much of a tough call. So he decides instead of fighting, he'll fight fire with fire or fight Quiver Dance with Quiver Dance here.
I mean, you got to respect it, right? You think, I had such a hard time against Volcarona. I can use my own Volcarona to try and match those Quiver Dances. Even though mine doesn't have Heat Wave, it is a Fiery Dance instead. You're trading that spread damage for the 100% accuracy, which is something that will maybe come up later on in this set once again, and also the chance to boost while you attack, which can be very valuable.
So remember this here at the start of game 2, Adi decides to fake out the Incineroar on turn 1. That's going to be very important to remember as we go into game 3. But this is just showing off how Adi and James Beck decide both to go for the Quiver Dance. It feels like the person that loses the Quiver Dance battle is going to lose the game. Like once you have that power difference, that's when you get too far behind.
Exactly. This Quaquaval also kind of nice here too. It is able to threaten this Volcarona through that Grassy Seed. You're not ignoring the defense boost, but that Aqua Step is very powerful. Quaquaval has a pretty good attack stat, and of course hitting Volcarona for a weakness means that you really can't be ignoring this Quaquaval once it hits the field. And that Focus Sash will be able to save it from one of these very powerful attacks as well.
All right, so this is what I want to talk about here. Once the Parting Shot goes in onto this Volcarona, so you decide to either Incineroar, you have the Aqua, or you have the close combat here on this turn. This is the pin, so hopefully this pause works. There we go. Okay, perfect. There we go. We're learning on the fly, team. So if you want to explain a pin real quick here, you have both of these hits. It was a Rillaboom at the start. So Adi clicks Fiery Dance and Close Combat into that slot, which means that no matter what James does, the Pokemon in that slot will be knocked out.
Yeah, it's a nice way to guarantee you're getting a knockout on a given turn, especially against a Pokemon that can't protect, like an Assault Vest Rillaboom. You have this super effective Fiery Dance that would do a lot of damage to Rillaboom. Maybe just slightly miss a 1-hit KO, but Close Combat can finish it up. But if Incineroar swaps in, like we did see here, after this Heat Wave, the Quaquaval will be able to hit this Incineroar with Close Combat and remove it from the field. That's a big turn for Adi, knowing that Incineroar was a great defensive swap there for the Rillaboom. You're just covering all your bases here, making sure you're getting as much damage out as possible, while also knowing you are taking a KO regardless of if this Rillaboom stays in or swaps to that Incineroar.
And this really felt like the first turn of the set where Adi was going to turn it around and start. There's the upper hand. The caster talked about Aqua Jet versus upper hand. Aqua Jet doesn't flinch when your opponent goes for a priority, right? So Aqua Jet stops that fake out and then allows Fiery Dance to get the knockout. And slowly but surely, James, we say Volcarona can 1v4, but it's hard to do that and stay healthy the whole time.
Well, that upper hand is another example of a pin there where if the Rillaboom went for Fake Out or Grassy Glide, it wouldn't be able to attack at all. If it went for Wood Hammer, it would just get knocked out by Fiery Dance before it could attack. It's another great example of Adi using the tools at his disposal to guarantee damage while also kind of removing that damage from yourself.
1 HP and a dream there. Heat Wave almost gets the KO. James is beside himself. You want to say, okay, that evens it out. You missed Helping Hand Draco, but then you also endure at 1 HP, and you think the odds are even until James starts clicking Heat Wave a couple times.
I mean, yeah, exactly. This Volcarona now down to 1 HP means that you are in a bit of a tougher spot there. This Volcarona for James was looking like it might be able to solo this game. This is normal type Terra Blast, not something we see too often, but is your best option against this Terra Fire Rillaboom.
Yeah, and it was really smart for James to know that Clefable was not going to click follow me that turn to get redirected. Here's your 10% miss. So both players are going to miss. Adi missing the Draco and James missing Heat Wave there. 90% accuracy. I'll play along. Moonblast into the Volcarona. You see, it just does no damage. And if it was just Clefable left, James would be good. But you still got to deal with the Rillaboom and Quaquaval.
And the insult to injury there is that the Quaquaval swapped into that Heat Wave, right? I think Adi was expecting it to probably be knocked out on that turn, just to be able to swap that Rillaboom back in later on. But the fact that it came in on that Heat Wave, dodged it, and then survived one more Heat Wave to close out the game, made that endgame a lot cleaner for Adi when it was starting to look a little bit iffy. That Volcarona is really hard to take down, and that Quaquaval is your best way to do it. And if you kind of get more out of it than you expected to, that's a nice way to finish up a game.
And you're dodging Flame Body burns, you're dodging Heat Wave burns as well, so luck has turned around. It is in Adi's favor, and this is the huge play here on turn 1. James didn't even terrestrialize in game 2. It was so unimportant. The fact that Adi gets James to burn Terra Ghost on turn 1 was massive.
But that's huge, right? If James gets this correct and the fake out does go into that Incineroar, Adi's in a really, really rough spot because then James would be able to fake out Adi's Volcarona, yours gets a boost, and Adi accomplishes exactly nothing. But in this case, it is the opposite, where Adi goes for the fake out into James's Volcarona, doesn't take the bait of that Incineroar going Terra Ghost, and now James is in actually a much worse spot because this Incineroar really wanted to be a fire type defensively in this matchup. Looking down this Volcarona and Rillaboom, a fire type is very good into those two Pokemon, but a ghost type is now pretty neutral.
So now Basket Legion is the adjustment for James this game 3. You have Choice Scarf. You're going to be faster than the Quaquaval on the other end. You can't get faked out by the Rillaboom or anything like that. So it was really smart of James to adjust, but he could not find himself in a spot to just keep the Basket Legion healthy on the field. So you have James clicking the Quiver Dance here. Going to go hopefully a little quicker here through. Okay, so this is the turn. We get another Heat Wave on this turn. It finally gets the knockout onto Volcarona. James has his Rillaboom in, but there is no grassy terrain, so the Wood Hammer does not do the maximum damage you would expect. And the Citrus Berry, also huge.
Yeah, Clefable able to survive this turn. Again, just allows it to stick around.
I mean, that's the difference.
It is. The grassy terrain would have enabled that knockout, but it's also the same, like, do you really want Clefable around, right? It's great for the follow me, it's great for helping hand, but it's also really not accomplishing much on its own otherwise, and something Aaron and Yuki were talking about most of the match. Like, it is really nice in some scenarios, but in other scenarios, it just doesn't get too much done.
And we saw in game 2 why Upper Hand was better than Aqua Jet. We're going to see here on a future turn that Upper Hand is not as good as the Aqua Jet, because sometimes if they don't click a fake out, they are going to miss. So you have Helping Hand. Quaquaval still has its Focus Sash at this point, so you know you're going to be safe. There's another miss. Remember, 90% accurate Heat Wave here. Quaquaval is just, he's dancing between all these Heat Waves nonstop. So now the Wave Crash doesn't even look like a 2-hit KO at this point into the Quaquaval, as it is resisted. There's the Aqua Step into Volcarona, avoids the burn yet again.
I think it did get burned this time.
Excuse me, he does get it this time around, excuse me. But he will get a Moxie boost, at least for the knockout, to somewhat counteract that.
Now the issue is the Rillaboom's come back, and you have to deal with, is there going to be a fake out? No, actually, because we have Upper Hand. There's a nice way for you to just guarantee there won't be a fake out into Adi's own Rillaboom. Because if James is able to fake out Adi's Rillaboom, you can prevent the Grassy Glide that would KO the Basket Legion, and that would basically just win you the game. But Adi knowing smartly, this is my one way to lose. I need to make sure there's no fake out here. Doesn't use the fake out or the Grassy Glide smartly, but still Adi's best play by a mile.
So we are starting to wrap up here. It is just the Rillaboom versus Rillaboom here as we look in, and there was so much on the line right now. This is game 3. You have high horsepower into the fire type. It's not enough. It is super effective, but Adi is going to respond with Wood Hammer, which brings it down into Grassy Glide range. And now we see on this turn here, final turn of the game, Adi wins the speed tie if they were tied. Congratulations to him. Gets the Grassy Glide knockout. and you see a fire type and a grass type Rillaboom's just going for ineffective hits against each other, but it works out in Adi's favor.
It was such a fun match between two great players, too. I loved Adi's team. It was a really cool take on this Regulation H metagame. Good to see it face off against a more standard team from James, and some Draco misses, some Heat Wave misses, some Aqua stepping around Heat Waves. It's going to be a fun tournament. That's our first match of the day.
Yeah, as I say, as the cool kids say, 90% accuracy. Some could argue all moves are 50% accurate, Jake. Okay, they either hit or they
could argue it, and they would be wrong.
And for James, they didn't hit, and for Adi, they did. Congratulations, starting his day 2-0. Thank you so much, Jake, here in our analyst area. We're going to toss back to our casters for the start of round 3.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Yukitron is back, and dude, that was crazy. Like, that first game was one of the most intense first rounds I think I've ever commentated.
Absolutely. There was so much happening between. We had some moths dancing. We had some bass flip turning around. It was a whole zoo here in Las Vegas.
It was, yeah. And I think one of the fun things I love about Regulation H is that there feels like there's always new Pokemon that are coming out. And I have not seen the Quackable really being used throughout this format, and it was the Pokemon that essentially won that set, right? It needed to get that one-hit knockout onto Volcarona, and of course dodge the Heat Wave, so super intense. And that was just the first, or I guess technically that was round 2 in the tournament, our first cast of the day. But yeah, we've got so many rounds left, and this next one's gonna be a banger as well. But we've got multiple great matches coming up this round.
Yeah, so we have Jump Across versus Dawei C that we're going to be featuring very shortly, but we have a lot of well-known players here. So Aaron Trailer versus Jonathan Shumbukar. We have a world champion in the house coming across the ocean, Shoma Honami versus Alex Von Bank. And then finally, the CP leader we saw earlier, over 800 points already, William Brown versus Rusho Thakar.
Yeah, so many great matches, and I think Chuppa versus Dawei, a super exciting one. Chuppa, of course, 2-time regional champion and won the Pittsburgh Regional Championships just a couple of months ago. And then we've also got Dawei, who is, I think, a fan favorite for a lot of people out there.
Yes.
Dawei has consistently built, I think, really interesting teams that often have unique twists. They've made it very far, multiple regional top cuts and top 4s, and so super excited to see them go up against each other. Particularly excited because Chuppa's team, Yuki, I think has a couple of members that you thought would do well in this tournament.
Yeah, there were some rumblings that I heard about just in my sneaking around on the chats, and yeah, this is definitely the team that we see a lot of people both talking about building and also respecting. It's the Sun Core that involves Typhlosion Hisui as well as Lilligant Hisui, dealing tons of damage, being able to sleep powder things, and also having the option to Trick Room with this Farigiraf, as you can see here. And over on Dawei's side, we actually see Kilowattrel paired with some other relatively unusual Pokemon, like this Mousehold we'll see very soon is actually a little bit more offensive. And Kilowattrel we actually typically see on those Trick Room teams where it gives you the option to do Tailwind, discourage the Incineroar. That's a bit of a pain for Porygon and Ursaluna. But it's on a completely different team. There is no Trick Room option here. So both players use some really innovative teams. And what I really like is that both players are from the New York area, which I'm from. And this is just a locals that's on a regional stage.
Absolutely, yeah. The Kilowattrel, of course, a regional champion in this season as well, winning over in Australia. But like you said, when I see Kilowattrel, I often expect it to be on those Trick Room teams.
Yes.
Very different. But Choppa's team here, we've actually seen this core do quite well at regionals. It's gotten top 8 and top 16, but it's kind of slid under the radar, I think. Not a lot of people have seen it, especially because I don't think it was featured very prominently on stream, but the idea is you usually have so much offense, and the Farigiraf being able to block the Fake Out brothers in Incineroar and Rillaboom is so huge, and you've got this really scary fast mode with Typhlosion as well as the Torkoal, right? You can just Helping Hand, Fire Terra Eruption, try to KO everything.
Yeah.
You've got the threat of the Lilligant Torkoal lead with After You into Fire Terra Eruption, but then you've also got this Trick Room potential, and don't underestimate how much damage the Farigiraf on this team can do.
Definitely. And what I really like about is this Torkoal, right? Torkoal you usually imagine as being the Trick Room sweeper, it operates the best in Trick Room, but because it has access to Helping Hand, it actually opens up a lot of different plays for the player, I think. You can go for Helping Hand Eruption from Typhlosion, maybe even go for a Sun Terrace Lesion to boot. And even with Lilligant, yeah, you could maybe go for a read and say, yeah, I'm just going to go for Helping Hand close combat though for more big passive sleep powder. So that's what's interesting to me. And what's notable is that Brian Collins, I remember, made top 8 at a regional with a very similar core. I think it had Lilligant, Incineroar, Farigiraf. and Torkoal, but the Typhlosion Annihilate is more of the mix-up.
Yeah, and I think the other interesting thing is that the Incineroar's Close Combat Clear Amulet, which you don't see very frequently, but it's like allows Incineroar to be far more offensive. Close Combat exists to actually hit Tyranitar, which is otherwise really scary. That Annihilate has safety goggles, and I want to call that out because if you look at Dawei's team, you have the Amoonguss with that Water Terra, right? So normally, that's probably going to be a pretty good answer into the Typhlosion being able to just like blow things up with that Eruption. But yeah, I think so the Annihilate thing can be used kind of as like a countermeasure, but what's really cool about Dawei's team, I'm looking at that Mouse Hold. Population Bomb, Mouse Hold is back, and it's also got that substitute, which is really neat.
Yeah, this feels like the OG Mouse Hold that everybody thought about when like Storm Vibe first came out. And it's like, boom, oh my goodness, there's a Pokemon that can do 200 damage without same type of attack blows, no nothing. And it can hit 10 times, it goes through Focus Sash, like, this is so crazy. And then it just became this more passive Pokemon that does Follow Me, and we're so back.
Yeah,
we're so back.
We're so back, yeah. And we've also got that Ayapapa Berry on the Golden Go with that nasty plot. You know, I think that was the set that actually won that regionals over in Australia as well. And so if you look at Dawei's team, you do have multiple answers into just like the Eruption spam, right? You've got your own Assault Vest Incineroar, that should be huge. However, Annihilate is going to be really good into that, right? The Defiant activates, and then you can do a ton of damage as well. You do have the Dragonite as well, and the Water Terra Amoonguss, and Focus Sash Kilowattrel. So it's like those four, as I think a combination, can all be helpful because with the Typhlosion, I think what you often want to do is just get knockout after knockout. It's going to be kind of difficult to do that in the early game when you have a Sash, you've got an Assault Vest, you've got a Water Terra, right? And so part of the thing to pay attention to is like, is Typhlosion used in the early game? If so, it's not probably actually going to get knockouts, but it'll do a ton of damage and like kind of whittle away, or you can save it for the end game and basically then try to get knockouts.
Yeah, this Annihilate is typically a bit more the flexible slot in the teams I've heard about, being able to have other Pokemon instead, but this one's actually pretty crucial here, and we see that, yeah, Chuppa agrees with that, leading with it alongside Typhlosion, so a very aggressive lead from both players, I'd say.
Yeah, and one of the things about Chuppa's team is he does not have Protect on a lot of these Pokemon, right? So you're just committing to doing damage right from the get-go. I think what's interesting here is that the Typhlosion will be able to get an Eruption off, but this is what I was saying, like Focus Sash and Kilowattrel, really big deal. Then, of course, you can go for a Tailwind with that, and then the Dragonite can follow up with a Skill Shot, right? And so this is not Choice Scarf Annihilate, it is Safety Goggles, and so it should move after the Kilowattrel. And so Dawei can get some speed control up, allowing Dragonite to then get these Skill Shots. So I think like Typhlosion can definitely do a lot, but it's not going to get those knockouts. No Protects, no Terras, no switches. We're just going for offense.
See the Eruption come out here, get the Focus Sash onto the Kilowattrel as well, gain the multi-scale off of the Dragonite. So Tailwind coming out from the Kilowattrel. Dragonite probably doesn't have the firepower to get through the Annihilate without, so going after Typhlosion makes sense to me here. Also not wanting to get the Rage Fist stacks onto the Annihilate. Are we going to get 5 hits? I think we need 5 hits in order to KO the Typhlosion.
I think you want 4 though, right? Yeah, because now it's like, oh, this is so awkward. Typhlosion just stuck on the field. It's not doing a ton. And yeah, like you called out, I think if you target the Annihilate, you actually could lose your Dragonite to the Rage Fist, and so not wanting to risk that and give the Rage Fist stacks over. Kilowattrel does end up fainting, but Dawei now gets a free switch in, and you've got a Tailwind up, and you know Chuppa can't protect either of his Pokemon.
Yes, I love how you pointed out the lack of protects early on, because I think it's so relevant here, right? Like, it looks bad on paper that Dawei already lost a Pokemon the first turn and got multi-skill broken, but now you have like 3 full turns of Tailwind to take advantage of with some pretty aggressive Pokemon like Goldengo and Dragonite, and I think, yeah, Annihilate's definitely threatened right now. I would imagine that Chuppa probably needs to go for a Terastallization to, like make it through the turn if like Shadow Ball is clicked over from Dawei's end, because especially this Typhlosion's not doing anything, right? You can kind of just let it sit there if you want.
Yeah, and Dragonite just feels like it can get really scary really quickly because of the inability to protect Lilligant as well. Tailwind is up, right? So it's like, if you get in a position where you force Lilligant out, Skill Shot can kind of just crush it. Yeah, I think right now I'm looking at this potential Terra on Annihilate, right? Ooh, thinking about actually going for the final Gambit. Okay.
I don't know how much HP you're going to be able to Gambit here, so let's see what...
Oh my goodness, like going for the Rage Fist, but not tearing. And Dragonite just actually protects. I mean, Goldengo here feels like it could go for a Nasty Plot if it wanted to. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, really wanting to take advantage, full advantage of the last 2 turns of Tailwind and saying, yeah, like, you're not going to do much with Eruption. You're also not going to do that much with...
How much will this do?
HP, right? 20%.
Okay, that's the guess. Yeah, it's like 15.
Hey, we'll get your microscopes out. Hold me, keep me honest here.
And like, normally it might seem absolutely crazy for a Golden Go to not Terra in front of a Typhlosion and an Annihilate, but it's like, well, you're locked in, and this Golden Go is super bulky, right? If it's running this Eye of Papa Berry,
that's right.
Like, Dawe's like, look, you can Rage Fist me and Eruption me, and I'm still going to be totally okay. It works out really nicely. I think, yeah, Dragonite posing to be such a big threat, and now you are really, really threatening with damage. This turn, what I'm curious about is, do you potentially go for that Water Terra? If you don't, then, you know, Dawe can easily Scale Shot into Typhlosion, Shadow Ball into the Annihilate slot. That's a double knockout immediately.
Yeah, I'm curious because if you go for the Water Terra, but you still get doubled into with like Scale Shot and the Shadow Ball, then it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it makes sense to me that the Typhlosion switches out because it can't really do anything anymore. But are you going to be able to have the Typhlosion with no Tailwind out from Dawe's end? Because then, yeah, you're just back in the same state where it becomes dead weight. So we see the Scale Shot come out. I think that was, 4 hits. So not super lucky, but what does the Golden go for? As long as it's targeting the Annihilate, somehow it should go down.
And it's going to be the Make It Rain. So generally, like a safe play to cover for everything. Like the one scary thing there is you could have maybe missed the Scale Shot, but even if you do, like the Annihilate's not that scary because you'll get the Make It Rain off anyway. And so really nice nasty pot. I really like how Dawe has kind of sequenced this game, right? It's like you've set up the Tailwind, the Dragonite's now just faster than everything. It does so much damage with Scale Shot, and I think Chuppa not leaning into the Farigiraf with Trick Room just means that Dawe can just dish out so much damage. This is also one of the fundamental problems with Typhlosion, or sorry, with Torkoal, in that if you don't have the speed control for it, i.e. Trick Room, it just kind of sits on the field and like, takes a lot of damage, right? And so this is also why I was saying I think Typhlosion actually not fainting was beneficial because it gave that free nasty pot off the Golden Go.
Right, and the Typhlosion coming out here, like you're guaranteed to lose 2 Pokemon here, right? Like there's no way around that.
Exactly.
If the Little Guy had come in, maybe could have gone for a Sleep Powder onto the Dragonite, start with the last turn of Tailwind, and then maybe make something happen. But now I don't think there's that option. Like you're gonna lose 2 Pokemon, and you can't come back from this 3v1 here. So yeah, it's looking pretty good for Dawe here. I wonder, like Chuppa, how does he go through? Okay, we have a Protect, so not losing both Pokemon. Just as Typhlosion here, so Chuppa trying to bank on the popular Lilligant Torkoal duo to take the rest of the game.
And it's going to be the Skill Shot plus the Make It Rain there. Just opting for Make It Rain for more coverage guarantee. It covers for switches, of course, as well.
Misses.
And exactly, yeah. And it's like Golden Go at this point, like it doesn't really need the boosts, honestly. I am curious if like after that, now you're back to neutral, if there's any chance like Torkoal survives a Shadow Ball potentially, but it's kind of a nightmare for like Lilligant gets to come out. Can maybe force the Sleep Powder here onto, of course, only the Dragonite slot. Lilligant is so bad into Golden Go, unfortunately, right? And like the main thing here is like Chuppa does have fire type damage to potentially threaten the Golden Go, right? You've got that Weather Ball. One of the things that Dawe's probably also thinking about is like, okay, how many turns of Sun are left? There's 3. It is +2 speed on the Dragonite. The Lilligant, of course, has the Chlorophyll active, so you can Sleep Powder and Weather Ball this turn.
I think the read here comes, are you going to Solar Blade the Golden Go, predicting it to erupt?
But it's after you. Okay.
So it's a bit of a 50-50 here.
And it works.
Doesn't go for the Terra. Okay, so if there's a miss on the Scale Shot,
there's a chance.
Have the ball game here.
Okay, super cool. I like this play a lot from Chuppa's end. Does actually manage to secure the knockout on the Golden Go, but if Dragonite hits the Scale Shot, it probably just knocks out Lilligant. So does it connect right now? Let's see.
Okay. So
just targets down Torkoal. I think that also makes sense. The idea is this is like the real offensive threat. It's gonna get 3 hits, of course, guaranteed into 4, and that is a knockout.
And we now know another Pokemon that is not good into Dragonite, or sorry, that Lilligant struggles into is Dragonite. So yeah, even with this defense being dropped here, like you're resisting both of its really strong attacks. So I'm not sure if the Lilligant can take out, especially with this Amoonguss. That's another Pokemon.
Not 1, not 2, but 3. Yeah, 3. That's like Lilligant's gonna have to try its best. But this is the thing, right? I think like the way that Dawe sequences was really smart in terms of just like starting off with Tailwind. Like this is why it's like Typhlosion looks like it can be super explosive in terms of damage output, but like the damage trade-off didn't feel very good for it at the end of the day, right? And I think the main thing here is that Dawe just had really good speed control with that Tailwind. Close combat actually almost knocks out the Dragonite, but the Amoonguss would always win the 1v1 there anyway. So yeah, like this game felt like it was wrapped up more or less. Mainly curious. Oh my god,
that's a lot of damage.
Definitely, even if you just get 4. 3 hits is probably enough, right? Okay, and Dawe's gonna take game 1.
Yeah, so I guess from adjustment perspective, I guess like the Typhlosion didn't look very good, right? Like it was nice that you got the multi-scale broken, you got the Focus Sash broken. Like on first glance, I was like, oh, like the spread move actually did a pretty good job there. But as soon as the Tailwind goes up, like you don't have Protect, it just becomes a sitting duck, especially since it didn't feint the first turn. So yeah, I think maybe going for more of a Trick Room-centric approach would be more effective, but then you still have the Amoonguss to deal with, and I think the Frigoraph doesn't even have like the safety galls that it usually does, and the Torkoal doesn't have Terra Grass, so yeah, I think it's all about like, can you deal with the Amoonguss with Annihilate somehow and still get Trick Room off? Then you might have a bit of a chance.
Yeah, I think like Lilligant Torkoal could be an interesting adjustment where you pressure with like Sleep Powder immediately, or you could go for the Trick Room option. By the way, I think like Chupa led Typhlosion Annihilate because he was trying to cover for Incineroar. What's fascinating is Assault Vest Incineroar, which feels like it should be really good in this matchup, didn't even come out. But it makes a ton of sense, right? Because Dawe's like, look, okay, Dragonite Kilowattrel, really good offensive and defensively because I know I can survive the onslaught early on. Amoonguss is kind of my Trick Room counter, so if you go for the Trick Room angle, I can bring that out. And then Golden Go is kind of just my general consistent damage dealer. I was actually honestly expecting like the Incineroar over the Golden Go, but sometimes Incineroar can be a liability if the Annihilate has not been revealed or knocked out, right? And so I was thinking if I'm Chupa, like Lilligant Torkoal is one option, Incineroar Frigoraph is another option, right? You can lean into Lilligant Torkoal if you want to like bank on Sleep Powder on turn 1 and try to just go for like Sleep Powder into an Eruption. And then the idea is weaken the opposing side. If Tailwind is not up, then Typhlosion can maybe come out and then start dishing out really heavy damage, right? It's like Fire, Terra, Eruption in Sun, I think will be amazing if you break the Focus Sash and if you break the multi-scale, but you need to do that, right?
Right. And I think what's interesting is I think this team that Chup is using is the one that really likes a speed sandwich, right? It's like, oh, Torkoal is very slow and can do a lot in Trick Room, but also you have Typhlosion and Lilligant to do a lot of damage when you're in the fast mode. But actually, Chup is the one that's getting speed sandwich. Dawe has the Amoonguss to get through the Trick Room stuff, and then also has the Kilowattrel and the Dragonite to get through more of the fast mode with Tailwind. So we'll see how Chupa actually gets through that speed sandwich himself. And we see the Mousehold, the aggressive Mousehold coming out against Frigoraph and Annihilate. So yeah, what are we seeing here? The Annihilate looks really well positioned.
Yes, yeah, it's like weird because Annihilate like doesn't have that choice card, but it has that Final Gambit. It's like not a bad spot for it right now, right? Like you do pressure Final Gambit into either slot. It is Ghost Terra Mousehold, so yeah, like that's some food for thought, right? Because I think if you are Dawe, you probably don't want this Trick Room going up, so you ideally would like to knock out the Frigoraph, but can you actually accomplish that, right? If it's gonna be the Final Gambit into the Dragon, I mean, hey, if Mousehold population bombs into the Frigoraph, I would think that might be enough for a knockout. So you can see Chupa's like, do I Trick Room? Nah, I'm actually not going to because I don't want to eat up the population bomb. I like this play a lot on Chupa's end.
Yeah, it's at first glance more of a straightforward play. You have two Pokemon that can be intimidated, and you're going to try to get the your Trick Room up through that. But is it enough? I'm not actually sure. Like, population bomb, if we think it's going to KO, oh, okay, so we're probably going for a more safe, Protect. And one for fake out Trick Room next turn. Wow!
Oh my goodness, that's sick. I feel like Mousehold with Substitute should have like 3 substitutes. Like one big one and then 2 mini ones. For that was really nice. Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that potentially a covering for this, right? And the awkward thing is you are intimidated. Dragonite does, however, have the haze, so you could like haze, but then like you would move after the Mousehold anyway,
the speed order matters.
Yeah, so it's like Fake Out into Dragonite and Trick Room right now is relatively safe. Unless, like Population Bomb with Intimidate, I just don't think it's going to KO Frigoraph, especially without normal Terra on Mousehold.
Yeah, Chupa going for a little bit of the obvious play. I wonder if Dawe's going to punish that by switching in like Amoonguss into that slot. Of course, Chupa could have also opted to like hard read that and go for like the Flare Blitz and like Psychic or something to punish it. But it's really hard to do that, right? Because if you don't fake out, you could just get Scale Shot Population Bomb. But we see the Golden Go here, which actually isn't terribly positioned here since it's pretty good to the Frigoraph. But yeah, about to take a lot of damage here. Let's see. 1.
So it did 18. Actually, if you get a crit here on... Yeah!
Wait, how many hits was that?
6, 7, 8.
1 crit.
9. Oh, it's going to hang on with just
10.
the sliver. Oh!
Whoa.
It did manage to sneak 1 crit in there, but it's not enough. Frigoraph does manage to hang on. But like you said, kind of forced to go for the fake out. Chupa could have maybe punished that by going for a Flare Blitz into that position, but it's like, okay, if Dragonite just stays in and doubles up Frigoraph, you probably lose the game. Exactly. So Trick Room is set up now. I think this is better for Chuppa than the previous game, but you have already taken a ton of damage. Golden goes in this like unique spot where it's like not really that good into the Incineroar, but it can still like defensively. You could, defensively tear. You could even just double protect this turn if you wanted to. You could pivot Dragonite back in. My question is, what is Dawei's for Pokemon? Because I feel like if you did bring the Incineroar, it would be a pretty good Pokemon to switch in here.
Yeah.
Although you do have to risk the close combat since it's clearing Amulet Incineroar here on the
And one thing
opposing
to
side.
note out here is that if Photograph wants to get the special attack boost, it would have to go for Hyper Voice, which does not break the substitute
That's
on
right.
the mouse end because it's a sound-based move. So usually that's like a perk, right? But actually, I think here it sort of hurts them. So yeah, we see the Photograph switch out, wanting to go for the, take more advantage of the Trick Room turns immediately with the Torkoal coming out. But this is pretty risky, right? If you take any damage there, you're going to lose your firepower from Eruption, but are they going to go for the double protect here? Okay, goes for double protect, so pretty good heads-up play from Chuppa, saying, yeah, I'm sure you're going to just go for a double protect here. Like, you don't, it's harder for me to punish that. So now the position's pretty good, but with the Terrestrialization being water on Goldengo's end, probably going to be able to stall out the Trick Room pretty effectively here. And we saw there's not that many fast Pokemon over on Chuppa's end.
Yeah, and so like, now you can go for an Eruption for sure with Torkoal. The question is, who do you target with Incineroar, right? Because like the Goldengo here is, of course, going to be that Water Terra, so can Terra defensively. Milestone's at -1, but these population buffs are still going to do over 50% to either Pokemon, right? And so, ooh, okay, going for the Fire Terra commit here. Trying to get some extra damage off. What this means is like even if you switch in your Dragonite or you switch in the Incineroar, you're just doing extra damage with it. And I like this because it feels like Chuppa needs to win this game under Trick Room.
Yes.
You need to do as much damage as possible. Dawei's already stalled out one turn, and so it's like you need to make sure that you just punish Dawei as much as you can and try to win the game as quickly as you can right now.
Definitely. And I think what I'm keeping my eye out for here is, does Dawei Terrestrialize? Because if they do Terrestrialize, then there's no ability to Terrestrialize on the Amoonguss. So even though Amoonguss looks pretty good in Trick Room, it's going to be outsped by the Torkoal in it. So, okay, so the Terrestrialization does come out, so no more real option to use Amoonguss in Trick Room anymore. So, yeah, we'll have to take advantage of it with this Goldengo, but let's see how much this Eruption does. It's being Terrestrialized into the Fire Terra, has the boosting item in Charcoal. What's going to happen here? Eruption coming out. How much do you think this does to Goldengo?
Honestly, like 60%.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's really bulky. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense with the Aya Papa Berry,
That's
but
right.
the fact it didn't even bring it down to half is actually very impressive to me.
And yeah, I think the targeting that's going to come out from this Incineroar is very smart for the Mousehold because, yeah, I don't think that was going to be enough with knockoff to KO the Goldengo. As you talked about, because it has the berries, really signaling that's a very bulky Goldengo. So, yeah, let's see what it goes for. Is it going to go for a Nasty Claw or if it's going to attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so like the big question I have is what is the fourth Pokemon?
Yes.
I think it's like Incineroar or Amoonguss. To me, this feels like it's being played out like it's Incineroar, but
it looks like the Dragonite to me.
Oh,
so...
okay. So Dragonite just comes back out. It's a little bit spooky, but I mean, I'm curious, like, the Aya Papa Berry might be huge because it's like then another Eruption would allow you to like heal up, and then I'm not sure. Then it's like the
Knockoff
Incineroar.
KO,
exactly.
you lose the item.
Yeah. So, okay, super interesting. Because I feel like if Dawei had the Incineroar, it would have been a decent spot to have like brought it out last turn. Exactly, yeah. And so like Dragonite is not going to get a knockout here, but it will do a lot of damage, right? So one thing you can do is obviously protect the Goldengo and then just Scale Shot. You could also just attack here saying, look, I've got the Aya Papa Berry, I'm Water Terra. Even if you double up onto me, you're not going to knock me out. And yeah, no protect, no switches, here we go. Can Goldengo survive this turn?
How does it do to Dragonite? That's my question, because I don't think it's not knockoff range, it's not Flare Blitz range. I think both Pokemon are going to be able to attack this turn, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you manage to get a lot of damage here, it's a great trade, right, for Dawei. So Flare Blitz comes out, and it does get the knockouts!
Wow! I'm very curious how this Incineroar is trained, Aaron, because...
It's probably like max attack, right?
Maybe,
like I'm just, if you're running Clear Amulet as well, like I'm thinking it's just super offensive. And so, yeah, this is why I was like, oh, Incineroar could have been really nice for Dawei. You'd get the, not only the Fake Out, but also the Intimidate, right? And then you could survive that onslaught. And so Skill Shot's going to come out, but Dawei, I think, was basically banking on surviving that turn with Goldengo. You get a huge Shadow Ball or Make It Rain off, and then like you can double protect the following turn. Trick Room's about to end, but now Goldengo came out, got a Nasty Plot off, didn't get any damage off, and Terra's been committed. And the final Pokemon is Kilowatts Roll.
So it makes sense to me why the Goldengo Terrestrialized, because I don't think any of these Pokemon want to Terrestrialize anymore. I also want to note that Dawei is 0 for 3 for hitting 5 times with Scale Shot. So we'll see if the luck...
Just getting it out right now, right? You're like, it's not super impactful here,
It's going to
probably.
be a game 3 anyways. Like, we're gonna all 5 every single time in game 3.
Let's see. It's not like the thing for Dawei is you are about to stall out Trick Room.
Yes.
So then you do have 2 very fast Pokemon. So it like,
can you 2v4?
Yes, exactly.
That's the big question.
That's the big question.
Because neither of them have spread attacks. I think that's my concern here, Aaron, is that like, yeah, the Incineroar chipped and Torkoal's chipped, but the Annihilate's still at full health. And if you do any damage to it, I think you're going to be getting knocked out, especially with the Dragonite with the defenses lowered. So, yeah, I think the Double Protect here is telegraphed and is going to be, pretty obvious, I think. Oh, okay. Is there no Protect on this Kilowattrel? There is Protect. Okay.
I'm surprised, yeah.
So maybe hoping for the wrong targeting from the Incineroar here.
Yeah, just expecting like, oh, you'll double up into Dragonite here.
Yeah.
I'll survive with Sash. I'll get an attack off to like, probably into the Incineroar to chip it away even more, but Chumma covers for that. Knockoff goes into Kilowattrel. I respect the attempt there, actually, honestly, because it's like, if you manage to not get knocked out that turn and you get the Air Slash into Incineroar, suddenly it's like both Pokemon might be in KO range the subsequent turn, because then you could Scale Shot like into the Incin and then like Air Slash into the, or Thunderbolt into the Torkoal, for example.
Yeah, and I think what maybe Dog would consider is like, okay, it's so obvious I'm gonna Double Protect you, you're probably gonna switch out one of your Pokemon for maybe the Annihilate, which is gonna be a much better position. And if I can get a little bit of chip on the Annihilate, then I can still go for a double KO the following turn. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me, but just got that 50-50 wrong. And if he had talked with the Dragonite, maybe it would have been a bit different game.
And Torkoal is going to come out. It's going to get this Weather Ball off, boosted by the sun with that Charcoal. Doesn't knock out Dragonite, but that's still a lot. And I think, unfortunately, Dragonite's not going to be able to pull this one off. But I think the big question is, what is the adaptation here, right? I actually think Maushold was really, really smart. It just missed out on the knockout on Farigiraf. But that was the strength of the Intimidate from Choppa's end. From Dawe's end, I think it's like Amoonguss or Incineroar. I was expecting one of those two to be in the back. Neither came out. So if you think Choppa's going to go with the Trick Room angle, I think then maybe Incineroar and Amoonguss can come out. What's scary about Choppa's team is there's so many different combinations that you have to prepare for, right? Like, he just went the Trick Room angle, but like, what if he just drops Farigiraf now, doesn't go Trick Room and goes like the Logan plus Torkoal lead with Typhlosion in the back, right? Because I think that's very potent as well.
Yeah, I think what's really, exactly what you said. With this kind of team, I think the fundamentals of the team are already pretty strong. But on top of that, because you have multiple modes, you bring a lot of ambiguity to your opponent where like you might just have a game plan that works even if they like read it correctly, but if they read it incorrectly, you might just lose on turn one based off the leads. So to me, what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, is Dawe going to predict the very slow mode that happened in game 2 or for the game 1? Because in game 2, we saw that the Kilowattrel was basically dead weight, right? Like there was no utility that came from the ability to Tailwind. Like you didn't really need the Tailwind at all. The Amoonguss would have been much, much more effective there. So maybe going for a more middle ground play of saying, okay, like maybe I'll still bring the Kilowattrel, but maybe I won't bring like the Maushold and I'll have the Amoonguss instead, so that regardless of which mode you go for, I still have something to cover.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Incineroar being able to intimidate both Dragonite as well as the Maushold was also a really big deal there. And it's interesting, right? Because it's like you could theoretically just lead Golden Go immediately and then just try to nasty plot with it on turn 1. Like, I think the problem with that game was that, like, Golden Go went for a nasty plot under Trick Room, and then so it had to, like, attack multiple times under Trick Room. But if you get that nasty plot while Trick Room's being set up, suddenly you're like, okay, I'm at +2, burning with a lot of damage, right? And so, yeah, like, but I can totally see why Dawe went for the play, because, like, Golden Go is so bulky, but okay, it's going to be Kilowattrel Maushold. And I like it, right? Because the idea is, hey, you want to bring your Incineroar out? Good luck, I've got competitive Kilowattrel.
Right, and it's, I believe, going to be the Ghost Rationalization, so being able to circumvent any kind of fake out that can happen the following turn if it wanted to. And yeah, I would think like Dawe's perfectly positioned here if like the Amoonguss is in the back, because you can always bring the Amoonguss like retroactively, right? You don't have to lead with it to be able to counter the Trick Room. Like you can just have it in the back. So I think Dawe just needs to like, because I think there's no way to prevent the Trick Room from going up if Choppa wanted to do that, right? You can just protect, bring in the Incineroar again. Dawe would have to do like a really hard prediction of attacking the Annihilate slot with like a normal type of tactic to really cover for that. So I think all Dawe has to do is like, okay, I need to make sure that I don't lose too much damage to get the Amoonguss out. But okay, we see the Air Slash come out.
No Terra from the Maushold.
Is it gonna flinch? If the flinch happens, I think that'll be a big deal, because that means Substitute will stay and we'll have a Focus Sash still intact. Oh! Big flinch coming out, and with the Trick Room going up, we have set the stage for Dawe to be able to get through his Trick Room, like having the Substitute intact and the Focus Sash.
So I think Dawe's basically like, this option is relatively safe, right? It covers for Incineroar switching in, I get guaranteed damage. However, there was the ability to just Population Bomb Farigiraf. If you Population Bomb there, I honestly think you just win, even with the flinch, right? Or even without the flinch, because you just got rid of Trick Room. But Choppa manages to at least set up that Trick Room. Like you mentioned earlier in game 2, it's kind of awkward because Hyper Voice is going to go through the Substitute, but that's not necessarily great. Maushold now is threatening a very, very powerful Population Bomb, and And like you said, Yuki, like I wouldn't be surprised if Incineroar Mungus was in the back in this game. It like would make a lot of sense. So I think you'd probably just protect the Kilowatt Roll here or switch it out. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
what is going to come out?
Yeah, it's going to be... Whoa, Wolves and Incineroar are coming in. Yeah, pretty good switch. I would say like as long as the Annihilate doesn't go for like a... Oh, does it have Drain Punch?
It's close combat,
close
right?
Combat.
Yeah.
Okay, so that read doesn't come through. It's not too bad. Oh, we have a Mousehole going for Terra Ghost. So that would make it not only immune to the close combat, but also the Hyper Voice. So going for a big population bomb here, presumably into the Farigiraf.
I love this because it's like Defiant's scary, but not if you have the Ghost Terra to get around like the one offensive attacking close combat, right?
Interesting. Wow, a passive play in the first room of Trick Room. What does the Annihilate go for? It goes for close combat into the Mousehold. So great translation choice from Dawei. How do they take advantage of it? Okay, they go for Population Bomb into the Farigiraf. So yeah, I think this is a bit of an even turn, I think, although that ends up favoring Dawei because that's just more Trick Room turns you don't really get to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is my question. You can see Chumpa is thinking about terroring. If you terror your Annihilate, can you survive an attack from Incineroar, right? Like, will Knockoff still get the knockout? If it's offensive Incineroar, it might, and then it's so scary. But I see now the answer is, okay, well, if I switch an Incineroar and I Terra, there's no way your Incineroar is going to knock me out unless you maybe get a critical hit. The idea from Dawei's end, or from Chumpa's end, is like, hey, you gave me this Defiant boost and you just Terra'd. I have a guaranteed close combat into Incineroar, so I want to go for the damage. I think this makes a lot of sense right now.
But if Knockoff does KO Annihilate, that means that there's no way to get through this Mousehold this turn, right? Like, you can't attack with 2 Pokemon. Like, you have to get the Intimidate out so that the Incineroar's attack goes down. So that your Annihilate can survive, but then that means that's like one more Pokemon that you haven't KO'd during Trick Room, and all your Pokemon are really slow, and your one Pokemon that's chipped is the one that's relatively fast, right? So you really, really want to get damage down in Trick Room, and Chumpa's playing a little bit passive right now, so yeah, I wonder if enough damage is going to come out in those last few turns.
Yeah, you can also double up on Annihilate slot to like cover for the Terra and Population Bomb into it, and so let's see. Yep, it's going to be Knockoff to start here, and yep, with that Intimidate, not enough to get the knockout, so Chumpa makes the one play that keeps Annihilate around, gets this close combat off. You won't knock out the Incineroar. And so the question is, you know, Mousehold is very good with Substitute, with the Population Bomb, but who are you targeting? And also, like, can you stall out Trick Room and get, like, another couple Population Bombs off, right? And so it is going to be the Population Bomb into the Farigiraf slot. All right. This is doing a lot. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean,
6.
If no misses.
Oh my goodness!
It didn't even need all 10 hits. That was what, 8?
That was 8, yeah. I forgot about how Intimidate didn't activate because it was behind the Substitute.
Yep.
But yeah, that's still so impressive. I mean, it's one of the most bulky Pokemon in the game, right? So, wow. And I really like how they went for the Population Bomb into the Incineroar because you could read the Annihilate Terrasilize and go in there. But as soon as the Annihilate Terrasilizes, then your Mousehold actually can touch it now, right? Yep. So you don't have to actually KO it during Trick Room. You can do it afterwards. So I thought that was a pretty heads-up play. And now, yeah, like Chumpa just has like 2 really, really slow Pokemon and 1 Pokemon in red. So let's see how much damage he can get down with this Torkoal.
Ooh, okay, so yeah, Eruption obviously very strong here normally, but with multi-scale and Substitute, not going to be the strongest. And it's actually Annihilate pivoting out rather than, you know, taking advantage of that plus boost that it had from the Incineroar. So Farigiraf comes in.
Oh, no protect.
Eruption. Yeah,
okay.
Wait, this should be a huge turn for Dawei, right? Like, you just get so much damage off under Trick Room, and then you can double protect next turn. Like, I think Mousehold just gets to KO everything here.
Well, both Pokemon technically have inaccurate moves, so let's see what happens here. Okay, that's an accurate move.
Oh my goodness.
Big damage. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2.
Like it's doing 16, right? And so maybe Torkoal can hang on. Yeah. Oh my goodness. 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Hangs on. Okay. But still, right? It's like now Torkoal significantly lower. Trick Room is about to expire. Everything is so low. It's the last turn Trick Room. You can just double protect now. That was a big turn because I think there was the opportunity for Annihilate to have just stayed in and gone for a Rage Fist into the Mousehold, right?
Yeah.
And then the Population Bomb doesn't go off. You lose your Annihilate, but at least you knock out the Mousehold and get a ton of damage off.
Yeah. Okay, so Follow Me is interesting here. I guess Eruption is so low that, yeah, you don't have any risk of being hit by that spread type attack. And let's see if this KOs. Okay, it does get the KO. even with the critical hit from the Spurgraph, I'm not sure if that's enough for Dragonite. And yeah, just like last turn, I think Dragonite is able to go after Torkoal very low HP, not have to rely on the inaccuracy of Scale Shot. So
that was kind of close. Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
if that were a crit, I was kind of surprised to not see Protects come out that turn, honestly.
That's right. So, goes for a Scale Shot. Okay, probably wanted to outspeed the Annihilate, but I would guess that's why Dawe went for that.
Yep.
So still has Kilowattrel in the back. I think it still has the Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, I mean, you could just low kick Thunderbolt now, right?
Yeah.
And I don't really see too much of an out there. The low kick critical hit, I think, makes it nicer. Maybe like, do you think Spurgraph can survive a Thunderbolt from the Kilowattrel?
The problem is that none of it doesn't have Protect, right? So you can't have like any kind of ambiguity.
Exactly, yeah. Choppa's like,
so,
okay,
yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
What a game.
Dawe pulls it off. Mousehold Population Bomb. It won the very first Regulation H Major on a rain team, of course, with Pokemon like Archaludon.
Yes.
Instead, here, it's just, it shows how good it can be, right? It was literally one-shotting everything. And I really like it being paired with competitive Kilowattrel, and I thought that was such a cool adjustment by Dawe, saying, okay, your Incineroar was your answer in the previous game, but like, I can punish you now, right? Like Dragonite plus Mousehold was just like a little bit too exposed to Incineroar, but Kilowattrel I thought made a lot of sense, and that was a really cool adjustment. I really wanted Choppa to go with Lilligant Torkoal Typhlosion, like in Game 3, but
that'd been a huge adjustment.
Yeah,
and I really like going back to the Mousehold. Like I'm also a big fan, and I think the Substitute is a really good like a move to include there because as we saw, like it can KO Incineroar, right? As long as you don't get affected by Intimidate. So just like forcing your opponent to like have the Incineroar come out when the Substitute is not up, I think is a pretty big deal. And like if you pair a Kilowattrel, you still punish them for bringing the Incineroar, right? So yeah, really cool Pokemon. And yeah, as we saw, Incineroar just going down in one hit.
It's like, I feel like so uncommon to see Incineroar get one shot by something that's not a super effective attack. And so to see Population, I mean, that's like such a powerful move, right? So that was really cool. Like, I think it was super smart to just lean into Mousehold's pure offense there. And I think the reason I was interested in like Lilligant Torkoal is because you do pressure with like a knockout onto Mousehold immediately, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And like you can go for something like the after you into the Eruption. You could also pressure with Sleep Powder into Weather Ball, for example.
Right.
And so I think Dawe's adjustment was super smart. And the thing about the nature of like how Choppa's team works is like you really need to get every turn under Trick Room, right? Because you're normally giving up a lot of resources in order to set up Trick Room. Like you're taking a ton of damage on turn 1, right? And so if you're not able to get multiple calls right while that Trick Room is set up, even one bad turn can mean you lose the game.
Right. And I think with some of these teams, sometimes what you want to go for is like do a lot of damage with Typhlosion or Lilligant and Torkoal early on, and then have like the Farig instant mode in the end game so that like you don't have to take that much damage to get Trick Room off. Like you chipped a lot of Pokemon, maybe you finish off a Pokemon as you set up Trick Room, and then you have a lot of Trick Room turns to work with.
Totally.
And that would have worked in Game 2, Game 3, right? Because we didn't see the Amoonguss come out, so there's not as many tools for Dawe to deal with Trick Room in the end game when things are more chipped. So that would have been interesting, but like, of course, it wasn't like completely optimal. Like we can't fault Choppa for not going for that because if Dawe had brought Amoonguss in the back, like it would have been a lot different. So
absolutely.
Yeah, there's so many mind games that this team forces, like both on the opponent and yourself. So I can imagine it's like a bit of a mentally taxing team to use.
Yeah, and I was like curious if Choppa had considered like the Incineroar plus Spurgraph lead immediately because you do have Fake Out, but maybe part of the fear is, oh my goodness, there's Ghost Terror on Mousehold and Kilowattrel. So if I bring Incineroar, like, I get to intimidate your Mousehold, but then like, who do I Fake Out, right? If I Fake Out the wrong thing.
Another 50-50.
Exactly, yeah. And like, once again, like, Choppa at least managed to get Trick Room up. I think it's like so scary because if you don't get Trick Room up, you just lose the game like immediately because like the whole team or the whole core of 4 that he's indexing on has to like rely on Trick Room. So yeah, like I was curious if he had thought about Lilligant plus Torkoal as a combo, but I think what makes his team really strong but sometimes difficult to use is like you have very distinct modes and figuring out which mode to lean into can be hard, especially if like like Trick Room worked in Game 2, right? So it's natural to think, I think I can get away with it again. But Mousehold with that Population Bomb and crucially setting up that substitute early before getting intimidated was all the difference.
Yeah, because if the Incineroar had survived, then like maybe a second Trick Room could have gone up, right? Especially if that Spurgraph hadn't been critical hit by the low kick, then the Spurgraph might have had enough health. The Incineroar could have come back to go for Fake Out Trick Room and set up a second Trick Room. That could have been pretty devastating. So yeah, like the substitute was like, Mousehold was definitely MVP of that Game 3.
So cool to see. Now we've seen Quacklevolt and the Mousehold win on stream. So we have so many rounds left, and we actually are going to get some great analysis from Joe. So take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Aaron and Yuki. Welcome back to the analyst area here for this round 3 matchup. That was action-packed. That was very quick. And really, the story I'm going to break down that set for you, the story is all about speed control. A need for speed, if you will. So let's get into this. We start off here. Turn 1. We're going to pause it real quick. So, I know it's a little blurry there, but we know that the Kilowattrel has a Focus Sash, right? So no matter what happens here, this attack is not going to knock out Kilowattrel. And Kilowattrel essentially allows Dawe to have a 5th move of Tailwind on the Dragonite, who usually has a 4 move slot syndrome Pokemon, right? You have this Kilowattrel with Focus Sash to ensure that Tailwind is always going to go up, which gives you plus 2 speed for your entire field. Scale Shot brings Typhlosion down low, and as Aaron and Yuki mentioned, actually helpful for Dawe not to get the knockout here on the Typhlosion, because then it's going to be forced to stay in at low HP with a low hit or low damage eruption, since its HP is so low here. We're going to go on to the next clip here, and as we start, so now Tailwind is up, Dragonite is set, Golden Go is in. Watch just how little damage this eruption does. This is the freest nasty plot of all time for Dawe, because they know that no damage from this, you usually don't keep a Golden Go in against fire Pokemon, but that is just absolutely pitiful damage from it because it was left in there. The Rage Fist goes into Dragonite's Protect, and now Dawe is just really set up here. You have Tailwind up, you have a Golden Go in with Tailwind and the Nasty Plot boost. So now this is pretty much wrapped up in this. And that is how fast and how quick these games of VGC can go for you or against you. This is a perfect play. I just want to pause it real quick here. So you have the Scale Shots from the Dragonite, and then the Make It Rain from the Golden Go. This is something that Jake and I talked about last matchup. For anyone at home learning about pins, learning about safe positions, that no matter what button you press, you're going to get a knockout here. So with Dragonite's Scale Shot and Make It Rain, it means that no matter what, the Annihilate is going to be knocked out on this turn. You don't care about giving it Rage Fist boost because it's not going to get an attack off here on the turn. You can get the defense drop, more speed for the Tailwind boosted Dragonite, and then the Make It Rain. It's such a smart play by Dawe to just play it safe, knowing that pretty much once you can get, if you can get Golden Go in with a Nasty Plot set up, you know it's pretty much GG, and we're going to see if you can safely, I should say, get a Nasty Plot. We're going to see in Game 2 that we actually have another situation here where that does not work out. So the Weather Ball from the After You boost, giving speed advantage to Torkoal, is going to get the knockout. But, I mean, Golden Go has really done its job. At this point, what is, as long as this Scale Shot gets knocked out on Torkoal, what is Close Combat Solar Blade on Hisuian Lilligant going to do against a Dragonite and against an Amoonguss that are the 2 Pokemon remaining in this matchup? The answer is absolutely nothing there. So we see it's just Hisuian Lilligant first the world. This is one of the situations you can get the KO. It doesn't even get it, but even if you did, then Amoonguss would be able to clean this one up. So that's going to be the first game for Dawe's advantage. And let me pause here real quick. So we're looking, this is the start of Game 2. Remember, Game 1 did not work out for Chuppa. Chuppa is the person that has to make the adjustments. It's not Dawe. It's the loser of Game 1 has to adjust, but smartly Dawe is also switching around with the Mousehold here. Normal type Pokemon has Follow Me, has Population Bomb, but then what we also see in this match is we have the Substitute on this turn to put the Mousehold behind its Substitute. That's going to make sure that no matter what, you're going to have to take a turn extra, another additional hit to knock it out. That gives Mousehold more times to click the Population Bomb. So 25% on that Substitute. You have to do 25% damage to knock out that, or get rid of the Substitute, I should say, before you can actually start damaging the Mousehold. And the power of family is going to come through in this matchup with this with this Mousehold. We love the critical hit, obviously very helpful. We love Aaron counting population bombs. We go back to Baltimore last year. We're right here in Vegas, and Aaron is the best at keeping track. But it's not enough, even with 10 hits and a critical hit. It does not stop Farigiraf from setting Trick Room up. And this is a story of speed. This is a story about keeping the speed advantage. Now with those twisted dimensions, now Chuppa has the advantage. For Torkoal, one of the slowest Pokemon in the entire game means that they're going to be moving faster than everyone else under Trick Room. Dawe, we talked about game one. Dawe had a super safe nasty plot turn, and if Golden Go can stay safe through the nasty plot, then they're going to be okay. This time around, Golden Go has to turn into a water type and sitting in front of 2 fire Pokemon, right? And it still almost does 50%. That is how strong the Torkoal's damage output is under Trick Room with that charcoal item, with the Terra Fire as well. But the substitute was taken away, which gives Incineroar access. So how strong this Incineroar was the entire set to knock out the Mousehold. And sure, on this turn, Dawe is able to click Nasty Plot, but it is not the same outcome as game one because it did not safely get there. So now we go to the next turn, still under Trick Room. Still Torkoal moving faster than everything else, and with the eruption and then follow-up damage from Incineroar, this has to be a super strong Incineroar, or Choppa's just been feeding it some great sandwiches and really wants to make its trainer proud because the Flare Blitz into a water type, thanks to the Sun boost that Torkoal set up, is enough to take out the Golden Go there. So absolutely huge. Game one, Chuppa loses because he allows Dawe to run away with it with Tailwind advantage, and game two, Chuppa is going to come out on top here because of Trick Room. So now both of these players have allowed their opponent essentially to set their win condition one time in this game, right? Chuppa with Trick Room and Dawe with the Tailwind. So how are we going to get into this next setup here? It's such a crucial game three, and we have a complete adjustment for Dawe on this turn. Starting with the Kilowattrel, I can promise you behind the big neck there is a Mousehold there. It's a very small Pokemon there behind the Farigiraf. But now you have Tailwind and Population Bomb damage at the same time, which are both very scary here. So there's the Air Slash. A crucial flinch happens on this turn because the Annihilate does not get any damage. Could have went for a close combat, could have went for anything on this turn, but because of the Air Slash flinching Annihilate, now Dawe's Pokemon stay healthy, and Chuppa sets Trick Room up, but does not really get any advantage of it. Kind of in a weird speed situation with the Farigiraf, who doesn't do much damage, and Annihilate not really being the slowest Pokemon. So Chuppa's gonna have to find a way to get his Pokemon that take advantage of Trick Room well onto the field. And Chuppa does get Torkoal eventually in this match, but it comes a little too late. This Terra Ghost right here, I wanna say, is so cool by Dawe. Most people would not terrestrialize their Pokemon behind a substitute because you essentially have a free attack, right? You know that they have to hit the sub before they can hit the mouse. But Dawe understands that the sub is going to be broken because both of Chuppa's Pokemon are faster. They're currently under speed because of the Trick Room. So Terra Ghost behind the sub still doesn't do damage because fighting can't hit ghost types. Excellent terrestrialization for Dawe to burn these Trick Room turns and make Chuppa waste it. Once Dawe's win condition is once the Trick Room ends, now Dawe can start to hit Tailwind, start to get faster, and win the game. So all Dawe has to do in this spot is make it through. Dawe getting the knockoff, bringing Annihilate down low enough in this point, and the close combat will get the knockout in response. So Incineroar has done its job. You're going to see here that Dawe doesn't need the Incineroar anymore because the last Pokemon, Dragonite's going to be able to clean this game up. But a nice hit from the Annihilate. Now it's still this Mousehold. Everybody's avoiding the Mousehold behind the substitute here. We're going to count how many times it hits. Yaren and Yuki doing a great job. Population Bomb can hit up to 10 times, and that is what Mousehold didn't even need all 10. I think it was either 8 or 9 hits in that turn there. So again, Dawe continues to waste Chuppa's Trick Room turns. As soon as Trick Room ends, Dawe can sweep with the Dragonite here. You're going to have the Weather Ball redirecting. Oh, that's the one thing I wanted to pause here. This is the final turn of Trick Room. So this is really what decides the victory for Dawa here. The final turn of Trick Room, Aaron and Yuki said it, and most people would say, you just double protect on the final turn of Trick Room, so then the next turn you can win. But Dawa goes so aggressive to allow the mouse hole to go down because you have Kilowattrel in the back. You have that Pokemon advantage. You know that you're going to be able to attack the next turn. So not allowing Chuppa to have a passive turn. Hyper Voice is not enough for the knockout. And this gives essentially one additional attack, excuse me, that the Dragonite is allowed to get that it would not have if he just double protected on the final, or if Dragonite just double protected, excuse me, on the final turn of the Trick Room. So huge play by Dawa. There's the four because you know Thunderbolt and Scale Shot is going to end it. Congratulations to Dawa. A really impressive victory over multi-time regional champion in Chuppa across the fourth. That really was a whole story about the power of speed, the need for speed, and the power of family with the mousehold behind the substitute. Absolutely awesome to see. Great start to our day. 2 game 3s in the first 2 rounds. When we come back, we're gonna have even more VGC action, so don't go anywhere.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I've unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again,
knowing just where the path would go,
all the way up to Victory Road.
every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, yo, I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time.
Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor with James, a top competitor here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. James, tell me about your experience so far at the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Honestly, it's been a great event, and realistically, I didn't expect it to be as popular as it was. This is probably one of the longest like check-ins I've ever had, but like it's just awesome to see that there are so many people interested in coming, and it's honestly been a pretty smooth experience so far. So been super enjoying it.
James, how are you feeling going into the tournament tomorrow, or today, I guess?
I think I have low expectations for tomorrow, just in general, but I'm looking forward to playing some good Pokemon. It's been a while, and this is going to be my first regional of the season. So, you know, whatever happens, happens. If I do well, great. If not, not a big deal.
Going into this tournament, I guess, what are you going to bring?
Still undecided. I have a few teams in mind, but it's always like that last minute of like, they all feel like pretty similar. Which one should I pick? And I think that's always a decision when you have like so many teams that are pretty close to each other.
Is there any team that you're sort of like preparing yourself to be facing off against a lot of coming into the tournament?
I would probably say one of the biggest ones is going to be the very standard like Rillaboom and Incineroar pivots, especially with the Yawn Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been popular, and probably stuff like that Choice Scarf Basket Legion we've seen with Adaptavate paired with the Grassy Seed Volcarona, and also like the other variants that we've seen commonly, such as the winning team from Frankfurt at the beginning of the season. I'll be prepared for that, and hopefully, ideally, I'll be prepared for any of the weather teams that we'll be seeing.
What are your goals going to be going into this tournament?
Hopefully just to play some good Pokemon. I think that was my mindset for the last couple events that I had, where I played Vancouver, and then my last event was the World Championship, and basically the result was still the same. Like, just play good Pokemon at the end of the day. Don't think about winning too much. Just think about like, hey, have a fun time, you and your opponent, trying to solve this challenge and see who can come out on top.
This is the last major tournament in the North American circuit in the Regulation H format. Are you excited for Regulation F?
I think I'm going to have more enjoyment into Regulation F than I am into Regulation H. And I think it's like cool. We have a few tournaments that I'm pretty looking forward to. Seattle, potentially the European International Championship, because that's usually always a big event, and I do want to do well there if I decide to compete. So yeah, I think Regulation F also has like a pretty interesting toolkit. Obviously, there's like a lot of the Paradox Pokemon, and the legendaries kind of like Urshifu and Landorus that, of course, are pretty strong, but I think it kind of gives a bit more options, where there's a lot more Pokemon that you can run compared to Regulation H, where like mostly it's centered around the super strong Pokemon with the highest usage.
Thank you so much, James. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout outs that you want to make to the viewers out there?
I just want to shout out to everyone who is watching, because you guys make the streams, as well as like anyone who helps make the Vegas regional possible, because let's be real, there's a lot of amazing staff, volunteers, and of course like casters, interviewers, production. So there's a lot of awesome people, and yeah, like all the attendees who want to come out, because playing competitive Pokemon is awesome, and it's like great to see that so many people want to play the game and enjoy like playing Pokemon in general.
Thank you so much, James. Stay tuned for more action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I've just kicked James off the interview floor. I've taken a quick outfit change, and I'm here ready to give you some updates on the floor. We actually had a chance to put out a survey, and here are some thoughts from a top competitor, Christopher Hahn. We asked him, what is the strongest Regulation H Pokemon? His response was that it is Blood Moon Ursaluna, because it has incredible bulk and strength. And to top it all off, Blood Moon is just an unfair move. We've seen a lot of Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is such a strong Pokemon. Christopher is absolutely correct with that. It is doing so well, and of course, if you don't have a Blood Moon Ursaluna counter, then you're not in for a good time at all in this regional championships, as it is one of the most used Pokemon, as we saw in that day one meta graphic. One of the least favorite Regulation, what is his least favorite Regulation H archetype to go up against? It is actually the Hard Trick Room Lilligant Torkoal variant, which we actually just saw on stream being piloted by Chup Across the Fourth. Of course, one of the issues with that team that it causes is that it causes a lot of mind games. You never like to be in any of these battles and go up against different mind games. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be a fast sleep powder variant where all your Pokemon are going to be going to sleep? Or is it going to focus on slowing down the sort of the vibe of the match by using Trick Room in order to allow Torkoal to go off for those powerful eruptions, as well adding Farigiraf and Incineroar, two of the best Pokemon in the format, makes it so versatile. Chris is currently sitting at 3-0. He has actually not faced up against any of those Torkoal Lilligant variants yet, so good luck to him in the rest of the tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the players to watch that we had featured in the pregame show. Billy Brown is currently sitting at 2-1 after facing off against Rushil Takar. Joseph Ugarte moves over to 3-0 versus Ethan Lamb. The players from Japan, we have Yuma Kinagawa going 2-1 after defeating Matthew. Shoma Honami, the 2015 world champion, currently sitting at 2-1 after just losing to Alex Von Bank. And Yosuke Takanayagi, 3-0 after going up against Michael Klivnik. That's it for Dewey here on the floor. We're going to go ahead and take another quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the 2026 Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
Does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
Go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunderwave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Wow, what a great video. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We are going into round number 4 of our first day of action. I'm Jake Muller, and I'm joined by Sierra Dawn for this next match. Sierra, how excited are you for this tournament so far? We've had 2 fantastic matches on stream.
I'm just imagining like Jake high-fiving Jake over a great video.
Yes, yeah.
You know,
that's what I was going for.
Amazing, amazing. I mean, it has been such a fun day so far. I mean, the matches have been amazing. The banger that we started off the day with is still a match that is just ringing in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping we can catch just a little bit of that magic going on within the tournament, especially too, at this point, we've got our couple standout players who's been leading the charge, starting the day off undefeated, and some incredible names upon them. Like, we're in for a great weekend.
Absolutely. Just looking at the Swiss rankings currently, we've got trainers like Justin Tang, a multiple-time regional champion, Montana Mott, the reigning world's top 4 player, Alberto Lara, multiple-time regional champion, but also a lot of names on here who are looking to claim that first big title. One of whom is #1, Kerry Dortona, has made some deep runs of tournaments, but hasn't gotten all the way to the very end just yet.
And I think this was especially exciting too, is that there is some names that have been really stand out for quite a while among a lot of our Pokemon events, but still chasing that title better than mingling among these names that have managed to make that run when you're looking at names like Justin Tang and Montana Mott on this list. Of course, still way too early in the day to tell on any of that, but being able to see what teams people are bringing to this event and the players that have been able to have consistent results throughout, I think that is definitely a sign of good things to come.
Absolutely. Let's jump over to our notable pairings for this round. Again, it is round 4. These trainers are currently 3-0, so they're halfway to clinching their spot in phase 2 of the Swiss portion of the tournament. But they will all have to face some fierce competition here. Karan Gupta playing against Caden Owens, Alberto Lara playing up against Masahiro Ito, a very fantastic Japanese player. We've got Akil Goel facing Kimo Nishimura, Raymond against Len, our caster friend, and of course Oliver Eskelin making the trip from Europe will face Cody in this 4th round too.
And a couple of these teams are really, really interesting. So I'm sad that we can't have more stream slots to be able to really eye them up. But Chris going up against Carrie, I think it's going to be especially exciting, especially too when going back to that storyline. Carrie is someone who has had a very high level of just consistent results across, especially last year. And Chris is someone too that's been tracked in the circuit for a while, of course, with great results to himself. So this will be a great face-off.
Chris was an example of a great success story of our seniors division players aging up into Masters and immediately making a splash. Last year, I believe, was his first season in the Masters division and at his first regional championship in Baltimore, he made it all the way to top 8. So a 1-for-1 record and getting top 8 at Masters division regionals just to start off is really great. Also has had a couple other top cuts past then. Deep run at UIC last year as well. So someone that has had very great success in seniors, translating that to Masters immediately.
Looking at the teams as well, the Kilowattrel is an interesting one. It's been something that we eyed up throughout the day. We got to see it just in the last match. And it's really interesting, the resurgence of this Pokemon at this point. But for really good reasons. Being able to have a little bit of that speed control with the Tailwind, so nice. The coverage with Thunderbolt and Air Slash is amazing into this current meta game. And competitive to get those boosts to really punish all these stat droppings is really cool.
Golden Go holding a Mago Berry here, just like Dawei's Golden Go was running the Papa Berry last round. An adaptation we're seeing from multiple trainers in this regional championships to maybe give Golden Go a little bit more bulk. We have seen Leftovers as a common item on Nasty Block Golden Go in the past, but Mago Berry gives you a little bit more of that burst healing once you get down to 25% of your HP or lower. If you played back in the Sun and Moon era, you know those berries used to heal a lot more. They give you a half your health back. Now I believe it's 3/8 of your health back, but it is still a nice little boost to your HP once you get a little bit low.
With this team as well, when you have this Kilowattrel with the speed and the Porygon 2, this gets really interesting with the speeds because you have this option of going for a little bit of a faster mode, which can catch people off guard, but as well, this Porygon 2 to really be able to flip those dimensions, set something like that Ursaluna with that Flame Orb up. If you can get yourself set up in that game state position, that could be key to the match. But carry on the opposing end, again, the string of results he's had is fantastic. And a lot of those results were with Pokemon like this Electabuzz, really comfortable with these sorts of cores, and of course a little bit of updates for the time.
Yeah, the Grassy Seed Volcarona making another appearance here on stream. You got the classic Dragonite set that has fallen a little bit to the wayside so far in this run 2 of Regulation H. It is that Scale Shot Haze set. We got Extreme Speed over Tailwind this time though. The Sneasler with Coaching is a really cool option here. Both King Gambit and Dragonite would love a Coaching boost. Get that attack boost, get that defense boost. It's the perfect combo with Scale Shot as well. You short up the defense drop from the Scale Shot while also boosting its power. Of course, Electabuzz is a very great support Pokemon as well with that Follow Me.
Yeah, so you can keep your Pokemon safe, so Sneasler can just go for something like these big Dire Claws or this King Gambit to try and get it set up. But the taunt to be able to shut down a couple of these setup Pokemon too, I think is really nice. But getting into the match, it's time to see what strategy these trainers are going for. Sneasler or Volcarona right away for carry. On the opposing end, right away, it's going to be that Hisuian Ursaluna and Amoonguss.
It is the Ursaluna there. Might want to be protecting itself a little bit just to get that Flame Orb going, but also threatening some pretty big damage here. Sneasler being weak to ground and Volcarona not having the greatest defense and no Grassy Seed boost just yet. An unboosted Headlong Rush could still do a lot of damage.
And that's one of the things too, a lot of the times when you see Ursaluna hit the field, it is going to be a little bit passive for that first turn. So going and eyeing up an attack right away could be a way to get some early momentum. But it's also something that's called out. It's going to be instantly a close combat into the slot, but also an Ursaluna that's holding on to 1 HP. The thing is, the double up, even without the Flame Orb, would have taken it out, but that's just an Ursaluna gone. A lot of the times it is passive and for good reason. A little bit of a sitting duck on the field, and Christopher really quickly loses Pokemon and momentum in this match.
Great play from Carey too, knowing that Christopher may want to go straight on the offense there. You might be tempted to go for something like a fake out, even try to get some damage into Amoonguss with the Dire Claw and ignore that Ursaluna, which might be protecting. But going straight for that close combat is a huge punishing move, especially looking at Christopher's last 2 Pokemon, the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, also weak to that fighting. So this Sneasler is in a very strong spot for this game. Volcarona does get put to sleep, so you do trade the sleep for that big knockout on Ursaluna. I think if you're Chris or Carey, you're pretty happy with that turn.
And even just having this opportunity to see what Pokemon Christopher has in the back for that final third Pokemon, Incineroar. So 3 Pokemon that are not necessarily the bigger damage options in comparison to those options that Carey has on his side of the board. Rillaboom now, this is the Grassy Surge, and when you're looking at Volcarona, that could have been a little bit more susceptible. Now, feeling just a smidge better going on into something like that Incineroar later, getting a nice little defense boost. It's going to be Incineroar right away to hit the field. Moongus is out, and Incineroar, at least it will be able to bring in this Intimidate and drop the attack on that Rillaboom on the opposing end.
This is a really great spot for Carey to be in, I think. You know, you've got that big knockout. Now this Volcarona has its defense boost, so we'll be able to stomach some attacks while it takes its mandatory sleep turns. Trick Room does go up, so that's a nice swing for Christopher, but both trainers now having Fake Out active means that Christopher can't really just willy-nilly throw Fake Outs out and kind of do the attacks that might come off the top of your head, right? You got to consider, you know, Carey actually does have options to shut me down. Well, how am I going to damage this Volcarona, especially if it wakes up and starts hitting those Quiver Dances?
It'll be a question of when it wakes up, though, because at least if it could stay sleeping for one more turn, that could be nice and an opportunity to start chipping away at it. Critical hit from the Terra Blast is a way to certainly get that started, but Volcarona is going to wake up, and Quiver Dance is going to start setting it up for later on in the game. That's a boost to the special attack, special defense, and of course the speed. A little bit of detriment to it now in these current situations, but you can try and wait out this Trick Room. You can kind of just go with Quiver Dance, now protect, and wait things out. And I mean, that was the damage with the critical hit. Other than that, the Porygon 2 really is not too threatening.
Yeah, with the defense boost and the special defense boost and the grassy terrain recovery and the support from Carrie's remaining Pokemon, this Volcarona might be turning itself into a bit of a raid boss, much like James Bex was earlier. But we also did see that Volcarona get broken through in some less than favorable situations, so there's certainly a way out for Christopher here, whether it's maybe another critical hit or two, or just finding a way to put it back to sleep if possible. The thing is, with Amoonguss, you gotta worry about switching out on a Heat Wave.
I mean, Volcarona, it can stay safe this turn with a Protect, and Electabuzz hitting the field is something to really just change that. Follow me, change where the damage is going later on. At least Christopher, anticipating something like a Protect on that Volcarona, is going to double up into the slot. So Electabuzz is not going to hit the field safely. That is a lot of damage, but notably it is going to be able to stick around for one turn of redirection from this bug.
Does lose its Eviolite though. Electabuzz, being a not fully evolved Pokemon, much like Porygon 2, is a little bit reliant on that Eviolite for its bulk. So it's a nice heads-up play from Christopher, knowing that Volcarona was most likely protecting there. But this Electabuzz is still in a very strong spot. That Vital Spirit ability means it will be able to redirect Spores with Follow Me and not be put to sleep.
Ooh, and it's not going to be a redirection either. Instead, Electabuzz, having taken so much damage on the last turn, just protects. Volcarona attempting for the double. It is going to be a fail, but trying to target down into that Electabuzz slot. It's going to be a Volcarona that gets away unscathed on this turn.
It gets away unscathed, but also makes no ground. That was an unfortunate miss of the double protect there, but you have to wonder, was that necessary? I think the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar probably would not be able to knock out that Volcarona with its defensive boosts. And you could have maybe gotten off a Heat Wave there, get a lot of damage on that Amoonguss, chip down that Incineroar a little bit. Now you put yourself in a spot where this Volcarona, I guess you can protect this turn. I think this is the final turn of Trick Room coming up, and then you'll be able to attack freely after that. But you could have started making some offensive ground there, and a turn like that is what Christopher needed to possibly get himself back into this game.
I mean, not taking the KO or anything else kind of just gets away. Okay, you don't get momentum, but you're not really losing a piece either. Now on this final turn of Trick Room, it could have been something like that Protect and Set, but this is going to be where the redirection is. Double up into the Electabuzz, and this actually turns out really nice. Electabuzz was already really low. You kept the Volcarona safe. This is the last turn of Trick Room, so now you get a swap into a Pokemon that could deal more offensive pressure.
This is as long as Heat Wave connects here with both of these Pokemon, I think this is still a pretty good spot for carry. This Amoonguss, a very bulky Pokemon, but at +1 special attack, this Volcarona should be able to 2-hit KO it with the Heat Wave very easily there. The Porygon 2 also taking a lot of damage. The Sneasler, I believe, is still in the back for carry, so you can come in and threaten a big close combat plus Heat Wave combination. And much like we saw in that first match, we were talking about pins in that analyst area, a close combat plus Heat Wave is a pretty big pin on this Porygon. If the close combat hits the Porygon, it'll be knocked out. If the Incineroar comes in, the combination of Heat Wave and close combat likely still knocks it out through the Intimidate. So Carrie's found himself in a very strong spot now that the Trick Room has expired. And you have this very healthy Volcarona at its boosted special attack.
Yeah, I love the fact that instead of trying to just go for the Protect on the Volcarona, that you're just willing to let go of that Electabuzz. Because if you're in a situation where you couldn't take that KO onto the Porygon 2, it could have tried to go for another Trick Room and make things just a little bit weird. But now you just offer so much pressure. A little switch from the Amoonguss, not wanting to get KO'd quite yet, and Incineroar, Intimidate to try and just slow this down a little bit more. Of course, a double up into the Porygon 2 could be dangerous, but it's going to be Terastallization in this match. Try and make sure who you're doing the most, Carrie. That is going to be the Terra Fairy onto this Volcarona.
Did he Terra Fairy the Porygon as I went for the Terra Fighting? I fear that's what's happened here. Unfortunately for Christopher, I think this was a really solid play regardless. The single target Terra Fairy, Terra Blast plus close combat probably picks up the normal type Porygon 2 here. But now, I guess we won't get too far ahead of ourselves here, but it is the Terra Blast. So this should hit the Porygon, maybe knock it out immediately.
not even wanting to worry about the heat waves, nothing else. We do not care about trying to KO the partner Pokemon. It's all offense forward into this Porygon 2, the fighting type. Not going to stand a chance up against this Terra Fairy. And Sneasler as well, the follow-up, the close combat. Incineroar swaps in. It's going to stick around because of that Intimidate. But again, so much momentum from Harry. And now Amoonguss will re-hit the field, and you just do not have the offense to be able to contend with these Pokemon.
That is the perfect play from Carey if he's calling exactly what Christopher did there. You know, if you think the Incineroar is coming in to get the Intimidate onto the Sneasler, maybe weaken that close combat, you want to direct both of your attacks at that Porygon 2 to try and prevent the Trick Room. Going for that Terra Fairy ensures that you are connecting. You cannot miss Heat Wave because you're using the Terra Blast
We love
instead.
connecting our moves.
Of course. And let's say the Porygon didn't even Terrestrialize. The Terra Blast maybe doesn't knock it out, but close combat finishes it up, and you're still left with your Pokemon against just Christopher's Incineroar and Amoonguss, and at that point, the game's as good as over anyway.
A really safe way to be closing out that match as well, which I absolutely love to see. Looking back at the very beginning though, I mean that first turn talked about maybe catching your opponent off guard, but Gary making sure that all bases were covered, Ursaluna is lost, and for Christopher, that was the main way of dealing damage from his team. Nothing else could really contend, and it was a Volcarona that got this opportunity to wait out this Trick Room, and from there, it's kind of match done. So looking at this game too, I mean, if you're bringing the Ursaluna again, a little bit better preservation because this Ursaluna is key to trying to take down these Pokemon in Carey's end.
Absolutely. That Volcarona was really never threatened at any point during that game. With that Ursaluna going down, that was your biggest thing that could damage the Volcarona, and you just had zero offensive pressure against it for the remainder of the match.
Getting into the second game, though, it's an Ursaluna that re-hits the lead next to the Amoonguss, so Chris is going to be running it back with Volcarona and this Rillaboom on the opposing end. Right away with the Rillaboom being there means Volcarona gets that Grassy Seed and also going to get that boost to the defense. So trying to fire off an attack sooner rather than later, a little less juicy than it was in that previous match. Also a little bit of a pivot as well with the Amoonguss maybe just not being in the greatest spot up against a Heat Wave. This is a prime time opportunity to get Incineroar out on the field and bring the Intimidate to mitigate what this Rillaboom can do.
Incineroar a great swap here as well, considering that the Rillaboom and Volcarona won't be able to hit it for very much damage. Much safer play with the Protect on Ursaluna. Makes a lot of sense knowing that this Grass-type Rillaboom is there ready to throw a Wood Hammer its way. But a great play from Carey, capitalizing on that more defensive play from Christopher. You just got that Quiver Dance completely for free.
Yeah, and sure, at this point, you have this Ursaluna that gets the Flame Orb, you have the activation, but there is now a boost of Volcarona on the opposing end of the field. With Incineroar hitting the field this turn, you do have the one turn of Fake Out, which is going to be nice in trying to slow something down. But again, this Volcarona does have Protect. You can just Protect through it, and then it's a Rillaboom that can pivot out or just try and attack. So sure enough, Volcarona goes for the Protect. So where does Christopher try and take something down? That's going to be the thing. Rillaboom at least can't attack.
Rillaboom gets flinched by the Fake Out, another heads-up play from Christopher. Facade looks like it will go into that Volcarona though, so another kind of trade of turns where neither of the big offensive threats get an attack off, but neither of them lose any HP as well. Now we're kind of just in this same position where Christopher has this Ursaluna, a very important part of his team. It does have that Guts boost now, but it is facing down this boosted special attack Volcarona, and of course the Grass-type Rillaboom. And if you're Ursaluna here, you really can't afford to take a Wood Hammer.
And that's the issue. This Ursaluna is just in such a rough position. Not really appreciating anything from either of the two Pokemon over on Carey's end. So Protect, again, makes a lot of sense. Attempt at a Heat Wave. Ooh. It's going to miss the Incineroar, though it would be resisted damage. Wood Hammer does try. So Ursaluna does stay safe this turn. No damage done over onto Chris's end of the board. And this is going to be a great opportunity to try and switch this Incineroar out and bring, I mean, even the Amoonguss. Amoonguss is tough too because you can't redirect like anything from the Rillaboom, and then the Heat Wave spread. Maybe the Porygon too, but then there could be the attempt at a double up, so it's going to be tricky for Trick Room. Like, this is a really tough position.
It is. There's not really a great option there. I guess I think what likely happens is Incineroar immediately swaps back in there anyway just to get the extra Intimidate and the resistance from the Volcarona's Heat Wave. But the Amoonguss coming in here, at least you're threatening us forward to the Volcarona. You know, the Porygon there, like you said, kind of a sitting duck in more ways than one. And this Amoonguss at least puts on some pressure before you can immediately swap it back out to Incineroar if you want to. But it actually looked like the Spore and the Terrestrialization were coming out immediately from this Amoonguss instead.
Yeah, try and catch this Volcarona out, so even if it has the boost, it won't be able to move. Electabuzz, though, hitting the field, I anticipate it could be a Volcarona that is protecting, and maybe a little bit of redirection from this Electabuzz in the future. A lot of pivoting going around. Incineroar, again, as you called, to hit the field. The Intimidate's, though, not going to be impactful in this situation. It's only going to be the Fake Out option to try and slow something down on the next turn. But Terrestrialization, as we saw into this Amoonguss, would have been great to make sure you're not taking much Heat Wave damage. But again, if you're just going for a Spore into a protecting Pokemon, that's not going to work out too well either. And how Carrie's playing, I don't think that Volcarona was left unprotected.
I think it might have protected last turn. Maybe I'm wrong there. Just if it did protect last turn, he hit the double. If he didn't, then that was a very safe play, like you said. Spore does go into that protecting Volcarona, so nothing being put to sleep this time around. The Terra Fire is a really valuable tool in this matchup. Fire is one of the greatest types you can be when you're facing down a Volcarona. I guess in this case it has the normal Terra Blast like we saw Adi use in that first round, but you really aren't going to be wanting to use that very often, and you are resisting the Heat Wave more importantly.
It was just so safe. It was a Heat Wave the last turn, protect this turn, and now you have, now you have the Follow Me on the field. So understanding this Volcarona is such a key piece hasn't really been left out too much, though. On that turn, a Fake Out into the slot, and instead a Taunt into the Ursaluna. So anticipating the Amoonguss would stick in, but making sure, of course, that it could not go for any sort of Spore or anything else. For this Ursaluna, though, it does mean with the Taunt going into the slot that it can't go for something like Protect, which is also impactful.
Yeah, very valuable there. Not being able to protect your Ursaluna means you have much less of a safe option on this turn. You know, Protect, the most important piece switch to Amoonguss is a very common kind of VGC play that you're going to see a lot of the time in these battles, but that option is not available to you.
Going on into this, though, it's going to be Terrestrialization for Carrie now, and into this Ghost type for the Electabuzz. So eyeing up that there is this possibility of something like a Facade. If it is targeted down, I mean, if it is this Facade click, it won't be able to do anything into the opposing Pokemon. We'll have to wait for that, though. Heat Wave does so much damage into this Ursaluna. It takes so much damage and does none in return. Immune hit. U-turn does nothing. Chris gets a pivot, but really just not much else.
It wasn't even a knockoff to cover for the Terra Ghost. That was kind of an all-in play from Christopher there. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him, and that Facade swinging into the Ghost type means that now you're an Ursaluna that can't protect, also can't do any damage, and the Heat Wave did more than enough to get a knockout with a second Heat Wave on this coming turn. Electabuzz is still very healthy and can taunt this Amoonguss to prevent it from going for any Spores. A really tough position to be in for Christopher now that that Facade didn't get any damage. You have to wonder if like Headlong Rush was maybe a better play there just to guarantee the damage going in somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, all in and all the eggs in the basket, and it's got to break this time around. And with the Heat Wave just threatening that knockout, and again, this Ursaluna being such a key piece for dealing damage, it needs to be swapping out. It can't go for the Protect. It was taunted. Protect from the Amoonguss as well, because the Electabuzz can just threaten to taunt on that slot as well. So this one, okay, we had to pick and choose, but it will just be the Follow Me. So Amoonguss will have to deal with a potential taunt next turn, but at least for the Heat Wave, the Incineroar switching in is going to be taking this hit a lot better.
I actually love the Follow Me there. In the scenario where you go for taunt into Amoonguss, the Amoonguss has tried to Pollen Puff the Ursaluna and you miss the Heat Wave on Ursaluna, then you could be in a much rougher spot, and Follow Me covers that much better. Now we're in a position where taunt is much more effective. You know, the Amoonguss, I mean, Follow Me is still pretty great too, right? You don't necessarily want to take a knockoff if you're going for Follow Me, but taunt doesn't prevent that anyway. And your goal right now, if you're carry, is just to keep enabling this Volcarona. You know, whether the Electabuzz wants to remain on the field on this turn to keep preventing this Amoonguss from going for Spores, I think is a pretty great option, but Volcarona is still in a very great spot. May not be doing too much damage on the next couple turns, but Quiver Dance might allow it to start getting strong enough to attack through these resistances effectively.
I mean, when Chris has to consistently playing this pivot game, going for another Quiver Dance isn't greedy. It's just smart. Taunt into this Amoonguss now to make sure it can't go for Spores in the future. But a U-turn from the Incineroar, I love this. Now you can go for a safe switch into this Ursaluna while you side Pollen Puff to be able to get that health back. We're still dealing with a very scary Volcarona on the opposing turn, on the other end, especially too since it did have that boost up. But being able to try and get this health recovered in some sort of way is going to be really, really nice. But you're still just outsped every turn of the way.
Yeah, the Pollen Puff there, not great if you're carry, but going for the Quiver Dance there still kind of covers for that in a way. You know, the Ursaluna might now be in a position to be knocked out by Heat Wave anyway, despite that Pollen Puff. And if the Ursaluna wants to protect itself this turn, You can't Pollen Puff through Protect and try and go for it again. So that second Quiver Dance there, making this Volcarona even bigger of a threat. When Incineroar swaps in here, should take the Heat Wave well. Ursaluna almost definitely protects here to not take much damage, and you got the Fake Out option. Like, you're still just not making any ground. The Volcarona could just Protect next turn, and you're just trading Protects, and no one's doing any damage.
I mean, this is where I would love to see any sort of call coming out from Christopher if you are just anticipating something like the Protect on the Volcarona, since this has been very massively played, to try and maybe get rid of this Electabuzz at some point, since it has Terrassalized and you do have the Incineroar back out on the field, trying to maybe find this opportunity for the knockoff to try and get momentum, because at this point, I think you're behind and maybe just kind of have to make a play.
And that's a great point, right? This Electabuzz has been on the field against Incineroar a couple turns now, and it's had the opportunity to go for those knockoffs, and it's just U-turned every time. And you have to wonder, you know, maybe do you be more offensive? Do you call this protecting Volcarona aggressively and try and get yourself in a much more advantageous position? I don't know what you do to capitalize on that if you are trying to call it, but it's at least something you can try and do.
It is going to be Protect, knowing that there is the fake out pressure on the board. You have to pivot so carefully for Christopher too, and it is just the double Protect. But this is where we get to see an interesting play. The Amoonguss comes out and hits the field, but U-turn, anticipating this double Protect, will be side targeted into the Amoonguss. Of course, it does 0 damage, but the key thing is getting a free pivot out onto the field. And now this is the opportunity. I mean, it's still tricky, but the Find Room, is this the moment where you can finally bring this Porygon 2 in and even get this Trick Room?
Well, and the reason you go for that play instead of just hard swapping both too is in case the Volcarona does attack, you really cannot afford Porygon 2 to swap in on a Heat Wave, because then it might be able to be knocked out on the following turn. But by doing this, the Incineroar was almost definitely not being knocked out this turn. You know, considering the Protect, and if Volcarona attacked, it was not going to be doing much damage with the Resistance and the Assault Vest. And you get the side U-turn in your Amoonguss, you do barely any damage thanks to the Resistance there. Now this Porygon hits the field at full HP, and Electabuzz has to pick which spot to taunt. Do you want to stop the Spore, or do you want to stop the Trick Room? You can't do both at the same time.
And Incineroar hitting the field, I mean, if it is going to be a taunt into this Porygon 2, that could be a little bit scary. Where it's going to be targeting down, first the Porygon 2 has to make it past the Heat Wave. With the Eviolite, it's a lot of damage, but going to be fine. But the taunt is into this Porygon 2, so forever to get this Porygon 2 safely out onto the field, and it instantly gets shut down, which is just devastating.
Carrie chose correctly. I think that's maybe the one that you prefer shutting down the most, right? We've seen the Volcarona get put to sleep and come out very fine on the other end in the first game of this match. But if Trick Room goes up, then your Ursaluna can come in and start threatening huge damage, regardless of, you know, being a little bit in Heat Wave range. Now Amoonguss hits the field instead of that Porygon, just to try and possibly take some attacks a little bit better. But this Electabuzz has a chance to attack for the first time. We can see a Thunderbolt.
It's not enough for the KO. A critical hit gets paralysis on the Incineroar that just barely holds on. And Chris just slowly but surely is losing more and more pieces to this match. I mean, the Incineroar is still around, but the paralysis, the opportunity to maybe not move, and of course, just that speed drop, it's not really that great. And again, you did so much work to get that Porygon 2 out, and nothing really happened, and you're still stuck in a spot where Incineroar not really threatening the most, and Amoonguss can just get shut down again.
This has very much been a war of attrition, but it's clear that Carrie is coming out on top here. We're about 10 turns into this game, and there have been no knockouts taken just yet. But this Volcarona has yet to be even threatened a single time. There's never been a chance for this Volcarona to be knocked out. We finally start getting some more damage into this Porygon 2 as Heat Wave comes through, knocks it all the way down to 12 HP, and Amoonguss gets taunted once more. There will be no Spores, but there can be Pollen Puffs, so another heads-up play from Christopher, making sure you get something done.
I mean, at this point, too, the Heat Wave just did so much damage. It was just under half, but even, again, the Electabuzz can just try and target it down. There can maybe even, like, you can't have redirection at this point either, so you can just safely go for a Heat Wave and Thunderbolt into something like this Porygon, and it's just completely gone. Your only chance would be a Heat Wave miss at that point.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Carrie sees that and goes for the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast again, but nope, just another Heat Wave. We'll take this Porygon 2 very low, and like you called out, Sierra, I imagine that's a Thunderbolt follow-up into that slot for a knockout on the Porygon.
I mean, the Electabuzz has done so well in shutting things down. Could have been just going for a KO, but this also safe. Porygon 2, though, instead of going for something like this Trick Room, instead a little bit of offensive damage. But by a little bit, I mean a little bit. Barely nothing done into the Electabuzz. You can get another Pollen Puff off, but again, you're just back in the same board state.
but now something like a Thunderbolt's a lot more tempting from the opposing end.
It's gotta be, right? You got nothing left to taunt. The Porygon 2 is all the way back down to that low HP. Now the Thunderbolt comes through, and we have finally seen a knockout in Game 2.
A Porygon 2 goes down and first KO of the match, but one of the most impactful as well. No way to be able to switch the speed dimensions, so this Volcarona is just going to be the speediest thing all day long. And with the 2 Quiver Dance boosts, those 2 boosts to that special attack, and no way to be able to slow that down, I mean, a Heat Wave here, this Ursaluna is just cooked, or it will be after a burn if you just miss out on this KO. The Amoonguss, yeah, it's resisted, but it's really just not doing anything since it has been taunted, and Incineroar is paralyzed with 6 HP.
And luckily for Chris, the taunt did just wear off, so you are again threatening those spores. But Electabuzz is still right there, ready to redirect or taunt to shut them down. This is another situation where just a Heat Wave connecting on Ursaluna probably just ends the game. I guess maybe it just misses the KO, but if it does, I think you're right, Sierra, that the burn should be enough to clear it up from that range. So maybe we get to see Volcarona take some damage on this turn, but it's not looking too likely.
I mean, with Follow Me, Volcarona coming out with a Heat Wave, wow, we won't even see the opportunity for that damage to be done because all of it into Ursaluna. Heat Wave is just enough to be picking up this KO. Pollen Puff, again, Amoonguss doing what it can, unfortunately, but the writing pretty much on the wall here. It's Amoonguss out on the field, not doing much. Incineroar, not long for this world, and just such a commanding game and series coming out from Kerry with a team so familiar with, and you could really just tell that through and through. What a clean 2-0 to still be undefeated here.
Really impressive match from Kerry there. That Volcarona truly never in trouble throughout both of those games. Just goes to show how well Kerry knows how to play this team. It's a great example of someone using a team and using Pokemon that they're very familiar with throughout all of Regulation H, including the first iteration of it last season, but tweaking it along as the season progresses and making sure that you're keeping up with different trends. The Grassy Seed Volcarona, a great example, something we are seeing a lot more lately, and that Kerry has used to great effects so far here in Las Vegas. And congrats to Kerry for starting the day 4-0. You're halfway through Phase 1 of the tournament. You've not lost a match just yet. I think that's a great place to be.
Yeah, and if these are how his matches are going, ooh, okay, that's gonna be crazy. And I mean, for Volcarona to be just in such a commanding spot the entire time, it was just played so cleanly, like from the get-go, being able to make the calls when needed, but it was just so safe. There wasn't really any windows of opportunity for Chris to try and really get back into the match. And it had to be some really, really big plays that Kerry covered for, or just a really, really tricky 50-50 that you get wrong and you just, it's stuck in the same spot.
I mean, he even made the big plays. Like he had the swap to Amoonguss side U-turn. That is a big play, and that's something that can, you know, swing momentum back in your favor, but even that just wasn't enough. The threat of that Volcarona's Heat Waves alongside the safety of that Electabuzz was too much to handle. I think we saw Volcarona and Electabuzz on the field for like 8 turns straight without swapping out and like really not taking any damage either. Like that is just a really impressive display for both of those Pokemon and of course for Kerry as a trainer.
I feel like, you know, when an image is on a TV for too long and it gets burnt into the screen, that is Volcarona and Electabuzz in my brain right now, because that is all we saw for the entire match. But again, when we talked about Kerry's just that level of consistency he had throughout last season, despite not getting this big win, I mean, it's easy to see why he was able to make such deep runs in these tournaments over and over and get these top 4s, these top 8s, and etc.
It's a confidence booster too, right? Yeah, and you enter a tournament knowing you've had a deep run before, but every tournament's a new tournament, and you know, getting top 4 last weekend means nothing for this weekend in terms of guarantees for certain results or wins or whatever. So if you're Kerry at 3-0, you play against Christopher Hahn, who's a fantastic player in his own right. Getting a win in such a dominant fashion, you've got to be feeling really great. You've got to be thinking, oh, I can make another deep run this weekend. I can, you know, beat the top players, stay at the top tables, make that top cut, and hopefully for Kerry even push further than that last top 4.
And with this Electabuzz team too, because we saw a lot of Electabuzz in Regulation H 1.0.
Yeah.
And it's not like Electabuzz ever became bad, don't get me wrong, but we kind of, like, we moved along.
Yes.
And like some players stayed loyal, right? And that loyalty paying off huge right now.
Absolutely. It's also one thing on the usage stats that we didn't talk about in the pre-show or the opening of the show. Amoonguss is not on the usage, like the top 12.
which is surprising to me. Always a very good Pokemon, maybe just not a very great meta for it. Christopher saying, oh, if people are just respecting Amoonguss, maybe I can bring it and sneak it in here. But Electabuzz is a really great Amoonguss answer, and that Carrie showed that off very, very well in this match.
Yeah, the Carrie definitely respected Amoonguss. We can tell that with the team, but with such a great win, of course. I want to hear from him as he's standing by with me now for our interview.
Thank you so much. I am currently on the floor with that last round winner, Carrie. Carrie, tell me about how you're feeling right now. You're undefeated.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. A lot better than I was feeling like a week ago. I was stressing, trying to figure out what team I wanted to bring to Vegas, but I ended up just running back my Toronto team that I got top 16 with and just made some small tweaks to it to adjust to the meta.
Can you tell me a little bit about going into this matchup? I mean, Christopher Hahn is a name that, you know, he's come into the Masters Division just absolutely swinging. Tell me about your thought process going into this matchup and, you know, what your thoughts were when you first saw the pairing.
So when I first saw Chris Hahn on the pairings, I was a little nervous, mainly because we're both in World Cup together, so we've seen each other play a lot. We've run practice sets a lot together, so there was that aspect to it. So I was a bit nervous, but when I saw he had like the P2 plush, I kind of knew what the matchup was going to be, most likely the Kilowattrel team with the P2. And I had mostly a favorable matchup as long as I got my turns right with the Volcarona. So I wasn't too worried. I just had to get some of the calls right, so I wanted to play into his more aggressive nature.
I mean, turn one of game one, you instantly got the KO on Ursaluna. How did you feel going into that turn? Like, what were your thoughts there? Were you worried about any protection at all?
So I was extremely worried, mainly because of the fact that that was one of the leads I was expecting, but no Kilowattrel players really have led that into me before. So I was thinking, like, well, he's mostly, like, he has the threat of Rage Powder. He can just go for Earthquake if he really wants to try to take a double KO. I just had a feeling he wasn't going to Terra Ghost. Also, because if he commits Terra Ghost, he can't have a defensive Terra on his Amoonguss anymore, on his Incin or his P2, which leaves him open to Sneasler CC. And the other thing is, like, he doesn't know if I have King Gambit in the back. If he commits Terra Ghost too early on Ursaluna, King Gambit plus Sneasler can just, like, rip through the rest of his team because he doesn't have any way to stop it from getting off.
I see you have the Electabuzz plushie in your pocket right now. I mean, I got to ask you, is Electabuzz the MVP of your team right now? I mean, it did so much work in that last game.
Kinda, yeah. I have to thank my friend Jonathan for it. Yesterday, he sent me a text. He's like, hey, I found this plushie. You want it? I'm like, sure, I'll just bring the Electabuzz plush. And he's done a great job today. Definitely clutched up a couple sets and, like, guaranteed me some wins. So it definitely felt like the right choice.
Going into game two, it seemed like Electabuzz was really shutting down a lot of the team. What was your thought process going into game two, and what was your strategy there?
So game two, since I realized that Chris didn't really want to lean into P2, because the annoying part about having Grassy Seed on Volcarona is I would like to lead Rillaboom, but I can't really lead Rillaboom because it gets the defense boost, and if it gets the defense boost, then P2 gets the special attack boost, because then the defense is higher than the special attack. So then it leads to P2 having, like, boosted damage, but since I saw he wasn't leading the P2, I figured if I just led Rillaboom and started, like, weighing some offensive pressure, then figure out how to get in my Electabuzz safely, I could then shut down most of his team with Taunt. He was spamming Pollen Puff, which I figured he might do, but it was I figured I would be mostly fine as long as I prevented it from mostly getting on the Incineroar, because after Volcarona gets to, like, +1, +2, it starts chunking P2, chunking Ursaluna to where it's, like, manageable. So I just wanted to, like, keep Chris, like, constantly on the back foot by just, like, keep clicking Heat Wave, not stepping off the gas, and, like, protecting, because there was a lot of board states where I could just protect. And one of the reasons why I clicked Terra Ghost on Buzz is I wanted to force the Ursaluna to have to click Headlong Rush, so it can't click Facade. So, which, based on where my Buzz's HP was at, would not have killed it, so I would have been, like, a good position anyways.
What would it mean to you if you won this entire regional championship?
I would cry. I would cry. I'd be, like, in tears.
You're currently undefeated, a couple more rounds today, and then you go on to phase two. You know, how are you going to relax tonight?
Probably just going to hang out with friends, get some dinner with my dad, and just have a good time.
Gotcha. Before I let you go and prepare for your next round, center yourself, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make out to the viewers?
Yes. First off, I want to shout out Chris. He was the one who believed in me with this team since the start and told me that I should have just kept running it instead of, like, trying all these different things and, like, stressing myself out. So I really want to thank him because he's been here every step of the way. I want to thank Patrick for always being there as well, giving me confidence to run the team. I want to say thank you to Zach Weed for running prep sets. And thank you to the Florida community and my parents.
Congratulations, you're 4-0. Again, I'll let you go center yourself. We're going to go ahead and throw it down to the table, or the analyst desk, with Joe Brown and Yuki. Take it away, Joe and Yuki.
Congrats, Gary.
Thank you, Dwee. We are here for the Joe Brown breakdown, and I'm joined by Yuki here on this game. So congratulations, Carey. 4-0 to start his day here in Vegas. I think, Yuki, one of the big things that we've seen is Volcarona might be, 9th or 10th on the usage charts or whatever, but it seems like an unlosable Pokemon through the first 3 rounds this weekend.
Yeah, well, I remember somebody was posting on social media saying, yeah, you can hit your best matchups and you'll still go 4-4 at Volcarona. And yeah, now it's been just absolutely rampaging through the VGC scene the last few weeks. So yeah, and you can see how strong it was in that set, especially in game 2. Like, it was just Electabuzz Volcarona show, right? Like, just taunt, follow me, Quiver Dance, Heat Wave, Quiver Dance, Heat Wave. So yeah, very strong Pokemon.
Let's get into this breakdown here between Chris and Carey. So we get it started, and we're gonna see on the field. If I get a good pause, hold on, there we go. Okay, you can see it, I have them here. There is the Sneasler and Volcarona. So on this turn, it's so crucial to get damage off onto the Ursaluna, but there's potential redirection, there's a potential protect as well. If you go for the hit, double targeting the Ursaluna, you just protect, you get Flame Orb set up for free, and then you're put to sleep. So I think it was a really bold play of Carey to expect him not to protect Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think it seems to me that Carey was a little bit on the back foot here because the Amoonguss was pressuring Spore and neither Pokemon really immune to it and just really wanted to go for a read there. And yeah, we see the Ursaluna survive on just 1 HP, the Invincible Focus Sash, but the Heat Wave connecting made it not really matter. And yeah, on these kind of teams, Ursaluna is the big damage dealer, right? That's the one that you want to go through a Trick Room and just getting knockouts one after the other. So that was a big deficit over on Chris's end, and after that I just don't think he had the damage he really needed to get the W here.
And you do get the Spore onto Volcarona, which means it's going to take a couple of turns for Carey to come back in this one here. So we're going to fast forward a little bit to Porygon on the field with a normal critical hit Terra Blast, but this is the turn Volcarona wakes up, and now once you get Quiver Dance, it's so difficult to take down the Volcarona with all of the support next to it too, like the Rillaboom on the field.
Yeah, and especially since it consumes the Grassy Seed, it not only gets its defense boost, but also means that knockoff is doing much less damage. So it's definitely a very good Pokemon that you want to have against these two. You can keep getting slept by Amoonguss if you want to, but if you're not able to deal damage back to Volcarona and stop it from healing, then you don't really advance your board state.
All right, so here we go. We got Follow Me from the Electabuzz here. Electabuzz, Carey said it was the star of the show in game 2. You're going to redirect the Pollen Puffs. It took 4 different hits that were targeted for Volcarona in this game.
Yeah, getting rid of the Eviolite helped it to get the KO with U-turn and Pollen Puff, so be able to reposition while getting the KO was nice, but I think it was a little bit too late. The Volcarona already had some Quiver Dances set up, and yeah, Carey's able to get a free switch in from the back.
Yeah, so now the Volcarona is going to get the Heat Wave on this turn onto the Porygon 2. We'll see in game 2 how crucial Porygon 2 is as well for Chris's strategy, even though it's not really able to. But that does twist the dimension or get the Trick Room over with here in this spot. So now I think just Carey's in such a good spot, and I wonder about this turn is so cool to predict your opponent to Terra fighting, so then now Terra Fairy is going to be super effective.
Absolutely, yeah. So covering for whether the Porygon Terras or it doesn't Terra, but obviously Chris also had the option to go for Rage Powder onto the Amoonguss to circumvent that, but it's not something that you really want to do, right? Because you can still go for Heat Wave, and that would get you a KO while still getting some spread damage onto the Porygon. But yeah, this also meant that even if the Amoonguss had gone for redirection and taken the close combat and the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, Chris would have a lot less tools in Trick Room.
Yeah, so that Porygon was so crucial. Ursaluna was so crucial in this game plan as well, right? Both of them gone. Now the close combat into Incineroar, bringing that down to a really low point as well. Chris is in such a difficult spot because all of your damage is essentially gone, right?
Yes.
You have a Amoonguss now, you have a low health Volcarona, and you have a Quiver Dance boosted Volcarona that's still doing fine.
Yeah, and the Electabuzz is just so strong to shut down the Amoonguss, shut down the Porygon 2, and yes, Chris was able to get over it at some point. It was just a little bit too late. The damage has been done.
All right, so Carey winning that one. Up there we go. I proved it. Hold on. Sorry about that, team. Okay, so let's try to pause here. on this first turn, I want to ask you, Yuki, because this is something that I played a lot of Ursaluna. A lot of people who have Trick Room Ursaluna experience, they often don't lead Ursaluna in matchups in general, or they'll try to swap it in to get a Flame War boost, or swap it the turn you click Trick Room or Pollen Puff or something like that. 2 games in a row, Chris has led Ursaluna. Is this a knowledge matchup thing that like I have to start right away to get the damage on Volcarona when this is such an uncommon strategy usually for Ursaluna players? Why is he leading Ursaluna?
Yeah, like you said, it's a bit unconventional because Ursaluna has a bit of a like a damage vacuum, so to speak, because it's not able to get that much damage because it doesn't have the guts activated on turn 1. So one way where you can make sure that your Ursaluna is ready to go as soon as Trick Room goes up is to have to lead it, maybe go for a Protect. I guess in game 1's case, we didn't go for the Protect, and that's what led to, the quick demise there. But being able to lead it early on means that you can activate the Flame Orb, and then once you are able to get the Trick Room up, you can start attacking immediately. The problem is that getting the Trick Room up is really, really difficult for Chris because of that Electabuzz. So maybe if he had led with the Porygon, it might have been a little bit easier, but then you don't have the Flame Orb activated immediately, so I totally see where Chris is going for here.
Right, so you do get the Flame Orb activation there. Now it feels like you're in a good spot for Ursaluna to sweep through on this game. We're going to skip forward a couple of turns here to the Terra Fire on Amoonguss. This crucially allowed Carry to get damage onto Ursaluna because it could no longer Terra Ghost.
Yeah, so I think the Amoonguss on paper looked pretty good. In terms of just like the matchup, because typically these Pokemon run Amoonguss typically runs Terra Water, which is good at not taking a lot of damage from like water attacks against rain teams. But in this case, it's actually really good because you take less damage from Rillaboom and from Electabuzz, so you're not as much of a liability, while still also reducing damage output from Volcarona. However, that also means that you don't get to Terastallize your Ursaluna anymore, and the Electabuzz is still a pain because it still has access to Taunt to shut down all of your moves like Spore, like Trick Room, and yeah, it just felt like the Electabuzz Volcarona core stayed on the field way too long.
Yeah, we're going to see so many times how Taunt was so huge. Electabuzz, absolutely, the best teammate that Volcarona could ever ask for here in this spot, because it's going to Terra Ghost.
Yep.
So Ursaluna would have loved to Terra Ghost in this spot, but now every time you redirect away a Facade, it does no damage. Chris has spent so much time getting Ursaluna set up just to do no damage.
Yeah, so if Chris had made like a bit of an aggressive read here and went for like Headlong Rush plus knockoff or something, then Electabuzz would have gone and it would have been a lot easier to get the Porygon 2 set up. But yeah, I think this was probably the game deciding turn where Electabuzz is Terra Ghost. You can't fake it out anymore. It loses its weakness to ground types, and it's just a little bit too late to get up Trick Room now.
Yeah, and then we'll see for a couple of turns in a row. Chris tries to bring it back with the Pollen Puff, right? But Pollen Puff, his teammates around. But Volcarona and Electabuzz really never felt at any point threatened on Carrie's end of the field, right?
Yeah, the self U-turn was pretty clever because it guarantees you can pivot out your Incineroar while not risking your opponent going for the relatively obvious double protect here. But yeah, like because the Electabuzz is still on the field, like you're not really advancing your board state. So unfortunately, you don't get out of the predicament you're in.
And that's something that Jake acknowledged. He said, like, yes, that was an awesome play, but it still doesn't advance any further, right? So we move on to our next moment here with Incineroar swapping onto the field. This is the turn you need Porygon to try to set Trick Room up for Chris's strategy to win. And Electabuzz says, not on my watch. I'm taunting your Porygon. I dare you to click Trick Room because it ain't gonna work.
So yeah, that was probably the nail in the coffin here. And yeah, the Volcarona just being set up doesn't help you either, right? Because you just keep getting dished out a lot of damage after it set up its Quiver Dances.
Yeah, and so it's got multiple Quiver Dances. Finally, 10 turns in, we get a first knockout in the game, and the Pollen Puff failing. Really, whenever you see a Pollen Puff fail, you just know it's kind of wrapped up. Here's the second time in this game that Electabuzz said, you cannot touch my Volcarona. That's my friend. I won't let you hurt Volcarona. So the Facade gets ignored into the Ghost typing. You get the KO there, and that's going to wrap it up.
It's very interesting because for both players, like on the very surface, it looked kind of even because both players didn't take that much damage and they still had 4 Pokemon each for a really long time. But just the existence of Electabuzz with the Terra Ghost, you basically had to KO the Electabuzz in order to advance your board state, in order to go for Trick Room. but the damage source just wasn't there, especially since you don't have the speed control. Like the Volcarona is always going to move before you because you don't have access to Tailwind, you don't have access to your own Trick Room, so that made it really, really difficult. So yeah, well played from Chris to like pivot into that position.
And how do you deal with this, Yuki? Because, you know, Kara was talking about that. Chris was one of the players that really helped him find confidence in this team that he's currently 4-0 and also using to beat Chris in Switzerland. You build teams with friends.
Yes.
You get confidence. You learn certain matchups from the advice they give, and then you use that advice that they gave you on call in real life to beat them with that strategy. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's not a great feeling, and unfortunately, it's like the nature of the competition, right? Like you can't really like become great like at VGC just playing on your own all the time. So you have to always have friends, and if your friends are strong, then you become strong. But that means you also are more likely to play against each other more often. I actually felt this more recently because I played Wolf out of regional when we were both 7-0. We were both using the Zoroark team, and I found out then actually that I think we had played each other the most in tournaments, at least for me. Like I played him 5 times in the tournaments I've played, you know, for maybe like 7 or 6 years, which is a lot. You're not supposed to play the same person that many times, but it definitely does happen when you play against your own teammates. And at this point, you just have to, just play your best. And it's just the nature of the game. So it's something that you probably have to get used to because I think it's really easy to get nervous when you play against friends. It's like, oh, they know my game plans, they know what I'm gonna do. But yeah, you just have to kind of get over those nerves, which I haven't done because I'm 0 for 5 versus Wolf. But one day.
Hey, you'll get there.
Yeah,
I know it. I'm keeping hope alive. All right, thank you, Dookie. Congratulations, Carrie. Starting this day 4-0 right now. Halfway through our phase 1 here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We are going to take a quick break. We come back, we'll have some round 5 action here in Vegas.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prepped for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
The first North American Regional Championship of the season started with an old favorite, Regulation H. Our trainers burst out the gate with unique picks like Hariyama, Dusclops, and Greninja, while old standbys like Mousehold, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Sneasler got a new look. But it was Sinistcha, the matcha Pokemon, that shocked Steel City by taking 3 of the 4 semifinal spots with 2 very different looks. After his top 16 win, Matt Tidd called his shot. After a grueling 3-game semifinals, it was Matt's Primarina hanging on with 2 HP and a dream that got him to the finals. Chup across the 4th faced off against fellow regional champion Daniel Yu in the semifinals and showed his incredible decision-making in a 2-game sweep, falling behind in the Pokemon count early only to position his Basculegion to sweep with a powered-up Last Respects and securing his spot in the finals. There, Matt's dreams of becoming a regional champion were blocked as Chuppa's Golden Go channeled the power of Steel City to fire off powerful Terra Steel Make It Rains and slowly but surely chip down all of Matt's Pokemon and secure his 2nd regional championship.
Zero goes for the knockoff, and Choppa Cross is your Pittsburgh Regional Champion!
If this is the kind of play and innovation we can expect from the 2026 season, we're in for an incredible year of Pokemon. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to see how you too can set off on your own Pokemon journey.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! You're so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, I can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I am currently joined by Arbin, who is a competitor here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Arbin, can you tell me how you're feeling going into this tournament?
I'm feeling very nervous, but honestly, I'm very just excited to play Pokemon.
Can you tell me a little bit about the team that you're bringing to this tournament? You told me a little bit about it, but can you give me a little bit of details about it?
I'm using a risk-taking team. I'm using Lilligant Hard Trick Room. You just pressing the sleep powder button and just ensuring my opponent's Pokemon can't move while my Torkoal can fire eruptions, or being able to set up Trick Room and then press Expanding Force. That is the team I'm bringing, and I'm hoping it brings me first place.
What are sort of your goals that you're setting for this regional championship? What do you want to achieve here in Las Vegas?
My main goal is to have fun, but I do want to hit day 2 and hopefully top cut. It's been a while since I made it to that stage, so I definitely want to push forward and reach it.
You top 4'd the Charlotte Regional Championships back in Regulation F. This is actually the final Regulation H Regional Championship here in North America. How are you feeling as we move into Regulation F?
I'm actually pretty excited. I get to use the same team that I've used to top 4 Charlotte, and I get to use some of my favorite mons, such as like Urshifu, Fluttermane, Pokemon like that. But there's also like really fun strategies, such as the Blizzard spam team that won one of the European regionals. Articuno and Ninetales is, I think, an awesome strategy, and I hope I get to use that in the future tournaments.
Which tournaments are you lined up so far for Regulation F?
I definitely want to go to Toronto, and I am looking forward to going to Seattle as well.
Before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make out to any of the viewers out there?
Definitely a shout-outs to Hive, to Apex, to Tub, and definitely the Philippines Pokemon scene. They're one of the reasons why I'm going forward, and I got to meet so many people here.
Thank you so much, Arbin. Again, I'm going to go ahead and let you get ready for your the rest of your tournament prep, whatever you need to do. Thank you so much. We'll be right back with more action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I'm basically running an interview gauntlet right now. This is my spot. I'm just running as many interviews as I possibly can. I'm currently joined on the floor by a 4-0 competitor, someone, you know, a fellow commentator with me, Len Duel. Len, how's it going so far?
I mean, it's going well so far, 4-0. The matches have felt good. a little bit close. Not been 2-0s across the board, having to play a lot of games, but it's a good way to get woken up, get ready to go.
Can you tell me a little bit more about some of the matches that you've gone through and sort of the strategies?
Well, I haven't seen the usage stats graphics, so I don't know if this is everywhere, but it's a sunny day in Las Vegas for me. I've seen a lot of Torkoal so far. I've got Tyranitar, so this is a good thing. You love just to take away the sun with some sand.
Torkoal actually did not make it to the top 12 usage stats, yeah, but we all kind of predicted. One thing that we knew for sure all backstage during the pre-show was that you were for sure running Tyranitar. Why did you choose Tyranitar?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit predictable at this point. Definitely just going with it, whether it's a good idea or not, it's comfortable. It's something I have a lot of prep on, so it's easy to go from tournament to tournament and just update little things, make little changes here and there for each tournament, for each different metagame, but still rely on that comfort from the entire generation, really, of using Tyranitar, Corviknight, and Garchomp.
Whole generation, you mean like 15 years or so?
Well, there's some time in between, tried some other Pokemon, threw a Pheromosa out there maybe, but yeah, definitely the last handful of years, a lot of those three.
You said you've gone through across 3 Torkoal teams so far. How do you deal with these sort of like weather battles? I mean, it's such a grueling matchup to be able to kind of make sure that your weather goes up and that your opponent doesn't get the weather go up. You've had years of experience. Can you tell us some more insight on that?
Yeah, I mean, you have to always be kind of analyzing how important is it to win the weather matchup. So you've got to decide how many resources you're willing to give away to win it, and then what. We want to be one turn ahead, right? So that might mean getting Tyranitar off the field so you can get it back on the field later. But sometimes winning the weather war isn't the most important thing, and it's better to just capitalize with damage while Tyranitar's on the field and they're kind of resetting Torkoal to get the weather control themselves. So it's always a little bit of analyzing the situation, hoping you're not making a mistake, kind of which direction you're choosing.
This is the final major regional championship in the North American circuit in Regulation H, right? So can I ask you what you think is the most powerful Pokemon in all of Regulation H? You can be biased if you want to be.
Oh, I mean, it's clearly Golden Go, right? It's got to be one of the best Pokemon ever made. I think it's one of the most fun Pokemon to play. I love that it's in this game. It's always this really fun positioning challenge, whether it's with Choice Specs and you're trying to just find the right moment, or it's with Nasty Plot and you're trying to figure out when you can get the boost. The kind of low speed on it means that you have to do a little bit of work to get it going, but then it can capitalize with so much damage. I think it's really fun to play against. I think it's the best Pokemon. It's always up there in usage. So yeah, that would definitely be the answer.
I actually predicted for Golden Go to do pretty well at this regional championship. It's very good Pokemon. Going into Regulation H, what are sort of the archetypes that you're kind of fearful right now with your team matchup? Are there any at all?
Oh, I don't know if I want to let people know what I'm afraid of. That's a dangerous thing. Let your fears out into the public. But there are definitely some matchups I hope to not see on the other side of the team preview. There's a lot of really strong teams out there. At this point in Regulation H, we've played so many tournaments of Regulation H that certain teams have really come to the top, like the Lele team that was both finalists in Milwaukee. Maybe that's a little bit on the downtrend, but it could still show up at any moment, and there are like dozens of those teams. You might see Marco-san, you might see Rezabeth Rain. So every round is like a new matchup that you probably have some experience against, but it's like, okay, when was the last time I ran that prep? Have I tried it with this version? So yeah, always a few challenging things lurking out there.
What would it mean to you to win this regional championship?
Oh man, it's been so long since I've won one. It would mean a ton. It'd be really fun to be able to get back there to the top. But we'll take it one step at a time. Just get to day 2 would be amazing.
When's the last time that you won a regional championship?
Oh, you're gonna age me so bad. I think it was 2012.
That's not that bad. That's like only 13 years ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some senior, junior division age players who weren't even born yet, but it could be worse.
Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna go ahead and let you prepare for your next round. You're currently sitting at. Before I let you go, though, gotta ask you, who are the shoutouts for?
Oh, so many shoutouts to friends who are here. It's really fun to have Roshan Shakar visiting from the UK and playing today, so shout out to him. And then, of course, my boyfriend Anthony is kind of playing supporting crew this weekend, has been getting me coffee and water and food between rounds. It's really helpful to be able to keep going, so shout out to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining me on the floor, Len. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Pokemon dreams are made of.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first two games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these two trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
So we know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We are still waiting for one more table out on the floor. So a little bit of chatter from us about the event so far and everything else. Hello, Sierra, Jake. Hello, Jake.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. It's going. How about you?
It's pretty great. We've had some really good matches on stream so far, and we're just getting started. Of course, we are halfway through phase 1 of the Las Vegas Regional Championships Swiss portion of the tournament, which means that after phase 1, we'll have played 8 rounds. Everyone that's 6-2 or better will move on to phase 2, where they will play 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then after that, we got our asymmetrical top cut to decide the champion.
And this is where the tournament, it's the first part of where it starts to get really scary, right? Because for the trainers to get 4-0, amazing, right? You're 2 away from making sure that you are locked into the phase 2 of the competition. But also with so many other incredibly skilled trainers also hitting that 4-0 benchmark, this is where tournament runs can really quickly turn sour for a lot of trainers. Seen a lot of people that have gone undefeated to be really starting off a day. Then the losses start trickling in, not because they aren't deserving, but I mean, with such skilled trainers from around the world, these matches just get too difficult. So I'm excited to see what the second half of the day offers us.
Yeah, it gets tougher and tougher as you move through the tournament and play other trainers who are also doing very well throughout the day. Of course, in our Swiss format, you're always going to play against trainers with the same record as you, with some very small exceptions at the kind of the far ends of each range of the records. So all the 4-0 trainers are going to get paired up against other 4-0 trainers, and you're both on this huge momentum swing in the first start of the day. One of them has to end, and you don't want it to be you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at players that have traveled from around the world and the runs have started with, not only is 4-0 just kind of scary because you're going to be paired up against such great trainers, but you also want to make sure that this journey isn't just not worth it, right? For all the competitors, it's going to be a lot of championship points. And as we called out for the Japanese players that have made that long trip here, it is a victory or nothing, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they get to claim the prize money, I believe, but the championship points, unfortunately, don't mean anything to them. So if they want this tournament to count towards qualifying for the World Championships, they do have to win it all. Fortunately for them, we've got a couple in the field that are still 4-0, so they're well on their way, but they've got a lot of Pokemon left to play.
Yeah, again, 4-0, great start. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Do we asking people what it would mean to win the championships when they're 4-0? I'm just sitting here and I'm like, do not cast or curse them. Do not cast or curse them, because yeah, I love to hear the insight. That is amazing. But don't cast or curse them. It's been a great start. We can't count our chickens before the hatch.
Well, I mean, you got to have some confidence too, though, right? If you're at 4-0, you're thinking, oh, I'm doing really well. That's kind of the mindset you got to be in if you're going to go on and win the tournament. If you're at 4-0, like, well, I don't know, I'm playing all right. Like, that's not a winning mindset. So you got to believe you're going to win.
Oh, I believe in the players to win. I'm sure they believe in their capabilities to win. But have you ever seen a cast or curse in effect?
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah, there is just some things that are beyond the players going to that point, and it's out of their hands. But no, in all seriousness, this has been a really exciting event to spectate. Again, the fact that Las Vegas is happening a week before LAIC, the first international of the season, is exceptionally exciting because that's where we get to see a lot of trainers that will be doing that back-to-back. This is going to be the best idea of what to expect heading into next weekend, and I think that just makes it all the more exciting. I mean, this feels very just Pokemon-esque too. The people that are going from Las Vegas to LAIC, it's like the whole travel far and wide, searching
Yeah.
across the land type stuff, or
Exactly.
I mean, going from here to there.
And it's really exciting too. But as our trainers prepare to make that journey from round 4 to round 5, we'll take a quick little break. We'll be right back very soon with round 5 action here in Las Vegas.
Let the
Well, the good times are certainly rolling here in Las Vegas, halfway through phase 1 of our competition, first day on Saturday, and it has been an awesome journey so far. We are back. Last time it was just to chat while waiting for our final table. Now our final table is done, which means we can get started with our next round of Swiss, which, oh, we got a great matchup.
We certainly do, but first let's take a peek at our Masters Swiss rankings. All of these trainers are halfway through the first phase of competition without dropping a match, which is fantastic. Of course, Carrie, we just saw on stream, claim that 4th win, but other trainers like Justin Tang, Montana Mott, Olivia, Brandon, Oliver, also all great trainers that have been at these top tables before, also seeing some great success. Of course, Len, who we just saw interview with Dewey as well.
Yeah, and we talked about this is where the matches get really difficult because you get really exceptionally skilled trainers paired up against each other. So I love being able to get that insight. I love that we've gotten so many great players. And some of these teams are still, I'm not going to spoil anything, but a couple of these teams from these 4-0 players are crazy. I hope we get the opportunity to highlight those later on in the day, but wow, my hope going into this event was that we would get to see some more of that whimsical team building and to get to see something that breaks the mold, and there's a couple trainers here definitely with that capability.
We've had a great mix of, common teams we've seen throughout all of Regulation H, and some really cool innovations. I think one thing that's popped up here at this tournament is those berry golden goes. We've seen the Mago and the Ayapapa berry, just because they give you a little bit more healing when you get a little bit low on health, and they lean more into the bulk of Golden Go than the offense, like some Life Orb or Metal Coat sets do. So it's another fun way trainers are mixing it up as we get to the very end of this rule set.
I mean, we have our 4-0 players, but let's talk about the notable matchups and what we're going to be seeing next. We have talked about this being an event that players are traveling out to, and that is on Pure Showcase in our next featured match between Yosuke and Tomas. We got Japan, we got France. This is amazing.
It's so fun to see these two trainers meeting up here. It's so fun to see them here at the event, much less doing this well and getting to face each other. So that's going to be a really fun match to watch, but also some great matches. Again, these are all 4-0 trainers looking to get one step closer to phase 2. Some familiar faces: Len, Raghav, Alyssa Smith, Carrie, Olivia, Eric. It's just trainers that have always been doing very well at these events, and good to see them at the top tables once again.
Yeah, Alyssa is someone who has been on a tear whenever she's not judging at these events. So to be able to see her at a 4-0 is incredible. And you know that Raghav on the opposing end is a very, very skilled trainer. Olivia Maletsky as well, and Eric Bartlett, that's going to be a crazy match. And for Len, he was talking about how strong his sand team is up against the sun. That's just very, very out here in Las Vegas. So I know that he's hoping he's up against the sun player right now. So I'll be curious to see what Kaden is running.
Of course, but of course our featured match is going to be Yosuke Takiyanagi versus Tomas Krivui, and I cannot wait to see these trainers. Of course, very successful trainers in their own right. Yosuke from Japan and Thomas from France. Took a little bit of a break recently, but I believe he was just in Japan for a while and met Yosuke there too. So they have a little bit of history together, so hopefully that'll be a fun match on our stream too.
Yeah, when Thomas was taking the break, it's one of those, he was such top of his game, he was doing so well beforehand, but life, right?
Of course.
It's like that. So to see him back competing this season is really, really exciting.
Yeah.
I was really excited to see he's at the event. Obviously 4-0 on the day is incredible. And Yosuke on the opposing end, when we highlighted the storylines of these Japanese players needing to get this first place for that direct invitation, he was one of the players that last season got a direct invitation with a top 4 placement at EUIC. So he is so funny. He's just very heartwarming about Pokemon, and you know that starting off the day right is going to be great for him.
Well, obviously success on the international level already, so hopefully that translates well for him here in Las Vegas. It is so far. You can't really ask for a better start than 4-0, but we'll have to go through Thomas, of course, who's another formidable threat on the international stage.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at when he started taking the break, and it's like, okay, here is a championship at Lille. Here is a regional finalist here at Liverpool. There is a list of accomplishments here, but Yosuke is definitely someone who has been able to play up against those top trainers, has proved it at such a high level, both at a world stage and elsewhere. So it'll be a great one.
Of course. But the stakes here are pretty high too. Getting to start the day at 5-0 in this first phase of Swiss makes your last 3 rounds a little bit less stressful. Of course, if you're 5-0 to start the day, you only need 1 more win to guarantee you're progressing on to phase number 2. You want to keep reaching for those other wins too, because they will count towards day 2, you know, if you keep winning on day 1. But if you start at 4-0 and you lose 1 to 4-1, you're just letting that momentum slip a little bit. Of course, you're very much able to recoup it and win 2 of your next 3 matches to move on, but I think 5-0 sounds a lot better than 4-1 here. So if you get to start at that huge 5-0, I think that's what these trainers are striving for.
What I'm excited about for this match is something we talk about a lot is the meta and just regional differences, right?
True.
Which normally we get to see more on an international scale at LASE or whatnot, right? But being able to get a small example of that here is going to be really exciting. But both of these regions have been great for innovation within the meta game, and to be able to experience that here in North America, I think is exceptionally special. I don't think we're on the groundbreaking, this is crazy stuff with these teams. I know like France in the past, like we got that Sheninja team that just like that was just notoriously like strong, right? And then Japan has definitely been able to break through the meta with a lot of great team choices. So being able to have both of them break out of their respective regions and compete here, that's just even more exciting.
I mean, for a long time, the Japan National Championships were usually held before the National Championships or the NAIC back, you know, before the NAIC was called that here in North America. And a lot of times trainers would look at the results of the Japan National Championships, see what did well there, and adjust it for the North American metagame going into our National Championships. So Japan has always been kind of a beacon for the metagame throughout the history of VGC. So it's really cool to get to see us compete with Japanese players more than just at Worlds. You know, before the last couple seasons, Worlds was really the only time we got to intermingle with Japanese players at events. And now even down to the regional championship level, it happens so much more often, and I love that.
Yeah, that was all because of the change to this invitation structure to have the direct invitations for the first place and allowing it to be from people from regions where it is a different invitation system, right? So I love that we've had that to be able to see trainers really be able to trace their dreams, chase that invitation, and really be able to have that international scale at a little bit more closer to home. Because for some of the trainers too that don't necessarily get to go to the World Championships, since it is such a select few, they might not even get to play too much outside of their region sometimes, right? So. Ooh, okay, we're getting to the stage. We're almost ready to the match. Oh, all good things are worth waiting for, friends. So this match is absolutely no exception.
I love that you called out the Sheninja. I'm pretty sure Thomas was a very well-known user of that team, and he's got the plush right up there with him for support. I don't. Unfortunately, Sheninja is not, you know, in Scarlet and Violet able to be used. I think a lot of players are thankful for that because Sheninja with the option to Terastallize sounds really scary to go up against, but Thomas has found himself another team he is much more comfortable with in this metagame. So it served him pretty well so far this weekend.
Yeah, right. So I'm excited once we get the once we know the headsets are fully on, we get the teams on screen, we can really dive into that one. But again, the level of skill both of these trainers have, there's quite a few matchups out there where I could realistically see that being a top cut match, a top 4 match, even a finals match. And this is already kind of one of those matches that I would put on the pedestal. These are 2 trainers that are highly anticipated going into the weekend, would place really, really strong. So to see the matchup already play out is going to be incredible.
Exactly. You know, we get a treat on this first day of competition in just round 5 for these 2 titans of international competition to face off against each other. We are ready to jump into the action. We've got Thomas and Yosuke ready for round number 5 in Las Vegas to see who progresses to 5-0.
Looking at the teams, a lot of similarities with a lot of the really strong Pokemon out there. Ones that maybe, I mean, are still really strong, but don't quite see on the highest percentage of the usage chart. I'm talking about Annihilate there. Annihilate and Mousehold has been one of those like staple duos we've seen them within the meta, and with a lot of different looks to those Pokemon, regardless of even if you have the pairing or whatnot. So seeing those here is really nice. You get the Rillabooms, those are pretty standard across the board, but then how the rest of the team is built out with the Golden Goes, everything else, is going to be really interesting to see how these trainers navigate.
Absolutely, especially considering they have a bit of a difference in partners too. We got the Dragonite coming out from Thomas, which I believe does have the Haze. Yeah, it is that Skill Shot Haze set, so that could be a way to reset any potential bulk up boosts on Yosuke's Annihilate. Gotta worry about kind of getting rid of some of your own boosts as well too, but it's always a nice tool to have. Also going to be backed up by that Assault Vest, Blood Moon, or Saluna, the Friend Guard, Mouse Hold, Rillaboom, and Golden Go. So we get another look at Mouse Hold. Dawei's Mouse Hold with the substitute, that was really, really cool a couple rounds ago, but now we're back to kind of the standard supportive Mouse Hold with that Friend Guard and beat up instead.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, being able to just have that beat up to set up something like this Annihilate so this Rage Fist can get online sooner rather than later is really, really strong. And Super Fang, as opposed to Population Bomb, being able to just deal half the amount of damage to a Pokemon that you maybe would be a little bit more difficult to deal with from the get-go is really nice. This Blood Moon Ursa Luna, this one is going to be the Assault Vest, and with that, you do get a little bit of priority in that Vacuum Wave, so I love being able to see how this is built out. Golden Go as well, this is the Life Orb variant, so it is going to be the Nasty Plot, set up, do damage. Dragonite, you called out the Haze. I'm also looking at the Tailwind because Yosuke has a way to be able to set up Tailwind. There is an opportunity to match here.
The Rillaboom also a much more offensive set because the Blood Moon or Saluna is holding the Assault Vest. Rillaboom needs a different item, and it is that Miracle Seed alongside the Terra Grass. So those Wood Hammers and Grassy Glides alongside the Grassy Terrain will be hitting very, very hard.
And looking over, we had already highlighted a couple of the similarities with the Pokemon, and it is going to be replicated within the sets as well. Again, Super Fang beat up for this Mouse Hold, more of this Drain Punch, Rage Fist on this Annihilate. Golden Go as well is just going to be the Nasty Plot setup. But Talonflame is a Pokemon that we don't necessarily get to see the most often within this current meta game, but could be really strong here. Having that priority Tailwind with that Gale Wings, but then also access to two very powerful moves that, I mean, threaten a lot over on Thomas's team is great. Rillaboom, though, is interesting because you're talking about the change of item here on the Rillaboom for Thomas being that Miracle Seed. Now we have the Clear Amulet, so I like that. It won't really be too effectful in this one, but that'll make it so it can't do quite as much damage as the opposing.
Yeah, and of course, the Miracle Seed on Thomas's Rillaboom was out of necessity because he couldn't use the Assault Vest. In this case, for Yosuke, it was a conscious choice. Like, I don't want the Assault Vest. I'm just not going to use it at all. I want the Clear Amulet to protect myself from those Intimidates. It makes you much better into Incineroar, for example. Another slight difference, the Annihilate for Yosuke is Terra Water as opposed to Terra Fire from Thomas. It doesn't really mean much for the mirror there, but for, you know, maybe some interactions between different Pokemon. For example, Yosuke's Annihilate may not want to terrestrialize in front of Rillaboom, especially with those super powerful Wood Hammers and Grassy Glides with the Miracle Seed.
I'm eyeing up the Primarina as well, one of the bulky water type Pokemon we see out in the field, the Haze and all that potential. But getting into the match, we'll have to see if it makes an appearance because it won't be in the lead. It's going to be a Mouse Hold apiece for both of these trainers, but Annihilate, the partner of choice for Thomas, and for Yosuke, it's going to be Golden Go right away. Now, we'll have to see, because the thing is here is, for Thomas, you can just have that redirection, but when there is this Golden Go on the opposing end, that's not going to do too great. Instead, there is the potential to even just go for something like that side beat up, get this Annihilate online right away, and that could do a lot of damage on the opposing end, but there's always the 50-50, because there could be the follow me on the opposing end.
Also notably, the two Mouse Hold partners cannot be Super Fang, so you can't really make a whole lot of offensive progress with your own Mouse Hold this turn unless you're going for the opposing Mouse Hold. But Yosuke's Mouse Hold will actually make no progress at all.
No, instead making sure that it is sticking around. And sure, Super Fang wouldn't do anything to the partners, but trying to target down into the opposing Mouse Hold. Not anything done this turn, but interesting to note. Annihilate, instead of trying to go on the offense, this is going to go for the bulk up instead. You have +1 to that attack and that defense going on forward, but it's a set up a piece. Neither partner is really doing much with the Mouse Hold, but feeling very confident to go ahead and just set up.
I do think Yosuke comes out a little bit more ahead on that turn, just because the Golden Go now threatens damage into both the Mouse Hold and Annihilate, whereas Annihilate can be redirected by Yosuke's Mouse Hold, especially if the Mouse Hold goes for Terra Ghost. You're going to be redirecting that Drain Punch and not be able to recover any HP you might lose. We do see the Annihilate is faster than Golden Go, so it's really good for both trainers to know. Annihilate is naturally faster, but a lot of times people train Golden Go to be as fast as possible, and maybe sometimes Annihilate goes a little bit bulkier. But now Thomas can know that, okay, my Annihilate will always be able to attack before Golden Go if needed.
And it's going to be an Annihilate with that Terrestrialization. So calling out that there is the Make It Rain on the opposing end of the field as well, just not wanting to take a full, super effective Shadow Ball. you have to Terastallize into that fire type. Follow me from the Mousehold, notably no Terastallization from Yosuke, and that means that, yes, something like this Drain Punch can do damage. Followed up, though, it is going to be beat up first. Notably, this is important. Sure, you're not doing the most amount of damage, but the Focus Sash item does need to be broken. You want to make sure if you're going after this Mousehold, it gets taken down. No Terastallization means the follow-up is going to be more than enough. That is super effective. It already has the attack boost. And Yosuke is going to lose that supportive partner for the Golden Go. Shadow Ball now. There was the Terastallization, so it's not super effective, but this is +2, but it's not going to be enough for that KO thanks to the Friend Guard from the Mousehold.
Not quite enough for a knockout, but it's still a very bold play to go for that Shadow Ball. If Thomas had opted for the Follow Me, your +2 Life Orb Golden Go would have done 0 damage, which would have been very detrimental. Thankfully for Yosuke, that no Follow Me came through, and the beat up instead, exactly like you said, Sierra, to break that Focus Sash. Now Annihilate is a lot less healthy than it maybe wanted to be, but it does still have access to that Drain Punch to heal up a little bit if it wants. Of course, he cannot Drain Punch the Ghost type Golden Go, and the Talonflame will also be resisting, but the option is there, right? And the Rage Fist, of course, now that you have taken the Shadow Ball, is up to 100 base power. You're going to be hitting it with that +1 attack as well, and Rage Fist would be a lot of damage into either of these two targets.
Eyeing up the Talonflame, though, this is a Pokemon that has a lot of speed on its side. Not only that, but it does have priority onto this turn as well. And eyeing up the amount of damage that Annihilate has taken, you could go for something like a Tailwind, or you could try and do damage. But Mousehold, it is done trying to go on the offensive, trying to cover for any sort of attack. It has the Follow Me. Talonflame, though, setting up for the later parts of the game, even right now, and instead with the Tailwind. Make it rain, though, not enough for the KO. The Annihilate is still going to be holding on.
That Friend Guard is crucial. Mousehold protects Annihilate from damage from that Make It Rain, despite it not being able to be redirected by the Follow Me. And now the follow-up Rage Fist with another stack will easily knock out this Golden Go.
Ooh, this Annihilate has been so clutch. Having that 10 HP survival, being able to go on the retaliation and get rid of the Golden Go. That's 2 Pokemon already down for Yosuke in this match. Talonflame has the speed on its side. There's still a 4th Pokemon that we're about to find out, but still a lot needs to be done within this match. Primarina is going to be the option of choice. And this will get interesting because both of these Pokemon for Thomas are very, very low, and you do have access to that Hyper Voice to be able to just take them down.
Yeah, Primarina in a great spot here. Hyper Voice will easily knock out both of these 2 Pokemon. And I wonder if you're Yosuke, if you try not to attack with Talonflame this turn, because even though you won't do too much damage, that recoil still will come through and will break your Gale Wings. I'm not sure if that really matters going forward in this match, but it's at least a consideration, right? If you want to keep your Gale Wings active, maybe you protect and just let Hyper Voice do the work, or you opt for a Tailwind instead or something, just to maybe cover for that. But of course, being down 2 Pokemon to 4 isn't great, but these 2 Pokemon left for Thomas are very, very low, so it's not necessarily as bad as it might look.
It's kind of like a 2v2, but at least on this turn, even if these Pokemon can just get KO'd onto the next turn, going for something like the Protect is just a valuable turn of Tailwind gone. And we do see the Talonflame opt for that option. As you called out, you do not want to hit an attacking move, which is going to be doing recoil damage and break that Gale Wings going on forward. Not too much momentum going on. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of the same buttons pressed on this turn. Then just try and see if you can fish for a couple of double protects. Anything else?
Yeah, it is a little bit tough for Yosuke. I believe we saw the Dragonite and the Rillaboom in the back for Thomas, which honestly is not a bad spot for Yosuke to be in, though. The Rillaboom will be easily handled by the Talonflame, especially considering you do not have the Terastallization available to you anymore. You cannot get away from that Brave Bird weakness. And of course, Primarina, one of the best possible Pokemon to take on Dragonite, especially a Dragonite that is only carrying Scale Shot. So Thomas has to be very careful here. He kind of knows that his last 2 Pokemon are essentially checkmated by Yosuke's last 2. And if Yosuke decides to go on the offensive with the Talonflame here, it could be a big swing, especially if you catch this Rillaboom on the swap.
Is whether you want to call it, though, Rillaboom switching out onto the field, and that can have a turn of Fake Out on the next turn, if anything else. It is going to go on the offensive, but notably not into the Rillaboom spot. That would have been a really cool call out. You can see it on his face. Instead, you do just the minimal amount of damage. You take the recoil damage, and all of a sudden this Primarina into something like this Rillaboom is not necessarily the damage you would have liked. It is going to be a bit more than normal because of that different item, not having that Assault Vest, but still not quite there. But there's one more turn of this Tailwind left, and I mean, if the Talonflame really sticks around, you can try and go for another one.
I think it's still a decent spot for Yosuke to be in. Tailwind will expire this turn, but unless the Dragonite gets a scale shot off, the Talonflame will still be the fastest Pokemon in the field, which will allow it to set up a Tailwind before it can be attacked on this coming turn. This Talonflame is carrying Protect, which is often something we see Talonflames drop for another support move, like a Taunt or a Will-O-Wisp. So luckily for Yosuke, he will be able to possibly double Protect if he wants, stall out his own Tailwind, and then be able to reset it back up for this Primarina. Primarina usually doesn't love facing down Rillaboom, but it is Terra's Steel. No Protects out, just a fake out right away from this Rillaboom.
Yeah, this Talonflame can just offer so much pressure. Moonblast into the Dragonite is a lot, but of course with the multi-hail, it's going to be able to take this hit. Tailwind though, you're waiting out that last round of Tailwind from Yosuke, and now you have that speed on your own side, setting up your own.
Yeah, of course, now this Primarina is very heavily threatened by the Rillaboom, but as I was saying before that last turn, it is Terra's Steel. It's kind of a perfect Terra for you to have right now. Normally, you wouldn't want to Terrastallize away from that Scale Shot immunity from the Dragonite, because right now, Dragonite cannot damage Primarina. But if you do have to Terrastallize to take away that Woodhammer weakness, at least you're also still resisting the Dragonite's attacks. So if Primarina wants to attack here instead of protect itself, it might have to use that Steel-type Terra.
I mean, we do see the coverage on the Rillaboom, and you can try and make the play and call it out if you see Terrasalization, and with the animation coming on through, Primarina being a prime target, that is where it's going to be. Thomas, I mean, I think we saw the connect. I think we got to see him make this call, so this Primarina could be in for a world of hurt. Now, Protect from the Dragonite, we're going all in on this plan. You want to try and keep this Pokemon safe, not be followed to Moonblast, and Talonflame going for the Protect as well. It's just the 1v1 with this Rillaboom and the Primarina on the opposing end. The Terrasalization's there, and so is the Horsepower, but it's going to be a survival. But Moonblast did target into the Dragonite, so you have dealt so much damage, and did nothing in return. Primarina is just sitting duck. It has barely any HP, and speed still on Thomas's end.
Massive turn for Thomas there. That Primarina did have to Terrastallize to make sure it wasn't taking big damage from that Woodhammer. But Thomas, knowing that Yosuke had not yet used his Terrasalization, called that out perfectly, and now has put himself in a spot where Dragonite actually can knock out Primarina here after it handles this Talonflame with a Scale Shot. Again, this is a situation where maybe keeping that Go-Wings intact could have come in handy. You could have gone for a Brave Bird before this Dragonite can knock you out with Scale Shot, but unfortunately, you cannot get that priority unless you're at max HP, and now this Primarina is the only Pokemon left against this Dragonite and Rillaboom.
And it's a Primarina that, I mean, one more turn, and it is out of here. And Thomas playing that endgame so well. I mean, sure, he definitely had the Pokemon count, that 4-2, but when it was just this Mouse Hold and this Annihilate, it kind of looked like it'd be a really scary spot. Once those Pokemon got KO'd, Yosuke would have that speed, everything else, but a really good series of turns, making that call and doing so much damage into the Primarina, really shifting that momentum back, and that is going to be Thomas up 1 in the set.
It really goes to show no matter what kind of lead you have, the game isn't over until it's over. Thomas had that huge lead at the beginning of the game with his 4 Pokemon left, Yosuke's final 2, but he still had to make that read with the high horsepower to guarantee to win that match. And so it was a really, really well-played game by both trainers, really. Yosuke knowing that he could afford to lose those first 2 Pokemon. You can use your Golden Go and Mouse Hold to kind of soften up Thomas's Mouse Hold and Annihilate, and then allow your Talonflame and Primarina to try and close out the game, which I think they could have done if a couple turns went differently. But Thomas managing all of his resources very well, swapped that Rillaboom in the right slot to make sure it didn't get hit by the Brave Bird, and from there just made the calls he needed to win.
And I mean, it looked like Yosuke was trying to call out a switch. When you're seeing that it is Brave Bird into the Annihilate, an Annihilate that would have been picked up by the Hyper Voice, that is a call out that you are going to be seeing a switch on the turn, but unfortunately just getting it wrong, which Pokemon was going to be preserved. And unfortunately then, yeah, that Gale Wings is just absolutely everything. And that Terrasalization, I mean, again, that's a tough one because Yosuke, on paper, you did that turn right?
Yeah.
But Thomas just knowing that it's a little behind, you can get that call out, take the match from there, and it was just kind of done for Yosuke. But I'm curious now where you want to go in this game too, because you did lose 2 Pokemon from the get-go. Of course, you still look to be in a fine position after that, but do you then want to change things up to not even be there?
I don't know, it's tough. I really like the combination of Golden Go and Primarina here because they do pretty heavily threaten this Annihilate. Annihilate is almost forced to go for this Terra Fire against Golden Go because you can't redirect that Make It Rain, especially after a Nasty Plot. You will be taking a lot of damage, but by doing that, you leave Annihilate vulnerable to those Hyper Voices, which again cannot be redirected by that Follow Me.
This is going to be a run back at the same leads from that game number 1, and it was where, well, the mouse holds just kind of one protected, one tried to target down the other with a Super Fang, but it was this opportunity where either one of those offensive Pokemon could have actually just gone on that offense and tried to really take a big KO on that first turn, which could have shifted the match. Knowing all of that context now, I'm curious how this one's going to be playing out.
I do too. This could go very differently, or it could go the exact same. We do get the immediate Terrestrialization though, so a little bit of a mix-up from at least one trainer.
Yeah, it definitely says that things are going to be left a little bit more out to dry, and we're going to really try and shift things up. But the first Terrestrialization, the mouse hold over on Yosuke's end of the field. Make sure you are not taking a Drain Punch, and a Follow Me is going to make sure nothing happens to this Golden Go. Super Fang as well with the Terrestrialization does nothing into the Ghost type, but Annihilate not going on the offensive. Instead, it is just this bulk up. Get that attack boost, get that defense raise, as Golden Go will go for the bit of the same.
Maybe trying to call Thomas going for the combination of like a beat up and Drain Punch again. You know, if you do get that right, then you put yourself in a great position. But I think smartly going for the bulk up instead there with that Annihilate. Just make sure that you are threatening as much damage as possible. And now Yosuke has given up his Terrestrialization immediately. We've seen earlier on in the day that the turn 1 Ghost Terra to avoid normal type moves not necessarily work out as much as that trainer would have wanted to. So now Yosuke has spent that resource, but otherwise we're kind of in the same position as that first game, especially seeing another Terrestrialization from Thomas into that Terra Fire Annihilate.
I mean, knowing as well that you can survive a Shadow Ball after this Terrestrialization, you just need to be clicking this button, right? There's a +2 goal to go on the opposing end of the field. You cannot let that get out of control. Follow Me from this mouse hold, but now when you are eyeing up something like these moves, it'll be a little bit more dangerous, but first off, I mean, you got to break the sash. Beat up into this Pokemon will do the damage, but you don't no longer have to play that mind game of do I Drain Punch or do I Rage Fish? With Terrestrialization already being spent, Yosuke, it is an easy just hit into the Rage Fist and get rid of this Pokemon. We'll have to see how much Golden Go can do in retaliation, but again, sash has not been broken for Thomas's mouse holds here, and it wasn't. Oh, wait a second. We're not going for another round of attacks. We're going for another Nasty Plot.
I don't know about that. That might be a little bit greedy because now you've put yourself in a spot where, of course, you're at +4, but Make It Rain into the Terra Fire with the Friend Guard. Probably still not enough for a knockout. Now you really can't be going for that Shadow Ball because I think the mouse hold is always going to be going for Follow Me on this turn, just to make sure that the Annihilate doesn't take a Brave Bird plus the Make It Rain, which maybe would be enough for a knockout. So you just kind of have to rely on Make It Rain being enough here. And if you miss that KO, a Rage Fist will easily knock out Golden Go.
This Golden Go +4 Terrestrialization to resist the move. We'll have to see just how much damage it can do. Yosuke has the damage from the Golden Go. He now has the speed on his side. Time to see if it's going to be enough damage. So much, but 22 HP is going to be the survival. Even after the critical hit, there is so much thrown at this Annihilate, but just not enough. Now we'll have the opportunity for a Rage Fist to fire on back after the Citrus Berry. And when you have this bulk up, you have the Terrestrialization already spent for Yosuke and a Golden Go that is just so vulnerable. You got to that +4, but you won't be able to use it any longer. A second KO here for Thomas.
It's looking very much like that first game where we now have the Talonflame. I guess we can't really assume it's a Primarina, but if it is, it's gonna exactly mirror that first game, yeah. Come right back here, get the Make It Rain off, get these two Pokemon low, and now you are threatening the double KO with Hyper Voice. But again, we're in this situation where Talonflame can't really attack without breaking Gale Wings. If it's the same two Pokemon in the back for Thomas, you also now no longer have the option to go for that Terra Steel on your Primarina to protect yourself from damage from those Wood Hammers or Grassy Glides. And with that Miracle Seed, I even wonder if our Grassy Glide's enough for a knockout.
It's one of those situations as well, though, since, I mean, yeah, you don't have the Terrestrialization for the Primarina, but knowing where it went wrong with that Talonflame in game number 1, where you did have the Gale Wings broken, a little bit better preservation of that, and it could be a Rillaboom that just doesn't really get this opportunity. That is a sharp beak Talonflame. That is going to be a lot of damage coming on out. And again, Trastalization's also been spent for Thomas, so there's not like there's going to be a defensive option there. I mean, yeah, we're not going for an attack with that Talonflame. Annihilape is going to protect, and Hyper Voice, it is going to be taking down the Mousehold. Notably not protecting on that mouse, so is going to let it go down in favor of getting different Pokemon out onto the field.
I do kind of like that from Thomas. Now you can swap in either of your last 2 Pokemon. I imagine maybe the Rillaboom just to threaten a fake out, but I also see the merits of bringing Dragonite in just to get that multi-scale and maybe threaten a Scale Shot. Might even just want to KO Talonflame at this point if you're able to get one off. But I think, I don't know, it's still going to be really tough. You really need your Primarina to not get hit by a Woodhammer or a Grassy Glide. And if you can manage that, you might win. But otherwise, it's going to be pretty tough.
I mean, where I really like that we went for the Tailwind option from Yosuke instead of something like the Protect is having that Mousehold go down. The Rillaboom can't come in and freely just go for a fake out into something like that Talonflame and break that Gale Wings. Now you have a secure Protect coming out from Yosuke, which is going to make this a lot more difficult because that is something that you would have loved to break before the Talonflame gets this opportunity to go for an attack. So decisions being made comes down to the wire. It's going to be Dragonite to join the fray.
This is a really tough spot now. You're gonna have to pick which slot you double target. The combination of Hyper Voice and Brave Bird into Dragonite surely won't KO it. And if you want to knock out Dragonite, you have to Moonblast it. But if you Moonblast the Dragonite, you're not KOing the Annihilape. And with the bulk up boost, a Brave Bird may not even be able to KO Annihilape. So you can knock out either one, but I don't know if it's possible to knock out both. And which of them are you more afraid of? If you don't knock out Dragonite, is it just Scale Shot your Talonflame and then you instantly lose to Rillaboom? Do you call a Protect? Do you call a Swampy? It's a really tough position for Yosuke. If he gets this turn completely correct, he can still win this game, but I do think the advantage is still with Thomas.
It's just going to be offensive. Brave Bird, we are identifying this Dragonite as a threat. Gale Wings is now broken. Double up into this Dragonite. Multi-Scale broken, super effective. Now 2 Pokemon left for Thomas here, but it does, again, leave this Annihilape unchecked. Rage Fist, this has been boosted at this point. This is going to be damage and a critical hit. Only 1 Pokemon left for Yosuke.
1 Pokemon left, and it is the Talonflame. But I don't know. I think it, with the Grassy Terrain recovery, it might be really tough. So now Rillaboom can come in. Grassy Terrain will go up, and it will be steadily healing this Annihilape. A Sharp Beak Brave Bird, I am willing to bet will want to KO this Rillaboom, especially given that it's the Grassy or the Miracle Seed. It's probably not investing too much in defenses. But with the Annihilape, with the bulk up already, and with this guaranteed turn of safety with the fake out from Rillaboom, we saw Thomas lock the bulk up. I love that play. It just guarantees that when you do possibly have to take a Brave Bird from this Talonflame, it won't knock you out, and that will win you the game.
Yeah, when you're eyeing up the Rillaboom, if Yosuke can get rid of this Annihilape, the Rillaboom only has grass attacking moves to hit the Talonflame, which is, I mean, it's a fire and flying type. That is not doing too much. Protect, mandatory when you know there's a fake out onto the opposing end. But again, now the bulk up can come on through, upping the attack, but notably the defense, which is going to be pivotal. It'll come down to how much damage this Talonflame can have. Having the more offensive item is going to be helping it out in the situation, but still, after the recovery, it's a +2 defense.
Yeah. I really don't know if it's going to be enough without a critical hit. I think if you're Thomas, going for a Protect on your Annihilape here just to get that little bit more HP, get yourself even closer to being able to survive that Brave Bird.
And even just a call out here, you have the +2 to the defense, and if Yosuke targets down into the Annihilape, it just protected. The look on his face, I think it did. So yeah, Brave Bird does absolutely nothing, and that is just going to make the margins just even more difficult to come back from. Sure, the Woodhammer isn't that much damage, but it is getting Thomas just 1 step closer into being able to close this out. And again, that's going to be another thing of Grassy Terrain recovery, even putting it a little bit further out of reach.
I'm willing to bet you need a critical hit to win the game here for Yosuke, and even then, the Woodhammer might even be enough to clean you up after the recoil. It's going to be really tight here, Sierra. Will the Talonflame knock out the Annihilape?
That's going to be the big question. It all comes down to this bird to just try and take it into a game 3. Brave Bird into the Annihilape is just not the damage needed. That Grassy Terrain recovery, that bulk up was everything. Now Rage Fist in return. It's going to be Thomas 2-0 in this set to remain undefeated here in Las Vegas.
Really smart bulk up at the end of that second game there. I do think that was a difference maker. If you were only at +1 defense, that Brave Bird may have been enough with that Sharp Beak to seal the game for Yosuke. But Thomas moves on to 5-0 after an expert display of that Annihilape.
coming out of retirement and instantly the whole Pokemon field is punished for it. What a run so far here in Las Vegas, and what a set as well. It was so well played by both of our trainers. Yosuke played really well as well. But Thomas was just like one step ahead in some of these cases and just played so cleanly, especially at these end games, to really be able to lock things up. And even with Yosuke playing so well on the opposing end and making things a little bit tricky, letting the mouse hold go down so he could have a fake out, but Yosuke not having protected, things like that, Thomas still being able to find ways to navigate through the game.
I really like Yosuke's game plans, though. I think having the spread damage constantly threatening the Annihilate, despite the mouse hold being next to it, meant that Thomas often didn't have super safe plays. He didn't have plays where you're guaranteeing or not taking damage. You always have to give up a little bit of ground. But Thomas just had the tools he needed to break through both that Golden Go and that Primarina. The two very strong special attackers that attack through Follow Me to hit both Pokemon, and with that Rillaboom threatening the Primarina. And of course, the very strong boosted Rage Fist with multiple stacks of damage. It's really hard to stomach those attacks, especially when you're so far ahead already.
Man, I mean, even a format without Shedinja still managing to make it work out here.
With a ghost type.
Yeah. You know what?
Is Annihilate just like Monkey Shedinja?
No.
Okay.
This is not how this works
Probably
out
not.
here. Absolutely not. But I mean, such a great set. I mean, it's just such a powerful team on paper, and being able to force those early games with the Annihilate and the Mousehold, there's a reason that it was a duo that was really feared from the get-go, right? And I mean, it still should be to this day. If you don't have your Annihilate Mousehold answers, what are you doing at this point?
I mean, it's tough, right? It's a combo that's very well known. Its popularity kind of ebbs and flows. If you're catching it on a low point in popularity, maybe you can afford to give up some of your techs for it, or maybe not have as solid of a game plan into it. But that gives a person like Thomas the opportunity to come in with a very strong Mousehold Annihilate-centered team and just take advantage of that. We saw even with the strong spread special attacks coming out from Yosuke's team, it wasn't enough. The Terrafire Annihilate just so good into that matchup.
It wasn't enough, but such a great set. And we now standing by with Thomas for an interview and his insight on the match.
Thank you so much. I am currently on the floor with Thomas. Congratulations, you are currently undefeated here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
I was so nervous going to this event because I'm going back competing after a year and a half. I was not playing the last 2 seasons, and I had a rough start in Lille and in Dansk. I did 5-3 and 4-4, so it is pretty far from my standards back in 2022, 2023 when I had good results back in the days. So my preparation was a bit chaotic from the start because I was starting using very regular mouse ape team back in September, a version that Shohei Kimura used. He did top 4 in Stuttgart, if I'm not wrong. But we played a different version back in the days with Hippolyte, my practice partner. We had Talonflame instead of Dragonite, but I dropped the team because I felt like the rain matchup was not good enough. And then I tried several other stuff, like the Zoroark mouse ape team in Lille. It was already outdated when I tried it. I built something very new the day before Gdansk. That was not the call to build something very new. That's not something I'm used to do. I'm used to stick to something I trained a lot with for a long time. That was not necessarily the issue in Gdansk, but going to this event, I mostly played Edu's team, the team he used to go second in Lille. But I was not feeling, even that's technically my play style, but I was not feeling good enough with the team, and what I played online was not good enough for me for my confidence. And so yesterday morning, I actually decided to go back to mouse ape that I played most of Gen 9. So this is something I know very well. And I went back to this version of the team. So this is, as I say, the one that Shohei Kimura used in top 4 in Stuttgart. And also Leonard Kraft made a big video report of his run of Milwaukee. He made top 4 in Milwaukee. So that was a very good start to make the team again and to go back using mouse ape, because going to the US, North America, you're not playing the same teams as I would do usually in Europe, right? So in this unknown field of teams, I thought that I needed something that I played a lot already, and not just in the past few months, but from Gen 9, from the start of Gen 9. So now I'm 5-0. I did not expect it to do so well, and I was so scared. Even in Lille, when I came back competing, I was so scared of being unfocused, have my mind somewhere else, and absolutely not. I am clutching a lot, as I just did right now against Yanagi. I'm a bit surprised on myself. Like honestly, yeah. Hopefully, I'm in a better environment now that I was like in 2023. In major part because of my team, Ici Japon. So thanks to Elrodes and Shade, obviously. And yeah, now, even if my preparation has been chaotic, I think being in a good environment, like in your life in general, helps a lot.
You said that you met Yosuke in Japan, right? Did you play against him a lot at local events in the Japanese scene?
I don't think we played each other in Japan, but like I lived there for over a year, and so I met many of the players from the local scene of Tokyo, and many non-Tokyo players come to the events in Tokyo. So it's quite funny that we met in Japan and now we face each other on stream on the big stage here. But playing him is not a gift, you know? So when I saw the pairings, I was like, okay, now I'm going on stream. I can break the curse, because I was 0-6 on stream in 2023. It's a bit awkward, but now the streak is, like the lose streak is over, and in a good way, I'd say, because I made like all the right calls that I had to make in this game. So yeah, that's a relief.
You're on your way to the Latin American International Championships after this regional championship as well, right? Do you think that you're going to be making any tweaks to the team, or is this something that you're going to be playing because you're super comfortable with?
From what happened for me in the past events and how it's going so far in Las Vegas Regional, it will be such a mistake to use something else, right? I'm not sure I should build something else. If I'm building something new, it will be mouse ape anyways, but one of the problems I had using mouse ape or try to team build with mouse ape is like, if you want it to be actually good, first, focus sash mouse hold is mandatory, I feel like. More important than safety goggles. Also, you need to survive this cross combat from Slizzler, this wave crash from Basque Legion, this kind of stuff. And if you start from this, then you pretty much end up having the first 5 months and then Dragon Eyes or Ninetales. So yeah, now I think I will keep using the same team, probably. About tweaks, there are very few things that I can change, I think.
Thomas, you're currently undefeated. Congratulations on this great run. I'm going to go let you prepare for your next round, but before I let you go, do you have any other shout-outs that you want to make to anybody out there?
So even if I was not using the many teams I tried during my preparation, I want to thank all the players who helped me at some point during my prep. Shinsuke Minami, that most people know as Elizabeth online, Ken Campbell, Hippolyte Bernard, of course, Theo Timasso. There are many players who helped me at some point during my preparation, so shout out to them, and especially Hippolyte, because yesterday morning, you know, with the time zones, it was not so easy to be discussing about making the new team, but he was with me like for like an hour of call, and we made the team again, and it's working so far. So big shout outs to him, of course.
Thomas, congratulations again. I'm going to go let you rest. We're going to go ahead and throw it to Joe Brown at the analyst desk for the Joe Brown breakdown. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dewey. We are back for our round 5 breakdown here. And that was a crazy match, Yosuke and Thomas. A lot of fun and a lot of aggression. And I'm trying to teach everybody watching along at home about the intricacies of Pokemon. In every round, I'm trying to give you an important takeaway. And the takeaway in this recap is the power of friendship, okay? Friend guard on Mousehold was so crucial for Thomas in this matchup. Let's get started here. Let's get back into Game 1. So at this point, Mousehold's both on the field. You have potential redirections. You have immunities with ghost typings onto normal types, or a normal attack into the ghost types on Golden Go. These are very difficult turns to play out because you don't know what your opponent's going to go for. So instead, Thomas and Yosuke decide to just play it simple and set up. So now at this point, now we have a +2. Sorry for my handwriting. +2 on the Golden Go on special attack, and then +1/+1 on the Annihilate. So let's clear that out and keep on going. So now they have essentially set up at this point. Now you can terrestrialize in the matchup here. So the importance of friendship. That's what I'm trying to get you to remember. Call a friend, call a loved one, and tell them thank you for being a friend. Because Friend Guard reduces the amount of damage that your teammate Pokemon will take on the field as long as Mousehold is sticking around. So we're gonna get into the action, beat up into the opposing as Yosuke's Mousehold. Gonna hit it 4 times, not for a lot of damage, but crucially does get it low enough for the follow-up Drain Punch at +1 on Annihilate to take out the rest of Mousehold. And they've won, Toma has won the Mousehold war in game 1 at this point. And now with the Terastallization, with the Shadow Ball, no longer super effective, but Friend Guard keeps Annihilate around, taking less damage, allowing it to eat its Citrus Berry and stick around for future turns in this game 1 matchup here. Now we're gonna get to a point where, so this is a turn with the Golden Go, set up, right, has the Nasty Plot, and now it has the speed. So now Golden Go has flipped the speed tiers. Usually Mousehold and Annihilate can be run faster than Golden Go, and you want the KO, but you don't get it because of the Friend Guard. Friend Guard allows Annihilate to hang on at 10 HP, which means Annihilate can respond with a KO Rage Fist into the Golden Go. Absolutely crucial that Mousehold won that matchup and stayed on the field to keep Annihilate from going down. Now we get into a really interesting spot excuse me, with Yosuke's last 2 Pokemon. Is this something that Jake had brought up? So Rillaboom switches onto the field here, right? We'll pause it real quick. So the Talonflame has the ability to either Brave Bird the Rillaboom or Brave Bird the Annihilate here. Chooses the Annihilate, doesn't only need to do 10 damage, but it breaks the full HP that Talonflame needs to click priority flying attacks. This is a sharp beak boosted Talonflame, so it does more damage with its flying attacks. We're gonna see on this next turn, as we have here, time for the Primarina to Terrasilize. Primarina's gonna turn to a Steel type. Toma calls it and high horsepowers into that slot. Could have been really tough for Toma if they went for a Wood Hammer, because then it would be resisted. But you're gonna have a super effective Stomping Tantrum. So now Toma, it really feels on top of the game. And because you'll see on the following turn, because Talonflame no longer has its full HP for the Gale Wings, it's going to get knocked out by the Dragapult. So if it had, Dragapult's roughly, I think it's at 78 HP at this point, so I don't know the calc exactly, but if you're more offensive, when I say Dragapult, I apologize, I mean Dragonite. I'm wearing a Dragonite pin for goodness sake anyway. I mean Dragonite, apologies there. At 78 HP with a fully attack invested Talonflame and the Sharp Beak boosting flying attack damage by 20%. If it was Gale Wings, that could have given Yosuke a chance to claim the knockout here, and then you have the follow-up on the other end there. So just absolutely well played by Toma in that first game. He's gonna get the victory, and now Yosuke is the one on the back foot. But you see that Shedinja, it's a ghost type, as they mentioned, just like Annihilate is a ghost type. So let's see how it works out here in game 2. So we have the Terastallization. I'm gonna pause it once we get back onto the field here. But the first turn of the game was the same. Bulk Up and Nasty Plot, just like we saw in game 1 of turn 1. So the Golden Go is +2, and the Annihilate is +1 in attack and its defense. Let me pause it real quick. There we go. Okay, so this I think was the deciding turn of the game for Toma. We're gonna see it play out here. The beat up, same exact strategy, and Toma has the simpler strategy. Because Golden Go is naturally slower than both of Toma's Pokemon, that means that he's the one that has to try to get it in a position for the Nasty Plot boost to actually be viable. So remember, Golden Go was already boosted with 1 Nasty Plot. Same exact turn for Tama, gets rid of the Mousehold here. And last, in game 1, what did we see? Yosuke went for the Shadow Ball, and he saw it didn't do enough damage. So what do now? You greed it out. Greed is good here for Yosuke. +4 special attack on this Golden Go. Now you're gonna have the Talonflame come back out, which will be able to set up Tailwind again next turn. And let's see this. Follow Me's not gonna matter because it's a Make It Rain is a spread attack. There's the Tailwind, and then this is a +4 Make It Rain. Let's slow it down into a fire type, but it's so strong, and the power of friendship yet again. Friend Guard allows Annihilate to endure that attack. That is a move. That is an attack that not many Pokemon would be able to tank that much damage, even when it is resisted. So this does allow Toma's Annihilate to stay on the field, eat its Citrus Berry just like it did in game 1, and then respond with the Rage Fist KO onto the Golden Go. I think that was really the crucial turn of game 2 because so much was invested into double Nasty Plot on that Golden Go. We're gonna see here on this turn. Now, Annihilate has done its job. You can let the rest of the team kind of deal with this matchup. Sharp Beak boost into, okay, now we can see with the amount of damage that one did, that Sharp Beak boosted Brave Bird. It probably doesn't get the KO, but this was information that we did not have in game 1, how much damage it would be. It's the double up into Dragonite because of Tailwind. Both of those Pokemon on Yosuke's side were moving first, and then Rage Fist response, critical hit. I don't even know if the crit mattered, but it was only a +1 attack on the Rage Fist. It was hit many times though, so Rage Fist was boosted up. Someone much smarter would have to smarter than me would have to break out the calculator to figure out the stats on that one. And then at this point, it is Talonflame versus an Annihilate and a Rillaboom. This is a tough turn for Yosuke because you have to choose which spot you want to Brave Bird. Decides to Brave Bird the Annihilate. Into Protect does no damage, and then even now at this point, you're gonna see at any point, even if you get the Brave Bird knockout next turn, because of the recoil and because of the grassy terrain, Rillaboom will be able to take it out. No critical hit means no KO, so Annihilate sticks around to pick up that final knockout of the game. And GG for Gravui here in this round 5. Moving on 5-0. Said he has a lot of experience in Japan, right, playing against Japanese players. So one of the few trainers in the field that has an advantageous position compared to most of the North American trainers who have not had much experience playing against the Japanese players outside of international events. That's the breakdown. That was a fun match. We're going back out to Dwee for more action.
Hey everybody, Dweehaw here in the lounge with the current world champion, Giovanni Siski. Gio, how's it going? First things first, let's talk about your Worlds win. I mean, how are you feeling throughout all of that? You told me that, you haven't really had a chance to be able to talk about it and process it, so let's give you that time right now.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays it still doesn't feel real, right? 3 months after the fact. And this is my first tournament back. I'm spectating this time around for the first time ever, not actually competing. So it's a bit strange going into a tournament hall and not being pressed to get to a match table or anything like that, but I've really enjoyed it so far.
So after winning Worlds, right, I mean, you had told me that you had not had, a regionals top 4 up till that point, but you had such a dominating run at the World Championships, and that sort of contributes to this feeling that you have. But I mean, honestly, you're a world champion, you absolutely deserve it, and the result is real. If you need me to remind you that it is a real result that you have right there, it is absolutely real. Anything else that you want to talk about your World Championships run?
It was an incredibly difficult tournament, and going into it, as you alluded to, I did not have the results that people would typically assume of someone who would win the World Championships. But despite that, a lot of people had great expectations for me going into it. A lot of people would assume that I would make it to the top cut, at the very least, which I made it to day 2 the previous year in 2024, but I lost all 3 rounds in day 2. So a lot of people had these expectations for me and this label placed on me that I was going to perform well. And I guess in the midst of it all, I was able to tune it all out and just play Pokemon as I always had, right?
Going into that, playing Pokemon as you always had, do you find that it's pretty easy to be able to block out a lot of that noise and just be able to focus on the game, take it match by match?
I didn't know how I was going to internalize it, but according to people that were around me leading up to the World Championships, there was this strange calmness I had, which I really never had before. And it was kind of like I was having an out-of-body experience, both preparing for the World Championships that week beforehand and actually playing at the tournament. It kind of just didn't feel real, and it felt like things were so seamless and things were just always going right. Even when I was playing tough matchups or face diversity through like the RNG that this game tends to have sometimes, I was able to fight through it all. And looking back, like I'm incredibly proud of that. And I mostly had that kind of clouded with just this disbelief that it all happened, and a major sense of relief that I could finally break through and like win a tournament regardless of what it was.
A tournament, you mean the tournament,
yeah,
right?
The tournament, right, the tournament.
I still remember watching from home the moment that you won. They cut to a shot of you, you looked like you were in absolute disbelief. And then, with all the fireworks going off and stuff like that, it looked absolutely amazing. And I could see the joy, but also the disbelief in your mind. But you absolutely deserve that World Championship win. How does it feel now that you've won Worlds, going into the season, that any tournament that you compete in, you don't have to compete for the championship points or that Worlds invite because you're already automatically invited. How are you going to take this season in terms of tournament play?
I still plan to compete. I have fun with the game, but after the World Championships, I felt very vindicated with all the effort I put in through the years, the stuff that, like all the hours behind the scenes that people don't get to see and only my closest friends have really witnessed up close. And I knew that it was capable of a strong finish. I just didn't know what that would be. And fortunately for me, it was at a very good time. So I'm grateful for that. But for this season, I actually plan to play a good amount. Starting with the new year, I think I'll play maybe a few tournaments in Regulation F, and I'm really excited for one of our Champions releases. I know that we have that at the World Championships next year in San Francisco. I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm really, really looking forward to what we have future this season.
You're here right now to spectate your friends. We had a little bit of a conversation earlier about how eerie this feeling is because you're just here to spectate. You're in a convention center hall. You're just here to spectate. You're not with this added stress of like, what's my next round matchup? I mean, tell me about the experience of spectating and supporting your friends that are here with you right now.
I mean, it's the same as any other tournament, to be honest. It's just that I'm not worried about myself in a way, and I can be a bit more selfless in that regard. It's tough to balance both of them. I think I do it in a pretty healthy fashion, because even when I was at the World Championships, I'd have people throughout day 1 and day 2 coming up and asking me for photographs, which I wasn't necessarily used to at the time, but I've gotten a bit more adept to it recently. So I think that experience has kind of helped me here, where I'm very comfortable and at ease with both sides of it, as I wasn't really used to being in a competitive environment and not partaking. I'm a very competitive person, and so being outside of that circle of competitors is a bit strange, but I'm finding fun on both sides of it, to be honest.
That's great to hear. I mean, I think sometimes a lot of people, if they're just here to spectate, it's hard to watch, and then you see people competing,
Exactly,
and
yeah.
then you're like, oh man, I wish I had signed up and competed as well. So you're here to support your friends. That's absolutely lovely of you to be able to provide that support. You're such a caring person, it sounds like, and being able to provide that care to your friends and your support group is very touching, actually. You're actually en route to the Latin American International Championships next weekend to compete, right? What is sort of the process of preparing for that? I know that you're a competitive person, but also at the same time, the weight of the entire tournament's really lifted off your shoulder because of the fact that you already have that World's invite. You're already going to be in San Francisco. What's your preparation looking like for Latin American International Championships?
Yeah, I was actually really uneasy about when I'd return to playing like my first actual tournament back. And it's kind of had, I don't want to say a mental toll on me, but I've thought about it a lot. And a lot of friends of mine have told me it really doesn't matter what happens. Just play the game and have fun with it. It doesn't matter if you go 0-3 and get knocked out of the tournament instantly, or if you make it to the second day or to top cut. It really doesn't matter. This format I've actually found to be extremely difficult for me and my play style, and so adjusting to it has been tough in the limited time I've had to practice. So I'm not expecting anything of the tournament. I'm very grateful to just actually go to Brazil for the first time. I've never been to the Latin American International Championships, so that'll be extremely fun. And I'm looking forward to kind of embracing that community more over there because I haven't had enough experiences with that. I've only had those through international championships and worlds. So I'm really looking forward to actually going to that tournament for the first time and getting to experience it for myself instead of vicariously through like other friends of mine who have told me stories.
It's a really fun time. I think one thing about the Latin American community is that they're all very caring. I've been to the Latin American International Championships once and I had an absolute blast. Everybody was so caring. Everybody was so nice. There's such a strong sense of community. So I'm really happy that you're going to be able to go down there, experience that sense of community, and then also build more bonds and stuff like that. So I'm really happy for you there. I guess like one other thing that I have to ask you is like, you know, how do you feel? Like overall, how do you feel? You said that you took a little bit of a break between worlds, and now are you itching to come back and compete?
I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not pressed to see when that will be. Latin American Internationals, I'm mostly taking as kind of a fun competitive trip, considering that I have the travel award from last season, my performance last season. I was #1 in the world from after Europe Internationals up through North American Internationals. I had the most championship points regardless of region, and so I was really proud of that achievement. And to translate that to Worlds was pretty cool. But I'm kind of at peace with competitive Pokemon entirely, knowing that like the next results don't change how I feel, how all of the years have kind of built up to this moment now, and to be on the other side of it where I can look back and see how far I've come. I'm just looking to have fun with every tournament I have for the rest of the season, and I don't know, give it my best shot at the World Championships.
Thank you so much for joining me in the lounge, Gio. I'm going to go ahead and let you get out there, go back to supporting your friends, enjoy the environment. Before I let you go, though, any shout-outs that you want to make to anybody out there right now?
Thank you to everyone who supported me along the way. I haven't actually been able to say this, but the 3 people that worked with me on the team for the World Championships are all actually European players. Sven van der Voorden from the Netherlands, Sebastian Lully, also from the Netherlands, and Riccardo Stellini from Italy. All 3 of those guys contributed greatly to my understanding of this team all the way through North American Internationals, and it was mostly on me to kind of figure out the rest afterwards in the summer leading up to Worlds. And those guys gave me a great foundation to work with, and we're kind of the backbone of this project of working on that team. And I mean, what greater way to kind of send it off, right?
Thank you so much for joining me in the lounge, Gio. It was an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you, hear about your thoughts on the World Championships and this upcoming season. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here in Las Vegas.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, and learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and that kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
Reserve a pretty good special attack, and it's just a 1-hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournament kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy in the crown as Marco Silva makes history. as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokemon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really close friend, Luca Scribelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the World's Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at has been really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be
for
what
all 3
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a No Guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are really getting into the final rounds here of day one. I'm Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and Yuki and I are back to deliver some awesome games. It's been a really thrilling day, but we've got a couple of 2-0s recently, so I'm hoping at the first set we opened with, Yuki, that was I was shaking, and I know the players were, it was so intense, and so eager to see where things will go from here.
Absolutely, and this is the first round where players will actually start to guarantee their spot in the day two now, so yeah, like this is where, and even after you make the day 2, even if you're 6-0, you don't want to let your guard down. You want to still get undefeated. The more wins you get in phase 1, the easier your phase 2 is going to be.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of exciting Pokemon action happening right now, but it's not just regionals that you have to attend. There are also local Pokemon events. You can use the QR code on the screen to find Pokemon events near you. When I started playing Pokemon, joined a league when I was a trading card game player. I met a lot of awesome people in my local community and would constantly go to my local game store. And so this is a great way to get started if you want to start your journey to becoming a Pokemon champion. And so, yeah, don't forget to scan the QR code on the screen. In addition, lots of exciting things happening in the streaming world here at Pokemon. Let's take a quick look at this week's schedule. Tuesday, we've got Pokemon Master Quest. Wednesday, we've got a rerun of the LAIC preview show. Sierra, of course, one of the amazing casters here today with us, actually was on that show. And so if you are looking forward to the Latin America International Championships, we'll definitely give that a watch. Pokemon Advance on Thursday. And then, of course, next weekend is the very first International Championships of the season, LAIC, the first of 3, and one that I think will be really exciting to follow. Marco Silva has won 2 consecutive LAICs, and so we'll see if he's going to be able to defend his title yet again. But that's going to be a super exciting watch. And this tournament kind of feels like a preview for LAIC, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's hard to think about, do you want to use your sauce, your really built up team that you want to bring to the Latin American National Championships, reveal it here just so they can get real practice and then actually bring it, or do you still want to hide it?
Yeah.
I feel like I remember back in the days when between the World Championships day 1 and day 2, you could actually switch the team. I remember some cases where some players tried to keep their team secret in day 1, try to get through day 1 with their more standard team, and then day 2 really reveal the secret stuff. And it didn't really go well. So I feel like a lot of people are actually bringing the team they're trying to bring to LAIC.
Yeah, I think Pokemon, it's interesting, we've kind of moved to a point where the fields are so large now. I think back in the day, especially in say 2009 to 2014-ish, the tournaments were generally a little bit smaller, and especially Worlds, for example, right? And the pool of people that were competing, you could actually be okay, here are the 10 people that I really want to make sure I have a good matchup into.
Yeah.
Now it's these tournaments of just hundreds of people, and with open team sheet being a thing, there's less information that is you're probably want to keep it secret, right? Because it's going to be revealed anyway. And so yeah, I think it feels like a lot of players are just you know what, I think this team is just strong and I'm okay revealing it.
Yeah.
To me, I think one of the big metagame shifts coming out of this tournament, I'm curious, is whether or not this Typhlosion hyper offense stuff kind of sticks around, because a lot of the top players have decided to bring it to this tournament specifically.
Yes.
We did see it on stream, you and I casted it, but it did not necessarily have the best performance.
That's right. Yeah. It seemed like the opponent had preparation to the team, or they kind of knew what they were doing, right? And it makes me wonder, oh, maybe, again, they're both in the same New York locals, maybe they saw each other there at some point. You never know, but I guess it goes to show that even if you feel like you have a really strong team, you always have to respect the players who are strong enough to be able to adapt on the spot, right? They could see a team they've never seen before, and they could still, adapt because we're playing best of 3, not best of 1.
Yeah, totally. One of the questions I have for you is, out of the games that we've seen so far, any big surprises, or has it generally been what you expected for this tournament?
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a mix of a lot of the standard teams, and also the mix of we talked about the Typhlosion thing, which until this weekend we hadn't really seen that much, at least publicly.
Yeah.
But it was exciting to see Quacklevolt that actually won that set, and then also the substitute population Mousehold. So both of those games, I feel like they're up against standard teams. and they fared quite well. I guess not the Mousehold one, those are both about niche teams, but it's really cool to always see how in VGC, it seems to me that outside of a few formats, there's never like only standard teams that are winning. It's always like some kind of innovation happening. So I think that mix-up is what makes the competition feel really fresh to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other things is we also kind of have just seen a return to like day one sometimes in formats, and it's like Population Bomb Mousehold won the first regional championship. Here it is back on the stream. Mousehold Annihilate, when Scarlet and Violet first came out, everyone's like, this duo is going to be really good. Well, here it is still like, you know, dominating with, just having won on stream in the previous round. And so it's always funny to see how like metagames develop, especially when you get to play them for a little bit longer. And with us like returning to Regulation H and having already played several months of this, it's like interesting to see sometimes when you go like a full cycle. There's been a little bit less of like the, I don't know, like Rilla, Incin, kind of fake out balancey stuff that I think is really popular in Europe. I personally expected to see like a little bit more of it here. Yeah. We did see it in, round one with James specifically, and so I'm curious if, there's a lot of those teams out there. We just like haven't gotten a chance to like preview them on stream as much as recently. And then Rain is the other big one that I'm curious about, just because it's like historically been so good in Regulation H. Like I still have my eyes out on like, has anyone like figured out a new innovation for it?
Yeah, I think the information gathering aspect of Pokemon is so interesting to me because at least from the day one perspective and before like the teams come out, but before the phase 2 starts, you think like, oh, like everything that's on stream is what's representative of what everyone's using. So for example, I don't think we've seen any of the like the Lele team that everyone's calling with the Swords Dance Acrobatics.
That's right, yeah.
We haven't seen any of that on stream, so everyone might say, oh yeah, like, you know, I made it to phase 2. I didn't see that on stream at all, so I'm assuming most players aren't using it, right? And then we just happen to be featuring the other teams.
Totally,
and then
yeah.
It's like, you know, 30% of the field tomorrow or something. So I guess, you could, depending on what team you're using, if you've been featured or not, you could have an advantage or disadvantage going to phase 2.
Absolutely. We are just getting ready to set up for our next round. So we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because round 6 will be starting shortly.
Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I am currently joined by a competitor in the cup. Mike, how's it going?
It's going great, having a lot of fun. It was great to travel down here with a lot of my friends from Vancouver and all be able to compete together.
You're currently competing in the cup and you're also participating in the regional championships tomorrow. Can you tell me a little bit about your team that you're running for the cup, and is it going to be the same as you're running tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. So it will be the same team today and tomorrow. I wanted to play today as a warm-up for tomorrow, get consistent with the team. The team is based off of the team that Wolfie and Aaron Traylor brought to Milwaukee, but with a little spin on it. I actually played Aaron at a local and I really got inspired by it, but I wanted to give it my own flair.
What are your goals for tomorrow? Like, what are you hoping to get out of this Las Vegas Regional Championships?
Well, I'm hoping somewhere around 4-4 to day 2, so like 6-2 to 4-4. But really, I'm here for the experience, here for the connections, and to try to develop myself as a player so I can become a better commentator in the future.
You're also a tournament organizer for the Vancouver scene. Can you tell me a little bit about how you sort of balance being able to compete as well as organize tournaments for that scene?
Yeah, so I'm not the only tournament organizer in the area, fortunately. So when the other organizers are running the events, I get to compete at those. And then when the opportunity arises, I run my own events. And I also get to stream and commentate on those whenever I run my own.
I'm going to have to put you on the spot here. I'm going to ask you the hard question. How would you rank the three? Commentating, tournament organizing, as well as competing?
Well, I got to go for commentating first. I've always loved doing that. And then I would say competing afterwards. I love the game through and through. And then tournament organizing, it's great to give that support to the community.
Thank you so much, Mike. But before I let you go, I have to ask you, do you have any shout outs that you want to make to all the viewers out there?
Of course, I want to give a shout out to the Vancouver VGC community. Also, shout out to my dad. He grinded Scarlet so that I could have a Blood Moon for this event. So shout out to my dad and everyone else that helped me get my Pokemon today. And yeah, the Vancouver community has been great for helping support all of us together to be competing here.
Thank you so much, Mike. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here from Las Vegas. Stay tuned.
Milwaukee, the second stop in North America on the road to Worlds. Let's take a look back at how it all shook up. With Regulation H being fairly solved, trainers dug deep to find new tricks to treat themselves to some wins. Hizui, Zoroark, and Oricorio made unexpected appearances, and questions arose if the meta could still be broken. However, it's not enough to beat the top team, you have to defeat the trainer using it too. And top trainers Joshua Lorsey and Alex Aaron proved that in spades as they pushed their way through the bracket and into the finals. For both trainers, this was a new height they've reached, but only one could claim the gold medal in their first regional title. The series was slow and methodical, a battle for positioning and trying to call the other trainer out. Alex made a great job of reading some plays, and even though Lorsey got close, a survival from Ursaluna at the end sealed the deal and put Alex up 1 in the set. Game 2 was more of the same, but this time it was on Lorsey to make the call, with a double up into the Rillaboom as Incineroar switched into the field for a big KO. Now, the final game to determine it all. In such a patient series, it was Alex to break Game 3 open with an early KO and take the lead. With all the momentum on his side, it was too much for Lorsey to come back from. After an intense 3-game set, Alex Aaron became your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
And now, for the first time, Alex Aaron gets to hear that he is a regional champion.
There are still plenty of events and opportunities to compete this season, so what are you waiting for? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can join in on the fun and maybe become our next regional champion.
Welcome back, trainers. That clip of Alex Aaron versus Joshua Lorsey was bringing back memories as I was watching it, and I remember distinctly it was like Game 3. Like Alex Aaron didn't terrestrialize the Ursaluna as the Golden Go had nasty plotted.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, is it gonna go for Make It Rain? Is it going for Shadow Ball? And yeah, like it just completely whiffs, and like it was just like the game. And it's just crazy how like those just one small decision can make the difference between you being a regional champion and being like runner-up. And like there's just such little margin in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that final was, I think, super exhilarating. It's interesting how many mirror match finals we've had this season, right?
Yeah.
Like there's at least been 2. And so that one, I think it was just this team that was so powerful and had already won in Europe coming over, and yeah, it seems like it was still obviously very powerful.
Right.
What I think is so interesting about this format is there are a lot of different viable teams and strategies, and sometimes I'm like, I wonder if like the teams are like still good, but people have just kind of stopped using them. Like Marco and his Sun team is a good example, right?
That's a great example.
Yeah, like it's still good even after all these months. Like I think Marco and Federico brought it to regionals after Marco won with a very different team at a regionals this year. And speaking of that, like he won with the Rabombi team. I haven't really seen any of those in this field.
True.
And so I'm like, it's just so interesting, right? It's like, what is the kind of flavor of the month?
Yeah, it also reminds me of Kerry's winning interview earlier when he said, oh yeah, I wasn't sure, I was trying all these different teams, but then Chris told me maybe I should just run back my Toronto team.
Yeah.
And clearly it's working well for him so far. So yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Seriously, yeah. Right now, we are about to get started with round 6, but let's take a quick look at the standings heading into this round. Every player that you see here is 5-0, and of course, there are several other players that are 5-0, but these players are all in a fantastic spot in this tournament. One more win will guarantee them a spot in day 2, but if your goal is to, make that top cut, every win really does matter, and so being able to stack up wins on your first day makes the second day a lot more easy. But we've got a lot of recognizable names here. Montana Ma, of course, one of the best players at the World Championships this last year, getting top 4 and a regional champion as well. rocking here at 5-0. We've got Justin Tang, one of the most notable North American players at 5-0. Carrie, you were just talking about, he's sitting here at 5-0 as well. He was actually one of the most impressive players in my eyes in like VGC, and is like one of the fastest rising, I think, stars of the game. And so he hasn't gotten a big win yet, but I feel like he's really due. He's had so many top cuts, and like I'm just like, it feels like a question of when rather than if. And so I definitely have my eyes out on him. Joseph Ugarte, of course, has won multiple tournaments before, one of the most consistent North American players, leader in championship points in North America in seasons before as well. And yeah, we've got also some international representation here with Masahiro as well as Oliver Escalin.
That's right. And also, speaking of international representation, we have Thomas Gravry, who I recently learned was living in Japan for a bit and then moved back to France recently, and is going on a bender with Pokemon tournaments, saying he's going to 5 different majors in the span of 6 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a stop number 2, I think, for him. Before going to LAIC, before to Stuttgart. So a lot of Pokemon action for him, and it's clearly hasn't tired him out yet.
And of course, at 5-0, you're going to get some really awesome matchup pairings as well. So taking a quick look at the notable matches, of course, this is kind of just like a combination of everyone that we just saw in the previous slide. So you just like mix and match, you know, pick between the players. But
that's right.
Justin Tang and Carrie, actually, wow, that's one match I really wish we could watch. Of course, so many good matches here. But the one that we'll be featuring, I think, will be one that's really exciting, because we were just talking about like weather, and I was like, oh, I wonder if rain is still going to be like good, because it was so good for Reg Age. But yeah, we've got a classic rain versus sun battle here with Raghav versus Masahiro.
Yep, and also looking at the other names, I see Navjit Joshi, who had a pretty big out performance, getting top 8 at Worlds in the Scarlet Violet era. So yeah, just so many cool pairings here, and if only we could, you know, simultaneously cast everyone. But yeah, we'll be seeing the Sun and Rain matchup here, which is really exciting. And talking about, you know, the new upcoming players versus established players, I would consider like Raghav like a pretty established player, having multiple top cuts, making a lot of finals. We're on Masahiro's end, you know, able to make the top 128 at a few ICs, but hasn't had that big breakout yet, mostly due to like living in the Japan circuit, not having the ability to go to too many of the our circuits over in the West. But having the spotlight here and using the team that we've dubbed the Elizabeth Rain, that we haven't seen too much of lately, but it really could be the if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it's funny because like around this time last year, this was the team to beat, right?
That's right.
Heading into the Latin America International Championships, like all eyes were on it, and this kind of reminds me of that finals, because it's like Rain versus Sun, but this is like a completely different take on Sun, right? It's not Charizard, it's not Porygon 2, it's not Ursaluna, but you still have really aggressive offense and a fast mode versus a slow mode. And for Masahiro, the team that he was using was just so popular. But we've got a look at Raghav's team. This composition was one that a lot of players were hyping up coming into this tournament. And the main thing is that a Mungus lock can be pretty flexible. So we've seen like Annihilate, for example, on it when Chupa Cross was featured on the stream. This Amoonguss is an offensive set. It's got Life Orb with Leaf Storm. Not a very common combination, but it makes a lot of sense because often in order to play defensively against this team, you'll use a Terra like Water. You know what loves going up against Water-type Pokemon? Life Orb Amoonguss with Leaf Storm.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say, like in the LAIC finals where Marco was playing against Victor using this team, it was also Sun versus Rain, and Marco was able to come out victorious. But in that instance, like I felt like his team had a lot less reliance on the Sun to work well in Trick Room because of the Ursaluna. And for this kind of team, I was wondering like, I guess Rain, how does it work? Because you really are like doubling down on Fire with the Incineroar and the Torkoal. What are you going to do if they have Rain? Are you just not going to have your Trick Room as an option? But with this Amoonguss, I actually think that makes a big difference because, like, over on Masahiro's side, the big Trick Room attacker is Ursaluna, but Amoonguss actually takes pretty good care of that. So even if it's raining, the Amoonguss can still sort of shine in Trick Room. So I think it's a different ballgame.
Yeah, what will be interesting is, like, for Raghav, can you lean into the Hisuian Typhlosion, how easy it is to accomplish that? It's like, it can be such a good Pokemon, but all it takes is like a Pelipper to switch in, right? This Pelipper doesn't have Wide Guard, but it's still just able to really reduce Typhlosion's damage output. And then Torkoal is a Pokemon that like can be obviously very good or very bad depending on how it is positioned. So I think Pokemon like Farigiraf, Amoonguss, and Incineroar are a little bit more like consistent to bring in a matchup like this. And of course, the Incineroars on these teams are always so interesting. This one is the Clear Amulet Close Combat set as well. One of the reasons people are running this is specifically to deal with sand, because otherwise your matchup against Tyranitar is really tough. However, what this means is Incineroar does not have a pivoting move like U-turn or Parting Shot, so not able to switch out as easily, which makes it more difficult difficult to win the Weather War.
Yeah, speaking of Weather War, I was thinking like, okay, how are these players going to be able to effectively control the weather? And on Rogov's side, yeah, we don't have pivoting, but also on Masahira's side, we don't have any pivoting really either. And on top of that, Masahira's Pokemon are generally like pretty fast. Like for example, if Rogov wants to, they can switch out the Amoonguss first and last, because that's probably going to be the slowest Pokemon in the game here, and bring in the Torkoal. So even if Pelipper and Torkoal switch in at the same time in the same turn, the Sun would be active at the very end. So I think Masahira has to be like really, really careful of like when they decide to bring in the Pelipper, because yeah, if the Torkoal comes at the same time, like you're really, really behind.
Yeah, I think Pelipper is a really interesting Pokemon to pay attention to in this matchup because its offense is actually pretty incredible. Like it hits 5 of Rogov's 6 Pokemon for super effective damage, right? And crucially, it actually does have that safety goggles. I was like, in a world where it's Focus Sash, not safety goggles, like Lilligant feels like it can be so oppressive as a lead because it can just pressure with Sleep Powder onto any slot. But because it's safety goggles, I think Pelipper loves having that into both an Amoonguss as well as a Lilligant. So normally, I feel like when I look at Pelipper, I see it more as like, it's like use the setup brain and it can deal damage, but I don't always expect it to do like a ton of damage across the board. In this matchup, I actually think it is just like absolutely phenomenal from a damage output perspective.
Yeah, I think the only issue is once you get into Trick Room, you might be in trouble if the Amoonguss can get some Leaf Storm action on, because, yeah, Pelipper's not very bulky on the especially defensive side, but at the same time, it is having the Terra Steel. So with Terra Steel, it can nullify both the Leaf Storm and the Sludge Bomb and be immune to the Spore. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be, like you said, I think the Pelipper is going to be the focal point here.
Let's see. I think it's often, not super common to lead your weather immediately in a matchup like this, and it's going to be double steals into Incineroar and Typhlosion. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm very surprised to see the Typhlosion here because, as you said, just the weather changing could be a big difference for his Typhlosion. So I don't know if you really want to lock into a Fire-type move, even though, yeah, you're facing down 2 Steel-type Pokemon. But at the same time, again, if both players switch into their weather Pokemon this turn, I believe there's no way that Rogov would not win that. So, yeah, definitely need to proceed with caution, because at the same time, if Rogov switches in Torkoal, but Masahira doesn't, then they have the advantage the following turn.
Yeah, totally. This is Choice Scarf Golden Go, which is, of course, like one of the unique tricks, I think, on this composition specifically, but I'd expect the Typhlosion to be faster here, making it a little bit more difficult for Masahira,
yeah,
but we'll have to see. Yeah, like, you could potentially, based on how you're trained, be outsped, but either way, we're going to see the commit to the Fire Terra on the Typhlosion. This is going to just allow it to deal so much damage, and crucially, no switch into Pelipper here on turn 1, right? So if it is faster than the Golden Go, I mean, this might just do so much damage.
Yeah, we see Terrasolation coming out, so presumably the Golden Go to get rid of the weakness to both a Ghost and Fire. So going to Terrasolize into the Flying type here. And I guess that also confirms the speed order, so maybe if the Golden Go was timid and the Typhlosion was modest, it would be the other way around. But no, it's going to be Typhlosion moving first. Fake Out going out into the Archaludon, going to activate the Stamina. Not going to be that relevant here, facing down the special attacker in Typhlosion. We're going to get a big eruption off. The question is how much damage is going to do without the weather.
Oh! I figured, like, if you get that knockout on Golden Goal on turn 1, the game, I wouldn't say it's like 100% over, but it feels like such a big advantage. So at least there's the response in Shadow Ball here. It does do pretty decent damage as well. But yeah, I mean, the thing is now you won't get the knockout onto the Archaludon with Eruption, but you'll probably still knock out the Golden Go. And then the Incineroar here could pressure with like that close combat, right? Yeah, as you see. And so Rogov's just saying, you know what, I'm just going to lock it in here. But Archaludon, of course, could respond with a Body Press before it gets KO'd.
Yeah, the question to me is like, what is in the back for both players? Because if you have like the Trick Room mode, like both sides kind of have their Pokemon chips, so the Trick Room mode can be effective, but depending on what Pokemon you're trying to clean up with in Trick Room would be really, really relevant to me. So, yeah, and I also don't know if you want to necessarily sacrifice your Golden Go here, so yep, it looks like it is going to go off. Definitely not going to KO the Archaludon, but what is the Archaludon going to do? Like, Body Press probably does a significant amount to Incineroar at this point.
Yeah. I was also wondering if there was any chance like the Incineroar is faster than the Archaludon here, just because like I could see it being super offensive on these team compositions, but it is going to be slower.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, Body Press into the Typhlosion. Kind of surprised to see that target. Maybe expecting a switch. Does get rid of a big threat, but now the Incineroar is, free to get an attack off here. And one of the things I wanted to talk about in this matchup is in, like, weather versus weather, if you lose 2 Pokemon, you kind of just lose the weather war, right? And so, like, Masahira now presumably as Pelipper, it's going to come out on the field, but then if Rogoff brought that Torkoal, then yeah, you can like bring in Lilligant right. Actually, you could just switch in Torkoal immediately as well, but because it's a choice spec set, I think it makes sense to bring out Lilligant and then just like pivot in Torkoal. Yeah. Lilligant also just honestly a pretty annoying Pokemon to deal with. Pelipper is going to be pretty good into it thanks to that safety goggles, but losing the Weather War, I think, puts Masahiro in a more difficult position.
Right. And one thing I want to call out about this Goldengo set, which is like pretty much a trademark on this Elizabeth Rain kind of team, is having Trick and Protect. A lot of the Goldengo, especially if your choice specs opt to run Power Gem to have the coverage move into Incineroar. In this case, I think it's actually pretty relevant that it didn't have Power Gem, because that would have been a move that would have done a lot of damage to Typhlosion, whether it had Terrestrialized or not. Because it didn't have access to that, it was not able to get the KO. And like you said, it's really important to have more Pokemon than your opponent to win the Wither Roar. And that would have been like a big deal. It would have been a 4-3 start to begin with, and now it's a 3-2 deficit. So yeah, that was pretty relevant team choice there. But yeah, there's Tailwind on the Pelipper, but if the Lilligant gets a Sleep Powder off first, it's not going to be able to speed up the Ursaluna, so I think Masahiro has to think about which one to target here.
Yeah, this is tricky. It feels like maybe you need to go like Protect Ursaluna unless you're somehow bulky enough to actually survive this Solar Blade. But if you're not, right, like you Protect, hope that it gets targeted into that slot, and then hope for a double Protect to just eliminate the Lilligant. Like Lilligant, I think being able to now win the Weather War and being able to click Solar Blade with no downside makes it so powerful. And so for Masahiro, I was maybe hoping to see like a Pelipper switch in a little bit earlier. But yeah, now the Weather War has been lost, and there's no Protect on the Ursaluna, so let's see, will this just get the one-hit knockout?
Solar Blade notably a little bit stronger than Close Combat, so even if it's trained to survive that, it might not survive this. Let's see what happens. Oh! Big survival.
Oh, but the Hurricane misses!
Oh, man. And if that Hurricane had gone off, then this Lilligant certainly would have gone down, and it could have been a different ball game, right? Like this Ursaluna would have been pretty well positioned, especially if it was faster than Incineroar.
But
yeah,
now you've got the bird. Unfortunately, it's just actually going to fade from the bird itself, and so there's still an Incineroar in the back. I mean, had that Hurricane connected, I think like Incin still gets to come out and then can fake out, and with the sun up, it's still maybe a little bit tricky for Pelipper to pull it off. Like you have to hit Hurricane and Muddy Waters in the sun against multiple Pokemon. Right. But it definitely went from like, oh, okay, like this, if it hits, I'm at least still in the game, versus now it feels like it's effectively over.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think the interaction of speeds in the leads was definitely relevant, because I think if there was an option for Masahiro to bring in the Pelipper after the Torkoal, it could have been a lot different, and right, to like be able to mitigate the damage output from Typhlosion. Because there's not that option and you'd have to risk a lot. Yeah, I think that's what helped the Typhlosion do a lot of damage where it went down. So Solar Blade taking out the Ursaluna here. Pelipper able to move. I don't know if a Weather Ball is going to be able to KO the Torkoal here, so might have to. Oh, okay. So we see the Muddy Water. Accuracy drop.
Let's see.
Nope.
No. Yeah, I was thinking like Incineroar probably even wins the 1v1 against Pelipper, because it's like presumably a more offensive set, but like you know, it's hard to say for sure. Either way though, like Lilligant now obviously just gets the Solar Blade, and so it's big to know that the Ursaluna can survive a Solar Blade, but yeah, it's like Masahiro felt committed to go for the Terra early just to like not faint a Typhlosion, but like that trade-off didn't feel very good because you were also slower and you weren't knocking out in return. So Pelipper is gonna take this turn to Protect, try to stall the turn of Sun, but who's gonna need multiple of those if it wants any chance in this game.
One thing that's relevant here is actually that the Incineroar has Clear Amulet, which blocks the Muddy Water secondary effect. So there actually isn't that win condition available either. So yeah, I think this Incineroar has a very, very good matchup into this Pelipper currently.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing here is it's like Pelipper can be really good, but it's all about like when it hits the field, right? In this game, it just felt like it hit the field a little bit too late. It'd be a very different game, I think, if we just saw it switch in a little bit earlier on like maybe turn 1 even, right? But I think the reality is that Incineroar Typhlosion was actually a really, really nice lead into the Archaludon. Like with Archaludon being Assault Vested, you guarantee can prevent it from attacking with Fake Out, right? And so, yeah, it felt like the leads were honestly quite favorable for Rogoff in Game 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think the Archaludon, if used like really carefully, like could be the star of the show here, because most of the Trick Room attackers actually can't touch it, especially if the rain is up. The Amoonguss could put it to sleep, but it can't actually do damage to it in return. So if you sleep it, if it becomes like a 1v1 scenario at some point, then yeah, I think the Archaludon is pretty well positioned. So instead of using it up front to take the damage, maybe having it in the back could be an effective strategy as an adjustment in game 2.
Yeah, I think one of the other things I was thinking about was Dragonite was not brought, and Dragonite was like a really key member when we saw this kind of matchup earlier on the stream, right? Where it's able to just like scale shot and do a lot of damage, and if you leave it unchecked, like Dragonite can just get to a game state where it can just outpace everything, and scale shot like can threaten with an immediate knockout onto the low again, does a ton of damage. Typhlosion can knock that out as well, and so I think for Masahiro, some adaptations include potentially bringing Dragonite into this matchup. I think Ursa Luna as a lead could actually be interesting as well, because you do pressure like the Incineroar plus the Typhlosion with super effective damage, right? And you do have Ghost Terra if you wanted to potentially get around, for example, a Fake Out on turn 1. But yeah, I think one of the scary things here is if you're Masahiro, are you responding to the mode that you just saw? And if so, will you be prepared for an adaptation on Rogov's end, like, for example, switching to Trick Room?
Yeah, definitely. In the Trick Room environment, I wonder... It still feels to me that Masahiro might be favored. So as we saw Raghav walk into the Trick Room mode, I'm curious to see if, like, no matter how Masahiro adjusts, if they're able to fend off the Trick Room mode, because, yeah, with the weather as a defensive tool, it might not be too difficult. Yeah, especially since the Archaludon, I think, would be a pretty pivotal in stalling out the Trick Room, supported by Sinistra especially.
Yeah, one of the things I'm curious about also is, like, can you bring Sinistra into this matchup? It feels kind of awkward because it's the Steel Terra set, and so it's like you're always going to be weak to the Fire-type damage on the opposing side, and sometimes it feels like it can be a liability, especially without the ability to protect. But I think you made a really good point about Archaludon potentially being the star. It needs to, however, not just take a ton of damage like it did on turn 1 of that last game, right? And so I think, like, Archaludon, also, like, Body Press is non-trivial here, right? Like, it was able to stack up multiple boosts, but ended up not really getting too much value out of it in the previous game. And so I think, yeah, like, Dragonite's one adjustment. I think, like, Archaludon and just, like, not letting it get, you know, lose basically over 50% of its health on turn 1 while not getting anything in return is also crucial. And then third, like, Pelipper hitting the field a little bit earlier and making sure you don't just go down 2 Pokemon immediately is another thing to consider.
Yeah, let's see. So we see the Dragonite coming out from Masahiro's end, and we see the Incineroar Farigiraf adaptation from both players here. So yeah, the Dragonite, as you suggested, seems like a pretty good adaptation here, although it gets intimidated. Yeah, what is the... I don't know who's favored here, to be honest.
It's interesting, yeah. So, like, you can see Raghav considering the knockoff. Knockoff, I think, into the Ursa Luna, should you actually get it off, means no Flame Orb, which is obviously a really big deal. Suddenly, Ursa Luna goes from a thing that can get one-hit knockouts across the board to a Pokemon that's still strong, but especially with Intimidate, not the strongest. And I think Dragonite here is interesting. It's not going to do a ton of damage with those skill shots. Like, these are not the Pokemon that Dragonite would probably hope to see, but, ooh, look at this. We're going straight for the Trick Room mode.
Okay, and we also see the Dragonite switch out, so I wonder what it could be. Maybe the Archaludon, so the Archaludon is pretty well positioned here, so also maybe wanting to take a potential fake out there.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what the Ursa Luna does, because I feel like it's always like a gambit of like, okay, am I going to capitalize my opponent, like expecting me to protect and attacking? Okay, so we see the attack coming out onto the Moongus, doing like a pretty good
sizable amount
of damage. Yeah. And yeah, we see the Trick Room come up here, but now with the Ursa Luna having the Flame Orb, going to be immune to the spores, so yeah, I think the Ursa Luna pretty well positioned, although it does have its defense reduced and is liable to Leaf Storm, so this might be a pretty good opportunity for the offensive Amoonguss.
Okay, Leaf Storm, Hyper Voice, lock in immediately. Ursa Luna theoretically could just protect this turn, right? And then you could get an attack off with the Archaludon. Of course, the Archaludon here does have access to the Snarl, and so that actually be a pretty powerful move in this option. I think the main debate is Raghav obviously pressures Spore as well onto the Archaludon slot. Archaludon is Grass Terra, right? So, and I think Raghav's like, you know what? You're not going to KO me anyway. This also doesn't have Draco Meteor, and so Archaludon can actually get the knockout onto Amoonguss here. I don't think a Flash Cannon will do it.
Ooh,
it is the Protect here.
Big Protect.
Big defensive play, given what we saw from Raghav here.
So Leaf Storm going to hit into the Ursa Luna. Hyper Voice not going to do too much damage to the Archaludon. Still going to be able to get its Throat Spray activated, boosting its special attack. However, I'm wondering, is the special attack just going to go straight back down with a Snarl? With the Snarl, yeah, I don't know if the Ursa Luna is going to be able to survive the Leaf Storm, but definitely gives more options, especially with Terrestrialization.
Exactly, yeah, I think next turn is going to be really interesting to watch. It is going to be Snarl, crucially hits both Pokemon. Snarl's so good into this Farigiraf. Like, part of the strength of the Throat Spray Farigiraf set is it's like, okay, you get the Hyper Voice off and suddenly you're doing a ton of damage, but Snarl just brings you back down to neutral, and then you can keep clicking Snarl, and then Farigiraf actually kind of feels like a liability. So Yeah, that was a really safe defensive play from Masahiro. The one risk is, of course, Amoonguss just saying, you know what, I'm going to spore you this turn. But, you know, it felt like the presence of Ursaluna kind of felt forced to respond, right? And so now this turn is interesting. You could, like, Terra the Ursaluna, right? And then that with Amoonguss being at -1, you're not taking super effective damage anymore. That might save you. Oh, and no Terra. Okay, it's just Leaf Storm.
Ooh, gets the KO.
Ooh.
I don't know if I have my Life Orb Leaf Storm Amoonguss calcs, but yeah, not sure how close that one was, but Friggraf probably not going to be able to get that much damage out onto this Archaludon, and yeah, I wonder if the Archaludon's going to try to get, I don't even know if it can get a KO on this Amoonguss.
Yeah, I don't, like, it'll be close with the Flash Cannon, but it's going to be Snarl.
It's going to be a Snarl. It's going to be missing the Amoonguss. Probably not as relevant, especially since the Leaf Storm already reduced the special attack even further. Really good to get the special attack, super effective damage down onto the Friggraf while also reducing its damage output.
Yeah, so the lack of Terra or Switch there might seem surprising. I think what Masahiro maybe was predicting is, hey, it's so obvious that I could go for either of those.
Yeah.
You might try to Spore me, for example, right? And if I switch into like my Dragonite and I get Spored, that's really, really bad. Rogov kind of just goes for the obvious play and ends up getting, I would say, the better end of it. I think to lose Ursaluna, which is so strong into Rogov's team offensively, puts Masahiro in a much more difficult position, especially because like Archaludon's like decent here, but it's like not getting knockouts, right? It's kind of just staying on the field for a long time. It is getting whittled away as well, and so Friggraf now making the pivot, yeah, not exactly the strongest Pokemon now that it's been snarled multiple times. Incineroar is such a good Pokemon to have into the Dragonite, and that Intimidate just makes it so much more difficult to do a lot of damage with that skill shot.
My question, though, is how is Rogov going to plan to get rid of this Archaludon? Because it already has, you know, at least 2 stacks from stamina.
Yep.
And all of the damage output coming from Rogov's end is either reliant on Sun or physical. So, yeah, if Masahiro is able to maintain the Weather War pretty well, especially with this Amoonguss going down, no more slowing down from the spores. So, yeah, I think on paper, it doesn't look that great for Masahiro, but as long as the Pokemon count doesn't go down even further, the Archaludon may be able to run away with the game.
Yeah, it's a really good point, right? Because it's like the only real source of offense, it feels like the Torkoal that's in the back, right?
Yeah.
Like the Hyper Voice and the Psychics won't do a ton of damage. You also have close combat for super effective damage, but like you said, the stamina boosts are kind of stacking up already, and so this is like kind of the awkward thing, like you gotta have to now dance around this, right? So Torkoal hits the field, good from an offensive standpoint, but of course the Pelipper can just pivot in right now, allowing you to just reset the weather. So one of my questions is, yeah, I mean, this is of course the Choice Specs Torkoal, like you do have Earth Power threatening into the Archaludon slot. Could go for Eruption as well, but yeah, if Pelipper switches in, obviously it's not going to be as powerful, but Fire Terra Eruption's still going to be decent, and then yeah, I think if Archaludon just takes a couple of turns of sleep, it's probably going to be pretty difficult, so we'll see if it's going to be able to wake up sooner than later. But one thing that was crucial was not going for that Grass Terra. Grass Terra would have prevented the Spore, but then would have made you ultra weak to the Eruption.
I think on Masahiro's end, he's definitely forced to switch into Pelipper. The question is which slot?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, because I think if you fake out and Eruption the Archaludon, it might just go down to fake out Eruption, right? Even if it's in rain. So, yeah, I think this is actually a much more risky move than one might expect. They might also be able to go for Earth Power. Oh, okay.
I like this a lot. Yep, it's basically saying, I think you're going to Earth Power. And that's what Rogov committed to. And so this keeps Archaludon out for a lot longer. Now, Torkoal's in a really compromising position, right?
Yeah.
This play, Rogov was saying, I'm going to try to win the game this turn, but it does not work out. That barely does any damage. And now you have a Pelipper that's hit the field with Muddy Water available.
Yes. And also, yeah, mitigates the damage from close combat, which is very, very critical. So yeah, really heads-up play from Masahiro, covering defensively for both moves coming out from Rogov. And with this, yeah, it's still sleeping, but I don't know if Masahiro minds too much. Again, like you said, this Muddy Water is really, really threatening, and the Trick Room has expired, so Pelipper guaranteed to be able to, well, I can't say guaranteed depending on how these Pokemon are trained, but yeah, most likely be able to attack first. And even if it's not, yeah, the Incineroar doesn't have Parting Shot or anything, so it can't really mitigate the damage coming out from Pelipper this one turn.
Yeah, it feels like Rogov's path to victory now means setting up Trick Room once again, getting Torkoal under Trick Room, and then clicking Eruption, right? So you're hoping that the Archaudon just continues to stay asleep, and you're hoping that you're able to survive like a combination of attacks and get that Trick Room up. And so this is going to be really, really crucial. I also like the decision to just go for the Grass Terra commit here on Incineroar, because otherwise you're, risk just fainting to Muddy Water. And so Torkoal's going to pivot out, really forced to, right? And this is like the downside of the choice spec set, in that if you lock into a move that you can't really make use of, you got to pivot out. But yeah, Friggraph's also kind of low right now, so this is getting dangerous.
Yeah, see the contrastalization coming out from this, and we're not wanting to take too much damage from this Muddy Water. So Grass Terra, most likely not going to have a Hurricane come out into that slot unless it's going to be a hard read from Masahiro's end. And we see the Muddy Water.
Ooh, who did it miss? Okay.
Okay.
It's the Friggraph, crucially.
I think that one's okay from Masahiro's perspective. I believe this is the last turn of Guaranteed Sleep for the Archaudon. So next turn, probably going to be able to get some damage out onto this Friggraph. So yeah, as you said, the one win condition that Rogov had was to probably get Trick Room up a second time, but with the health on Friggraph, it might not happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Rogov goes for like the Hail Mary, which is like, okay, he's going for Protect and switch into Torkoal. Okay, I like that. This actually makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just wondering, then like you are facing Snarl plus Muddy Water the following turn.
Yeah.
And like, I'm wondering, well, Snarl would KO the Friggraph, right? But you could switch that out into the Incineroar, and then maybe like in Sun, like Muddy Water, like the Torkoal actually does manage to survive. So Masahiro is like, you know what? I think you might be switching in Torkoal. I'm actually going to pivot out. And I like that a lot, because winning the Weather War is so crucial in a matchup like this. And Dragonite's offense now also looking really, really good.
Right. One thing that Rogov could have actually done is switch in the Torkoal for the Friggraph slot and go for a Flare Blitz into the Archaudon, which probably does a pretty good amount of damage, even though, yeah, the stamina boosts have gone up. But you see Protect coming out from Friggraph, so a little passive play here. Let's see what the Archaudon goes for as it wakes up here. It's going to be a body press, so yeah, trying to mitigate any option for Trick Room there. But now I really think that Rogov is out of options, right? So like maybe you can go for Eruption and Trick Room and say, okay, I'm happy if I can get off one of the other.
Two, yeah.
But you're probably still going to take too much damage from a Scale Shot from Dragonite. So yeah, I'm not sure. You also probably, maybe you want to switch in Pelipper just to be safe over from the perspective of Masahiro, right? Like Eruption, I guess if you're okay with taking the risk on Snarl, Snarl's probably the best option, because you can mitigate the damage out from Torkoal while also taking the knockout.
Yeah, it's just one of those, like, do you want to click it? Because missing would feel so bad, especially on the Friggraph. Exactly, yeah. And okay, yeah, we're not going to see the switch.
Okay.
I like the attempt to go for the double here. That makes a lot of sense. Rogov does not end up getting it. It's just going to be Scale Shot coming out here, so Torkoal's now going to fall low. The question here is, does Masahiro get a knockout, right? If so, you'll just win the Weather War immediately. Either way, I think still pretty good turn here. Scale Shot getting 4 hits, bringing Torkoal a little bit lower. But this is the awkward thing about utilizing Torkoal outside of Trick Room. You're almost always guaranteed to attack last. It's a double into that, and it's enough to get the knockout. Wow. So there was a world in which, like, you could have gotten Trick Room up there, and you could have like switched Torkoal out as well into the Incineroar, but that is obviously quite a difficult play to make.
That's right, yeah. So now, yeah, I guess if you fake out the Archaudon here and you get a Scale Shot miss, then maybe that's the win condition, but with Pelipper still in the back, like, I just don't know if you're ever going to be able to get enough damage out.
Yeah.
Especially on this Archaudon, so yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely the win condition to go for, right? So I don't know if there's a more optimal play that Rogov could go for.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see Rogov like commit to this Trick Room mode, right? Because like Typhlosion was actually really good in that first game, but I think the adjustments make a lot of sense, because like it's kind of hard to get away with the same strategies, especially when Typhlosion like plays kind of linearly, and the crucial thing here is Scale Shot ends up not missing. Honestly, I think even in a world where Trick Room gets set up, it's like just kind of difficult to knock out both Pokemon, right? Like they still have so much HP, and so Masahiro playing really nice, playing like aggressively, but then also like making much better use of the Archaudon. Like you said, Yuki, you could be a star, and it felt like it absolutely was just this tank that was able to soak up damage and continue to dish out damage.
Yeah, with how good Archaudon was here, I think Masahiro and probably Rogov both know that this is like the Pokemon that's going to be the focal point for both players. So it's really going to be like, can Rogov get into a position where maybe he knocks out all the Pokemon other than Archaudon, just goes for it last, or is able to compromise it somehow early on with like Spores, and you know, if it Terra Grasses, then you get Sludge Bomb off onto it or something, but definitely needs to have strategy against that Archaudon.
Yeah, like I think one of the other things to think about is like that nice turn to stall out a turn of Trick Room there. Like, the Leaf Storm here was actually huge, right? You do get the knockout onto the Ursaluna, but the thing is, like, all of Masahiro's Pokemon were, like, pretty good from a damage perspective in this matchup, whereas it felt like Rogoff relies pretty heavily on that Torkoal. I like the decision to have gone for the Earth Power close combat play, even though it didn't work out, because in a world where Masahiro does not go for that Grass Terra, it probably just wins you the game on the spot. And so, you know, you're up a game. I think that's definitely a worthy opportunity and play to go for, but didn't work out. Trick Room didn't feel super convincing in that last one either, so I don't, like, if I'm in Rogoff, like, do you commit to the Trick Room mode once again? Part of the thing is, I think, like, Amoonguss is really nice in the sense that it can just continue to pressure with Spore and Leaf Storm. Amoonguss, like, did not get, I mean, it got decent mileage out of that last one. One of the things I'm thinking about is, like, can you force the Terra out from Archaudon a little bit sooner? If so, then the Torkoal is, like, that much more strong. But, yeah, I don't know. I just, like, don't know if I love the Trick Room mode. It just, like, didn't feel that powerful in that last one, partially because you are going up against relatively slow Pokemon on the opposing side.
Yeah, and it sounds like Rogoff agrees, so going for that adaptation, not bringing the Fergraph this time. So we'll see how Masahiro adapts to this. Like, we haven't really seen a convincing answer to Typhlosion mode, so okay, it's going to be the same leads for Dragonite, Ursaluna versus Incineroar, Lilligant. So the Dragonite actually looks pretty good to me here, at least defensively. Yeah, it gets intimidated, but not too much damage opportunities at first.
Yeah, I just wonder if this is like, all right, time to go for Sleep Powder, right? You have a Lilligant, which is like naturally very fast, and so, yeah, there we go. Oh man, I mean, if you miss the Sleep Powder here and Dragonite skill shots and KOs Lilligant, it feels really, really bad.
Really bad.
Yeah.
And especially if the Ursaluna is like Terra Ghosts here and just attacks, right? Like you maybe get a 4-shot scale shot and you're intimidated, so you might not kill the Lilligant, but surely with an Earthquake together, she'll probably get the KO there. So
this is already quite tense. I think the thing is, even if you do get put to sleep on Masahiro's side, you do have an Ursaluna then going into the next turn. Okay, it is going to be protect. I mean, double protect on turn 1 here feels relatively safe, right? So we'll see if that's what he opted for. And it's not even. Whoa! Sleep Powder into the Dragonite slot. Ursaluna does not protect, and it's going to outspeed Incineroar, get the Headlong Rush. Oh, but it survives.
That's a big survival, probably accounted for at the training stage, but yeah, the knockoff, being able to knock off the Flame Orb is a big deal, but is it, like, I don't know, maybe I prefer to be in Masahiro's shoes here.
Yeah, okay, and so, ooh, okay. You can see the after you knockoff potential play. Whew, I mean,
the Dragonite so that it can't KO your Lilligant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing this, of course, removes that loaded dice, and so your odds of getting those 4 to 5 hit skill shots suddenly are not guaranteed.
Right.
Really unique play here. You'll see it very frequently.
Ursaluna gets to attack, right? If it doesn't protect this turn, I think Rogoff could be in trouble.
Yeah, like if it's just Earthquake plus scale shot, right? Like, yeah, you remove the loaded dice, but Rogoff is saying, look, I've already done a ton of damage into your Ursaluna. You know that I could potentially knock you out with the close combat here. Incineroar does manage to survive, and it does end up being protected from Ursaluna, so Rogoff makes the right call here. Let's see, there's the after you coming out. Such a cool play here to get rid of that loaded dice.
But the difference, though, is that even if the loaded dice is gone, the Dragonite can still get the speed boost, right? Whether it's Tailwind or with Scale Shot.
Yep.
So it's still able to outspeed Lilligant unless Lilligant bring the Torkoal. But if you bring in the Torkoal, you become, you know, liable to losing the Weather War. So yes, it was a very clever play, but I actually don't know if it gets you out of tough waters.
We'll have to see. Yeah, you can see. Oh, there's the switching into Typhlosion actually.
I think you have to bank on not getting like a 4 or 5 shot scale shot, right? Because if the scale shot goes in first.
Yeah, okay. So going back to this, I mean, I like this more. I think the hover to Typhlosion scared me a little bit from the sense that, like, if you go for that, like, you could potentially lose a ton this turn.
Right.
And so, but like you said, yeah, there is still the opportunity to maybe set up a Tailwind here. Rogoff's done a good job of removing the items, though. We're finally going to see Ursaluna pivot out.
Yeah.
And I think this makes a lot of sense because if you position it properly, it can still deal so much damage into Torkoal, right? So it's actually going to be Archaudon coming in, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, this is a really relevant scale shot. That did about like 19 damage. Ooh, probably needs
3. Yeah, I think you need all 5. Okay, no 5 hits here. So now there is the ability, of course, to get that Sleep Powder. Will it miss is the big question. If it does not.
But now the Archaudon's here, and I don't believe the Incineroar went for close combat. So, okay, doing a good job of, like you said, getting rid of the items. The stamina boost is pretty relevant here, right? So, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Solvest ends up becoming relevant because most of the Pokemon over on Rogov's side who are on the special side are pretty slow. So the Snarl can go off. Yeah, I guess the Typhlosion.
Typhlosion, yeah. I mean, this is actually looking really scary really quickly for Masahiro, I think, because Rogov now has like had this good defensive counterplay, and to be able to position Typhlosion in, yes, you can switch in Pelipper, but like you are still going to take a lot of damage from what will likely be like Fire Terra Eruption, right? And no Assault Vest on Archaladon means it's just way less tanky than it wants to be.
Oh, misses a Sleep Powder.
Okay.
Okay. And you see the body press. Okay, so that's enough to get through the Lilligant.
That's absolutely crucial, right? It like at least allows Masahiro to, one, get a knockout, and two, like you're that much closer to like knocking out one more Pokemon to win the Weather War.
Yeah.
Incineroar is so low. So right now, Typhlosion obviously does pressure with that Fire Terra Eruption. You can go fake out into Dragonite, go for that Fire Terra, just go for Eruption. Now, of course, if you are Masahiro, you might want to consider switching something in and sacrificing something, right? And so, okay, here we go.
There's so many eggs in this Typhlosion basket, right? Like that's like your big offensive like tool left. Incineroar's very low. The Torkoal in the back, very slow. So even like one Snarl going off into this or one Scale Shot going to this Typhlosion could really be game ending. So I think Rogov really has to get this turn right in predicting like, you know, which slot is the Pelipper going to come in.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a world in which like the Archaladon survives the Fire Terra Eruption in rain, even without the Assault Vest from the range on its side. Because if so, and you switch Dragonite out, oh my goodness, no switch. Okay, let's see.
So there's a chance that both Pokemon could get knocked out this turn,
I think so, yeah.
Because if the Dragonite doesn't wake up and protect, or the Dragonite could wake up and Scale Shot first.
Or even Tailwind. Oh yeah,
first,
but the fake out just prevents it. Yeah, this is a disaster, I think, for Masahiro. Like both Pokemon, you're just faint, and now you've lost the Weather War. But the upside for Masahiro is that you get the Pelipper in, and so you are pressuring with that Muddy Water the subsequent turn. But is it enough is the question, right? And the Ursaluna is also quite low. Critical hit there, but the Assault Vest was already removed, so that should have been a knockout. Really surprised to not see a switch there.
Yeah, I think you had to probably switch one slot so that you don't lose both Pokemon. Like you said, so important to keep the Pokemon count high here. What could come in next to the Pelipper that would save the situation? I guess...
What's the Ursaluna, right? And so,
right?
Like, it's not bad, but let's see where you go from here because it's so low. I mean...
Depends how this Ursaluna is trained. If it's fast enough to get through, to be faster than Typhlosion, then you can go for like a Protect
and then Tailwind exactly,
right?
Yeah.
And there's no Protect on this team left,
yes.
right? So, like,
this is so
good.
crucial. Okay, let's see. Torkoal is in now. Eruption will definitely knock out Ursaluna. Ursaluna probably needs to go for Protect here, as it does, but this Eruption is still going to do a ton of damage to the Pelipper. Let's see if Pelipper goes for that Tailwind, and once it goes for that Tailwind, who will move first afterwards? You would expect Ursaluna to, but I'm not 100% sure, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I did not expect it to be that close.
It's just the Muddy Water.
Okay.
But that's it, I think.
That's just probably the game.
Yeah, I was hoping for an accuracy drop. So I think Masahiro is probably thinking, hey, look, my Ursaluna I know isn't actually that fast. So even if I set up Tailwind, it's not going to be any good. And so I'm just hoping for a critical hit or an accuracy drop.
Yeah,
yeah, I think just staying with Dragonite and Archaladon, not switching out either into Pelipper was kind of what won Rogov this game. And so we'll see Pelipper Protect, but I don't think the Ursaluna is able to handle this Eruption.
That's right. Yeah, so let's see this Eruption come out. It's about 60% of its health, so 60% power, but in the sun, Terra Fire, it's going to be a pretty strong attack.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because it feels like Typhlosion has to face a lot of battles in this one, but like Pelipper just like was not able to actually accomplish that much in the games that Masahiro lost. And part of it, what's tricky for him is also like, okay, once they switch Pelipper out on the field, it can also be a little bit tricky to like reposition.
Yeah.
And so that might have been why he was a little bit hesitant to kind of switch it in and out. But at the end of the day, just Typhlosion being able to position into an Eruption, and then also I thought the way that After You was used in that game was really cool, and Knockoff was so pivotal. Got rid of Flame Orb, got rid of Loaded Dice, got rid of Assault Vest. Those are all crucial items on Masahiro's team composition.
Definitely. And yeah, I think the pivoting part is really interesting because both players did not have an option to pivot without doing it manually, right? Like you didn't have U-turn, you didn't have Volt Switch or anything like that. And I feel like typically when you're in like a format where there's a lot of weather, you typically, you have that kind of mechanism in your team so that you can get in and out very quickly. the first thing that actually came to my mind for me was actually your brother, Brendan Zhang, using Parting Shot Grimmsnarl on Kyogre team to be able to switch in the Kyogre very freely and with priority, right? So that if there's like a Koraidon or a Groudon, they're able to get the weather back really fast because of the priority Parting Shot. So I guess if you're in a format like that where you really expect the weather wars to happen, you know, like every other round or something, you have those built in. But yeah, there's not like too much weather that's like so prevalent, right? Like we talked about, there's like a lot of Real Boon and Incineroar.
Exactly.
Maybe your Incineroar doesn't need the U-turn or Parting Shot. You might want the coverage in close combat, like you talked about against sand teams. That's maybe the only way you have to get through Tyranitar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think basically U-turn would be such a nice move in a lot of matchups, but like you saw here, Rogov was able to win even without U-turn, right? And so like the reality is, if you do not have close combat, your Tyranitar matchup is like nearly non-existent because basically all the eggs are in the Lilligant basket.
Yes.
Like sand breaks the focus hash, right? So like Lilligant not having protect, it's like really, really difficult to maneuver that. But with Incineroar, just the threat of close combat alone means that you have a way to pressure a one-hit knockout onto Tyranitar. And Tyranitar isn't necessarily like the highest usage Pokemon right now, but it is a big enough threat that you absolutely have to respect it. And it just like, you don't want to just have an auto-loss matchup into something that is still like somewhat popular, right? For example, Joseph Ugarte, one of the best players in North America, he's been running Sand for quite a long time, and so you definitely have to show respect to it. But yeah, I think this is like a classic weather war. Are you able to like position and get your weather Pokemon in properly? And Typhlosion's damage output was just absolutely phenomenal in that game. And
I was very impressed.
Yeah, like it's no joke, and there's a reason why people are using this Pokemon. Like it can just do so much damage across the board.
Yeah. It feels like Masahiro was a little bit shy to bring in the Pelipper.
He
right?
was,
like, there's like a couple turns, both like across the 3 games, where I was like, I feel like Pelipper could come in here pretty comfortably, but sort of didn't. And then like especially in game 3, right, like lost both Pokemon. So it's the weather was not really fun to be a part of, right? Because like you still have to sometimes account for like, oh, is my opponent going to bring in their weather setter this turn or not? So there's a lot of mind games, and compared to some other mind games that you have to do in games, it might be a little bit more like game ending if you get it wrong. Like if you bring in Pelipper the turn they bring in Torkoal, like it's probably game over for you.
Yeah, I was exactly wondering that, like the turn that the fake out came out, like I wonder if Masahiro is like, oh, like it's so obvious you're gonna go fake out Eruption, like and Incineroar being, I think, was the slowest among the Dragonite, Incineroar, and the Archaludon meant that if you switch, like the Incineroar will switch out last, meaning if Pelipper gets brought out to the field and Torkoal then gets brought out to the field, you probably actually win the game on the spot. And so I wonder if Masahiro was thinking like, okay, I'm really worried about that possibility, let me try to cover for it, but then instead just ends up like losing both Pokemon. And so it is a fairly difficult position, and I think Rogov made Typhlosion look really good in that game because of how he was able to position it, right? Like was able to actually get rid of the multi-scale, right? And then get rid of the Assault Vest as well. Typhlosion is so much less effective, I think, often in the early games when you have to deal with like the onslaught of those items. But yeah, Rogov manages to pull it off, and now is 6-0, secures the spot in day 2. So let's throw it down and get some words about that set.
Thank you so much. I am currently in the lounge with the last round winner, Rogov. Rogov, how are you feeling? You're currently undefeated here in Las Vegas.
I feel amazing. Honestly, I wasn't feeling like too confident. You know, a little anxious first tournament of the year for me. So I'm just really happy to be back in day 2. Seems like I can't miss it these days, but yeah, I'm just really happy I made it. Got the stream match out of the way too, and I feel like it was a really fun set too. So.
Oh, it was absolutely a fun set. I mean, it's basically your Sun team versus a Rain team. Tell me a little bit about your thought process going into this matchup, your Sun versus the Rain.
Yeah, so I'm not used to playing the kind of team that I brought to this tournament. I'm usually a more like slower paced balanced player. So I feel like even as the tournament's going on, I'm making like adjustments in between games, but it really is a bit of a weather war, you know, getting that Torkoal in and deciding whether I want to beat them in Trick Room or do I want to kind of bait them, try and chip everything, and then sweep with Typhlosion, kind of like how I did in the 3rd game. So yeah, the main things to keep in mind are I have the knowledge of like what speed I'm going for, and then obviously preserving the weather control, making sure Torkoal is safe. The other really important thing is Dragonite is really annoying for me, so I need to make sure I intimidate it or knock it off. Yeah, I even like knocked off after you the Dragonite just so the loaded dice was gone.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit more about that thought process going into that game where you just basically knocked off a lot of the items on Masahiro's team? What was your thought process there? You know, how important was it for you to knock off those items?
Yeah, Dragonite is an amazing Pokemon, and loaded dice is an amazing item for it. So you get rid of that, and the scale shots, I mean, we're in Vegas, let's gamble, right? So I think that was a good choice. And then getting rid of the Assault Vest on Archaludon's really important. Getting rid of the Flame Orb so it does less damage. I just feel like with the type of team that I brought, the type chart isn't as important. If I get rid of, like, you know, the Assault Vest, Eruption's going to do a lot to Archaludon. So it's really just trying to make my Incineroar as useful as it can.
You mentioned earlier that this is a team that's a little bit more hyper-offensive. This is a team that's sun-based. What made you decide to go for a more hyper-offensive team going into this tournament versus, you know, the more balanced team that you're used to?
Yeah, I was testing a lot of balancey teams, but you gotta when you see sauce, you know, you gotta take it. You gotta take something wild, and luckily I have some amazing friends. Shout out Alex Underhill. He's really more of the I guess the genius behind, let's say, that Amoonguss I got, and the just kind of convincing me to run this team with him. I feel like we were practicing together, and it was just looking so fun and also really potent. And I think some of these sets were picking up. I believe like Wolf had done really well in the online global challenge with a very similar team. So it just seemed like there was a lot going for it, and why not try it? And it turned out to be really good.
I mean, hyper offense, you have Leaf Storm on the Amoonguss. Has that paid dividends for you so far in this tournament?
The Amoonguss is so swaggy, dude. He is so fire. I have loved him. Because the thing about Amoonguss is he's still fat. He's still like very chunky. He's very able to soak up hits when you want it to and get the regenerator. It still has Spore and Rage Powder, but now I can one-shot an Ursaluna when I want to. So it's been really, really great. I was a little skeptical at first, but you always got to trust your friends. And so shout out Alex Underhill for that one.
Seems like you have a pretty solid team here. It seems like you're piloting it really well. Congratulations on making it to phase 2. I'm gonna let you, relax, prepare for whatever your next round brings you. Let you center yourself a little bit, relax. But before I let you go, obviously I got to ask any other shout-outs besides Alex Underhill.
Just shout out to everyone in the pattern. It's our group chats. And shout out to my girlfriend. Just shout outs to everyone who shows me love and support. Really appreciate you guys. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Rockoff. It's always a pleasure to get to talk to you. You've been here before. Congratulations. Good luck on the rest of the tournament for you. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the Joe Brown Throwdown. Take it away, Joe.
Well, thank you, Lee. Thank you. Shout outs to Rogov. Moving on to day 2 here at Las Vegas Regionals. I'm joined by Jake Muller, and we're going to recap that awesome matchup that he just had. And, Jake, so this one of the things that I've known for pretty much my entire life is that water beats fire. That's been pretty consistent for 30 years of Pokemon.
That is a rule, yes.
Not according to Rogov. Not in Rogov's type chart. Because he literally said it. It was like, I don't care if it's resisted. I'm going to do a lot of damage to these Pokemon.
Does anything truly resist Terrafire Eruption? And Rogov has 2 of them.
That's what we're going to get into. So let's get into this replay here about this matchup for Rogov. So we're going to get started right away. There are not a lot of turns in these Weather War games. You got to get locked in right away because they really do not last for a long time. And Typhlosion, Choice Scarf, Terrafire Eruptions, as you were talking about, are very problematic. But Matsuhiro decided to switch it up a little bit with the typing there.
Yeah, I mean, you basically force that Gholdengo to go for its own Terrestrialization, since Typhlosion is going to outspeed and hit you with an Eruption. And the Gholdengo even barely survives this, just to show, again, the raw power of this Terrafire Eruption. This Assault Vest Archaludon, a very bulky Pokemon, it's also going to take a huge chunk of damage here, and it's a really commanding start for Rogov here, just to force this, immediate burst of damage, and, force Masahiro to deal with it, right? You've already lost maybe a third of your team's total HP just on the first attack, and that's a really difficult mountain to climb.
And it's not just defense or offensive for Typhlosion, right? You drop the ghost typing, so you're no longer weak to the Shadow Ball here. So now you can just click Eruption again. You know it's going to get the knockout onto Gholdengo, and it's low enough for the Archaludon. We'll see the close combat get that knockout. So 2 turns in a row, you're clicking what the team is designed to do for Rogov.
Exactly, and I think if you start a game like this, you are very, very happy with that. You're basically taking 3 KOs for 1 in return, and 2 KOs for 1 in return, but that puts you up 3-2, and in a weather war kind of like this one as well, you're guaranteeing that you've got your sun up for the remainder of the game as soon as Torkoal comes in.
Right, yeah, that's one thing that Aaron and Yuki really harped on in this set, was once you're down to 2 Pokemon, there is no more flexibility. Your opponent will have the ability to put whatever they want up, or whichever weather they want on the field. So Lilligant here now, super fast, obviously. Solar Blade is very strong. Lilligant, one of the best options into these Ursalunas, where Ursaluna is one of the big threats against your Trick Room teams, right? So just see the couple of Solar Blades in a row, and that's going to be wrapped up for Raghav. So just like that, maybe 4 or 5 turns as a whole was all of game 1.
I love that we get Solar Blade's animation is so cool, and we never get to see it.
Right, because they're always cooking after you or sleep pattern.
Yeah, of course. I know. But I mean, just a really dominant first game from Raghav there with the power of that Choice Specs or Choice Scarf Terra Flyer Typhlosion. It was just way too much for Masahiro to handle.
All right, so let's take a look at this moment here. So we'll wait till the next Pokemon gets on to the field. Replacing the Dragonite is the Archaeodon. And I think Archaeodon was absolutely massive this entire set for Masahiro, especially in this game 2 victory. You're going to get a lot of boosts here. And one of the things that you're going to see is this Ursaluna actually outspeeding the Incineroar, which is that might be happening later, excuse me. But that's something that you'll have to be prepared for. The Amoonguss with Life Orb as well was such a huge player this set.
It was so funny, too. We're going to see the Leaf Storm into the Ursaluna in just a little bit here. And if you asked me which of Hisuian, Lilligant, and Amoonguss was able to 1-hit KO an Ursaluna, I would have picked the Hisuian Lilligant every single time, but it just barely missed that 1-hit KO, and Amoonguss cleaned it right up.
Right, so the Trick Room was set up by Friggraf on that turn. Now Amoonguss gets to go for the Leaf Storm, but we're going to start to see the Archaeodon get set up, and slow and steady wins the race, which is what's going on for game 2 for Masahiro, because if you can get those stamina boosts, you can come back. Basically, all he has to do is make it through Trick Room, and then the game is his.
Especially since this Archaeodon had Snarl, too. This was a perfect spot for it to be in. You know, Aaron and Yuki were talking about the importance of the Hyper Voice on the Throat Spray, rather, on this Friggraf, because it allows it to be a much more offensive threat. But if you're immediately getting snarled back down to neutral, and then probably taking more and more snarls as the game goes on, the Friggraf starts to become really hard to use and just leave on the field.
So this is the Dragonite going for the scale shot onto Amoonguss here. He's going to need 4 hits, and he has the loaded dice. For now, Masahiro's not going to have access to that in game 3 when we talk about that, I think. Now with Raghav down to his final 2 Pokemon, this is what we talked about in game 1. Now you bring the Pelipper out, and this is such a huge turn. I'll pause after the terrestrialization when we see the whole field. Terra, Grass, Archaeodon. It seemed like so many turns in a row that that Raghav was kind of waiting for the Terra to come out. Because at this point, okay, now you can hit it super effectively with Torkoal, but now the close combat no longer is super effective. So I think Masahiro just waited for the perfect turn to finally press the button.
And Terra Grass is very good on Archaeodon for a lot of reasons. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it may not necessarily be what you want to be using a lot of the time, but in this very specific situation where you are calling Raghav kind of being a little bit desperate to get a lot of damage into that Archaeodon, it was perfect because Earth Power was the best option for that guaranteed damage. But if you swap in the Pelipper and go for Terra Grass, on the off chance Raghav does still go for a fire type attack, you're immediately weakening it back to neutral with that rain. So a really smart combination of turns there.
Yeah, and now you know that with the Archaeodon with multiple stamina boosts, even as a grass type, you're going to be lowering the Torkoal enough in its HP so that you don't have to worry about being hit by a super effective fire attack. And crucially, Raghav did not bring Hisuian Typhlosion in game 2, and there's the KO on Torkoal.
I'm surprised they didn't bring it, right? Like, it did so much work for them in that first game, and maybe they thought Masahiro was going to, like, overcorrect for it in that second game, but, you know, the Friggraf there, again, with those snarls coming out from the Archaeodon, it just kind of became a liability, and it didn't really allow Raghav the offensive pressure to continue throughout that second game.
Okay, so this is the turn that I was not expecting Ursaluna to outspeed Incineroar. One, just in general, Incineroar naturally faster, even when you don't invest in it, but how Regulation H has gone, so many people have put speed into Incineroar. And this is also Clear Amulet Incineroar too, which you would think would have more attack and speed investment.
For sure. I was also surprised to see this Ursaluna be faster. I don't know if it's an abnormally fast Ursaluna or just an abnormally slow Incineroar, but I'm fully with you that I would have thought Clear Amulet Incineroar in its more offensive nature might want to be going first. You know, attack before other Incineroar with that close combat before they can parting shot out or something.
So this was the turn of the entire match for me, Jake. We see the Sleep Power goes into the Protect there, but then the absolute surprise of Ursaluna going to be going first, and it almost caught Ragov off guard, but Incineroar clutches it out at 4 HP remaining, excuse me, brings the Ursaluna down, and then just knocks off 3 of Masahiro's held items in this game 3.
And the most important one was that first one. The Flame Orb being gone means that you're never going to get the Guts boost throughout the remainder of the game, and that just takes away a lot of Masahiro's offense with that Ursaluna.
Now Dragonite with the Scale Shot. We saw a prior turn, the Scale Shot gets knocked off here, so it only hits 3 times. Remember, the loaded dice gets knocked off, excuse me. Usually allows it to hit 4 or 5 times, but Ragov decides, if I can knock off that loaded dice and then make the... It's not that his Pokemon are bulky, right? Hisuian Typhlosion and Lilligant are not bulkier, but they're taking less hits off of the loaded dice, or off of the Scale Shot, as well as knocking the Assault Vest off, is going to be huge for Torkoal later.
Absolutely, and this Typhlosion, of course. The Terra Fire Eruption is about to start coming through once again. And just without that Assault Vest, it's so much harder for our Chelodon to start tanking them.
Sleep Powder doing what it does, missing its target, does not put it to sleep, gets knocked out there, which would have been potentially helpful. And at this point, Ragov just has to lock in the damage on this Hisuian Typhlosion. His best bet. As long as Typhlosion can get damage before Pelipper comes in, then it has a chance.
Yeah, and this, I think we're going to see just the double knockout on this turn here, which will then again force the Pelipper onto the field. Unable to switch out, and Ragov can immediately bring that Torkoal back in to set up that Sun. So just another masterclass in showing the power of this Hisuian Typhlosion. Specifically this Choice Scarf Terra Fire set. You get both the benefits of the speed from the Choice Scarf and the power boost from the Terra Fire, which the Choice Spec set is another somewhat common one, but you don't get that extra speed boost, and I think that makes Typhlosion a much bigger threat.
Yeah, that Typhlosion, with the prior turn of the knockoff on the switch-in, getting rid of its Assault Vest, made it so that the Archaeodon was not able to endure that attack. Now here we are. The sun is up for the rest of the game. We got sun-boosted eruptions. That is, as Ragov said, that's resisted damage. That's not apparently...
Allegedly.
In Ragov's type chart, fire does in fact beat water as long as you're Terra Fire and as long as the sun is set up. There's the GG. Ragov moving on to day 2.
Congrats to Ragov, a player that I am not at all surprised to see doing so well. They said it's their first event of the year, but you could have told me it was their 4th or 5th, just the way that they played that match. Also, I'm glad they talked about it too. That's like not a team I would ever think Ragov would use.
Right.
I've just seen all the teams he's played before. Like, he's, like he said, a much more kind of methodical, like slower team kind of player, but showing that he has a lot of versatility in the types of teams he likes to play. And maybe he'll take a run to the finals with a hyper offense team and maybe rebrand himself.
And I think that's what's so hard with a hyper offense, or especially a rain and sun matchup, because every time you look at it on paper, you're like, oh, well, it's just rain versus sun. Rain's going to dominate. And here we are, Ragov winning the set, right? And so, like, what is one thing that really stands out to you in these volatile matchups, whether weather-related or hyper-offense-related, where one wrong protect or one sleep powder miss or one crucial missed knockout can really decide the fate of the set for you?
I think the thing that Ragov did very well, in especially games 1 and 3 with the Typhlosion, is that when the Typhlosion was on the field, it was very hard for Pelipper to swap in. So, like, let's say Pelipper did swap in and set up the rain and get an eruption off. There was always something next to that Typhlosion that was threatening it. The Torkoal was usually in the back, so Ragov could swap the Torkoal in on the next turn, set up that Sun back up, and now Pelipper's stuck on the field. It was very difficult for Masahiro to safely bring that Pelipper in without it taking a lot of damage, or without giving Ragov a very easy and, like, productive play on the next turn. So just always having that threat of, my Torkoal's in the back, you're gonna have to deal with it if you swap Pelipper in, especially if you take a knockout even while Pelipper's on the field. That's just losing a lot of ground. And so maintaining that constant offensive pressure is something you need to be very good at when you're playing these teams. That's why it can be a little bit difficult for someone to pick up a team like this for the first time. If you're not used to playing these hyper offensive teams, but Raghav obviously mastering it very quickly.
Yeah, and that's a great point. The one game Raghav lost in that set was when Amoongus was doing most of the damage, right? So you always need that offensive pressure to come out with the victory. Congratulations to Raghav. Best of luck to Masira. In the final 2 rounds, we're through 6 rounds already, just like that here at the Las Vegas Regional Championship. So we'll be right back with our next round here in Vegas.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I have a very, very special guest for everyone here. Joining me right now is Nick Cho, or your Korean dad. Nick, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great, Juancho. I'm so glad to be here with you, with all the folks here in Las Vegas. It's a little rainy outside, but that's okay because it's all sunshine and rainbows inside.
Absolutely love it. So, Nick, this is your first regional championship, right?
Yeah. I only started playing Pokemon this January. So a lot of people ask like how I got started. I have a stepson who's 10 who's collecting the cards. And like a lot of people, I was looking at the cards and thinking like, what are these for? Like there's a lot of writing on it. So I looked into it. I started playing TCG Live and I got hooked like that day. And I've been playing nonstop ever since.
Yeah, so well, thank your son that you were here, because we're very happy you're here, Nick. But yeah, so you started playing around Prismatic Evolution, you mentioned, and you're playing a lot of Pokemon Live into this regional championship. You played like what? It's been 1 or 2 rounds now. What's the experience been like?
It's been really fun. I mean, you know, being an older Pokemon player, being 51 years old, Gen X, you know, Pokemon doesn't have nostalgia necessarily for me. It's more about watching like cousins and little brothers and, you know, folks sort of get excited about it and then trying to support them. So to be here as a competitor is kind of weird. I like winning the matches. I don't like that it means someone else has to lose, if that makes sense, because I don't like seeing anyone disappointed. And so, you know, that's like a necessary sort of part of it. But it's just really works a lot of your brain. There's so many different ways to approach it. And that's one of the things I love about it. There's just a lot of different kinds. There's so much diversity happening out here on the competition floor. And also the invisible part is like diversity in approaches in the way people think about stuff, right? I love that.
I love it. I love that answer. Yeah, it's a little bit different when you're playing someone in live. You can't see who you're beating versus someone across the table, someone you're having a great chat with.
Speaking of which, you beat me pretty bad on an online tournament, a content creator tournament a few weeks ago. And so I'm glad that, like, you know, we were able to be here and smiling next to each other and friends, because you really beat me bad that day.
Well, yeah, I feel like that's the spirit of the game, and I feel like you captured the spirit perfectly, right? Yes, this is a competition, but at the end of the day, we're playing a game against each other, and so, you know, my best friends I've ever made in this game are people I beat. I'm sure you're gonna have that same experience. Very excited for you. What's been your favorite experience though so far?
I mean, it's really just seeing everyone. I mean, seeing people that I've seen on stream or that I've heard or who are really, you know, professional players or who are at the top of the game, seeing new people, seeing the young, just like all the different sort of, again, diversity of people, the different faces, the different sort of like, you know, seeing disabled people out here. Just, it's fantastic just because, you know, at our locals, we only get a small sample of folks, and sometimes there's less diversity in that setting. So to see so many people and see the whole world kind of come together in this place, you know, from so many countries and parts of the country, it's just so great.
I love that answer. Yeah, everyone, all across the spectrum are here. You know, everyone who loves Pokemon is definitely welcome at the regional championships. With that, I want to make sure you get to your next round. But anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Gotta shout out my kids, all my millions of kids out there on social media. A little finger heart for everyone. You want to do it with me? Yep, you know how to do it. You know how. Yeah, perfect, excellent. Thanks, Moncho.
Yep, thank you so much, Nick. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
You don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself
in changing your team at the last minute. You got to trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your guts. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are nearing the end of day 1 here in Las Vegas. Yuki and I are here to take you through the next round as well. And a bunch of players have already punched their ticket into day 2 of the tournament. A couple are, of course, are still fighting to get a spot to play tomorrow, but it's not stopping anytime soon, man.
Definitely not, yeah. And we're about to feature a player who, yeah, is not local to this country, so that's very exciting, and already locked in their Phase 2 invitation. So yeah, this is just more bonus stage for them, but a very important bonus stage because that means the extra bonus stage of Top Cut becomes a lot easier if you win again.
Yeah, I think people often view like getting to day 2 is well, first of all, by standalone, it's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
That being said, it's like, you don't want to just like get complacent once you reach that, you know, day 2, because like those extra wins, speaking as competitors, like, man, when you go into day 2 with like 7-1, 8-0, it like makes all the difference because it just like alleviates so much stress playing the second day. And so, yeah, like the wins really do matter even if you've already like qualified. And so we will be featuring Oliver Eskelin, who is one of the most notable players over from Europe. And as we take a quick look at the standings, of course, everyone who is 6-0, 11 players have already secured their spot in day 2. There's a lot of other players at 5-1 and 4-2 who are still fighting a spot. As a reminder, you need 6 wins out of 8 games today in order to move on to day 2, and I believe we'll play, what, another 3 rounds tomorrow? Maybe 4?
Depends on the attendance, but something like 3 or 4.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, if you go 6-2 today, that means you definitely have to be undefeated tomorrow, and undefeated to win the tournament, so that's a tall order. But at the same time, I remember that Luca Charabelli was saying that he started the tournament 3-2 and then just went undefeated and then won World Championships.
Yeah, so, you know.
So you never know, but you always still want to make the odds ever in your favor.
And of course, when you look at the 6-0s, we've got ex-regional champions in players like Joseph Ugarte as well as Justin Tang. We've also got you know, one of the best performing players from the World Championships in Montana Mott last year, where he had a top 4 finish. He's actually a regional champion as well. And so, and Oliver Eskelin, of course, also super strong player. Got second at EUIC just a couple of years ago, and has like consistently been one of Europe's best players for the last couple of years as well. And so, always exciting when we get to feature, you know, players who have flown from around the world at a North American regionals, and Oliver's definitely having an incredible run so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of the power of the IC coming up next weekend. So maybe we can have more of these schedules coming up, and we'll have a bit more of international regionals. This is really fun for me to commentate, and also hopefully for the audience as well.
And let's take a quick look at the notable matchups this round. Honestly, at like this stage of the tournament, every matchup 5-1 and 6-0 is notable. We'll be featuring, as mentioned, Oliver Esplin versus Ryan Bailey, but got a lot of other big names here. Speaking of, ex-regional champions, Paul Chua, one of the most winningest regional champion players of all time, back in this field. He, of course, finished second in the very first Reg H major we had, and now he is back out here fighting for another spot in day 2. But so many incredible players here.
Yes. Maybe we'll have to dig into your old head brain here, but how many regionals win does Paul Chua have?
6, I want to say.
Yeah.
I think it's like
5 or 6.
Yeah. That's only in Masters, by the way, because he was also in the seniors division where he was incredibly dominant and had multiple more wins there. But I think if it's like just Masters wins, like, it was like Wolf with 10, Riley, and Paul, I think, are, like 5-6, basically.
Yeah, I knew it was like Wolf, Riley, Paul, but like around there, like who is second right now is my question. I think we know who's first, but
I think Riley might have surpassed, or tied Paul because he won a regionals last season, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, a lot of accomplished players. It's really exciting to see them at this stage. And yeah, I think most of these players have, locked in their phase 2. So exciting to see more action from them tomorrow. But yeah, we'll go ahead and go to the players that we're featuring here. It's going to be, the Oliver Eskelin, who's from Finland, I believe.
Yeah, and he is rocking a pretty unique team. One of the cool things about Regulation H is seeing Pokemon that are like very low percentage usage rates do really well. And I believe we actually saw some of these Pokemon over on stream in Europe recently, but there's a Dusclops on the team, and then there's also Venusaur. Like Sun definitely has been outstanding in this event, and it's been fun to see kind of the evolution of Sun as well throughout this format, where we had the Charizard, of course, being one of the most dominant Pokemon at one point with Marco Silva winning with it, of course, winning LAIC with it last year, and then also getting second at regionals with it. But yeah, we've seen so many different kind of orients of Sun. Right now, it's like Lilligant plus Torkoal plus Hisuian Typhlosion. Oliver has Sun, but it is not the Lilligant that's the grass type Pokemon. It's actually a Life Orb Venusaur.
Yes. Yeah, it's always exciting to me when I hear these social media posts where people saying, oh yeah, like my next regional, I'm bringing my 0.44% usage Pokemon.
Exactly.
Like it's gonna go so hard. And I've noticed that those kind of posts you don't see as much in the more powerful formats like the double restricted formats because they kind of get priced out, right? Like the more niche Pokemon, because there's so many strong Pokemon you can be using, not only the restricted, but the non-restricteds like Incineroar, like Urshifu, Qianpao. Like there's so many Pokemon like that you don't typically get to use, but you do get to use in those higher power formats. So those niche picks just don't get to shine because there's just so many superior options. But when it's a lot more limited, like Regulation H, where you just can't use legendary Pokemon, period, whether they're restricted or not, you have much more opportunities like Dusclops, like Venusaur, which were pretty popular in past formats, but just haven't had their shine in Scarlet Violet, and they take center stage like here.
It's funny because you and I just commentated a Weather War where we got another one here, but it's like very different,
so
right?
So different. It doesn't feel like it is a Weather War, but it doesn't feel like the same matchup that we had just looked at.
Yeah, and like looking at Oliver's team, I feel like I've been transported back to like Sword and Shield, where you would use like Gigantamax Venusaur, right? Dusclops was a very, very good Pokemon in that format as well. And so Dusclops, of course, a super interesting trigger user. Part of what makes it really valuable is that it is just so incredibly difficult to knock out. You get access to really great moves like Nightshade and Pain Split. Pain Split, I think, always, when I fight against Dusclops, it feels like one of the biggest nuisances where it's like, okay, cool, you did 75% of damage to me, well, enjoy, like, I'm gonna just Pain Split and heal back up and, take away a lot of your HP as well.
Yeah. It's very different from Porygon 2, which is like the other Pokemon that has Eviolite, that's a trigger setter that's very well known. Because Dusclops, in order to heal, you actually have to rely on your opponent, right? Like your opponent has to not protect and be able to be hit by Pain Split. So, like Goldengo is immune to Pain Split. So it's definitely a different Pokemon, but being able to do damage and recover at the same time, especially with Dusclops not known to have a really high HP stat, right? Its defense, special defenses are extraordinarily high. So it's actually very optimal for it to have the Pain Split move, but it's very tricky to use because, again, you have to rely on your opponent in a certain way.
Some really cool things on this team, the Annihilate plus Dragonite combinations one I have my eye out on because you've got, first of all, Focus Sash plus Coaching, which is really cool. And then these days with the loaded dice Dragonites, we see a lot of players use things like Tailwind or Haze. Sometimes you only have just Skill Shot as your offensive attack, but this Dragonite's actually a lot more offensive. It doesn't have Tailwind, it doesn't have Haze. Instead, it's Ice Spinner and Extreme Speed. So Annihilate has the ability to go for a Coaching, and suddenly you're facing down a Dragonite that has, an attack boost, and that's just so scary with so much coverage here. And So that combination I think is really neat. Venusaur here also just a huge threat, right? You've got Leaf Storm, Fire Terra on the Venusaur as well, and then you've got Weather Ball and Earth Power. Sleep Powder, of course, just so disruptive. But one of the things that Venusaur will, of course, have to watch out for is that you are going up against a Pelipper from the opposing side, and Pelipper can not only deal super effective damage with that Hurricane, and if you Fire Terra, you also got super effective Water type damage.
Yeah, so over on this team, we also have a Dragonite, but have like really different attackers, and notably not having access to the Trick Room option, only having the Tailwind only from the Pelipper, so no Tailwind on the Dragonite here. The Basculegion that we saw do a lot of damage earlier on when we were commentating. This one's a Choice Band, so it's going to do even more in the range. So yeah, I think to me, the Venusaur looks pretty well positioned. Like, I think Incineroar is like the only one that has an I was gonna say inherent immunity, and then Basculegion can terrestrialize into the grass type and also get immunity, but then it feels kind of bad because you can get hit by the Sludge Bomb. So the Venusaur actually looks really, really good to me personally.
Agreed, yeah. I also think Trick Room just feels fairly strong here. Now, the key thing for Ryan is that you do have Taunt on the Incineroar, so that can be absolutely instrumental in shutting down Trick Room. Dusclops really doesn't like getting taunted. Like, Dusclops, I think, is not the easiest Pokemon to use because Incineroar is one of the highest usage Pokemon in this format, and Knockoff and Taunt are both incredibly disruptive towards it. But that being said, I think if like Trick Room gets set up, because Ryan's team, as you called out, doesn't have Trick Room, it's like very fast-paced as well, generally, right? At first, I was like, okay, Assault Vest, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, that should be pretty good defensively, right? Can handle Torkoal once you go for the Water Terra.
Right.
However, you are staring down this offensive Life Orb Venusaur, right? And you can't defensively Terra against the Leaf Storm because Water is, of course, still weak to the grass. And so, to your point, I think like Venusaur is going to be a very powerful Pokemon from Oliver, but Venusaur is also quite frail, so Oliver needs to get good mileage out of it.
Absolutely, and here we go. We're kicking off game one with Incineroar Archaludon versus Venusaur Dusclops. I personally really don't like to see these like Venusaur Dusclops lead just because there's so much ambiguity, right? It's like, oh, like, are you going to set up Trick Room? Are you going to switch in Torkoal and go for Sleep Powder? Like, it's very, very like mentally taxing to go against this kind of lead.
Yeah, absolutely. This Venusaur also is not Ghost Terra, doesn't have Protect, right? So if you're Ryan, you could theoretically double up onto it turn one with something like a Fake Out plus a Draco Meteor. This is a very offensive Archaludon set, and so you can see Oliver's like, hey, I am actually going to just switch out Venusaur because we keep talking about how important this Pokemon is. Right. Well, Venusaur faints before the Ursaluna Blood Moon potentially in the back hits the field. That could be really bad, right? Because then you take out what is like the one real win condition it feels like against Ursaluna.
Absolutely. So we see the Venusaur switch out for the Incineroar, so getting the pretty crucial Intimidate off onto the opposing Incineroar, but that won't stop it from going for any kind of knockoff. Of course, it could go for Fake Outs into the Venusaur since it doesn't have any kind of Covert Cloak. Ooh, Protect coming out from Archaludon, so maybe potentially respecting the Sleep Powder coming into it. Taunt coming out onto the Dusclops, so no option for it to go for Trick Room. But we see it go for the Nightshade, so yeah, good accounting for that. But the Archaludon does Protect, so its Sturdy will be intact.
Yeah, I like the play from both ends. I think, like, basically from Ryan's end, it's pretty risk-free to go for what you did on turn one, other than potentially eating up like an Earth Power there on turn one. But like, are you really going to Earth Power and just like put yourself at risk, for example?
Right.
Taunt just shuts down Dusclops. Like, Oliver predicts it, but it's still okay, I think, because the crucial thing is it just means you can't Trick Room for the next couple of turns. And so Ryan right now definitely exerting a good bit of offense. You are, of course, vulnerable to like Fake Out this turn, but Archaludon, like, I think one of the other things to think about from Ryan's angle is like, when do you actually commit to that Electro Shot, right? Because it's such a powerful move, but like in a situation like this, it's not going to get a one-hit knockout onto either Pokemon, and so instead it's actually the immediate pivot into Basculegion. Basculegion looks really scary offensively in this matchup.
So yeah, we see the knockout come out from Incineroar, doing super effective damage to the Dusclops, but most importantly, going to do take out the Eviolite, so having its defenses effectively lowered. U-turn going into the Incineroar to pivot out back into the Venusaur, which is, yeah, pretty well positioned actually, threatening both the Incineroar and the Basculegion. Especially with the Basculegion, yeah, getting hit by this Nightshade will likely have to terrestrialize in order to survive a super effective attack coming out from the Venusaur.
Yeah, it's been such an awkward dance so far in this game. I think if the Incineroar had eaten up the Nightshade, I wonder if it's like, closer to just KO range from an Earth Power. I'm not sure Life Orb Earth Power even gets it from where it is right now, and so that makes things a little bit tricky. And yeah, I'm curious, right? You would think Ryan's last Pokemon is going to be that Pelipper, not that Ursaluna, and so with that knowledge, like maybe you don't feel the need to conserve the Venusaur as much, but in the classic kind of war between whether if you fall down Pokemon sooner, then you likely will lose the Weather War, and so you have to be very careful about that as well. So Oliver is, gone for a lot of good switches, gone for a lot of good defensive plays. This turn can be very explosive because both the Venusaur and the Basculegion offer a ton of offensive pressure. Let's say it's going to be Pelipper switching in.
So bringing out the Pelipper here, setting up the rain, but this is very, very risky because Oliver could very easily switch in the Torkoal here. But let's see what the switch is. It's going to be Incineroar. Okay, so gonna have rain for this turn, and yeah, might be able to get the knockout on Incineroar, but I would say the Venusaur is definitely safe for this turn.
Yeah, one of the awkward things here is with the Basculegion, like, your attacks are Wave Crash, Flip Turn, Aquagen, and Last Respects, and so, like, Last Respects right now isn't really super powered up, right? And so you're not going to get a ton of mileage into that. Venusaur can actually wall you somewhat, but it's also, Venusaur doesn't have Sludge Bomb, so it's not going to just KO in return, but it's going to be the Wave Crash here into the Incineroar slot. Incineroar switches in, gets knocked out immediately. It's a critical hit. Not sure if that mattered. Yeah, with Choice Band and Rain being up, but I think great play by Ryan. This was generally pretty safe to go for. Basculegion does lose a ton of health, though. It's going to be Earth Power here.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. I guess that was... Maybe I wonder what they accounted for. Like,
I guess like Archaladon switching in potentially, because it's like, oh, like, to eat up a Leaf Storm, but Grass Terra always felt pretty safe there, and yeah, like there's just very little mileage out of that turn. However, now Torkoal does manage to come out, you reset the weather, you do pressure with, for example, Weather Ball. Would have been so sick to see the Torkoal switch in, but exactly what you were saying. Because then it's like you win the Weather War, and it ends up being, Wave Crush into Torkoal, which then probably doesn't KO because like now you've set up the Sun. So Oliver now at least has gotten control of the weather for this turn. So then the question is for Ryan, like, do you maybe switch out your Pelipper this turn?
Right, so how do you capitalize on, like, I feel like Incineroar switching in for the Pelipper feels pretty safe.
Yeah.
And that you would have to really go for hard, we can go for like an Earth Power. Even that likely won't pick up the knockout. I'm interested to see what the Basculegion just does because it's not locked into Wave Crash. Okay, so it makes sense. So they would want to switch out, not wanting to lose it to a Fire attack coming out from the Torkoal. So the instant actually comes out from the Basculegion slot. Let's see what the Pelipper does. It does have the Focus Sash item, so Leaf Storm definitely won't be able to knock it out. But the Sleep... Oh! Earth Power going into the Pelipper.
Reading the switch the other way.
Read, wow.
Tailwind gets set up. I wonder if there was an opportunity to just Weather Ball the Venusaur there.
Yeah.
Because, then you could just get the knockout, and a Eruption comes out. That's actually a ton of damage, and so... Oliver, trying to fish for the switch on the opposite side, ends up like not getting it, but it's actually still not bad. Like Tailwind is set up, but Venusaur is still fast, but
faster than both of those Pokemon potentially, right? Depending on how it's trained, like it could be faster than both. So this Tailwind, and if the Torkoal can switch out, back into Dusclops, then might be able to maintain the speed advantage with Basculegion coming back in if there's no rain. Despite with Tailwind, the Venusaur could still be fast.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit risky for Oliver to not Terra the Venusaur last turn because I feel like if it had just gone down to a Weather Ball, things could get really spooky immediately because then you have Torkoal out on the field, Dusclops can't protect, you get a guaranteed taunt into that slot, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, you don't necessarily even need to win the Weather War because you've got the kind of last respects. And so that last turn I think was absolutely huge that Oliver was able to get so much damage off and still have Venusaur fully healthy. And now he can get around it by going for that Fire Terra. But yeah, let's see.
So Venusaur most likely going to be the first to move, and I think we're going to see the Fire Terastallization come out for it. So I think I'm curious to see what the Pelipper does because it's staying in. If it's staying in and gets knocked out, that means that Ryan will never be able to get the weather advantage for the rest of the turn. Oh, wow! So Oliver probably going for the read and saying, you're either going to switch out your Pelipper or your Protector. You're just not going to let me take it out, right? And let's see if the... I don't think there's that much of a punish, right? Because the Weather Ball is now a Fire
one turn too late.
So, one turn too late, exactly like you said. Still does like a pretty respectable amount, but now the Pelipper is stuck on the field, not able to do that much damage to the Venusaur. And the Dusclops is also going to be pretty difficult to KO, but the Archaladon comes out. If the Archaladon is trained to be pretty fast, which I assume it is because of the sturdy ability, it should be able to attack before the Venusaur.
Yeah, this is like an awkward dance though, right? Because it's like you can Earth Power and Trick Room and say, look, you can either knock out my Dusclops or knock out the Venusaur, but not both. And say, even if Venusaur gets KO'd before getting a move, then suddenly you have Dusclops plus Torkoal under Trick Room, and with the Grass Terra committed on Basculegion, like Trick Room feels really strong. And so, I feel like this is generally pretty safe. And the fact that Oliver was able to get such a powerful Eruption off outside of the Trick Room is such a big deal, right?
Yes.
To be able to actually get mileage out of your Torkoal when Trick Room is not set up is often quite difficult to do. And so, I think like that Tailwind ended up just being punished fairly heavily. And so, you can see Oliver considering that Trick Room option. I think it's pretty safe. Just want to, take some time to think. It's going to be the Electroshock coming out here. So Let's see. You would think that Ryan maybe wants to focus the effort onto the Dusclops to prevent Trick Room, knowing how bad Trick Room can be.
Yeah, but I guess okay, so going for the Dusclops, but if the Venusaur gets to attack before the Pelipper and knock it out, okay, but all right, so the Archelon's going to go down to Sturdy, so might be losing, probably not going to lose the Venusaur this turn actually, right? Because the Pelipper only able to go for a Hurricane. Weather Ball going into Dusclops doesn't have Eviolite, going to be a pretty clean knockout, so yeah, the weather advantage is on Oliver's end, but I think the speed advantage is definitely on Ryan's side.
Yeah, I'm wondering though if you're Ryan, you can just protect our Chaladon, switch out into Basque Legion. If Basque Legion faints, free switch it back into Pelipper, you win, and even if it doesn't, you just then the following turn hard switch into Pelipper. So I feel like Ryan, having gotten the 2 quick knockouts, actually now is in a pretty good position. His Pokemon are obviously very low HP, and the Venusaur is threatening, but the Pelipper is able to swap out and back in, and so I like that decision to not knock out the Venusaur, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think Oliver was hoping kind of to bait the attack into the Venusaur, but Ryan kind of covers for that, recognizes Trick Room is really, really bad for me if it gets set up, and so that I thought was really smart. So let's see how he maneuvers this turn, but in my head, I think protect our Chaladon, switch Pelipper out makes sense, and then if our Chaladon is faster than Venusaur, you should just win the game because Venusaur can't protect.
Right, yeah. Torkoal can protect, but I think that's the Pokemon you don't really want to, you don't really care as much about protecting right now, the Venusaur.
Ooh.
So, okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so Pelipper, switch out to the Basque Legion. If for some reason the Basque Legion, I was thinking like, okay, if the Basque Legion doesn't make this turn, is Ryan in trouble? I think the answer is actually no. Like, they can still just go for like, you know, switch in Pelipper, Aqua Jet the Venusaur, and still have like a pretty clean win after that. So, yeah, Weather Ball going in there, and I believe we saw the lock in into Eruption. So yeah, Basque Legion should go down, and yeah, I think it's just going to become.
Is there a Chaladon faster than the Venusaur? You would think so, right?
Yeah, I think we saw it move first in Tailwind, which becomes the same as, you know, if it's not in Tailwind, but it's in Rain. So
exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like a win for Ryan in Game 1. What kind of adaptations can we have in Game 2?
Yeah, this was interesting. I felt like the Dusclops lead was a pretty big liability, right? Because into the Incineroar just got like, Oliver covered for the taunt, but like it's not like Nightshade really gives you that much mileage, right? And so then I think if we don't lead Dusclops, like Venusaur is really good. It feels like Oliver needs a little bit more offense. The Dragonite didn't come out in this matchup at all. I thought, like, I don't know, Annihilate Dragonite was something that was really interesting to me as a combination. I don't know if it's actually like that strong here, but it like does offer you far more offense than what Oliver ended up bringing, which was kind of like leaning into Venusaur and trying to get Torkoal.
Yeah.
It's like, the angle from Oliver is, I think if you're going to go with the same 4, you need to try to guarantee Trick Room getting set up, but that's just really difficult when the Incineroar is staring down on the opposing side. And then this was a huge wave crash, right? Just like getting a knockout for free accelerates the game so much.
Also, the early on knockoff into Dusclops was like a big deal. Like, if it was just like taunt, and then those Dusclops had like switched out, then I think Dusclops had a much higher likelihood of being able to set up the Trick Room in the end game there. But because the Eviolite was gone, because that little chip from knockoff was there, the double attack from our Chaladon and the Pelipper was able to finish it off and negate any opportunity to get the Trick Room up. So I think that's probably what Ryan wants to continue focusing on, is like denying the Trick Room probably in the end game. Because I think in the early game, since the Torkoal is like such the big focus for the Trick Room mode over on Oliver's end, like he's not going to find that much success in getting Trick Room up early on. So yeah, I think Ryan has his head in the right space. So how does Oliver adjust?
Yeah, one thing that I think makes Ryan's team really scary is like you just have so much offense, right?
Yeah.
Like our Chaladon not being like the classic Assault Vest set and being this power up set means that you do get to like often get a one-hit knockout potentially or do a ton of damage. And I like the way that Ryan sequenced, like he like saved the Electro Shot, right? Specifically for when he had the free double up into Dusclops. That was really smart. And to your point, Yuki, like if the Dusclops had the Eviolite there, you probably survive that double up. You get Trick Room up, it's also a different game, right? And so really smart of Ryan to not take that bait and knock out Venusaur, allowing Trick Room to go up for free.
Right.
And I think like Oliver was kind of banking on trying to win the game with Trick Room, but I think Ryan just denied it throughout the entire course of that, both with taunt as well as the damage output. And so I don't know, I think it's really hard to safely get Trick Room up early because of this Incineroar set, crucially carrying taunt over Flare Blitz. And so yeah, I think like maybe you lean into your offense a little bit more and bring out the Annihilate and Dragonite, which didn't come out previously.
Yep, so let's go ahead and see the leads. It's going to be Basque Legion, our Chaladon over from Ryan's, and then Dragonite Annihilate. So yeah, completely weatherless lead over from Oliver's end. which I think makes sense. Like, I love what you're talking about, saying the amount of offense that's over on Ryan's end. Actually, on Oliver's end, most of the really strong offense comes from the weather. Like, it's really dependent on Torkoal.
Yep.
And also dependent on, you know, if there's a sun up, then the Venusaur gets to click Weather Ball. If you're denied that, you're actually really limited. So I think I really agree with this adjustment to use more of the standard non-weather Pokemon.
So this is interesting. We're seeing the coaching skill shot lock in. Like, is vulnerable to just Aqua Jet Draco Meteor from the opposing side. Are you going to go for that? Okay, the answer is no.
I guess the answer is no, but I guess depending on how these Pokemon are trained, but I guess the Archelon will probably move first before the Basculegion. Okay, so Draco Meteor, it's going to do, that's a lot of damage. If this is a Wave Crash, that might faint the Dragonite before it can move.
Yeah, but Dragonite is faster, crucially, so I think 4 hits should get the knockout here. Yeah, it's really close, though.
Really close. Oh,
okay,
no
definitely guarantee
it.
it.
Yeah, that definitely gets it. Wow, that's such an interesting point. As you said, like, if Ryan had just committed to that play, like, I think the game was over on turn 1.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like you get a knockout, Annihilape doesn't accomplish anything, but instead, I think actually Oliver's in a fantastic spot now where you've, like, this is the cool thing about the coaching combo. You get the speed boost when you go for the scale shot as well, so now it's +1 attack and +1 speed Dragonite.
Yeah.
That's such a big threat, and because Ryan's team is, like, more offensive, you don't have a ton of defense to deal with the combination of, like, close combat plus scale shot, right? And so, yeah, I think part of the fear of going for the Aqua Jet Draco play is like, oh, there could be a terror, obviously, from the Dragonite. The Dragonite could even protect, for example.
Yeah.
But I think, Ryan was up the game, so there's the opportunity to go for that. The game obviously still isn't over. It's not like Oliver's just won, but I do think he is in fantastic shape right now because both of these Pokemon are just now faster than the Archaludon and the Ursaluna on the opposing side. Archaludon also just is like vulnerable to potentially getting doubled up into right now, right? And you're at -2, so it's not like you're doing a ton of damage. And so, yeah, this is pretty tricky.
Yeah, and no speed control options really over on Ryan's end. Ursaluna being pretty slow Pokemon, and with the Dragonite already boosted, yeah, I think the Ursaluna could probably be KO'd with a double up here as long as Scale Shot connects, but we see the Terra Water coming out from the Ursaluna, so basically saying, yeah, like if you're just going to do close combat, then I'm not going to go down, but I think +1 Scale Shot in close combat should do it. Protect coming out from Archaludon is interesting. Really just banking on the fact that there's not going to be a double up coming onto this Ursaluna. So yeah, first we see a Scale Shot. Ooh. That's doing a lot of damage. +1 Scale Shot. Even
another crit.
Critical hit.
I was going to say, if you were 4 hits and no crit, maybe you end up surviving the close combat, but it's 4 hits. Let's see. I feel like close combat should get the knockout here. Like this Annihilape is probably, I would guess, max attack, max speed investment.
Yeah.
Because you're Focus Sash, and yeah, that just gets the KO. And so for Oliver, I think it was really safe to go for that double because you know it's Assault Vest Ursaluna, right? So it's like there's no defensive counterplay to it. And I think what Ryan was hoping for is like, wow, I'm already so far behind after that turn 1. I kind of need you to make a mistake. And so
makes sense.
The idea is like, okay, if I protect Archaludon for some reason, you get aggressive and like double into it, or even just launch 1 attack into it, maybe I still have a shot.
Yeah.
But now you can just like double up into the Archaludon slot. You can even split your damage if you're a little bit worried about like a double protect. I was like, maybe the win con from the opposing side is Archaludon goes for a double, Pelipper gets a Tailwind up, and then you can like play the game from there. But I feel like Oliver is just in complete control of the game. And yeah, he needed offense, and this is what I was really excited to see with this combination.
Yeah, so this game might end up being over with the leads from Oliver's end. One thing I want to point out from earlier is that I think it was actually really difficult to commit to that double onto the Dragonite, right? Because it had Terra Fairy, it had Protect. You actually couldn't really do that to Annihilape. Like, there was no 50-50 of like, oh, we're going to do that to Annihilape or the Dragonite, because the Annihilape being Focus Sash most likely faster than the Archaludon. So it doesn't really make sense to go for that double up because the Annihilape is still going to be able to move. It's going to be able to still get the coaching off first. So yeah, Dragonite going for the Ice Spinner, the more reliable attack going into the Archaludon. Not very bulky because of the Sturdy. You can imagine it's very most likely trained to have a lot of special attack and speed, so gets the safe KO there. Maybe could have gone for the double protect to get a way back into this game, but yeah, I think now it's like most certainly over. I don't think this Pelipper has it to go for a 1v4.
Yeah, surprised to not see a double attempt there, honestly, but I also think the game was probably so far ahead, even with it. It's probably still too difficult, but Dragonite's going to hit that skill shot. You can see when you get that coaching boost, it's just
such a big difference.
So good, right? Because like so many Pokemon are already trained to like barely survive skill shot. You get +1 attack boost, you are going to just faint to it. And so I think really clinical play from Oliver here. I think turn 1 was like, he took a risk, but was it really that big of a risk, right? Because it's like, you'd have the Fairy Terra, right? Like, is he would you really double up into something that could, one, Terra defensively, and two, just protect, right?
Yeah.
Probably not. And so I think that was like the opportunity for Ryan, but it's like really difficult to make that play, to your point. And so the question I have here is now, okay, how do you adjust to Dragonite plus the Annihilate? Because that looked so good in that game.
Yeah, that looked really good, and I think Annihilate without Weather is probably going to be the fastest Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's going to be faster than any of Ryan's Pokemon, save the Basket Illusion. And the only priority move that Ryan has access to is actually the Basket Illusion itself, so they don't really, Ryan doesn't have the ability to, just KO the Annihilate before it moves. Like, it is guaranteed to be able to attack. I think that's the strength of these Focus Sash Annihilates that a lot of these teams have as like a way to patch, like, you know, a 6-mon on their team is like, because it's Ghost type, you can't fake it out, and because speed side is pretty high, your opponent has to really commit like 2 frail Pokemon to KO it before it can attack. So really, really strong here, also having access to that taunt. So yeah, I think it's pretty clear that this is maybe the strongest lead from Oliver's end. I mean, he didn't even show his back Pokemon, right? So what could be the adaptation over from Ryan's end? Like, not being able to KO the Annihilate, but can he capitalize in a different way?
Yeah, I'm mainly looking at the Dragonite, which hasn't come out from his end yet, right? It's a Fairy Terra Dragonite, and so that gives you the immunity to the opposing skill shot. And then the cool thing for Ryan is if you force the Fairy Terra out from the opposing Dragonite, well, you have a way to hit it for super effective with that Archaladon, whereas Oliver like doesn't have a Sludge Bomb or a Steel type attack on his team. And so we're going to get into the game, and there it is. Dragonite hits the field immediately. We're running it back here, but I do think this is the right adaptation from Ryan's end, but it still will be interesting because who is going to commit to that Terra first?
This is like mutually assured destruction, right? It's like the Dragonite, they're not only weak to each other from a typing perspective, but like by nature of Scale Shot, you can attack through the multi-scale and most likely get a KO. So yeah, it's a game of chicken here, and we see the Terra Fairy being committed. Do you know which side this was?
Yeah, I think this was Ryan's end, as Oliver went for the Protect on Dragonite on his end. So let's see, Dragonite goes for a Protect, but does Ryan call this and just double up into the Annihilate?
Yeah, and I'm going for the close combat, so getting rid of the Sturdy on the Archaladon and not even going to activate it. Do we see the double up like you said? It's a Pokemon that doesn't have access to Protect, so it wouldn't be crazy to go for this play, especially if the Dragonite's going for Terra Fairy. The Terra Fairy on Oliver's end is definitely not as much of a threat. And do we see the targeting come out? Oh,
I think that's into the Protect. Yeah.
So now which way does Dragonite attack? Because Dragonite, if it attacks into the Annihilate, it'll still be able to outspeed it the next turn and most likely able to get KO.
48.
Is this a KO?
Oh my goodness, 4 hits might miss it.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, okay.
Needs 5 hits most likely. Is he gonna get it? Oh wow.
I was like wondering though if you actually wanted that knockout. You do like give over a free switch in now. But yeah, I think for Ryan, it's actually still a fine trade. I mean, you get the special attack boost there on the Archaladon. It would have been a complete disaster if Archaladon protected on turn 1 and Dragonite went for Scale Shot. I actually think that may have been somewhat safe, but either way, Venusaur ends up coming out now. So Dragonite has a speed boost, so this is kind of scary for Oliver still, right? Like, you're facing down Scale Shot, so yeah, Sleep Powder switch in Torkoal? Or, okay, Extreme Speed Sleep Powder, that makes sense, but can you survive a Scale Shot from the opposing Dragonite with Venusaur?
I don't know. Maybe this Venusaur is trained.
You would think so, right?
Like, Venusaur is like, its HP is not that high, but I think its defenses were relatively high last time I remember. So it might be able to just naturally survive it. But yeah, it still feels like to me like if you miss the Sleep Powder, the game is most likely over.
Agreed.
Like your opponent has to miss a Scale Shot, I think, after that. So this is a pretty pivotal turn. I think this might decide the game. Yeah, also with the Dragonite on Oliver's side, not going to be able to reliably attack the opposing Dragonite because they have the Terra Fairy, so luckily has access to the Extreme Speed. Ooh, okay, so we see a Protect on Dragonite, maybe calling out the Sleep Powder. Extreme Speed going to be able to pick up the Archaladon, but now Ryan has the opportunity to get a free switch.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I'm curious what's in the back, right? Do we think it's just Basket Legion once again? If it is Basket Legion, then like my question is, can Aqua Jet plus, like if you get the little bit of chip damage from Aqua Jet, is that plus a Skill Shot then enough to knock out the Venusaur, right? And then
but what if it's Incineroar? Incineroar's looking really good
here,
right?
here. Oh, but it's Pelipper. Okay.
So preemptively getting the rain up, so really saying, yeah, like you need to like switch in your Torkoal now, but does either player really want that? Because the Pelipper is Focus Sash on Ryan's end, so I don't think the Venusaur has the opportunity to get a one-hit knockout on either of the opposing Pokemon. So probably has to rely on Sleep Powder, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of surprised to see Pelipper come out here. If it was either Ursa, Instant, or Bastion, like you had the additional bit of chip damage, but maybe I'm just underestimating Dragonite on Ryan's end, and maybe Skill Shot will just get the knockout. But I think if it was going to, could have taken that chance like last turn, and so I don't know. Like I think this suddenly can be really scary for Ryan. Here we go. Scale Shot comes out.
So that's
31, was it? Yo. So if it gets 5 hits, I still don't think it gets it. Yeah,
it's a critical hit, and it has to be 5 hits. Okay,
and it's 4, yeah, but it looked like it was trained to survive, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
Which makes a lot of sense, right? This is one of the most important attacks in the format to train for. Sleep Powder does connect!
That's a big Sleep Powder. We were saying that if it misses, it's game over, but this might have sealed the deal for Oliver on the other hand because it connected.
And okay, Scale Shot doesn't miss here on the opposing side. Okay, Pelipper also looks like it's tanky enough to survive. Oh, let's see. Maybe not, yeah. I mean, it's the and it's only 4 hits as well.
So now Pelipper has the opportunity to attack. I would imagine you want to go after the Venusaur, right? Because this Dragonite, going for the Hurricane into Dragonite, getting rid of the multi-scale and no confusion. So all of a sudden, it feels like just after one turn, the tides have completely changed for Oliver, right?
It does, yeah. And I think it's like if you knock out Venusaur, you win the Weather War, but like you'd have to like switch out your Pelipper and then get it back out, and then like the turn that Pelipper switches out, it's like vulnerable to just getting doubled up into, right? And so it's like you might not actually get much mileage out of your final Pokemon, but yeah. The double Scale Shots, like not getting the knockout in either, gives some breathing room, but I think it's tough because Ryan's Dragonite now like might just not wake up, and if it doesn't, like you're just not gonna get anything off of it. I wonder if Ryan was like, look, I need to break the multi-scale right now on your Dragonite to then set up what I have in the back for a potential knockout. Maybe it's that Basket Legion, but either way, let's see. It's gonna be the lock into the Dragonite here. Dragonite is not going to wake up. Yep.
Let's see what happens here. It's probably going to be, this Dragonite going for an extreme speed. Maybe going, Weather Ball, going to, get a KO onto this Pelipper here, not known for his special defense. So now what I'm curious is, how are these Pokemon trained? The Dragonite on Ryan's end versus the Venusaur, and also the Dragonite on Oliver's end, because all 3 of these Pokemon share the same speed.
Oh.
So there could be some speed ties involved. I don't think we've gotten any confirmation on how they interact.
Yeah, and it's Ursaluna here is the last one. That Pokemon, of course, can't go for a Protect. It's Assault Vested. Leaf Storm is so scary for it, but
does Vacuum Wave KO Venusaur?
Yeah, I want to say no.
Attack. I don't think so,
I want to say if Venusaur was at like 10 to 15 HP, I'd feel a lot more confident. At 21, it feels a little bit too high, but we'll have to see, because if you can actually get that knockout with the Vacuum Wave, that could be a difference maker. Of course, the opposing Dragonite could also just wake up immediately and get an extreme speed off as well. If you knock out the Venusaur, suddenly, like the Torkoal was obviously just threatened immensely by the Ursaluna, so this is a really, really tense turn. Let's see. Who wakes up? Okay, Venusaur's actually going to switch, so Oliver recognizing I don't want to just bank the game on here right now. Let me pivot in Torkoal. I win the Weather War now, but this means that you give Venusaur or Dragonite on the opposing side another turn to potentially wake up.
Okay, opposing Dragonite
stays asleep.
So does this mean this Dragonite is going to go for an extreme speed?
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Those defense drops on the opposing Dragonite proving to be really, really costly. And wow, what a big turn for Oliver, because now, we got a Blood Moon coming out onto the Torkoal, onto the Dragonite. But I think the damage may have been done as long as this Leaf Storm connects. I think definitely going to be able to win the damage race for Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, the extreme speed getting that knockout, like there were multiple defense drops, so it like tracks, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I did not think it would just be able to get a one-hit KO there, and that's so crucial, right? Because if it had survived, you knock it out, and the Dragonite then can just extreme speed Venusaur, and then you just Earth Power.
This is really dangerous, though. Did you see what he locked into? He locked into Helping Hand Leaf Storm, so this Leaf Storm misses.
Yeah.
And the Ursaluna can get a Hyper Voice off. I think it's game over. I think this Leaf Storm has to connect.
And I'm curious, do you ever go for the Vacuum Wave here and just be like, you know what, I'm going to just try to hope for it? Exactly, exactly. Like, so for Ryan right now, the key decision is, do you Vacuum Wave versus go for another move, and then does the Leaf Storm end up connecting on Ursaluna? Helping Hand comes out first.
Is the Vacuum Wave going to come out?
No Vacuum Wave! Leaf Storm connects, and that's it! Whew.
Wow. What a game. So many 90% in,
Yeah,
in this
so
tournament
stressful
today.
there. I really am curious if the extreme speed on the opposing Dragonite was a guaranteed knockout from that range, because like if you are able to survive even with just 1 HP, that's all you need because the Venusaur can't protect, right? And so, wow, that was super, super intense. I mean, I think Ryan did go for the right adaptation with that Fairy Terra Dragonite. That was absolutely correct, but what was so crucial is Venusaur being able to hang on and then be like able to get that sleep powder off on the opposing side.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, based on like how much extreme speed did to like the multi-scale Dragonite, I was like, that looks like 1/3. So if you double that, that's like 2/3. Yeah, we'll see how if the the damage rules go in Oliver's favor. But yeah, it ended up working out. And the one thing I want to talk about is actually the game 1 again, where they didn't commit to the Aqua Jet Draco Meteor play that you talked about. I think one thing that a lot of these top players do is if they have multiple opportunities to get through like a threat, like a pin, right? Like Aqua Jet plus Draco Meteor, you have both Protect and Terra Fairy. They figure, okay, my opponent is going to count for this, and they're going to say, because they have multiple options to, like basically not be liable to this, I'm actually going to not do either of those defensive plays and just go through because I know my opponent's going to respect it.
Exactly.
So I don't know if every top player does this, but I notice it's a lot.
Yeah, and also, like, I think in Game 3, if the Archaladon had protected on turn 1 and you go Fairy Terra, like, I think Fairy Terra Protect Scale Shot Annihilate is actually fairly safe because, like, what is the most I can punish you in return, right? Like, maybe, like, coaching into Ice Spinner or, like, Rage Fist into Ice Spinner, but even then, Dragonite probably survives that. And so, had Archaladon ended up not, like, eating up the close combat, then it's in such a powerful position in turn 2, right? Whether or not you knock out the Annihilate with Scale Shot doesn't matter because now you're faster with the Dragonite on the opposing side the next turn.
Right.
And so, I think it's, like, in this matchup, the Archaladon is really good because it can force the Terra out from the Dragonite, but the fact like close combat extreme speed meant that you just had a knockout meant then you can't actually punish the Fairy Terra very much, and then so Oliver was able to go for it afterwards. And so I think if Ryan were to look back at that game, he might like think to that first turn specifically and be like, oh man, maybe I should have protected. I think that could have dramatically changed the results. And then also like unfortunate Ursaluna is just like Oliver conserve Venusaur perfectly for it.
Yes.
And that's like the scary thing that we were talking about coming into this game, right? It's like, okay, you don't have a defensive Terra. That Leaf Storm is just so powerful. And so I wonder if it could have been different if it was Incineroar or Basque Legion being brought. But ultimately, super great set. And every game, honestly, looked quite different with all the adaptations from both ends.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people think like, okay, I run safety goggles because I don't like Amoonguss. If my team is weak to Amoonguss, I use safety goggles. But I think from today alone, like just from these matches we're casting, like we have so many liabilities with sleep powder, right?
Exactly.
Like,
Lilligant,
so
Venusaur.
many sleepy Pokemon. It's like, maybe I should like put on my goggles and like be able to have a better matchup into these teams because we're seeing so much sun.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Duskups do a little bit more, but I think what I like is Oliver showed off a lot of different components of his team, right? Like the initial mode that he had locked into in game 1 felt very slow-paced and like a lot more defensive. He kind of wins by often like going for pain splits, right? And like slowly chipping away with Nightshade as Torkoal continues to like get knockouts under Trick Room, but then Trick Room never got set up in that game, right? And so Oliver having this really fast mode of Dragonite Annihilate is really cool. And one of the things that makes this duel really smart is a lot of people beat Dragonite in this format using Incineroar, right? Hey, let me just intimidate you. Suddenly you're not nearly that scary. Well, Annihilate's like, Incineroar, come out. Like, give me a Defiant boost. Let me just start close combating into everything, right? And one of the interesting things you could even do with this combo is like self-scale shot if you're intimidating, boost up your Rage Fist as well. And so, I don't know. I think it's like really smart team building because it's like the common answer for Dragonite in this format. You now have something that can actually have a very definitively positive matchup into it. But yeah, I'm really excited to hear from Oliver, of course, flying all the way over from Europe and now advancing to 7-0. Let's throw it down to him for an interview.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Yuki. I'm here with Oliver. Oliver, 7-0. How you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. I've had a pretty unfortunate run with the team. Team in a couple previous tournaments, as well as one of my friends who's been using the team, and I was quite hesitant to actually bring it over here, but you know after I guess like being 7-0, you can or I guess like in hindsight I can say that I'm very happy that I decided to stick with the team and not change off to something else.
7-0. The team is an interesting take on Sun. We've had a lot of Sun on broadcast so far. There's obviously some very key differences, right? Venusaur as the Chlorophyll user. Can you tell me about your choice on Venusaur instead of the usual Hisui and Lilligant?
Yeah, so it's kind of a edit on a team that Marco Silva used in one of the Victor Euro tournaments. We took sort of the foundation from that from that team with my friend Calvin Foster, and sort of changed a couple of pieces, made it feel a bit more, I suppose, like balanced in a sense, and yeah, just kept on testing it. Then eventually the matchups just kind of like fell into place, and you know, unfortunately, previously the luck just wasn't with me and Calvin in the previous tournaments, but the matchups like do feel like from an objective lens quite fine. So I'm very happy about it, and I feel like a lot of teams currently are just a bit weak to Venusaur in general. I feel like it's kind of the same case with Zard, with I suppose people not respecting the damage Weather Ball does. Obviously, it definitely doesn't do the same amount of damage as Charizard, but it's something that catches people off guard.
And then, of course, you have the Dusclops as a part of the team. Can you talk more about what Dusclops provides for the team for your purposes?
So Dusclops is an incredible like Trick Room setter. Like most of the time, if you want Trick Room up, you will get it unless the opponent has Taunt or some other means of blocking that. And on top of that, it has like niche interactions into, for example, like Hisuian Zoroark, where with Frisk you're able to reveal the opponent's item, and based off of that you're able to make out if it's not a Zoroark or not, if it's just another mon. Like I actually, it's pretty funny. I had it come up to in a game in Lille. Actually, it was my round 1, and I remember like being able to very, very easily win the game off of that information on turn 1. So it is a very, very funny tech, but yeah, I guess I'm happy that I decided to do that instead of pressure.
It's working out, and obviously, like I had talked earlier on broadcast about how like adding Trick Room to these Sun-based teams is such a nice adaptation to be able to have 2 different modes. And you're right, Dusclops is very much able to get up that Trick Room very easily, so bulky. Going into this matchup, what were your thoughts going in once you saw team preview and the team sheets?
So the team is definitely something that I had prepared against previously, but there were a couple adaptations, for example, the AV Ursaluna, that kind of threw me off guard, as well as the Taunt and Ensign. I definitely wasn't expecting an instant lead in game 1 due to just having the Dragonite Ape mode that I ended up bringing to games 2 and 3. And I guess like apart from that, the Power Herb Archaludon is a bit annoying. Unfortunately, it does jump Venusaur in terms of speed, and the interaction between those isn't the kindest, sort of to say. But I think from game 2 onwards, I was definitely set in terms of what I needed to do in order to have the best chance of winning.
Yep, and then of course, let's talk a little bit more about that Annihilate and that Dragonite mode that you have, right, with that coaching and that Dragonite with the loaded dice scale shot, but also more offensive options than the traditional Haze and Tailwind. What were your thoughts going into making it so that way the Annihilate and Dragonite could do that? It obviously paid off really well turn 1, game 2, because you got that instant knockout on that Basculegion. Tell me more about that mode.
So that mode specifically is very, very strong into any instant aura leads. Pretty much like you're almost able to like win the game straight off of a instant lead from the opponent's end, and due to that, it is quite volatile. Sometimes you struggle to get the Dragonite and Annihilate going if the opponent doesn't lead instant aura, but I guess like funnily enough, in that game there were a lot of good targets for close combat, for example. So even though he rightfully didn't lead instant aura into the Dragonite and Ape in games 2 and 3, I still managed to do some good damage with that.
You're currently 7-0, 1 more round for Phase 1. I'm going to go ahead and let you go relax before your next round, the final round of Phase 1. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out to the viewers out there?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I want to shout out Calvin Foster, who's been working with me on this team. His help and convincing and everything has been very helpful in terms of not dropping the team and changing something else. So I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And on top of that, I want to shout out a couple people who have been practicing best of 3s playing. So I want to shout out Frederick and Nikolai Hoich, as well as Carson St. Dennis. Very much appreciate the help.
Thank you so much, Oliver. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the Joe Brown breakdown. Take it away, Joe.
That's right, Dewey. Welcome back to the Joe Brown Breakdown, joined by special guest Aaron Zhang. Casting that match. Now we're here to break down the action. Oliver 7-0.
7-0.
Who's to say Oliver doesn't win the whole thing tomorrow?
He's got a long way ahead, though. You know, you can't get ahead of yourself. These tournaments are so grueling, and every round you got to just take as its own. But he's looking really good, and for him to come back and just adapt with a completely different game mode in games 2 and 3, that was really cool. I called out the Dragonite, and I was like, I really want to see this combination. When he didn't pick it for game 1, I was like, but then it came out in the subsequent games, and I was really happy to see just how powerful it could be.
Absolutely, really powerful team. Let's get into this breakdown here. We're going to start with game 1. So I'm going to pause here. Here's Basket Legion. Now here's a Pokemon that loves when the rain is up. And the sun is up currently, as you can see up top there. Yep. So obviously has to switch out here. And this is a little bit of a game Oliver was playing all of game 1, which was guess the earth power, essentially. And on this turn, incorrectly predicting the Incineroar swapping into the Pelipper.
Yeah, even though it did not get it correct, like the Torkoal this turn actually did a ton of damage, right? Like, it was the non-trivial amount. Yeah, that we ended up seeing from the replay, but it ended up doing like 60% to both, and that was like really big deal. And I think this was the Fire Terra. I thought Oliver maybe should have gone for it 1 turn sooner, because he did open himself up to just eating up a Weather Ball the previous turn, and it was like generally pretty safe. Maybe he was a little bit worried. It's like, oh, if I commit to it, then suddenly I am weak to like water type damage, but there wasn't an immediate threat of water type damage. And so I think Ryan then realized, oh wait, I could have Weather Ball. He goes for the subsequent turn, but then the Venusaur ends up going for the Terra.
Yeah, and so now you have Terrasilize into a fire type. Incineroar's already on the field, so there's no more shenanigans. The other thing that's important to note is Archaludon was the other Pokemon on the back that was revealed. Yep. So I think that's why it's important that Oliver kept fishing for Earth Powers, because both Incineroar and Archaludon would have been hit super effectively by it. But there is the Weather Ball into the fire typing there, really not doing any damage. And so we're going to bring Dusclops down low. Sturdy on this Archaludon. This is the difference when you have Power Herb. You're not going to go for stamina, boosted body presses, right? You're just going to try to wreck damage on the field, and a Fire Weather Ball to take out that Dusclops. That was huge, because Dusclops is really tough to deal with when you can't hit it super effectively.
Exactly, yeah, and it was trying to trick from there, but 1 HP is all you need with Archaludon, and as Oliver called out, part of what makes the dynamic a little bit tougher for his Venusaur is Archaludon actually being faster. So we see the adaptation in game 2, and it was, yeah, just immediate coaching into Skill Shot. I think Ryan had some other potential plays here. I was calling out Aqua Jet, Draco Meteor. Now that is like, it feels like it could be a pretty high variance play. I think there was the ability to maybe like switch in Pelipper and then like flip turn with the Basket Legion as well. Instead, it's a complete disaster as Oliver gets the turn right. Basket Legion doesn't accomplish anything, and it felt like the game was honestly just over after turn 1 here.
Right, and it's really a really quick game here. So what Aaron is saying basically is that if you double target and then he protects, that's my shield.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's awesome.
Is the protect there. You do essentially nothing, and with the Aqua Jet and Draco Meteor.
Yep.
If you also Terra Fairies as well, the Draco Meteor doesn't get the knockout. But what we're going to see here, so a really bold play by Oliver to just keep Dragonite in. You have multi-scale, so the first attack's going to have to go into that slot. But Ryan, felt like it was going to work out. But because of no Aqua Jet, multi-scale keeps Dragonite around.
Yeah, and I think like for the Basket Legion to not get any damage off here just made it like a complete disaster, right? Because it's like you could have maybe at least broken Focus Sash on Annihilate, for example. Instead, it gets nothing off, and you get the speed boost here on the Dragonite. So suddenly, like, Basket Legion's the thing that could outspeed things if the rain were up, but it's just been eliminated immediately. We also saw the Ursaluna being brought out here. But at this point, it's already like too far behind, right? Like Archaludon's at -2 special attack. It's very safe to double up onto the Ursaluna here because Skill Shot Close Combat hits everything basically for minimum. Like, I think that combination essentially at this point knocks out anything from Ryan's end, right? And so that's why I thought the game was literally just over after turn 1.
And that's what we were going to say. This is the next turn. So you have the Scale Shot. It got the knockout on Basket Legion, and it gave Dragonite the speed boost. So now Dragonite is faster than everything on Ryan's end, including the Archaludon, which for people, if you're wondering why did Archaludon protect, it's because of that speed differential there. So now the Dragonite is faster. Oliver taking advantage of that passive play from Ryan. He's not going to get the knockout from just the just the scale shot, but the follow-up from Annihilate is enough to take down the Water Ursaluna.
Yeah, the main question I had on this turn was we saw 4 hits, 1 being a critical hit, and I was like, if it was 4 hits, no critical hit, can the Ursaluna now survive a potential close combat, right? Because then you actually get a lot of damage in return. At this point, once Ursaluna faints, there's definitely really no chance. In this, actually, there was the ability for maybe our Chaladon to go for a double protect. It didn't end up going for it, so then it just faints immediately. And the Annihilate Dragonite duo just completely ran through this game.
Yeah, so now it's time to get into that nitty-gritty of Game 3. Both trainers deciding to terrestrialize their Dragonites in this game. And they go into fair type, which means that Scale Shot cannot do any damage.
Yeah, what's crucial here is Oliver having that extreme speed. We'll get to it later, but it did so much damage after the drops. But I think turn 1 actually really set the pace of the game. Like, Annihilate with this set not only can boost Dragonite, but can also do significant amounts of damage, and so it brings our Chaladon so low here. The thing that I was talking about when casting was maybe there was the ability to go protect our Chaladon, Fairy Terra, Scale Shot into the Annihilate. Like, I think that generally feels pretty safe, but instead our Chaladon here ends up whiffing the Electro Shot, doesn't get any damage off, and because you're facing down extreme speed from the opposing side, you just basically get no mileage out of the Chaladon, and so it just, yeah, not getting any damage off is really tough here because it's actually probably the best answer into the opposing Dragonite, either before or after Terra.
I think that once Oliver had that great turn 1 of Game 2, his confidence was so high that he just knew he was always going to be on the offensive. Ryan had to get the 5th hit, only 4 guaranteed there with that loaded dice, right? Had to get the 5th hit on the Scale Shot, and now it's time for Oliver to Terry Fairy his Dragonite, and we're in Vegas, Aaron, so we're gonna be rolling some loaded dice with these Dragonites.
Yeah, I was really curious. You saw like this first hit did 31, right? So 31 times 5 is 155, which is exactly 1 HP less than the max 156, and so I was thinking the Venusaur probably is trained in a way to actually survive those Scale Shots anyway, and it ends up at like 36 HP here, right? So even if you had gotten the 5th hit at 31, you still would have survived. Crucially, this was the thing we were talking about, like Sleep Powder, right? If the Sleep Powder misses, I think it's just over, but this now stalls the game a little bit, make sure that the Dragonite is unable to wake up immediately. And the Scale Shot also, you know, trading here, we weren't sure if that was going to knock out the Pelipper, but you can just invest a little bit in defense to have like somewhat favorable rolls. Also ends up being 4 hits, so it does not get the knockout. And I think in this turn, there was maybe the opportunity to just like double up onto the Venusaur and try to knock that slot out, but I think Ryan was like, okay, if I'm sequencing this game, I don't have that many ways to deal with Dragonite anymore because I lost our Chaladon, so I need to break that multi-scale. But this turn also pivotal, Oliver being like, I don't want you to just wake up with your Dragonite and extreme speed, switches out to cover for that. And this extreme speed from the opposing end.
Absolutely massive KO. The turn prior, he extreme speed to break multi-scale on Ryan's Dragonite, and that turn, that was with the Scale Shot, excuse me, defense drop.
Yep,
so that's why the extreme speed did so much damage. Blood Moon is going to get the knockout in return, but they've already dealt with 3 of Ryan's Pokemon, so Dragonite, totally cool to go down, and then give a round of applause to Torkoal and Venusaur to finish off the game.
Yeah, still kind of tense in this end game here because we were saying we didn't think Vacuum Wave was going to get the knockout on Venusaur. It had around 21 HP, and I was like, I think if it's like 10, you know, maybe, you know, between the 10 to 15 range, you have a better shot, but at 21, it just feels honestly far too high. So it doesn't end up attempting the Vacuum Wave. I was thinking maybe you could go for the Vacuum Wave critical hit, ends up not going for it. I think Ryan was at that point basically just saying, okay, I'm really hoping you're going to miss here. And the other thing to consider is like Torkoal doesn't necessarily have the helping hand there. It could go for a powerful attack as well. And so Ryan was probably thinking I kind of need to cover for both and attack. But ultimately, yeah, I think the Water Terra normally so good on Ursaluna, but it is a huge liability to Grass-type Pokemon, you know, Rillaboom being one of the most common ones in the format. It's not every day you fight against a Life Orb Venusaur, but the Venusaur such a good answer into what otherwise could be a fairly difficult Pokemon for Oliver's team to deal with.
Yeah, Venusaur's not been as popular, as prominent in Scarlet and Violet as it was in prior generations as that Chlorophyll Sleep Powder user, but Aaron, you know, I like to build narratives, I like to build storylines here. In these last 2 rounds, we've had Weather Wars with Rain versus Sun, and both matchups have went in Sun's direction, which is not how the type chart works.
It's interesting because I think even though it feels like Rain should be favored, like Rain is so common in this format that if you're going to be using a Sun team, you should know your like lines into Rain very, very well. And I think Oliver probably had to adapt a little bit because Ryan's team is a little bit more offensive as a Rain team, especially with the Archaladon. Because if you're up against the normal Assault Vest set, you're going to be slower than the Venusaur, even if the Sun isn't set up, and that should favor Venusaur significantly more. And so Oliver had to like get around that dance a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It's cool to see multiple different takes on Sun because we were saying during the cast, like Charizard, that was like the star, right? Like it won internationals, and that really put like that version of Sun on the map a year ago. Now we're back to this format, but it's like very different takes here with Venusaur being paired with Torkoal as well as Hisuian Lilligant, right, and Hisuian Typhlosion. And so it's cool to see how the Sun archetype has evolved, whereas I feel like Rain kind of got super explored, and it's like Ryan had some tricks here, especially with the Archaludon, but none of these are like super surprising. Whereas like, I don't know, Oliver's team is not something that I think you probably would have gone up against if you were preparing for this event, because it's just not, Dusclops and those are not common Pokemon.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm excited with LASC on the horizon. I'm excited to see more Venusaurs or Dusclops, or hey, maybe Marco goes back to Charizard. Right? We'll see. We'll see what happens. But thank you very much, Aaron. We're gonna get ready for our final matchup here on the first day of the Las Vegas Regional Championship. So we will be right back with round 8.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers. It was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that? Reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know, it feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man, it's too good to be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip. Had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf is like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Spider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Compared from this finals to my other two I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time, and having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Xilang Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Xilang Tang one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Xilang Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him, just because I, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals, where he has to face his team-building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy, he's been getting really into it, so I'm gonna have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was gonna win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew that the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Xilang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Xilang actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
It has been a fantastic day of Pokemon coverage here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. A lot of fantastic matches, and now only one more round of Swiss remains within phase 1 of our competition, and the most exciting and heartbreaking round of the day. I'm so excited to hop into this. Sierra, Jake, back on the desk, and I just cannot wait.
It all comes down to this one last round to see who makes it into phase 2 of the tournament. It's the first hurdle you have to cross if you want to make it all the way to the title of regional champion. Of course, you do have to still make it through phase 2 of Swiss and the top cut portion, but that doesn't matter unless you make it there, and you got to have 6 wins on this first day to get there.
Yeah, and looking over at a couple of players out in the field, I mean, players that are 7-0, you're not only locked, but you need to keep getting those round wins to make sure you can secure yourself for top cut. So all of our 7-0s undefeated on the day. We got to see Montana earlier, Oliver just locking in his slot, Joseph Agarte sitting at 7-0 as well. Raghav, who we got to see earlier, so fantastic players. And look, these 6-1s, they are locked. Of course, you do want to be winning out your final match of the day to, again, put you closer into that top cut record. But really notable standout names, Justin Tang, of course, Olivia Maletsky, we saw Carrie earlier.
Yeah, Zachary Weed, also no stranger to the stream. And of course, players like Rocco, Tom, Alexander, Caden, everyone else on this list, people that are looking to make a big run at this tournament here in Las Vegas, and they've put themselves in a really great position. Of course, like you said, Sierra, you really want to get as many wins on day 1 as possible because your record does carry over into day 2. You're not starting off at 0-0 again. You will start the day at 8-0 or 7-1 or 6-2. And if you are entering the day 6-2, the good news is that you've made it to phase 2. The bad news is you have to win every match from then on out to win the regional championship.
And I mean, the first step is making your way into that phase 2 of the competition. So looking at our notable matchups, including the next broadcasted matchup, we're going to be focusing on Marcus Dion up against Shoma Hanami, 2 players who are sitting at that 5-2 record, meaning they don't have a spot secured to be playing here tomorrow. This is the final opportunity for them to get the spot. Only one can be moving on.
Of course, some other great matches we have at 5-2 there. Dawei C, who we saw on stream earlier, still fighting for her spot in the tournament. Len Duel, we heard from earlier on stream as well, has put himself in a position to make it to 5-2. Past regional champion Michael Zhang, also almost into day 2, but does have to face James Beck, a very fantastic player. Zach Carlson and Taryn Birdie, also familiar names to the stream that are fighting for their tournament lives right now.
Yeah, the fact that all of these are going to be win-and-ins, these are some intense matches that are going to be going out there. So those will be interesting to see how they shake up. But I am really excited about our next 3 matchup. I mean, you said you would be upset if we didn't get this one. I'm calling you out right now, but you're like, rightfully so, because this is a banger.
I mean, dare I say we saved the best for last. I think this match is going to be so much fun. Of course, you know, I am a big fan of Shoma and his success at the 2015 World Championships. You know, his kind of innovation with that chalk team way earlier in the season, taking it all the way through to winning Worlds with it, I think is a really cool story, and it's so fun to see him playing here in the States, but also facing off against Marcus, who's a really great player in his own right, had an amazing season last year, and I think this is going to be a really great match.
Yeah, and it's also been on a tear throughout this season as well, has been performing really strong at events, but of course is still trying to chase a victory or anything else, something that has been so much more attainable within this last year and a half of play. But going up against a world champion for that win-in, I mean, can it get more difficult?
I mean, it's really tough, right? There are no free passes at any point in this tournament, but this is such a great hurdle you have to cross. Shoma is going to give you a really big fight if you want to make it through him, and so I think Marcus, if anyone could beat Shoma right now, it would be Marcus. I think he's just put himself in a really great position within kind of the VGC community lately, just having so much success, team building, and executing at tournaments. So it's a little bit surprising to see both these trainers at 5-2, right? I think maybe they might be some of the players up at 7-0, but they found themselves in this spot where they gotta win, and if they don't win, their tournament is over.
I mean, Shoma took us a couple of losses earlier on in the day and has been trying to fight to make sure that he can stay alive within this tournament, whereas Marcus lost out on his last round, that opportunity to try and even close out then. So, I mean, both very stressful runs, because knowing that your tournament and life can end early on in the day, well, then every match gets a lot of weight to it. But when you're also like, ooh, you've had a couple opportunities to try and close out a phase 2, that's stressful in its own right.
It really is. You know, I've always wondered which feels worse, going from 5-0 to 5-2 and then losing, or going from like 0-2 to 5-2 and then losing. Because you've had you start the day on a big high if you're 5-0, and then unfortunately you miss out, but then if you go to 0-2, you're fighting the whole time, you get to that win and in, and then you just barely miss it. Which of those would feel worse?
Man, I think just the straight up 5-0. I don't.
Yeah.
Man, they both feel bad.
Of course.
They both feel bad. But I feel like the amount of trainers where I've heard I went from 5-0 to 5-3. It's like you had 3 opportunities to close out and you've missed out, which I feel like is inherently worse than you had 1 opportunity to close out and you missed it, right? Like you kind of start the day off not so great. You kind of come to a level of understanding.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, well,
maybe next time.
I tried. I did kind of start 0-2, so can't expect greats. But what about you?
I think I agree. I've done that, and it felt really bad.
Oh.
So I don't wish that upon anyone, but unfortunately, one of Marcus or Shoma will have to feel that defeat after this next round. And I don't know. I think they're both going to be fighting as hard as they can to make sure that's not them.
Yeah, we're just waiting for them to get all ready on the stage now. But again, as we said earlier, all good things are worth waiting for.
Absolutely.
So this means it's the opportunity to get a snap. Okay, just kidding. I was going to say opportunity to get a snack. Just kidding. Lock in, everyone.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. We're headed to the stage to start getting this match underway with two teams that we've gotten to see a lot of within Regulation H. One more so on today more than others, but this is going to be a great matchup. I don't know if this is a stress leaning back in the chair or relaxed, because you would think leaning back in the chair would be a relax, but Marcus kind of seems a little bit stressed, and rightfully so when Shoma's sitting on the other end.
I don't know if that's a lean back of like stress or a lean back of accepting your fate.
I feel like it's kind of more of that one.
Either way, I think you have to know this is going to be a really difficult match, right? Especially someone like Shoma running a team. Like, I mean, this team that Shoma has is known to be very good, right? These Pokemon are all very standard. They have some very strong stats, abilities, attacks. But this team that Marcus has, we've seen it do pretty well on stream already today with Raghav, and now he gets to use it himself. Run through it once again. It's going to be that Torkoal, Hisuian Typhlosion, Annihilate, Frigoraph, Hisuian Lilligant, and Incineroar. This Incineroar set is pretty cool. The close combat is not something we see too often, especially with that clear amulet, making sure that you're going to win that Incineroar mirror.
When I look at this team as well, this team just looks really difficult to go up against, and the fact that, I mean, when you have something like the Hisuian Lilligant that can just go for the sleep powder, you have to respect that. But also after you, with some really powerful options on the team, is really scary in its own right. And something like that Annihilate, with this being more of that final Gambit set, I mean, the amount of pressure you can output from turn number 1 is absolutely nasty. So big plays could be expected on the horizon when you see someone piloting a team like this. And I mean, already setting an expectation what to expect in this match.
The After You plays are like endless, really. We saw a really unique play with After You in Raghav's match where they went for the After You knockoff into Dragonite to get rid of the loaded dice before a Scale Shot came through, which mitigated the damage from that Scale Shot. So there's a lot of different options you can run here, but of course that Hisuian Typhlosion I think will be the star of the show once again with those Choice Scarf, potentially Terra Fire eruptions, and there's no rain on Shoma's team to potentially shut down those fire type attacks. We'll have to see how Shoma deals with the Typhlosion.
I love that we've gotten to see a Typhlosion a little bit more across the board, because before it was kind of only really piloted by other Sun user Joseph Ugarte, and now we've gotten to see that it's been built around, and loving the fact that it's paired up with something like the Frigoraph to really enable it to shine a little bit more. On the opposing end, when you talk about Regulation H, these have been the Pokemon that have been part of the stars and just a powerhouse of a team through and through.
Of course, Pokemon like that Amoonguss, Basculegion, Male, Golden Go, Alolan Ninetales, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Volcarona have all had their time in the sun throughout the course of Regulation H. It is the Life Orb Golden Go set, so we're leaning back into that offense. And interestingly, it is the Mental Orb Grass Knot Amoonguss, so it's a little bit of a different choice there for the item and the attack, but it's not even the first time we've seen the offensive grass move on Amoonguss on stream throughout the day so far, so kind of cool to see how these trainers are kind of adapting their Pokemon.
I mean, Amoonguss just wants an opportunity to shine, okay? Can't a Mushroom have a little shine out here, Jake?
Why not?
I mean, looking at other options on this team as well, we've gotten to see the work that Volcarona has put in today, and just of Regulation as of late. And Alolan Ninetales, it's one of those Pokemon that you always just want more and more moves for. This one's going to be Icy Wind Blizzard. So Icy Wind, you can try and get a little bit more of that speed control and Encore to be able to try and lock a Pokemon down when you stare at something like, I don't know, like this Pokemon, this Lilligant that would maybe try and want to go for a Sleep Powder after you, something maybe lock it into that in a board state where it couldn't be too powerful, and move that maybe Marcus has to watch out for.
Yeah, I think the Icy Wind on Ninetales could come in pretty handy here too, if you take into account the Typhlosion with the Choice Scarf. Of course, Ninetales doesn't really want to be taking those fire type attacks, but if it is on the field in front of the Typhlosion and it still has its Focus Sash intact, you can use that Focus Sash to survive one attack, get an Icy Wind off, and take away the speed of that Choice Scarf, and that might make it a lot easier for something like Golden Go to face it down.
A really important thing in this matchup as well is Marcus's team is built a lot around this Sun, whereas Shoma, having the Ninetales to be able to shut it down can be nice, but a lot of these other pieces can kind of live without. The only one that kind of really suffers more into the Sun would be the Basculegion, with the fact that you have all of these water-type moves, that it just wouldn't do too much in the Sun. But other than that, I mean, You would like to not let Marcus have the sun because it enables his team, but you're not going to be at the worst of situations if you kind of lose that weather war.
Or do you even try and take advantage of the sun by bringing your own Volcarona? If you get a Quiver Dance or 2 up, those Heat Waves in the sun can be threatening a lot of damage. You know, with a +2 special attack, Heat Wave starts looking a lot like Eruption from that Typhlosion, so
same thing.
Could be an option for Shoma there too.
It's basically the same thing. So a lot of different ways these trainers can approach it, and a win and in, an opportunity to try and find themselves within phase 2 of the competition. It's going to be a lot of supportive Pokemon on the field. Frigoraph and Incineroar for Marcus, and on the opposing end, right away, Amoonguss next to that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I like this lead from Shoma. You have the Assault Vest, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Terra Water Amoonguss, so if Marcus did opt to lead that Typhlosion, or any of the Fire-type Pokemon, you are immediately giving yourself outs to that Eruption. The Blood Moon is in a pretty solid spot here. You do have to worry about the close combat, which is something you don't see too often from Incineroar. And I do believe it is Terra Grass, so if you do want to go for that Terra, the Amoonguss won't be able to protect the Blood Moon. But otherwise, this Frigoraph is threatening a Psychic here, potentially to set up Trick Room, but the Amoonguss immediately showing, like, hey, maybe you don't want to set up Trick Room for me so I can start putting your Pokemon to sleep.
That's one of the things about the Amoonguss Bring is, sure, Trick Room looks like it go really well into a lot of the team, but the last thing you want is for the Amoonguss to just reverse sweep you with these spores and really shut down that strategy. Terastallization, though, to be starting off the match. Amoonguss on the opposing end into this water type, making sure that it's not going to be taking a super effective hit like a Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. Great way to make sure that things get mitigated. But for now, we're not interested in trying to go after that Pokemon. Just fake out, stop it. Earth Power into Incineroar is a lot of damage, not quite enough for the KO. And Frigoraph with this Hyper Voice, that's not going to be really dealing too much damage at this point. But now that Throat Spray is going to boost that special attack to try and enable it to a little bit more on the next turn.
And with that special attack boost, now this Amoonguss is pretty threatened by a combination of attacks from Incineroar and Frigoraph. Of course, it's not the Citrus Berry set, so you can't try to take one attack, heal up, and then survive the next. Big damage from the Earth Power there. That's huge for Shoma, because once that Incineroar goes down, that is one of the potential immunities to Spore being wiped off of Marcus's team. But the Frigoraph being on the field means that despite the Ursaluna having access to the priority Vacuum Wave, you cannot use that to finish off this Incineroar before it can attack. So I imagine we'll get to see maybe a close combat, maybe a knockoff into Amoonguss, just something else to get some more mileage out of this Incineroar.
Especially, too, something like a close combat is a lot safer now that Terastallization has already been spent on that Amoonguss. You don't have to worry about something maybe turning its types away, but instead of just attacking, Incineroar is going to stay safe and bring a different Pokemon out onto the field. It's going to be none other than that Lilligant. This is going to be something that's way better posed to be taking something like an Earth Power, as Frigoraph just wants to stay safe past this turn. Now, on the opposing end, the Hyper Voice, realizing that Incineroar did not have that much health, another way to be doing that is a lot of damage. Spore attempt target into Frigoraph, so great protect there, but yeah, that was a lot of damage on switch in.
We are also trading out one potential close combat user for another here. Lilligant comes in, its Focus Sash is broken, but you are still threatening a big knockout into that Blood Moon Ursaluna, while also threatening a knockout into Amoonguss with a Solar Blade if you want to swap in the Torkoal. A little bit more of a risky play there if you want to go that route, because you do have to open your Lilligant up to being knocked out by another Hyper Voice, alongside your Torkoal taking a Hyper Voice on the swap. But still a great offensive pressure coming out from Marcus here. This +1 Frigoraph still threatening some big damage with that Psychic. I'm not sure if it would be enough to KO Amoonguss even with that Terastallization, but it might come pretty close.
I mean, looking at the state now, going for the close combat with the Lilligant as opposed to Incineroar is so nice, because then you don't have to spare the Terastallization to make sure you're not redirected. So close combat goes off, Ursaluna is dealt with, and that means as well that Amoonguss on the opposing end of the field is going to be just a single target option. So for Frigoraph, you have that special attack raise. Not going to go for the duel instead, will just be the Psychic instead. Enough for the KO? Actually, not quite. Just a little bit of HP left, and that's going to open Frigoraph up to just getting put to sleep.
Huge for Shoma there. If Amoonguss gets knocked out, it's probably very difficult to come back into this match, but barely hangs on thanks to dropping that Psychic type weakness and is able to put Frigoraph to sleep. Lilligant picks up that KO, but again, it is at very low health. It now has lowered defenses and doesn't have the best bulk anyway, so any kind of attack should be able to knock it out from this state. And Shoma does still have 2 fully healthy Pokemon remaining in the back, but Marcus's Incineroar, again, is very, very low. I think if it wants to swap in, it has to be very careful lest it be knocked out just on the swap. I guess you still get Intimidate out of it if you really need it to, but the last 2 Pokemon that Shoma has will kind of dictate the flow of the rest of this game.
Yeah, especially there's only going to be a, Intimidate that would be good into something like the Basket Legion. The other options on the team are all going to be on the special attacking variant, so wouldn't really do too much. And going into this, the Alola Ninetales definitely won't be one too affected. Going into this, though, we have not seen any weather from Marcus, even though we do know that Torkoal's hiding in the back. And now that Ninetales has hit the field, it does mean that, well, he can go and override it at any point if he would like. Ninetales is definitely a Pokemon you got to be a little bit worried about. Something like those Blizzards can all put a lot of damage. And when you're looking at the Ninetales with the Focus Sash, it's not something to easily be able to take care of in one turn.
It's not. This Lilligant, you know, if it wants to go for an attack here, maybe try and knock out the Amoonguss or break the Focus Sash on Ninetales, will likely be knocked out in the process, unless you do opt to go for that Sleep Powder. But if you are Sleep Powdering right now, you're kind of putting all of your eggs in the basket of it connecting. If you try to Sleep Powder and it misses, you're in a really, really rough position.
And it's not necessarily the greatest odds, 75%. It's not like a Spore, so not wanting to go in just for that sleep option, it is going to be a pivot instead. Incineroar hits the field, but again, Incineroar has taken a lot of damage, so any attack into this should just finish it off. This is going to be Terrestrialization. Going for the Farigiraf, though, it has been sleeping, but trying to make sure you're taking as little damage as possible going into this Fire-type Terrestrialization. You're not going to really be affected by the Blizzard, nor an Icy Wind, and Amoonguss can't really do too much to you either. Incineroar, though, it already was so low health that it was just kind of a, okay, Incineroar goes in to get KO'd, wastes a little bit of a turn here, brings something in safely. Farigiraf, first mandatory turn to sleep, not too surprising here, and yeah, I mean, it's already sleeping. Amoonguss, you're not helping here.
Nah. I like that Terrestrialization a lot. You know, the Ninetales and Amoonguss, the only types of attacks they have available to them are Ice and Grass. And by Terra-firing this, what's it called, Farigiraf, that means you're not taking much damage at all, and you're going to be able to weather the storm during this sleep, and hopefully when you wake up from that sleep, use that +1 special attack boost from the Throat Spray to start breaking through the rest of Shoma's team.
And I mean, the Ninetales at this point wanting to weather the sun, get off of the field. You wouldn't really be doing the most damage with the Blizzards anyways, plus the accuracy not there. Farigiraf, though, that is a major move. It's going to wake up after just one turn, and that is going to be massive for the match. The Amoonguss was just on a sliver of health, but you needed to get rid of this Pokemon. So pivotal turn here coming out from Marcus to get the KO and bring Shoma down to just 2 Pokemon.
It is a pivotal knockout for Marcus, but Shoma is able to bring the Ninetales back in. You cancel out the sun, and this Choice Scarf Basket Legion should be attacking before anything, unless you're able to swap Torkoal out and bring it back in to let Lilligant have that Chlorophyll. If you do that, though, Lilligant will be very susceptible to being knocked out by any kind of attack, either something like a Last Respects, a Blizzard, an Icy Wind, and so then you're just losing that speed advantage anyway, and you have to deal with this, you know, Basket Legion that has adaptability and Last Respects, and your Farigiraf is no longer a normal type, so you're going to have to take the full power of that Last Respects, and you can't even Hyper Voice it. It is a Ghost-type Basket Legion. So despite the Pokemon disadvantage here, the Choice Scarf on the Basket Legion and the damage already put out into that Lilligant make this actually a decent spot for Shoma.
Be really interesting to navigate this because, of course, you would like to get this weather reset, and there was this opportunity to maybe just sack this Kazooie and Lilligant off and make sure that there's not going to be too much here. Gonna not just be a switch, though. Instead, leaving the Torkoal in. Last Respects, that's going to be the target in. Encore now into this Torkoal. So Torkoal, I mean, it's be sticking around, and with that Protect on the last turn, not really doing too much. So I feel like an option of pivoting a little bit more tempting, but that Protect already went on through, so you can't safely go for that double. You have to just go on the offensive.
Well, and what do you do now, right? You can, if you want your Torkoal to be productive at all, you have to swap it out. If you swap Torkoal out, you almost definitely lose the Lilligant at the same time. Let's see if Shoma went for an Ice-type attack here.
Yeah, switch out Lilligant to hit the field. It has taken a lot of damage already within the match. Last Respects again, 2 Pokemon down, and it's a Farigiraf that cannot hold on. It's gonna go down. It was set up. It was gonna try and do some damage, but now the Pokemon count is even, and one that looks a lot more tempting in Shoma's favor. And 1-2, that all of a sudden is just a big momentum swing. That is a double KO on this turn, and all of a sudden it's gonna be only this Torkoal to try and close out the match. And with that that speed disadvantage and this Basket Legion locked into last respects, I don't think this poor turtle can do it.
I don't think so either, unfortunately. You know, looking at the Pokemon that were remaining, you had Lilligant Torkoal locked against a Basket Legion Ninetales, and in most situations, I think you favor the Lilligant Torkoal there, but because of the damage that Lilligant already took, and because the snow is up, the Lilligant just could never be on the field with Sun up for the rest of the game. So Shoma, despite a bit of a shaky start to that game, the sleep on the Farigiraf bought him enough time to position himself in that spot where, okay, yeah, I can force your Lilligant to never be on the field with Sun. I will have the speed advantage with my Basket Legion, and in doing so, close out that game.
It's really interesting looking back, because one of those turns that I think was really key in the match was the choice for the Fire Terastallization on that Farigiraf, which at that moment seems so strong. You're facing off against a Alolan Ninetales with these ice types attacks, and an Amoonguss that, I mean, as this grass knot, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, you're in a position where you're not taking much damage at all from either of those options. But knowing that you have the Sun option in the back, and there's a Basket Legion that has to pick one move to target into, if it was something like that last respect, it wouldn't have been able to touch that Farigiraf had it not terastallized, and those water-type moves, as we said, wouldn't do too much in the Sun. So a terastallization to kind of come after you at the end.
Yeah, I agree. At the time, I thought that Terra Fire was really great for Marcus, but it ended up being really great for Shoma instead, allowing that Basket Legion to very safely lock into that last respects, especially after the Incineroar went down. You know, the Incineroar being the first Pokemon knocked out meant that the Intimidate was no longer on the table for Marcus. Basket Legion would be hitting at full power, especially when it loses a couple of its teammates at last respects get even more powerful. A 150 power attack with adaptability is not too easy to deal with.
Absolutely not. And I mean, there could have been an opportunity to try and just send the Hisuian Lilligant in on the return the Farigiraf protected, but at that point too, it still would have been a really difficult spot because the next turn you still would have been outsped by that Choice Scarf, and it would have been a Torkoal that definitely has an uphill battle ahead of it. One I could maybe try, it has Eruption, but it's not necessarily locked, right? So now you have to go into this game too and figure out where you want to try and switch things up.
Yeah, it's tough, guys, because I think, again, the first half of the game did look really great for Marcus. You kind of have to identify, where did I go wrong? Like, what do I need to fix going into the second game? Do I change up my Pokemon or just change up the way I use them? Shoma immediately will swap up some of the Pokemon led, and so will Marcus. We have the two fighting types, the Hisuian Lilligant and the Annihilate, facing down the Amoonguss and the Basket Legion. Again, I really like just starting with leads that will be able to face down that Hisuian Typhlosion. If you're Shoma here, that's a really good way to be caught off guard, is if, you know, Marcus leads that Typhlosion and you've locked yourself into two Pokemon that all of a sudden I just kind of lose to an Eruption here. So the Amoonguss, despite being weak to Eruption, that Terra Water is a really powerful tool. And of course, Basket Legion will resist it naturally and threaten them with some big water attacks.
I mean, at this point, though, it's an Amoonguss that when you're staring down the Annihilate and the Hisuian Lilligant, doesn't really do too much. When you have a Grass-type move, of course, you're not really doing anything to the Hisuian Lilligant, and this Annihilate is going to be Safety Goggles, so it can't be redirected or just put to sleep. Flip turn, this Basket Legion does not want to stick around. An opportunity to do a little bit of damage and then switch out onto the field for something that could be a little bit posed for what is to come. And this will be a good opportunity to see if Shoma is going to be sticking to those same 4 Pokemon he brought in that first game or wants to be switching it up just this little bit.
It is tough here too. What do you swap in here? Am I okay with something being put to sleep? Maybe getting hit by a Rage Fist or a close combat. The Amoonguss on Shoma's team also doesn't have a whole lot to do on this turn. Of course, the Lilligant can't be put to sleep due to its grass typing. The Annihilate can't be put to sleep due to its Safety Goggles. Are you just going for like a Grass Knot here to get a little bit of damage? What's going on?
I mean, you had to pick something, and there's not really any great sleep powder immunities over on Shoma's team, so it's going to be a Blood Moon Ursaluna that goes onto the field and instantly gets put to sleep. At least you're only getting put to sleep here. That's going to be okay. You're not going to be taking damage from the Annihilate, and maybe just trying to catch out if there is going to be a little bit of swap, as said. Amoonguss can't really do too much else.
Yeah, maybe trying to catch a swap, or not even a Terastallization wouldn't work there, yeah. Really just counting on that Annihilate to switch out there. Really great turn for Marcus, though. You put the Ursaluna to sleep. This Amoonguss really doesn't have much to do. You can't redirect either Pokemon. You can't put them to sleep. Grass Knot will be doing too much damage, and even if you want to Grass Knot the Annihilate for a little bit of chip damage, you're then powering up Rage Fist, which you really don't want to be doing. We do see the option for the final Gambit for this Annihilate as well. Kind of this cool mixed set of support and offense with access to Rage Fist in close combat. On top of the taunt, and Final Gambit, which deals kind of a flat amount of damage. It's one of the few moves in the game that you always know exactly how much damage it's going to do.
Yeah, but when you're targeting into things that have a lot of HP, that could be one where you lose a Pokemon and don't quite get those returns. But a Pokemon that's sleeping is an instant switch out. And looking at this, great little swap, because that was a close combat headed that way. It's going to be Basculegion that gets in for free, and all of a sudden not pressured by this Annihilate. The Final Gambit going into this Amoonguss slot, that's one of those Pokemon that just have this high HP pool. So you have lost a Pokemon and didn't really get to do too much to this Amoonguss. And of course, it is a Pokemon that has this opportunity to even just swap out, get the Regenerator, and start to make it look like Annihilate went down for not too much.
I don't know. I think that's pretty worth it, right? You get a lot of damage onto that Amoonguss. Now, even if it swaps out and back in, a Terrafire Eruption from this Typhlosion, which Marcus did opt to bring, might still be able to knock it out after the Regenerator. But this Basculegion still is threatening a lot of damage. Of course, the Choice Scarf on this Typhlosion should allow it to act first, which would threaten a big Shadow Ball into that Basculegion, but both trainers do have Terrestrialization still available to them. Basculegion is actually Ghost, though. So if the Typhlosion wants to go for that Shadow Ball, the Amoonguss will have to redirect it, which could then possibly leave this Basculegion open to getting put to sleep by that Lilligant going forward.
I mean, I even wonder if you just try and see just how much damage you can do, go for the Eruption, and then hit the move with this Lilligant, right? But then you don't quite have the Sun. So it's a really kind of awkward combination of Pokemon out on the field, considering that your weather has stayed safely in the back and you don't have any of those modifiers on the field.
I know, it is tough. Like, you really want to swap in your Torkoal here, but can you afford to swap it in on a Spore on accident? Even a possible Wave Crash, even with the Sun, the adaptability will boost it to be doing some really great damage. So a really tough balancing act here if you're Marcus. You know, despite having the Pokemon at disadvantage, still in a more offensive position now.
And with that Rage Powder over on the opposing end, this Typhlosion trying to get a hit onto that Basculegion is not going to be able to, instead redirected to take down that Mushroom. It was already so low thanks to the Final Gambit, but still you would have loved to take care of the Basculegion. And of course, a Wave Crash is so much damage targeted into the Lilligant. You don't get the opportunity to try and attack there. And Marcus is very quickly finding himself with only 2 Pokemon remaining. And again, with one of them being the Sun, this was something that Aaron and Yuki were talking about earlier. When you're the person that's brought down to 2 Pokemon within a Weather War, you're the person that loses out on said Weather War, assuming that Shoma does have this Ninetales in the back, because Torkoal having to hit the field, well, the second the Ninetales hits the field on the opposing end, you have just lost that war.
Yeah, I think if you're Shoma, you got to bring in the Blood Moon or Saluna here, and hopefully see Marcus's last Pokemon before committing to that Ninetales. That's exactly what we will see here. Of course, the Typhlosion locking into Shadow Ball means it can't damage this Blood Moon or Saluna for the rest of the game as well, unless it goes for a Terrestrialization. Which I guess, I mean, might be a good play, considering you're facing down that Torkoal as well. You might want to see that Water type on the Blood Moon. But depending on what Shoma's last Pokemon is, I think we're likely to see that Ninetales like we saw in the first game. And if that's the case, losing the Sun, losing that power boost on your Torkoal immediately could spell doom.
I mean, it just looks at this point, too. You can either swap something in, get rid of that Sun, so something like this Eruption for the Torkoal really just doesn't do that much damage. But even looking at the speed tiering of these Pokemon, Eruption's something that, if that is the move that he's clicking into, it does less damage with the less HP you have, and you can just go ahead and target a Pokemon move into that, and Torkoal's not really doing too much. So it will be a Blood Moon Ursaluna that does stick around, and over on the opposing end, it will be the Ninetales to switch in. One notable thing, though, I believe this Blood Moon Ursaluna did switch out before it ever took a mandatory turn to sleep, so it can't do much on this turn, which actually could be a little bit of a window of opportunity to try and get something done here.
That's true. We do see the Torkoal Terrestrialize, so that means the Blood Moon Ursaluna did not. It will take the full brunt of this Eruption. Shadow Ball into the Ninetales means that it will be knocked out by this Eruption with the Broken Focus Sash. And if the Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't wake up on the next turn, this actually could be a much more difficult position for Shoma to be in.
Yeah, and Torkoal now, it doesn't have the Sun, but it has this Terrestrialization. Ninetales has already taken a lot of damage, and bringing this Blood Moon Ursaluna down to just under half. So all of a sudden, it isn't Ursaluna that, if this Torkoal doesn't take any damage, is within range of getting KO'd on this next turn. Of course, Basculegion re-hitting the field does mean it can fire off an attack, and if you just go for this Torkoal and get rid of it, again, we get into the situation where this Hisuian Typhlosion cannot attack and KO that Blood Moon Ursaluna?
I think it'll come down to whether or not this Basket Legion can survive a Shadow Ball from Typhlosion. If you're Marcus, you have to know that Typhlosion needs to be targeting that Basket Legion. You know, it is that Ghost type Terra, so you cannot terastallize away from that Ghost weakness. You have to rely on it being knocked out by Typhlosion, because if Basket Legion gets an attack off, it almost definitely will be going for a Wave Crash into that Torkoal, which would then checkmate the Typhlosion. Locked into Shadow Ball, unable to damage that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And with a little bit of chip damage being taken, I'm not sure it's going to be possible, but you got to try for it.
I mean, you got to try, right? This is the Wittenden. This is the last opportunity.
What else can you do, right? You gotta, give yourself every shot to make it into that second phase of the tournament, and it's gonna come down to this turn.
All right, 2 Pokemon for each of these trainers. Shoma up 1 in the set. Final opportunity to try and find themselves within phase 2 of this competition. This Torkoal, the Terastallization, trying to do as much as it can, but of course, it's all going to be down to this Basket Legion. Can you survive the hit and get rid of this Typhlosion before, anything else happens? Shadow Ball, this is going to be the moment, that little bit of chip. You can see him hoping, but it is going to be enough for the KO. Only 1 Pokemon is going to remain. Now it comes down to the Wake Up. Can Ursaluna break through? It does! Waking Up is huge, and Earth Power into this Torkoal is so much damage, and just a clean 1-hit KO. 1 Pokemon for both of these trainers apiece, but again, this Typhlosion cannot do anything, which means Shoma is about to wrap up this match and find himself competing here tomorrow.
Well, that's another way to win, right? I didn't even take that into consideration. Of course, the Ursaluna could just wake up and close out the game for you there. Well played by Shoma, knowing exactly how to handle this team that Marcus is piloting. It can be a very tricky team to navigate, especially with all the options that Lilligant presents to you. But I really think he did a great job shutting down that Lilligant. Again, in game 1, kind of forced it to not be on the field with that Chlorophyll in the end game, which made it much more difficult to bring back onto the field. And in game 2, you did get the sleep on the Ursaluna, but with that 1-turn Wake, mitigated it pretty well and able to fire off that game-winning Earth Power.
Man, what an intense endgame, though, with so many different variables that could go right or wrong for both of these trainers. And this Sun team has just done a number on this tournament so far. It has been so strong for players to contend with, but also Shoma just showcasing that some of the regulars at right age are just the strongest around. That was just really, really well played, and making the trip worth it.
Absolutely. Getting to play in a second phase here in Las Vegas, Shoma will keep his hopes of becoming a U.S. regional champion alive on top of the national champion and world champion.
I love the pop-off, the emotion. That is just, that is what we need more of out here. You can see just making it into day 2 and just how much it means to him, and that's what we need. I love that.
It's great. It's so great to see. That's the same kind of pop-off he was doing in his World Championship winning run. You can tell he just loves Pokemon. He just loves being here, loves competing, loves doing well. And that's kind of what you need to be a top trainer. You gotta love the experience. You gotta love the game. I was talking to someone yesterday in the hall that, sometimes when you're playing at the highest level and you're competing in a lot of tournaments, sometimes you can tie maybe your results a little bit to your enjoyment of the game. But if you're able to just enjoy the process, each turn, figure out the best move and make that a fun part of the experience, I think you're gonna be, 1, much happier when you're playing at tournaments, and 2, probably a lot more successful because you have a lot more of your heart in it.
There is a lot more success too. It's something that trainers have touched on. Even like James Evans was talking about at World after every match. He's just like, I just want to play good Pokemon, just enjoying the journey. And he got second at the World Championships, right? And there was an article on the Pokemon website even talking about just the scene in Japan and just how much the player base just genuinely loves playing Pokemon so much. And you get to see that. You get to see the passion, you get to see the dedication, and you get to see it pay off on such a global level, which is really just inspiring. So I love that we've had these players travel out. I love that we've gotten to see them pop off, and I love that we got to see Shoma secure his spot in phase 2 of the competition.
It's so great. I love that we get to interact with more players at these regional level events. Even players from, closer countries here, not even just, flying all the way out from Japan and Asia, but we get a lot of European trainers coming to our events. I believe we have a few Australian trainers here as well. There's so much mixing of the communities that were usually a lot more disparate in past years that it makes these regional level events feel that much more important and fun.
Yeah, and again, an opportunity that not all trainers get to compete with trainers from around the world, and being able to do it at a regional and not just an international is awesome. Of course, with that last match, that does mean that Marcus Dion is knocked out of the competition and will not be competing again, but again, someone who has just had so many great results recently has shown that he is more than capable. you're going up against a world champion on your winning in for phase 2. I mean, it was well fought. Like that's just a tough one.
And it came down to the final turn, right? Marcus was very much in that game to the very end. So I don't doubt at all that he'll be able to bounce back at his next event. Just unfortunately won't be continuing on here.
It's like that sometimes. We talked about it earlier when we were at the 4-0. There's longer these rounds go on, these tournaments go on. The level of trainers you're going up again is just incredible, right? And it hurts. I mean, obviously you want to be able to close out that spot, but again, losing to a world champion is okay. Like, yeah, it's a world champion.
How upset can you be about that, right? It's a really difficult match to win in any circumstance, much less with the pressure of your tournament being on the line. So, and again, I think Marcus will be, better than ever at his next event, but Shoma will be continuing on with us here into phase 2.
I mean, a run that's not going to get easier, though, because we talked about that caliber of competition and how it gets higher. But again, with the fact that this was a win-in, it does mean that he's sitting at a 6-2 record. And there is no forgiveness when you have those 2 losses. That means he's going to have to go undefeated tomorrow to make his way into top cut of the competition. A feat that he is more than capable of doing, do not get me wrong.
For sure.
But it's still one of those, you want to talk about always that stress. Oh, there it is.
It'll be tough. 4 rounds tomorrow. We'll have to win them all to have a spot in that asymmetrical top cut. There'll be plenty of trainers there with him fighting for that same exact thing, wanting to get to that final stage of the tournament, that single elimination bracket. It's going to be really fun to see how it plays out in our second phase of competition.
It'll be awesome. But what I'm excited for is to hear from Shoma himself as he is standing by with Dwee now for our interview.
All right. Thank you so much. I am here on the floor with Shoma, the winner of that last round. Shoma, thank you so much for being here for this interview. Can you please tell me how you're feeling as you move on to phase 2 of this tournament?
インタビューに応じてくれてありがとうございます。Day2 に進んでいることに関する感想を教えていただいてください。
ちょっと最初2連勝してよしってなってたんですけど、その後も2連敗してもう 2-2 になったんで、もうなんか Day2 いけるっていうのが結構奇跡ですね。大体そういう時僕負けてるんで。
I started out 2-0 and then I went 2-2, so it was not looking very good for me. Typically when I start that poorly, I usually don't make it to the phase 2, but I think it's quite a miracle that I made it this far.
Can you tell me a little bit about your team as well as, your thought process going into the matchup, because your opponent brought a sun-based team versus your snow team. So can you tell me about that matchup and your thoughts?
コーチ経営にちょっとお伺いしたいんですけど、あとこちらのマッチアップに関して、晴れ対雪っていう感じだと思うんですけど、どういうことを考えてましたか？
ちょっと晴れに対しては結構勝てないなと思ってたんで、なんか9コンで天候取り返しても結局炎技が一貫してきついんで、もう本当気合でもう勝つしかなかったから、もう眠りごなぐらいもう避けてくれよって思いながらやってましたね。
Yeah, so even though I had the ability to change the weather, I still take a lot of damage from fire moves since my team does not have that many resistances to fire tops. So I just had to go through with pure tenacity and just praying that I don't get hit by sleep powders.
That is something to be very scared of, to be hit by those sleep powders. Did you go into this tournament with a lot of preparation against these sun-based teams, or is this something that you're sort of like seeing for the first time as well, just hoping that you're dodging these sleep powders?
こういう晴れ構築に関しては対戦する種は結構ありましたか？それとも当たることはあんまり想定されてなかったですか？
いや、もともとチームメイトからなんか晴れは多いって聞いてたんですけど、もう多いやろなと思いながらも泣きながらやってましたね。
I had received some intel from my teammates who has been looking at the metagame to warn me that I have a lot of Sun teams, but I don't think my matchup is quite good, so I have been crying all day playing against the Sun teams.
You've traveled all the way from Japan to compete here in the North American circuit. How is it different competing in these North American regionals versus the circuit back in Japan?
はるばる日本から来ていらっしゃったと思うんですけど、日本の対戦とか大会に参加されるのとこちらのリージョナルに参加されるのってどういう違いがありますか？
なんか日本は BO1 なんで、なんかもう本当なんか初見の人をいきなり倒すみたいなやつ組んだりするんですけど、こっちはなんか BO3 でなんか実力出やすいというか、なんかその巻き返しやすくてなんかとてもいいルールだなと思って好きですね。
Over in Japan, the format is usually best of ones, closed team sheets, so there's a lot of surprise factors that have to account for, and there's a lot of variance. But over here, because you have a lot of information that's publicized, I feel like you have a lot easier time to showcase your skills, so I actually prefer it over here.
How confident are you going into phase 2 of this tournament? How much do you believe in this team that you've built, and do you think you have what it takes to win it all tomorrow?
Day2 に参加されるにあたって自分の自信のことを教えていただきたいです。あとこの構築で本当に優勝狙えると思いますか？
いや自信はなくて優勝もできないと思ってます。
I don't think I can win, and I don't have faith in my team.
The spirit of a champion. Shoma, you're here in America right now. How are you going to go relax before you go into phase 2 tomorrow?
わざわざアメリカに来ていらっしゃったと思うんですけど、明日の準備も兼ねてどう今日リラックスする予定ですか？
いや本当にどうですかね。いっぱい寝て本当にあとはもうラスベガスの空気感適当に楽しんでもうなんか伸び伸びと明日やっていきたいと思います。はい。
I plan to sleep in a lot and just take in the Las Vegas atmosphere and just go into tomorrow having fun.
Before I let you go and relax, do you have any shout-outs that you want to put out there for all the viewers out?
このまま行く前に感謝の声を上げたい方はいらっしゃいますか？
感謝の声、そうですね。いつも応援してくださってる皆様ですかね。はい。今回はそんな感じですね。応援してくれてる人。
I want to shout out everybody who is supporting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shoma. That's it from Dewey on the floor. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Joe Brown to close us out.
Thank you very much, everyone, and we are here in the lounge to end our first day of coverage at the Las Vegas. got the wrong one. That's the Las Vegas Regional Championship. Excuse me, Aaron. I was just so excited having Shoma on
know,
stream, right?
Yeah, to see him win as well.
I mean,
so cool.
It really is hard to. I don't even know if you can overstate the importance and significance that Shoma has had to VGC's history, whether as a world champion, whether representing Japan, content creation, just everything about him as a trainer in this game's history. Like it is a big deal that even if he doesn't believe in himself, the rest of us do.
Yeah, it was really cool to see him get through what I thought was a pretty scary matchup. I mean, this Sun team that, of course, we just saw him go up against has been dominating this event. I think Raghav is actually 8-0 with it right now, and so yeah, it's just been all over the place. And so to go up against this new archetype that's really rising in popularity, super scary, but he stayed in it, and then yeah, that Ursaluna woke up and carried him to day 2.
Yeah, that was honestly a really, really fun match to end the day. Marcus, incredible trainer, but that's how win and ends go, right? One person has to move on to the next day. Let's take a look at some of those trainers that will be returning. Hopefully we'll see some of them on stream here. So don't know if this is comprehensive of every player that has currently made it to phase 2 because depends on how it works out. But there are some big names we didn't even get to stream today.
The Japanese invasion, I think, also super cool to see. We just saw Shoma, of course, win, but Kinagawa, one of the best players from Japan, the reigning Japanese national champion, has also made it to day 2 here. And so I, once again, think this is this tournament in itself feels like a really awesome preview for LAIC. Super cool to see. Yeah, so many big name players here, of course, advance to the second day. We have James Evans, of course, the world's finalist just from a couple months ago, making it to day 2 as well as, yeah, I mean, we could go on and on about all the players on this list, but it's going to be a super awesome competition tomorrow.
Phase 2 roster, right? This is a stacked roster, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm really excited for tomorrow. What about you?
I think the U.S. should feel a little bit of fear, like, oh, we're getting this international invasion here. Are we going to be able to hold our ground turf, Like, I can't remember the last time we had a U.S. regional that was won by someone that's not from the U.S. or from North America, but Marco certainly got close in Toronto.
Yeah, as close as you can get for sure. And who knows, maybe tomorrow we'll crown a international champion, give that direct world's qualification to somebody else out of the North American region. But tomorrow should be pretty fun. I mean, we're going to have a lot of great coverage. We're going to have, Top Cut, I think, depending on how it works out, starting at, 9:15 Pacific, a little later for you East Coast people. I'm used to watching from home on the East Coast and getting to sleep in, get ready for action. Still got to wake up early tomorrow.
Well, we're going to be up early. The players are going to be up early. It's going to be awesome. And I don't know. I just like I'm personally really curious, like, is this Sun archetype going to take it? Yuki had it in his predictions. 4 of the Pokemon. It was just 4 of the 6 Pokemon on that team. And so it definitely has had a very, very strong day one. Of course, when a lot of the best players in the tournament decide to bring it, the odds of it doing well, quite high. I'm curious to see if someone will be able to actually pilot it to a first place finish. But I think we saw a lot of different teams today. And like weather, you know, we were talking, Joe. Feels like rain versus sun is so back in this format. It's like been defining the format when we had it around a year ago, and here we are back again, even though there's some new looks to the teams.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how Joe Garte's match in round 8 fared for him, but he was an undefeated Tyranitar player, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tyranitar yet.
He won.
Okay,
he's 8-0 right now, so Tyranitar could come in, could stop you.
I want to see it in the Sun matchup because all these Incinerators are teching close combat. That being said, I think Sand is still a hard matchup, even when that is the case. And so I'm hoping we get to see Joe up against Sun tomorrow. What
do you think, Yuki?
Yeah. That would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, you have 2 close combats for a reason, right? So if that doesn't work, then what's going to work? So, yeah, we'll see if it's enough.
I think weather is doing so well, right? I mean, this is basically Las Vegas, right? You got the sun versus the sand. I mean, that's a desert.
True.
It's basically the desert, right?
Well, maybe Joe has the home court advantage. Got the plot armor going for him.
Hey, we'll find out. And if you want to find out, make sure you follow along our broadcast so you can get notified when we go live. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can catch us on Twitch and YouTube. Everything like that should be absolutely a great time. Follow those channels on YouTube and Twitch like I talked about. Before we end our day here, friends, let's go through the group. We'll start with you, Dwee. What's been your favorite moment of the first ever day of a I said it again, I'm the worst. Las Vegas Regional Championship.
I mean, my favorite part and the most favorite thing I've seen is, like, you know, these Lilical teams, these Lilligant, Torkoal teams that are just coming up. You know, when we think of Sun teams, we think a lot about, like, Torkoal, Charizard, but then now, guess what? It's Lilligant. You hit those sleep powders, you're on track to win. It's, what, 90% accurate? 90% of the time, you're going to be winning. Those are pretty good odds. Those are pretty good odds. And, you know, just being able to see these Lilligants be able to provide offensive support as well as that, you know, just status support, super awesome to see. And, of course, you know, knowing about this, going into this tournament, what's a good counter to that? I've seen some Doxbuns being thrown out there as a possible counter. Not sure exactly where they ended up in terms of the final standings, but just seeing, you know, what people are predicting as the meta and then how they're reacting to that meta is pretty awesome to me.
What about you, Yuki?
I think this is the constant theme, but it's just really exciting to, like, treat this regional as if it's almost like an IC, or at least a pre-IC. Like, we just have so many countries represented. We're also able to represent them on stream as well. It's just, like, really exciting to see, countries from so many different places, even places where, they don't typically have access to regionals like Japan, and seeing them compete and actually do really well in the best of 3 circuits. So I think this is a really unique opportunity that we don't typically get at other regionals, so I'm just really soaking all that in.
And Aaron?
I love seeing fun Pokemon win on stream, and we got to start off the day with Quackable, of course, winning on stream. And then we also had Mousehold with Population Bomb. That was a fun throwback to when this format first started. And so, yeah, I just, like, love seeing Pokemon that are, like, underutilized. I mean, Dusclops, Venusaur, those are on stream as well. It's cool to see, like, where the format can continue to go, and the introduction of Pokemon that maybe aren't super popular. Seeing success on stream, I think, in particular, was really awesome. But, yeah, just a lot of great Pokemon today.
Yeah, EU might have Rabombi, but we have Quaquaval in NA, and that's all that matters. All right, that's going to do it for our first day coverage here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. 3rd time is a charm. Everybody, get some sleep, get excited, because tomorrow we will crown a regional champion. Have a good night.